We'll have another radar scan in a second, but pretty strong area of convergence still. Definitely a tornado still in progress. It's been on the ground for about 5 or 6 minutes now. This is very similar to the tornado that we had earlier.
We have a tornado on the
just
ground.
west of Mobile, Alabama.
Heading towards Van Cleve.
There's even a little lightning strike that's just popped up. All right, here's the latest radar scan. I'm going to go back to Illinois in a second, and then we'll go back down here after that. And
it's
also
Indiana. Up on us,
storms are quickly firing off there. We still do have a tornado warning for Champaign County, Illinois.
Radar indicated tornado right now, but we actually have a debris signature here on the ground. You can see where the tornado is.
Yeah, a lot more lightning starting to pop
up. That's
up.
debris getting lofted up in the air right there.
A lot more lightning strikes. All right, so
I am listening to Max Velocity again today.
Right over John Smith Road.
That's him playing in the background. If you want to watch the stream
we still have a
through the internet on your home PC or your TV, I have the link in the description.
Like the March 14th or 15th tornado outbreak, but it is definitely a tornado here. It's probably going to be on the weaker side of things, but it is a tornado. It's going to be producing some damage, perhaps lifting up some tree branches, maybe even parts of trees and maybe some small parts of buildings there on John Smith Road. And once again, this is tracking directly to the north, and it will be approaching a few different homes near Double Still Road over the next few minutes. We do have a storm also east of Mobile, Alabama that we've been watching some rotation on. Look at this right here, near Gateswood in southern Alabama. We actually have a little bit of convergence beginning near Highway 112 near Gateswood. So that's pretty interesting stuff right there. Okay, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. So we just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center back over in northeast Arkansas, western Tennessee, western Kentucky, and southeastern Missouri. This is not something you see very often. Again, this is not far off from the wording that we had even with the March 14th or 15th severe tornado outbreak that we had. Now, again, it's not going to be the same thing, but we are still talking about strong and long track tornadoes this afternoon and evening. But they have mentioned that an increasing threat for storm development, including discrete supercells, is expected this afternoon. So again, if you are anywhere in this region, be prepared for the potential for strong and even long track tornadoes. Notice their most probable peak intensity guidance here. We have a potential for tornadoes as intense as EF3, even potentially EF4 type tornadoes in this region this afternoon and evening. So again, intense to potentially violent tornadoes are in play. We could have hail,
tornado heading towards Van Cleve,
and damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour will be possible. So again, very significant risk of severe weather is shaping up right now across the Mississippi in particular that we are beginning to watch now near West Plains. Might become more of a concern here pretty soon, but yeah. That's pretty strong wording. Keep in mind that we do have a tornado watch already in effect. We have two different ones. We have one near Chicago and South Bend that goes until 7 o'clock Central Time. And we have another one across central and southern Indiana and southern central Illinois, also until 5 o'clock for a few tornadoes, numerous to widespread damaging winds, and also large to very large hail. We still have a tornado warning in effect for Urbana, which is in Champaign County for another 15 minutes. However, the rotation with this storm has moved outside of the tornado warning.
So we got tornado going down here in Mississippi. We got a radar signature here with the correlation coefficient. We actually see debris here. It's moving along towards Van Cleve. If you guys have an area you're worried about or concerned, you can type it in chat and I'll look it up for you. This is my third time ever streaming. Been making tornado videos for a long time now and figured I'd help people out if they're concerned about their area. I can check and see what's going on, what's coming at them. I'm trying to pull up the second storm here up in Champaign, Illinois. I got it on another radar. Champaign, Illinois. There it is. It's right here. Why is it not clicking me over there? They got rid of it? No, it's still here, Champaign, Illinois. KILX. Let's see. I haven't even looked at this one yet. I just got done eating. All right. For this one, it's just like a radar confirmed tornado warning. Look at the velocities on it. Doesn't really look like anything's going on up here with this one at the moment. I'm guessing they're probably going to let it cancel out. Echo. Condone in Ohio, Central and Force. Dude, I'm in Ohio, man. I'm so worried about the winds tonight. If you look at the SPC outlook, I have it down at the bottom of the stream, but oh my goodness, man. I am so worried about the let me pull it up. Here it is. This is our SPC outlook. That's for the tornadoes right now, but here's the wind for tonight. Oh, well, that's day 2. We got to look at today's. Look at the purple. This 45% means 75 mile per hour plus winds, and I'm like right smack dab here, so I'm really worried about that. I was talking to some people in Discord, and they're telling me that it might not get that bad in Ohio. I hope that's the case, but I got a lot of storm anxiety on this one right now. But as for storms right now, it looks like everything just started popping off all of a sudden. Where's there one down in Jackson? I'll go back to this one. I want to see this one. This was on the ground last time I checked. Oh, it looks like it's dying out. That's good. Yeah. I think it pulled up off the ground. I mean, there's a little bit of a debris signature there, but I think it... Oh, I don't know, man. 3 scans ago. It could be just recycling. I want to see a 3D view of this storm, actually. I want to see what it's looking like. Get a idea of structure. Yeah. Okay. Hey, we got it. Yeah, that's a unit already. Wow. Why is my lit volume so messed up? I gotta fix this. There we go. Base velocity. Oh yeah, you can see it right there. Boom. It looks like it might be turning into 2 different tornadoes. But yeah, it still has that rotation going all the way up into like 40,000 feet in the air. Storm is definitely still a threat. Turn Max back on. I want to hear what he's saying.
It's now near Interstate 74, so it is. If you are in this warning, in case we do see this recycle again over the next several minutes. Again, that is going right up towards Highway 57. A little over 700 people are in that tornado warning. One storm that I'm getting a little bit more concerned about is the one east of Mobile, Alabama. This is near the Florida and Alabama border. We have an area of convergence coming together right now. Strong area of winds going both away and towards the radar. Not anything.
Everybody I'm talking to today is in Ohio, man.
Tornado warned here soon near Gatesville. Do have a little bit of an inflow as well coming in from the southeast side of the storm.
So nice and quiet in Ohio right now. The sun's not out, so that's good news for us. I was listening to
and the Century areas
Ryan Hall's basically his
so again, the tornado risk down here near the
forecast for today, and he sounded like we're going to get big, nasty bow echoes tonight with QLCS tornadoes, those quick spin up ones and downbursts and whatnot. So my biggest issue is I just hope we don't lose power in Ohio. I'm disabled myself, so I can't. I need my electricity. I have real bad temperature controls to my body, and like I either have my air conditioning running or I have the heat going. It's never one. I never have both off. So like I'm like yeah.
Think again that we are going to continue to see an uptick of severe weather just over the next couple of hours in southeastern Missouri.
So it's supposed to get bad in Ohio around 11 p.m. tonight.
Severe thunderstorm warning just south of St. Louis. This is a big upgrade. We're now up to golf ball sized hail for those in Potosi, DeSoto, near Highway 70 or 67 north of Farmington. So again, golf ball sized hail currently tracking to the northeast near Potosi. 67 will be in the track of it. Bonneterre and Somerset are also in the path of that significant hailstorm. We even have a severe storm just outside of St. Louis right now near
Take a look at
O'Fallon
Ohio
and
right now.
Collinsville. That is currently producing some
There we
60-mile-per-hour
go.
damaging
Oh,
winds
not
and
there.
hail that is under the
Look
size
how pretty it looks in
of,
Ohio. Nothing.
quarters.
Got a little blip down
Which is
here.
currently tracking
Oh, I
to
got
the
the wrong radar
northeast.
set up here. There it is. Nice
Hayden,
and
are there any
clean.
cameras looking at that storm?
There's
I can't
Cincinnati.
really tell.
There's our
a lot of
border.
cameras there.
So nice in Ohio
We
right
just got
now.
a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Marshall, Paris, just west of Terre Haute. That is for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. The tornado warning
like the
that
only
was in
tornado
effect for
warning now
those
is
near
in
Urbana
Jackson.
has been canceled, so we no longer have any tornado warnings in Illinois, but we do have a huge swath
This
of
guy right
damaging
here.
winds that is currently forming in eastern Illinois. It will be moving into western Indiana over the next
Big
half
swath
hour,
winds in
eventually
eastern
going towards
Illinois.
Lafayette,
Take a look at that.
Indianapolis, Fishers, and Logansport over the next hour to hour and 30 minutes. If you have any loose line items, you might want to
keep
bring
our eyes on
those
that.
inside.
That's where
If you have any
that's the big
trampolines,
bow
definitely
echo I
make sure
think is
you're
going to hit
hatching those
Ohio.
down as well. Also, we've had some confirmed damaging wind reports already. A 63-mile-per-hour wind gust has been
the big line of
reported in
storms right
Urbana.
here.
That is
That's
according to
coming
a
right at us.
Mesonet station,
Ugh.
which is about 748 feet off the ground.
I don't want this
so
to
that
come.
might be more of the upper level
Hopefully
winds.
it falls apart
We
in
also
Indiana
had a
right before it gets to us.
68-mile-per-hour wind
See if I
gust
get a better
reported at
review from
Willard
KIND.
Airport. So that is on the south side of Champaign. And then in Philo, Illinois, there was also a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust.
So you in Ohio too, I'm assuming, Crispy?
55-mile-per-hour wind gust in Tolono. So we do have a little bit of an area again here of significant damaging winds. It is turning into a more numerous to widespread risk right now in eastern Illinois. And we're also starting to see storms firing up even around the Chicago suburbs. We actually have a severe thunderstorm
everything's
warning now in
rotating
effect
too at
near
the front of the
Gurney,
storm.
Round Lake Beach, and Algonquin
Got a lot of
for
interference
60-mile-per-hour
there,
damaging
but
winds.
from what you can see,
So the
we got a
severe
lot of
weather is now
rotation
beginning to increase in
in front of the
coverage
storms.
in the Chicago suburbs.
Where is Chicago? Chicago's about
We're
to get hit
currently
by a
up to
storm.
12 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, we have one confirmed tornado warning near the Gulf Coast. The severe thunderstorm warning for those in Urbana, Georgetown, and Westville and Danville was upgraded again to 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
It looks like it's going to
So
go
this is
north
once
of
again
Chicago,
a considerable
maybe?
damage threat near Interstate 74.
Yeah.
So this is
like
going
it's
to be
going
for
north
later
of
today. I
Chicago.
just showed you guys this a second ago, but just to give you a little bit better of
A
an
new
indication.
tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning.
All right, we just got a new tornado warning. We'll go to that in a second.
Step back
I do
for
want to show you
Jackson.
guys this, though. This is, again, the tornado parameter values.
I think it's
This
back
gives you a
for
better
Jackson
color
again.
scheme. So notice by right around 7 to 8 o'clock this evening, we have very high values when it comes to our significant tornado parameter
got the
values.
two
So we are
rotations
expecting,
going
again,
here.
a more elevated tornado risk from southern Indiana and southwest Ohio back into the lower Mississippi River Valley. So any discrete supercells that we have later this afternoon or even in the early evening hours will be capable of producing the threat for strong and even long-track tornadoes. Again, the
find my
setup
stream
for today is not
page.
the same as what
There
we
it
had
is.
in the middle of March about a couple weeks
Yeah, if you
back
guys
on
have any
March 14th
concerns
and
about the
15th,
area you're in,
but we are
type
gonna be
the city
seeing
and state in
significant
chat and I'll look it
damaging
up
winds in
for
a
you.
very large area,
We'll
and
see
then
what's
also
coming at you
potential for
tonight
some
or what's in
strong
the
and
area
long-track
right now.
tornadoes. I still think the greatest risk for that will be right in this region here. So if you're just south of St. Louis, near Cape Girardeau, Clarksville, Bowling Green,
I'm just here to
Memphis,
help
Jackson,
individual
Jackson,
people
Nashville,
out.
or
I'm not
Jonesboro,
here for like
these are the areas
trying
that
to
we
do
think
the
are
big
most
old stream thing
significant
like
threat
Ryan Hall and
for tornadoes will be this afternoon.
max
and also
velocity. I'm
into the
just
evening
trying to
hours.
like pop
Keep in
up,
mind
and if
that this
there's like
severe weather
individual
risk
people that are
continues
concerned
even
because
into
they
the
have
overnight
thousands
hours
of
and
people,
even into tomorrow.
on their
It's gonna
stream.
be
I just
a
want to try to
long
help
threat. Like,
individual
the severe
people
weather
out.
is literally not going to stop over the next 24 hours. We're going to have severe weather at any given point, essentially, between now all the way through tomorrow evening. So it's going to be about a 36-hour stretch of consistent severe weather anywhere from the Ohio Valley and Midwest back to the East Coast. All right, so our new tornado warning has been issued for those in Wade, Three Rivers, and Old Americus, and Big Point in
Oh
southern
yeah, see, we got two
Mississippi.
tornado warnings. I
We
just showed
actually
you
are
there's two
seeing a
funnels
little
there.
mesocyclone
Now they have two
handoff.
tornado
So we had a
warnings.
tornado about 10 minutes ago,
Take
just
another
west
look
of
at that.
Van Cleve. It was on the ground for about 10
Could have
minutes
sworn
or
I've seen
so
two funnels
near
in the
the
air.
John Smith Road. And now
Oh,
we have
yeah.
a new one that's attempting to form on the northwest side of Van Cleve near Highway 57. We do not have a debris signature as of right now, but the velocities are coming together. A strong area now of convergence.
It's really weakened
that's gonna be
though. It's
moving
much stronger
towards
when I looked
Wade
the last
and
time.
Three Rivers. So seek shelter, get away
Got
from
one
windows,
right
and get on
here.
the lowest
Trying
floor
to see where the
possible. If
second
you are
one
in
is.
Jackson County in
I think
Mississippi,
it was
once
coming
again
down
north
from
of
right
Moss
here.
Point, it's rural areas of Jackson County near Highway
Yeah, if you go back, you can
63.
see both of them right here.
And if a tornado does drop, it will be approaching the Blueberry Haven or Blueberry Heaven,
Both are phenomenal.
Spring Lake Berry Farm, Magnolia
Get a good
Baptist
look at that
Church,
storm too,
the
just being up in
River
the sky.
Road walking track. There's also the Wallace Small
Pretty big
Engine
storm.
Repair Store.
Pretty big storm.
Old River Road will be in the track of this. Bruce's Firewood and Gulf Coast Leak
that's a
Detection
big
and Pool
storm.
Company are also
You
in
see
the
how it's
track of
popping
this.
up at the top?
Okay, so we are now getting a report that
That's
this is
like
a
when the
confirmed
heat,
tornado
the cold and the heat
via the Van
turn the
Cleve,
tornado sideways, and
Mississippi
that's where the rotation is like
firefighters.
popping up at the top,
So
and then it
according to
gets
the
too heavy and it drops
firefighters,
back
this is
down, and
actually
that's where
a
you got your
confirmed
funnel
tornado
hitting the
near
ground.
Highway 57 on the
It's a
northwest side of
giant
Van
storm,
Cleve.
man. 50,000 feet high.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And
It
that
was
has
on
now
the
been
ground.
officially confirmed. We now have officially another tornado in progress
back
in
on the
Jackson
ground.
County in Mississippi, heading towards Wade and Three Rivers. This is again a confirmed tornado via
Going towards
emergency
Wade
management,
and Three
according
Rivers.
to the Jackson County firefighters. Again, law enforcement confirmed tornado here. This is moving northeast at about
Still
15
on the
miles per
ground,
hour, so
according
it's
to
a
law
slow-moving
enforcement.
tornado near Highway 57, and it will be approaching Old River Road over the next few minutes. Bruce's Firewood, the River Road.
It doesn't look
walking
like it's
track,
that
the Gulf
bad. It
Coast
may be
Leak
on the ground,
Detection
but I
and
don't
Pool
see like a
Company,
giant debris
Magnolia
ball or
Baptist
nothing like
Church
that.
and Dollar General.
So maybe
on
it's
Old
pretty
River
weak
Road
at the
are
moment.
Potentially in the path of a damaging tornado in Jackson County, Mississippi. Yet again, another confirmed tornado here in southern Mississippi. This is now our third tornado already today.
Check a look at
And we are
see,
talking about the Gulf Coast, which is
see
kind
how
of
much,
crazy. This is not really an area that we were expecting a whole lot of severe weather today, but
take a look on Google Maps, see what kind of
So far,
population we
it's-
have in the area.
then the main talking point, it seems like, has been right down here in southern Mississippi. That's our third tornado, and that's now two in just the last just the
That
last
is
30
in
minutes.
Van Cleve, Mississippi.
And we honestly might get another tornado warning here soon. We have a large but broad area of rotation near Gateswood in southern Alabama. That's going to be approaching the Florida Panhandle over the next few minutes. And we even have a little discrete cell that has popped up near Milton in Florida. So we may get a tornado warning on that at some point down the road. A little bit of broad circulation on that cell.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of houses and stuff out
All right,
here.
we got more severe weather now ramping up in and around the St. Louis area. We just got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Festus.
The law enforcement's
south of
definitely seeing it on the
Belleville.
ground, I guess.
That is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. And
Dude, what's up, Jay? You're
oversized
back
hail
again.
Tracking to the east-northeast.
I talked to you last time. I
Stay away from
transferred.
windows if you
I
are
translated
in
you
this
on the
warning.
Google chat. Any chance you could translate it English for me, bro?
Near Festus, Redbud, and Waterloo.
I don't know Spanish that well, brother.
We are starting to see severe thunderstorm warnings now issued.
I see
even
you
into
say
Indiana.
tornado.
We have a line of thunderstorms that is intense, currently approaching Danville and Lafayette over the next several minutes. And oh my goodness! All right, well we now
Appreciate
have a
you
flash
coming
flood
back to see me
emergency that has
again,
just
though.
been issued. A flash flood emergency has been
Flash
issued
flood
for
emergency.
Jackson County in
Oh, that's here.
Mississippi.
So we got a
which
flash flood
is going to be
emergency
this
here
one.
as well.
This is now a catastrophic situation. A flash flood emergency near Highway 57. This is going to be for Wade, Old Americus, Holly Landing, Vestry. You are all included in a flash
I
flood
don't think I've ever
emergency.
seen that before. They have it right here. Flash
Emergency management
flood
reports that roads are
emergency.
impassable in northern
Jackson.
Jackson County and Mississippi. Between 5 to 7 inches of rain have already fallen, and additional rainfall amounts around 2 to 3 inches of rain are possible in the, again, flash flood emergency that we have in place. And it might be a little bit hard to see, but again, this right here
I even got it on
is
the
your
radar.
flash flood emergency for northern Jackson County in Mississippi. It's a catastrophic situation. I don't think we have any flood reports quite yet, but once we get some, I'll definitely be sure to let you guys know. That is
Really
a
doesn't
major
look too
concern right
scary
now
at the moment.
in Jackson County. And while that is happening, we've
Yeah,
had
some
a
police are
tornado in
right up
progress
close
near
to it, and they
Three
can see it on the
Rivers.
ground.
And
Maybe
or
it's
just west
maybe
of
that
Three
was a
Rivers. We've had
report.
tornado in
Maybe
progress for
the
last
report
few
was
minutes,
from
according to
police
law enforcement.
like 20
So
minutes
while we
ago
have
when
a
it was
flash flood
actually on the
emergency,
ground,
we have
and
a
it's just
tornado.
now
This is a
got to
very
like
weird
national
situation,
weather
by
or
the way.
something.
We
'Cause
have
it
a
looks like to
tornado in
me it's kinda
progress
pulled
while
up.
we have a flash
It's
flood emergency. When you think about it, a flash flood emergency means you go to a higher floor. You
we
do
don't have
not
any
stay,
debris
you
now.
know, in a basement or something like that when you're under
We go
a
up all the
flash
way
flood
back
emergency.
here
But when you're in a
where we
tornado
did
warning
have
with
the
a
debris
confirmed
like 20
tornado, you're
minutes
supposed to
ago.
go to the lowest floor possible. This is a very weird situation. This does not happen very often either. In this situation, what you need to do if you're in this warning is
And we
figure
kinda
out
lose the
what is
debris
the best
signature
thing for
there.
you and your family. If you are in the flash flood emergency and tornado warning and you're not experiencing flooding, it's probably a better idea to be on the lowest floor
Please
possible
speak in
and away
English,
from
man.
windows. But if
You're
you are
flooding the
in
chat,
the
buddy.
tornado warning and you also have a significant amount of flooding, what you're going to want to do is stay away from windows.
If
On
you
the
guys have
highest
any
floor
concerns
and just
about
make
your area
sure
you're in right
that
now, you can type your
have,
city and
pillows, blankets
state
covering
in
you
the
and all that
chat,
sort
and
of
I'll
stuff, because
pull
this
it
is
up for you
honestly
and
a
let
very
you know what kind
dangerous
of storms are
situation.
coming at you.
You got
Looks like
catastrophic
everything's starting to
flooding
pop
happening
off
near
now,
Wayne and
though. It's
Americus, and then you also have a tornado in progress. I've never. This is something that you don't really ever see.
Max.
The last time I remember anything like this happening was like Hurricane.
Turn them down. But yeah, it's kind of quiet now other down in here in Jackson, Mississippi, and then we also got like some big storms popping off up here in Illinois. The big line of storms I think is going to take power out everywhere. These are the ones I'm worried about. These are the ones that are going to come to Ohio. It's going to turn into like a big Bo Echo QLCS nightmare. Switch back to KIND, see if I can get a better view of it again. So I'm guessing these are the storms that are probably going to hit us in Ohio about 3-4 hours from now. And just everything's rotating. I get like a look at the wind speed. Oh gosh, yeah, I don't like that. Like all this blue, that's like 60, 70 mile an hour. I mean, that's like over 5,000 feet in the air. But according to our wind warnings, like it's going to be on the ground too, the nasty wind. So we haven't got any tornado warnings yet in the storm. Let's see what kind of rotation we have now. My favorite NROT. That looks a little concerning there in Henning. So much interference too, right where the storm is, unfortunately. I don't know why that's happening. I mean, I don't know if these are the hailers. The hail looks really bad for tonight too. I'm really worried about the hail. Got anything soon for Texas? I don't think so. Let me check real quick and see what we got going on down there. I don't even know if we have anything. I think we're on the radar for tonight though, aren't we? So there's Texas is definitely in it. That's our wind reports. Let me go back to our tornado reports for Texas. I mean, yeah, I guess parts of Texas, the eastern part of it's in it here tonight. Let me take the radar down there and see what's going on down there, actually. Take my Ohio one and go all the way down there. Any certain part of Texas you're worried about? Looks like storms are starting to form here. Go up here and look further north. Got another big storm starting to form here too. Yeah, nothing's going on in Texas yet, but just kind of got to keep an eye on Texas for the next, hour or two, see if anything big forms there. But it looks like, all the weather's coming from that direction, so pretty quiet in Texas though. The hail looks crazy. Yeah, Ryan was saying that the hail's going to be really bad tonight. Let me pull up the hail threats here. So this is for tornado. I have these down at the bottom of the stream right now too. But hail, like the area of hail today is massive. It's actually crazy how much hail we're going to see today. So, like, yeah, the hail's even going to be in Texas somewhat, too. They're in the east part of Texas. Going all the way up to Indiana. Like, that's a huge hail area right here. I'm just hoping we don't get tons and tons of power outages. I got the power outage thing here. Like, Michigan's already dealing with ice. Like, they had a big ice storm that hit Michigan last night. Let me go back to states here. It's just Michigan at the moment. So, like, everything's just really powering up. I wonder if we got any power outages in Illinois yet. It looks like, yeah, it's kind of starting there already. That's kind of where that big storm is. That big, giant storm working its way across Illinois is, I think. Go back up there to... see the storms where it just passed through that area where they lost power, it looks like. So what I'm hoping for is, as the night progresses, this big giant storm, I'm hoping we don't see lots of power outages everywhere it goes. That's my biggest hope for Ohio tonight, because I don't want to lose power, man. Nobody wants to lose power anymore these days, because everybody uses the internet, you know? But I mean, if the power does go out, at least the weather's kind of nice. It's 60 degrees. Let me listen in on Max now, see what's going on.
Has to have a way to receive alerts, as we are talking about numerous to widespread severe weather throughout the daytime today. We might not be having a full-fledged tornado outbreak. We might not have a high risk of severe weather. But guys, we have 100 million people in the risk of severe weather today. This is an absolutely crazy large area that we're talking about for severe weather today. I'm pretty sure, let me get the exact mileage here, but this I'm pretty sure this includes over 500,000 square miles. Yeah, this includes over 600,000 square miles in the United States. There's a little over 105 million people that are at risk of severe weather today. That includes the Ohio Valley, the Deep South, and even parts of Florida.
I got a much better look on this radar.
With numerous to widespread damaging winds, large to very large hail, and tornadoes being a possibility. And keep in mind that our main concern for today will be numerous to widespread damaging winds. The pink area here is where we'll be talking about the threat for damaging winds between 60 to 75, even up to 80 miles per hour at times, and this will be numerous to widespread. I'm not ruling out that this turns into a derecho, by the way.
Northeast a little bit.
A derecho is essentially an elongated line of thunderstorms that produces significant wind damage that's in a widespread area for over 200 miles or so. That is possible today. We could actually talk about a derecho here across the Ohio Valley
the direction
and the Tennessee Valley as well. So this is a major concern today across the Ohio Valley and all the way back through the Gulf Coast.
You better believe it. I'm going to be watching this every minute of the day till like midnight tonight, because
severe weather, but it does
I got the storm anxiety
today less seriously than what we had on May 14th or 15th.
Look at the massive hail on this one already.
I think we are going to see some long track tornadoes today. I honestly think we should have had a 15% tornado risk, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Nonetheless, this is a day that you should be really paying attention to the weather closely. There's going to be a lot of people under warnings today. It's not just going to be
a big hail core down here.
5 different towns in the middle of nowhere or something like that. Like, we're talking probably at some point.
Oh yeah, these storms look really nasty. Where are we at exactly? So this is, what state is this right here? I think this is Illinois. Is this Iowa?
One of the risks that's not being talked about quite enough, I think, also is the hail risk. We could have hail as large as the size of baseballs from Texas into western Indiana. This entire region here has that potential. We could be
Missouri. It's Missouri, I think.
Hail later today across the lower Midwest and back into the lower Mississippi.
Yeah, these storms look nasty.
So again,
these are the worst storms we got right now. You can see the big old hail cores on them. And at least the storms up in Illinois don't have a whole bunch of hail yet.
Strong and long-tracked tornadoes as well. And this trend keeps getting more concerning. If you look at the HRRR here, just over the last run, this is the most.
It's like they let go that. Nope. The tornado warning's still going on down there in Jackson.
So we got a line of thunderstorms that's plowing across Indiana. And
look at it.
Some supercells forming in Arkansas and as well as Missouri.
Looks like it's completely died out to me.
4 to 5 o'clock.
Oh no, there's a little bit of rotation going still.
That cell right here in Arkansas. The HRRR has been showing discrete.
Take another 3D look at it real quick. See if we got anything going on up in the sky there with it still.
Takes the cake. That's a long track tornadic supercell if I've ever seen one. In Arkansas, we have again a fairly favorable environment.
Long track tornado supercell.
It even shows some of the storms that we're starting to see right now developing in Kentucky and Tennessee, forming around 4 to 5 o'clock, more into a tornadic threat. So we will probably at least have a few strong and long track tornadoes here in the Mid-South throughout the afternoon and early evening hours, and then this will all turn into a line of
Oh, wow,
storms, I
yeah.
think, a little bit after sunset tonight. But
So this
before that
sucker's
happens,
still
the strong
going. I
and
mean,
long
it's still
track
got
tornado
some
threat will
rotation
continue.
going all the way
But
up
notice
into
even
the
by around 9 to
storm.
10 o'clock tonight, we have a widespread area of damaging winds from Ohio
Not
all the
giving
way
up.
back into the lower
This
Mississippi
thing might be
River
going all
Valley.
night long.
So this is quite the significant risk. Even if you don't get tornadoes
I mean,
today,
it's still
we're
tornado
talking
warning.
about a major wind bag here across the
It doesn't
Ohio
look like
Valley
it's
and Tennessee
doing much
Valley, and this
damage or
continues
touching the
into
ground at
late
all
tonight
right now.
and even into the overnight hours for those in
We got
Mississippi, Alabama, and as well as Louisiana.
no radar
Yeah,
debris
about
at
2
the
hours
moment.
from now, I mean, we could be talking about a really significant risk for tornadoes in Arkansas and southern Missouri. And again, I'm kind of surprised we didn't get a 15% tornado risk in this corridor. Again, we'll see if it actually verifies, but even if we don't, I mean, it doesn't really matter what the risk is at this point. You just need to make sure that you are ready for the potential here for a tornado outbreak in northern Arkansas and southern Missouri. I don't think it's going to be a repeat, again, of what we just saw 2 weeks ago. It's not the same. Like 2 weeks ago was crazy. All right. But
Yeah,
this
it
is
was.
not nearly as crazy, but it is still enough for us to see strong and even long track tornadoes. We already have a little bit of convection that's bubbling up right now in northwest Arkansas, but none of it really looks that organized, at least for now.
If there's anybody new in here and you're concerned about a certain area tonight, you can type your city and state in chat, and I can pull it up for you. See what's coming for you tonight.
There is a tree snapped.
Looks like most of the really bad weather that's going to be happening tonight is going to be in. I got it down at the bottom of the stream. I can make it bigger so you guys can see it up close. But
lucky that it did not hit the house.
This is our hail for the evening.
But definitely not what you want to see there. And in talking about this threat,
Center
we actually just got a new mesoscale discussion.
This is prediction for the hail tonight from the Storm Prediction Center.
We got a lot of stuff to talk about. All right, well, we need to first start with the new mesoscale discussion. This is going to be for those in Illinois and Indiana. Increasing damaging wind.
The wind is the most concerning for me. This is the one I'm really concerned about.
And northern Indiana,
because the SIG 45 means 75 mile per hour plus winds, so that's definitely going to be worthy of taking some power out. So I'm hoping this doesn't happen, and this is like a failed prediction, but you never know. But we're born for it, and this is the tornado threat right here.
Chicago, we got storms near Danville that are producing.
So the one tornado we have is way down here. Right now, it's not even in the high risk area. This is where the bad stuff's going to be.
Interstate 65,
basically West Tennessee, West Kentucky,
west of Indianapolis, and then
North
just south
Mississippi.
Of Joliet. Oh, look at this! We actually got rotation developing. A little mesocyclone starting to develop
something happening
south of Joliet. In
south of
northern
Joliet,
Illinois, so a little bit of
northern Illinois. I think those were the storms I was just looking at. Those real nasty hailers.
Frankfurt.
Let me go up there.
And we also got a little bit of storm activity near Chicago. None of that is severe. And then near Waukegan in northern Illinois, there is a storm there that is currently producing a little bit of quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
A lot easier.
This is a time lapse from Wiggins.
Said Juliet.
On the Hazcam. These are some scary looking clouds a little while, not too long ago on the Hazcam.
Is it going to hit Wisconsin? Hold on, man. Let me check.
Actually, kind of see it spinning just a little bit here.
Pretty sure the cheese state's out of it.
Just a little time lapse there near Wiggins in southern Mississippi.
I'll look it up for you.
Cool little view there of this storm, but again, this is what we call SLC, scary looking clouds. Not really much organization to this, honestly, when it comes to like a tornado risk. But there's a little bit of spin there. I mean, there's wind shear there back down near the Gulf Coast. Also, another mesoscale discussion for those near the Gulf Coast. The threat for brief tornadoes may continue through the peak heating. So we're not really expecting strong tornadoes near the Gulf Coast, but there is a chance there, again, of maybe a tornado or two over the next few hours.
All right, so Wisconsin's north of Illinois. So, yeah, you might be in this tonight. Let me pull it up.
This is in northern Jackson County for Old Americus.
See, actually, I think you have storms that might be heading there tonight. Let me move the radar up there.
All of you are
one that I have free. Mobile Island, Shreveport. I'll take the Shreveport radar up there.
Flash flood emergency. Again, 5 to 7 inches of rain has already fallen, and an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain is likely. We just got an upgrade. We now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois So this warning just got upgraded, or they actually just issued a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Georgetown.
I really don't look at the Wisconsin radars that often, so I'm wondering what's the best one up here.
Miles per hour, quarter-sized hail, and there's also
so you got storms up in Wisconsin now,
and
north of Chicago.
This warning for Attica,
let me see how much severe weather you're in, though.
For 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds as well. So this line of thunderstorms, which again, this could turn into.
You're looking pretty good, though.
We are talking about now an 80-mile-per-hour wind.
So your severe line pretty much
Indiana. This is almost
ends right around here. So Wisconsin is looking pretty clear tonight. I think you're going to be in good shape. You're not going to have to worry about anything.
Damaging winds, and there could even be some scattered to numerous power outages.
Where's Manitowoc at?
For the next few hours. So have flashlights ready to go. Charge your.
Sometimes I look up. There's like multiple cities, or like I look up a city and there's one in like 15 different states.
You want to charge those up. If you have a generator, have that ready to go as well.
I'll pull up Manitowoc for you, though.
Back over in Florida.
Manitowoc.
Really rotate.
Manitowoc, Wisconsin. I'm guessing that's the only
panhandle.
Manitowoc.
Barely moving.
All right.
We have some rotation right now near.
You're way up north. It looks like.
So a little bit of near Bay Springs, a little bit of rotation.
Barely moving,
but it's currently slightly more populated area.
I mean, you might see some storms tonight, but you should be out of the threat of the severe weather.
And we also have
and it does look like these storms are kind of coming up your direction somewhat.
What about
because they are going, looks like northeast. I mean, you can see them moving up northeast.
If you got an electric car,
you may get hit by some thunderstorms, but you should be safe there. Like anything that gets up to that far north, it shouldn't be rotating at all. So you should be good up in Manitowoc.
All right, this storm here in southern Missouri.
Oh, I can even see it on. It's even on the radar. Here it is. These storms are coming right at you. But you're out of the danger zone, though. These storms are going to be weak by the time they get up to you. They're getting out of the cold and hot air mixture.
That is currently tracking.
So Manitowoc should be in good shape
to
tonight.
The east towards Highway 19. This is fairly rural areas right now in Missouri. But long term, it's going to be going towards Centerville and Ellington. And Annapolis will also be in the track of this.
So when they make these SPC outlooks, they basically take a look at all the data they collect from the weather balloons. They set up hundreds of them like 3 times a day, and they get all the data. So like basically what the weather balloon data is up in Manitowoc's like you're good. Nothing bad's going to happen up there tonight, most likely. I mean, you'll probably get a thunderstorm, but
this is the type of storm here.
Probably not going to have to worry about any severe weather.
Capable of producing a strong or even long track tornado if it can stay discreet. So again, we need to watch this very closely as it continues to move east and east-northeast over the next several minutes.
Max looking at. I want to see the one he's looking at.
By the way, shout out to Douglas in Victoria for the Venmo donations. I appreciate that. Stay safe, by the way, in Indianapolis.
Also want to take a look at those storms down there in south
of
Illinois
as well for the $10 PayPal donation. Thank you, John, for becoming a member. Thank you, everybody, for super chatting as well. Sorry, I haven't really read a whole lot of these. Hey, Josh,
yeah, these are the really concerning storms, I think,
Steve
right now.
in Lafayette, Indiana. Stay safe over there. Unfortunately, we got a really significant line of storms heading right towards Lafayette right now. We do have we have cameras here, actually. I need to figure out where they are. I'm pretty sure Lafayette. Yeah, there is a camera in Lafayette that we need to pull up. We might go 3.
Looking at the ones further north. Looking at all these up here. I got to look at those.
But in Lafayette, in Indiana, there is going to be a live cam. So
that's in Indiana.
Okay. There. All right. We'll have that ready to go whenever the storm gets closer. But we're going to see significant damaging winds almost undoubtedly in Lafayette. Like if you're in Lafayette, be prepared for very high winds. I don't see us
talking about these
getting
storms
by
here.
in
The
Lafayette
big,
without seeing
huge line of
significant
storms.
damaging winds. Same thing for Attica. If you're in Fowler,
I can actually see the wind speed up in the air.
All these areas, like you need to be ready.
Yeah,
all right,
these are in the blue. See the blue down here on the radar
right now.
Or the measurements.
We found a lot of reports just over the last
like,
few minutes of
70 mile per hour.
winds.
This is like 60, 70
Even
mile
some
per hour winds
nickel-sized hail
here. All
reported in
blue.
Hoopeston, Illinois.
But yeah, keep in mind this is like way high up in the air. But generally,
winds there as well.
The ground may
label is
equal
on
to
this,
the
which
winds up
means
in
that
the
we
air.
could have damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. If you got a vacuum robot, if you got some robots in your house, you might want to charge those up as well. If you were planning on vacuuming today, might not be the day for it, but if you were planning on it, power could definitely go out. So be ready for that in Indiana.
No, in Manitowoc, you shouldn't see any tornadoes tonight in Manitowoc. It should be good. You're out of the severe threat area in Manitowoc, Wisconsin.
Counties, which is just to the northwest of
I didn't know if you didn't hear me before, but you should be good up there.
Winds. This is an observed risk.
You're out of the severe weather threat in Manitowoc.
There is rotation just south of the Chicago suburbs right now.
Crazy things can
Southeast
happen
of
in weather,
Joliet,
but I'm
little
pretty sure
mesocyclone
you're
developing
in
near
pretty good
Wilton.
shape up there.
Small area of convergence as well. That's going towards Monty, Park, Forest, and Chicago
I can go back up
Heights.
there real quick and show you again real quick.
But over the last few minutes, we've been at least noticing a little uptick in rotation. Just
These are the
outside of
storms that
Chicago
just, they're
suburbs
basically
here.
going north up past Chicago. Manawak's up here. They're kind of heading towards your
Jason
direction,
from
but they're
Super
just
Chat,
going to be
appreciate that.
thunderstorms.
What does it look like by 4 p.m.? I think by 4 p.m. we are going to have like 5 different tornadoes.
It's out of the severe weather
honestly
threat
think
area,
by 4
so
to 5
these
p.m.
storms
things
aren't
will
going to
really
be
start
rotating once they get up
ramp
to Manawak. They'll just be regular storms.
Still got a couple areas of rotation as well in western Indiana. And no tornado warnings as of right now, but plenty of different areas of rotation in both Illinois and Indiana. And there you go. We now have our start. All right, never mind. This is just an update. So we still have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Danville, Westville, and Georgetown for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
80-mile-per-hour
Back
damaging
over
winds.
in
Oh my
western.
gosh.
Oh, actually, no. Never mind. We do have a new warning. All right, so we now have a destructive severe
That's,
thunderstorm
look at
warning
that
for
at Perrysville.
Lafayette
That's not
Battleground
looking
in
good. That's
Attica.
spinning up right there.
That is for 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and this is observed, by the way.
Yeah, that's not
So
good.
80-mile-per-hour
We might have a
winds
brief
have been
touchdown there.
observed.
Perrysville, Cayuga, Illinois.
And this is currently moving towards Lafayette Battleground, State Route 26, and Interstate 65. Warren, Tippecanoe, and Fountain counties in Indiana. You are included.
That looks really bad. Woo! This is what the storm's going to do. Like, it's going to make small baby tornadoes, and by the time they warn it, it's already going to be over.
Looks like to a barn
and if it starts making tornadoes, they should just keep the whole thing warned all night, because it's going to be too late, you know? Like, they'll warn it, and the tornado will already be gone. They last like 30 seconds, and they just do a bunch of damage, and then they
show you the
disappear.
photo. I will show you guys.
And this might be a case of that right now, one of these QLCS tornadoes right here.
Also, another upgrade to a warning in Indiana. We now have a tornado possible label on this severe thunderstorm warning. Back up near Gary, Merrillville. We are starting to see an uptick of rotation.
So we're looking
around Chicago Heights,
Indiana, Illinois border right now.
just west of Interstate 65.
This storm is moving fast. Holy crap.
Our strongest area of rotation.
No joke, it's 80-mile-per-hour winds.
tornado.
Look how quick it's moving across the state.
We may have a tornado, or at least one dropping right now near Monty, Illinois.
I mean, it's covering good
This is,
good
tracking
ground
right now
every
towards
single
Chicago
scan.
Heights. We have a tight couplet on radar. We have another little area as well, just west of Piotone.
I mean, if you're looking at the track, you kind of see the line that
moving towards
the
Interstate
weather
57.
center put here. That's kind of like the direction it's going in, I believe. Yeah, see how it's kind of going northeast. So if we take a look at a line and you draw a line from all the way up here, this might even go north of Ohio, but we'll see.
But again, just south of Chicago, you have a couple of developing. We actually might get a tornado warning on this. We'll see. That's definitely a tighter couplet. It's not necessarily a confirmed tornado right now, but it could drop in the next couple of minutes.
I was looking at.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, well, we now have a tornado warning. This is not the storm we were talking about. For those in Covington, Vedersburg, and Attica in western Indiana. Brand new tornado warning.
Indiana.
Near Interstate 74. Again, seek shelter, get away from windows.
A tornado warning hasn't popped in.
Lowest floor possible. Get into an interior room of your home or building. And this is a tornado warning. I can't even see the rotation on radar. It's actually crazy. All right, there we go. It's a little bit clearer now.
I connected the same one.
That's developing is near Perrysville and Coal Creek.
Now it showed up on this one.
Approaching Interstate 74 in Covington.
Oh, that's the one I was talking about. They just warned it. Like I said, see? I think the tornado already happened and now they warned it, but it's... Let me take a look at a 3D view of this storm.
Apparently there is a camera here. So
kind of see what it looks like.
In a second. It looks very messy, though, right now on I-74. If you are a truck driver,
that's a whole big storm.
I'm
taking a look at the 3D view of it cut out right
get
now.
Off the road or something before these storms approach.
Unfortunately,
this is a major risk of damaging winds. Again,
it's not that big though. It's only going like 30,000 feet high.
Strong meso scale convective system and potentially even a derecho.
Anything
that is currently happening in Indiana. This is a numerous to widespread area of damaging winds that is occurring right now from Chicago back to Terre Haute. And we've had damaging winds already.
So that's our Perryville storm right there.
In fact, we now have an 85-mile-per-hour wind gust.
So if
That
there
has
was a
been
tornado
reported in
there, that's where it
Hoopstown,
was. You
Illinois.
can see how it's rotating all the way up into the storm.
But it's unofficial nearby report of a 105 mile per hour wind gust. Holy cow.
It looks like this one over there can be rotating too.
That
back
is
there.
crazy.
Yeah, that's right where the rotation was.
That is not even from a tornado, by the way. That is just from wind.
Oh man, I can't believe 80. Let me see if I'll turn on my I can turn on the wind reports on this radar. Here they are. So, oh, my cursor's overpowering it.
This is a live
70
shot
mile per
in
hour winds
Covington,
reported
Indiana.
in
This is
Vermilion,
inside the tornado
Illinois.
warning.
85 mile per hour winds reported
So
in
it's,
Vermilion.
the visibility is very low. This is
Holy
really
moly.
where we have a really heavy band of rain currently
These are all the
moving
warnings
through.
we had here. 70 miles per hour, 63, 55, 50, 54. 0.75-inch hail. And we're not seeing a whole lot of hail, though, right now. Yeah, Manawak's good, Hallie. You should be
Winds
fine
are
in
somewhat lighter. I think this
Manawak.
is going to be on the west side.
You're
where our storm
completely out of
rotation
the
is.
threat tonight.
But there are a lot of people on the roadway. I mean, there's an impressive amount of people.
You
out
have
on the
storms
roadway-
heading
on the
to
roadway right
Manawak,
now.
but they're
It's
not in the
necessarily what
threat.
you
They're
wanna
just going to
see.
be regular thunderstorms. That's it.
We got a few other cameras coming up as well.
I'll even take another look at him for you. Let's see what it looks like up there now. I mean,
This
I
is
have
back up near
I have pretty bad
Chicago.
storm anxiety
Again,
myself.
we don't
so.
currently have a tornado warning on this activity, but we do have multiple.
So these are
areas
storms
of
that are heading
rotation.
north towards
I can
Manawak
see
right
three
here.
on radar right now. We got 3 different areas of rotation just south of Chicago, east of Joliet, approaching Chicago Heights, Park Forest, Monty, eventually heading towards Gary, Indiana.
I mean, you could stick around. I mean, we'll wait and
Rotation
see what
is
happens
picking
when they
up
get
on
up
this
there. But
cluster
they're
of storms.
out of
Let's hope
the
that this does
severe
not
threat, so
intensify.
they shouldn't be rotating at all. It's just going to be all cold weather up north further.
So hopefully, if anything,
So the
intensifies,
storm's
it
just going
happens
to
over
turn
the
back to a
lakes
normal
instead
side.
of, over land here. But there is a chance for a tornado or two before this goes into the Great Lakes as it tracks northeast. Again, approaching Gary, Hammond, Chicago Heights, and Chicago over the next several minutes. And I have just updated the warning for Chicago. It is still
warned,
a
though.
tornado
Look at that.
possible
Wow.
label, in addition to
that's
damaging
still
winds up to
rotating
60
big
miles
time.
per hour being possible.
That storm's still going. Look at that. Yeah.
Back
That's
over to
pretty-
the tornado warning.
Redrop it all there.
This is in
Yeah,
western
it's
Indiana
not that I
right
can
now.
tell.
Again,
There's
our
too
main
much
area of
interference
rotation
with
is just south of
all
Covington,
these
approaching
storms.
Petersburg. Attica will be in the track of this. In the long term, if this is still tornadic, it could go in the direction of Lafayette. So if you're in Lafayette, be weather aware. At this point, if you are in Lafayette, you should be treating this as if you are in a tornado warning, because we do have a significant risk for damaging winds right now heading towards your area. As a reminder, we've
people
had
need to watch
observed
out,
winds as
that's
high
for
as
sure.
100 miles per hour out of this line already.
No
near
problem,
Hoopstown,
Hallie. Thanks for
Illinois.
stopping
And this is
in.
now crossed into Indiana.
If you guys
And
want to
these will be
sub, you
approaching
can. I've been making
Lafayette
tornado
battleground,
videos
where
for
we've got
years now,
trees
but
falling
this is
down,
my third time
power
ever
lines could
streaming,
come
and
down.
I'm
It's
trying to
gonna
help
get
people
pretty messy, I think,
individually.
here in
'Cause
Indiana just over the next hour.
I'm gonna mute him
Huge
for a
line
second.
of
But
thunderstorms right now approaching.
there's there's really big streamers like Max Velocity and Ryan Hall, and they get like hundreds of thousands of people on their channel, and they just if they're concerned about their area, they can't ask them. They can't help every single person when there's 30,000 people there. So I just want to try to help individual people here. If they got storm anxiety like I do, I can take a look at your area for you.
They have just upgraded the warning as well. For Warren, Vermilion, Fountain, and Park counties in Indiana, this is now a destructive.
I am not a professional meteorologist, but I mean, I can see a tornado. I have a very good eye for spotting tornadoes. I've been doing it for years. See, I spotted out this Perrysville one before they even warned it. So, like, I enjoy doing this. I like looking for these tornadoes.
And Kingman.
And yeah, like this thing, it's still going. Like it's still acting up.
Destructive severe thunderstorm warnings in Indiana, and then the one in Illinois, which
try to see where it's heading now.
Area.
I think it's going northeast.
Yeah, this is again a significant risk right now.
Yeah, it's still moving northeast, heading towards Petersburg. It looks like. So Petersburg needs to take shelter for sure. Let me pull that up on the map, see how big it is. Petersburg, Indiana. Oh yeah, that's a pretty big
All right, we
town.
just got
Yeah,
a
these
couple
guys
new
need to take cover for
warnings,
sure.
or a couple updates to warnings.
So that storm's heading right towards Petersburg right now.
The
I mean, not only the
latest
chance
one-
of it being a quick spin up
we keep
tornado on
those
top of them,
updates.
like it's just really nasty winds
The
coming
latest
too.
one is going to be in Boone and Marion counties.
I need to
Let's-
check the
let's go
power
down to
outages too.
Arkansas
See what.
real quick. I
Oh,
wanna
here we
check
go.
back in on
Let's go
this
to
storm.
Indiana. See what we're looking at in
All right, so the
Indiana.
storm right
See
now
if
near
it's
Harrison
making
and
much of a
Diamond
mess
City.
yet.
Again, this is mainly a hail risk right now near Harrison.
Oh, it's
wow,
looking pretty
actually, look
good
at
so
this. We got
far
a
for the
scatter
power
spike.
outages.
We got a huge hail core right now near Harrison.
Looks like hardly anybody has
in
lost power,
Arkansas.
so that's
We
good.
could be
This is
talking
what
about
I want
hail
to
as
see. I
large
want
as the
this.
size
I want the
of
whole
that
state of
tornado
Indiana to
near
stay blue
Harrison and
tonight.
Berg-
That's my
or,
goal.
Bergman and Zink. We have a large scatter spike that is
Because
popping
if
up on
Indiana
radar.
stays
They have the
blue,
storm
Ohio's not
Berg
going to
and
get
North
hit by that
half-dollar-sized
nastiness, you
hail,
know?
But this is definitely larger than that. That is a big spike here. Big scatter spike on radar near Harrison.
Harrison.
Moving to the east-northeast, the Bull Shoals, Flippin and Gassville, and Mountain Home in northern Arkansas will be in the track.
Northern Arkansas. Let's take a look at that. Max says there's a big nasty storm down there.
In southern Missouri, the only storms that are really concerning right now are the two that are back over north of Somerville and southeast of Sherrill. This is tracking towards Iron Mountain Lake and Ironton with a little bit of hail and wind, a low-end tornado risk for now, and then we have plenty of storms firing up just south of St. Louis with some damaging winds.
Moving up. I'm using a weather program called GR2 Analyst, and I like that I actually connect to each individual radar.
In southern Illinois.
So I like pick where I want to go, so I'm trying to head up towards there.
Going towards
Yeah, those were those nasty hailers up there.
Centralia, Irvington, and Nashville. There's a little area of rotation there.
So I can kind of pick which radar gives me the best view of the storm.
Cells that have been firing off in Kentucky, Tennessee, southern Illinois, and southeastern Missouri, kind of away from our cold frontal boundary and as well as away from that line of storms in the Midwest. But none of these currently concerning, but if anything can start to scale up in size, we could
all
start
these
to
hailers are building up now. There's a big hail core in this one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning. Is that going to be our same one from earlier, I think?
We have now another tornado warning. This will be for Newton and Lake counties in Indiana.
Yeah,
and while all that's happening,
towards Petersburg and Covington.
New warnings as well.
Like regardless, like even Petersburg's going to get hit by this nasty rotation, but like
brand new tornado warning.
Covington's going to get hit by this nasty hail.
Shelby and Roselawn.
They both got it coming. They need to get safe.
Got a little hook on the cell right now, just south of Shelby.
That rotation's still looking pretty threatening.
Rotation's been slightly broader over the last few minutes, but we still have enough rotation to produce a tornado going towards Interstate 65.
Like our exact spot right there.
Hebron. Couts
I'm surprised it's continuing to spin nonstop. Like it's not
south of Gary.
Normally the rotation happens and it like flattens out and then comes back, but it looks like this one's just going to keep staying rotating nonstop.
Radar scan in the Chicago suburbs.
It's kind of a weird day for weather. I mean, it's just like a big, huge area of severe weather all over the place. Millions of people like in the threat area.
Still have a few areas of rotation just south of Chicago Heights. This is the latest velocity scan.
You guys just showed up. Any new people? If you are concerned about weather in your area, you can put your city and state in chat, and I can look it up for you. See what's coming in your direction tonight. Actually, I turned on all these wind reports on the radar now, so we can see what's getting, what kind of winds we're getting here from the storm. It looks like it's about 70 miles per hour. It's the pretty average rate of speed. I see sometimes 45, I see sometimes 80, 85. I mean, that could have been a downburst. That's why they said 85, but it looks like 70 is about the 60, 70 miles an hour is about the average wind speed of the storm.
And that could lead to a tornado risk near Waynestown. So they may
and we're looking at the Indiana-Illinois border right now.
Petersburg, going towards Newtown.
Looks like the storm is still heading northeast. Let me take a look here. Yep, it's just moving its way northeast.
Thank you, Maggie, for the 5 years of memberships. I appreciate that.
This storm's heading up to Michigan, it looks like.
Anything for Ohio?
Let me pull up the SBC outlook real quick again, see how far Michigan goes up into it tonight.
This line of storms is moving east-northeast at around 50 to 60 miles per hour, so it's very fast-moving.
Yeah, Michigan's somewhat in the threat tonight. They have 2% chance for tornadoes.
If you measure it out, it'll probably
so the green is a 2% chance for tornadoes, the red is a 5%, and the yellow is a 10%.
But we got about 130 miles to go until it's hitting the Ohio and Indiana border.
Oh, we got 2 different areas of warnings now.
So In this tornado
I'm
warning,
gonna take
I
a look
don't know
at
if
the
I've
other
ever
one
seen
on a
this.
different radar.
This tornado warning in western Indiana, tornado and destructive straight line winds in excess of 80 miles per hour.
We get a better look at this one from the
I'm
Chicago
not sure if I've
radar.
ever seen that in a warning before for a hazard for a tornado warning. Might be the first time I've ever seen
Oh, that's
that.
like the local
one near
airport
Attica.
radar. I want one that reaches further.
Also, we have now another flash
There we
flood
go. This should be
emergency
it.
in southern Mississippi. So a new flash flood emergency if you are
So we had a
in,
brief spin up here.
Hurley,
Oh yeah, we
if you're
definitely
in
Shelby.
Big Point, Harleston,
Roselawn.
or Three Rivers.
That's our
This
normalized
is a
rotation right
catastrophic
here. So we have a
situation.
little sharp
6
point
to
of
8
interest
inches
right
of
here.
rain have already fallen, and an additional amount of rain
There's our
between
velocity.
2 to 4 inches of rain.
Got the
is
green
going
and
to
the
be
reds.
possible.
You can see how it's rotating right there. Let me take a 3D view of this storm.
And a catastrophic situation in southern Mississippi. Tons of rain.
They
has
still
already
have
fallen
a
there just over the last few
catastrophic
hours.
situation with flash flooding down there in Jackson, Mississippi. That's crazy.
All right,
They
back
said
to
the roads are
Chicago
completely
suburbs.
covered
In
with
and
water
around
down there.
Chicago,
Nobody
we
can
still have
drive
a little
anywhere.
Area of rotation approaching Chicago Heights. Again, our main concern right now for Chicago will be damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. And there is a little area of rotation right now that's approaching Chicago Heights. We got new radar
The rotation's like right down here.
Sweep through here.
See how well it's connecting up to the storm.
And the latest scan is showing the rotation to be just a little bit broader.
Kind of see it right here.
Not nearly as strong, but still a little bit of rotation there.
Like it's kind of falling apart, but that's where it's coming down from.
And Hammond, just on the south side of Chicago Heights. We still have rotation near
It's our
Shelby.
best view of that
And even a
rotation in
hail
the
core now
storm.
developing near Shelby in northwest Indiana. This is heading towards Valparaiso and Couts over the next 15 to 25
This one is
minutes.
heading towards
So be ready for this. This will
Shelby.
eventually go towards LaPorte and South Bend. That's where this storm is currently
I'll turn
tracking.
off some of these severe
Our
weather
more
storm
intense
rate
line of
warnings because they're
thunderstorms is
taking
really
up so
centered
much
across
room.
western
Just leave the
Indiana.
tornado ones on.
Destructive damaging winds are currently approaching
And that's a
areas
nasty
like
hail core too.
Crawfordville, Waynestown, and Waveland. Currently tracking to the east-northeast. We still have an area of rotation as well near Interstate 74, approaching Hillsborough.
Manawak's
Waynestown,
not close.
and eventually going
Like, let me
towards
pull up
Linden.
the SBC outlook for you again.
Let's go back
Manawak's
over
all the way
southern
up here.
Illinois.
The warning ends are out here in northern Illinois. So yeah, you're out of the severe threat up in Manawak. Basically, what that's saying is there's nothing that can cause the tornadoes to, or the storms to spin to create tornadoes up in Manawak.
This is just east of St. Louis. There is still an area
And they'll have
of rotation,
another
near Lively,
weather balloon
Columbia,
update in
and
like
Interstate
4 hours.
64.
So we'll know if it
And I
gets
wouldn't be
any worse
surprised
in
if we got a
Manawak
tornado
at that
warning on this
point.
At some point. They have a tornado possible label now on this cell. There's also a relatively large hail core that is going towards Okaville.
Turn up Max for a little bit and listen to
Any
him.
cameras in this area? And if there's
Also-
any cameras near Centralia, let me know.
If you're interested in watching other storm chasers, you know, there's people that actually chase the storms. I have links to them in the description. And there's also other big weather streamers. I have them there too if you want to like pop them up on your big screen TV. I'm streaming directly to like phone apps right now, and these guys normally stream to PCs. So just let you know that, like, I'm listening to Max Velocity right now. He's a pretty popular weather streamer.
This will be in the track of it.
I've been a big fan of him for the last couple of years.
Double check. I don't know if we have the tornado watch from. I don't know why it's not on here. It just did not pop up on there. Okay, so our brand new tornado watch is going to be a little bit different. We can't look at the other graphic, but this is your new tornado watch. So this is going to be right along the mid-south, right along the Mississippi River Valley in southern Illinois, southwest Indiana,
And take a look at
Missouri,
Ohio,
northern and central
Kentucky, and
Arkansas,
Tennessee now.
western Tennessee. This goes until 11 o'clock Central Time. And here is your wording from the Storm Prediction Center. There
Little
is,
baby blip
again,
storms
these are the
forming around here
probabilities.
for
So we have
now.
a high likelihood of tornadoes,
So that's like
a
North
moderate
Tennessee.
likelihood of EF2 tornadoes.
like a
So keep
little
in
bit
mind
of
with the tornado
severe
outbreak that we had just a few days
Storms
ago,
forming here.
this particular event had a high risk of both. So keep that in mind. We're not necessarily at the level of what we
I
had
want
on
to keep
May
an eye
14th
on these.
or even May 15th.
This
But
isn't our major
nonetheless,
threat
this is
area
still
here.
a significant event that is expected this afternoon. In addition to that, our wind risk is high in terms of our likelihood of seeing damaging winds. It's
This is
high,
down in
and then
Tennessee.
severe hail is on a moderate scale. A few tornadoes are likely in this region, with a couple of intense tornadoes possible. Widespread
Still
damaging
seems
winds
pretty
up to
mild in
70
the
miles
Ohio
per
Valley
hour
right
is
now,
likely,
thankfully.
and then scattered large hail, and even some
Everything
very
just
large
seems
hail
to
up
be
to
near
3 inches
Indiana
in
and
diameter
Illinois right now.
is
South
likely.
of that.
So again, that is anywhere here along the Mississippi River Valley, including southern Illinois and southwestern Indiana.
Bedford, Kentucky.
We have a slew of severe weather right
What's
now.
going
We have
on,
a
buddy,
bunch of
from
discrete
Finland?
cells that are popping up across southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, and northern Arkansas. And we also have a bunch of storms in western
Only
Illinois that
tornado
currently
warnings are in
ongoing, with
Indiana
a
right
line
now.
of
There's no
thunderstorms that's
warnings
producing,
anywhere
even at
else.
times, destructive severe weather.
Let me go back to that
So
radar.
this is a pretty significant threat right now that is moving.
So this is up north, like
across
this whole
Indiana
big storm. I'm actually
and northeastern
looking at this
parts
giant storm
of
from 2 radars because
Illinois.
it's so big. It stretches
All right, we
like
got severe weather right now moving right into Chicago over the
probably
next
like
few
what,
minutes
300 miles
near Hammond and Chicago
through
Heights.
Indiana, Illinois, up here to here. Like I use this radar here to see the bottom, and I use the other radar to see the top.
Significant risk for
It's
damaging
that
winds
big.
right now approaching Chicago, Hammond, and Gary. Damaging winds
Right
around
now,
70
the
miles per
tornado
hour,
threats
and
are
there's also
here
a
near
tornado
Shelby,
possible label
and a
on
big
this
hail,
activity.
big
Moving
hail
towards
core,
Interstate
and then the other one. I'll take a look at
9094.
this southern part of the storm.
The
down
rotation
here.
again has been broader over the last few minutes. We still have a little bit of rotation over Chicago Heights. If this is able to produce a tornado, it would be probably occurring further up to the north and east near Hammond and Gary. So Hammond and Gary, again, stay weather aware. We still have a tornado warning in effect for Shelby, west of Hebron in northwest Indiana for a few more
Are you
minutes.
concerned about
continue to stay in your
Bedford,
safe
Kentucky,
place.
Camden?
Even if you don't get a tornado, we're still talking about scattered damaging winds in addition to the potential for some large hail as well as that continues to move northeast.
The red lines are the outlines of the severe thunderstorm warnings.
And tornado warning still does continue near Hillsborough, Newtown, just south of Odell for another
So
17
Bedford
minutes. In addition
is
to that,
inside
we still
this
have a
yellow-red
destructive
circle, which it
severe
has to be
thunderstorm warning
because that
in
pretty much
effect
covers
west
all
of
Kentucky. Yes,
Crawfordsville. Again,
we're
a very
probably going to
intense
see
line of
severe
storms
weather
will
in
be moving towards
Bedford tonight.
Indianapolis and Noblesville.
It's
over the
just
next
going
30
to
minutes to an
be a
hour.
little later. Like I'm here in Ohio near Cincinnati. It's supposed to start to get bad up here around 6 o'clock.
And this is what it
So we
looks
got a
like
little time still.
currently
It's only 3:45 here.
in
So
Lafayette.
probably in like the next hour or two, it's going to
Okay,
start to get
well,
worse in these areas.
We did have a view of something other than a train a second ago. I'll go back to that in a moment. It is a virtual rail fan, so it is actually
Right now,
looking at
our
trains, but
only
it did have a
tornado
view of the
threats
storm
are just
approaching, in Lafayette,
These 2
Indiana,
areas
which
of
is
this
right
giant
here.
storm in Illinois, Indiana. It looks like it's
All right,
completely
here
in
is
Indiana
the
now.
view now. It just zoomed back out. So
Yeah,
this
so
is the
these
view
red
right now,
lines are
Lafayette,
the
Indiana,
severe
where we do have
thunderstorm
damaging
warnings
winds as
given
high
by
as 70
the
to 80
National
miles
Weather
per hour
Service.
that will be moving in.
So I can turn them off so you can kind of see the areas
on the
better.
right side of your screen. That
The
right
purple
there is
lines are the
storm.
tornado warnings.
Again, there's a
These
train
purple
going by right now,
octagons
so
is
the
where the actual
camera is
tornado
more
warnings are.
focused on the train. But we'll definitely have this camera up as the storm approaches.
So a while back, this one had some tornado
Probably go to our
threats a while
3cam
back.
view here.
I can kind of show you too if you guys want to understand how it works a little better. So right here, the bottom one, you can focus on this. This is my base velocity radar, and it shows us rotation.
It
And
is a
these
slow
are the
train.
scales,
It
like
might be
going
for a
one
reason,
way. So
too.
you got
I'm not sure what the train.
the green is the miles per
criteria
hour,
is
the
for
wind
slowing
going
down
one
with
way,
severe
and the
weather,
red
but that
is the
might
miles
be
per
why.
hour.
Might be
Well,
because we
knots
have
actually,
severe
which is
weather,
close to miles
in the
per hour
vicinity.
going
We
that
have
way.
a
So when you see
significant
you got
wind
like
threat
a
that's
green
moving
and
for
red
Lafayette
close
over the
together,
next few minutes.
that means the storm's moving this way and this way. And that's how you see we got a lot of rotation in that area. That's why this one's tornado warned.
We have another.
Because the storm's rotating really
There's a
well.
bunch of different cameras. I need to turn off the alerts. These need to be off. There's actually
Looks like the
a bunch
warning's
different
kind
cameras
of
in the wind
outside the
threat right now.
rotation right now, but
We're gonna
that's
go full
where
screen
our
of this. This is
main
currently
rotation is. And then
in
also I can take a
Lafayette,
look at a 3D
Indiana.
view of this.
This is in the
You
downtown
can
area
actually
of
see what it looks
Lafayette,
like up in the
and the
storm.
wind is now beginning to pick up. So this is right where we have a potential for destructive winds as high as 80 miles per hour. So the wind is quickly picking up. You can see the poles shaking as well.
Adjust the settings on this to kind of see where the rotation's coming from.
Shout out to Rose with the generous super
So
chat.
mixed up
A
right
new
now, but it
tornado
looks like
warning
most of the
has been
rotation's
issued.
coming down to here.
It's
but
automatic. It's there's nobody. I don't
it's
think
just
there's
kind of
anybody
really
controlling that
sloppy and
camera.
broad rotation at the moment.
This gives you an idea of right now what we're seeing, at least in Lafayette, Indiana. We might have already missed the highest of the winds, but the winds are still relatively strong right now.
I'll turn the wind.
The warning, I'm pretty sure, for Lafayette was
wind
downgraded to
data on
60
this
mile
one,
per hour
too.
damaging winds.
So the wind reports are further back. The storm's moving
But
so fast, so
nonetheless,
we're
it
getting
is
about
still
70,
a significant
70
risk.
mile per
We'll
hour
have some
winds
trees
here.
and
Somebody
power lines
reported
down
85.
in the area.
You see how fast the storm's moving. It's covering ground really fast.
Also, a little update: the flash
we got
flood
30 seconds
emergency
between
that is
each
in
of these
place
stands,
for
so
Jackson County,
it's moving
Mississippi,
quick.
has been extended. 5 to 7 inches of rain has already fallen, and 2 to 3 inches of rain is possible over the next few
But yeah,
hours.
for the most part, I'm going to be focusing mainly on anybody that's concerned about their area, or if we see a tornado, I'm going to be looking at that closely.
Right there in Lafayette.
Any
There are a
storms
few
that
other
look
cameras
really
here.
threatening. But generally,
It's
big
already kind of
storms like
puddling on the
this, they
roadways,
don't
too, on the
usually
southwest side of
have
Lafayette.
long
Heavy
track
rainfall in a short amount
tornadoes.
of
It's
time.
usually just brief spin up ones that happen just for a few seconds, and by the time they warn them, they already happened, and people don't get the warning on time. So that's usually what happens with these big long storms like this. So yeah, like pretty much anybody that's going to get hit by this storm, you just don't want to be standing outside when it's coming at you, because it's going to be really nasty 70-mile-per-hour winds and a possible chance of a brief tornado to come near your area.
We're currently dealing with a widespread swath of damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. That is approaching Crawfordsville.
Take a look at the northern part of the storm too. It's just so big. I'm using 2 different radars for it.
Same thing with Lafayette, Wolcott, Monticello, Logansport. Really, if you're in any severe thunderstorm warning right now in Indiana, I would be staying away from windows. We're still talking about numerous to widespread damaging winds.
We still have this one tornado warning.
Stretching from Chicago.
As you can see, this is mostly red. We got a couple little blips of the lighter color that could be possible areas of rotation.
That is currently ongoing.
But it's not really like giant, noticeable prominent rotation right here. This one makes it easier. This is the NROT normalized rotation. It makes it a lot easier to see the rotation. As you see, we do have some rotation here.
Approaching Interstate 64.
It's similar to the other radar, the base velocity. It just makes it real easy to see the areas of rotation without all the colors all over the screen. So,
60-mile-per-hour winds, but there is rotation.
This storm's still rotating. It's just really broad.
And if it's able to organize,
this one's heading up towards
tornado with that.
Hebron and Valparaiso. I don't know how to say that.
Valparaiso, Indiana. And if you're in St. Louis, we even have hailstorms moving.
It looks like the storm is going to be heading to Michigan and might clip part of northern Ohio.
Right now, moving through the St. Louis area.
It's going so fast.
I'm going to check and see if we do any live shots of the St. Louis area. There's a ton of cameras in St. Louis. Oh, from what I'm seeing right now in St. Louis, there are gusty winds.
You want to see the part up near Manawak real quick?
But nothing.
I'm going to have to connect to this one.
As of right now.
It's too far, but let me connect up here and we can see where it's heading towards Manawak now.
It's actually what it looks like in St. Louis right now. On the Missouri dot camera,
don't have a lot of saved data.
Up. The wind is
seems like the storms are really slow down up here too.
Area of thunderstorms moving through St. Louis. Maybe a little bit of small hail mixing in there.
I mean, it's getting closer to Manawak, but yeah, like you have nothing to worry about.
Some puddling, some localized flooding.
We have no rotation at all in these storms.
And apparently, the Cardinals game was delayed in St. Louis.
See how it's all red, no green, nothing's rotating in these storms. So you're good up there. These storms are all mildly, they're getting very mild at this point. They left the area that's favorable for severe weather, so you're in good shape with these storms heading up towards Wisconsin. Well, they're in Wisconsin already, but towards Manawak.
Arkansas. Again, this one's been mainly producing hail and wind for a while.
It's just going to be like a normal rainstorm you normally have up there. I don't know how often it rains up in Manawak, but it rains all the time in Ohio.
So we're definitely going to have to keep a close eye on this. It's not necessarily a...
So far, today's been actually pretty good, I think, for how bad they predicted this severe weather.
Next hour or two as it continues to move east.
We check the power outages again.
And that is going to be for Shelby in Indiana, which at this point, the rotation has moved outside of the warning, so that tornado warning will probably
see, we got a little bit of power outages here in Benton County.
Outside of
so this part, I think this is where the tornado warning is too. Pretty high winds. We're about 380 people lost power in Benton, and this update's very fast, like every 5 minutes. Let's take a look at Illinois, see how bad it got there. So Illinois did lose quite a bit of power from the storm, so that's not good.
But there was some strong rotation.
You can see what those 70-mile-per-hour winds are doing. People are losing power.
Winds at least moving along Interstate 80 and 94, but also we have some rotation now developing on this. So a little area of rotation right along the interstate, approaching the west side.
It's moving so fast, like the power outage just showed up after the storm came by.
We don't currently have a tornado warning on this, but there is some rotation there. The worst of the wind is now moving through Chicago, or already has hit Chicago. It is now moving into Lake Michigan.
No, Hallie, it shouldn't be rotating at all up there.
Harbor, Shoreham, and as well as South Haven.
when they shoot the weather balloons up in the air, it basically adjusts, or it picks up the wind speed and the temperatures
Chicago
as the
as well,
weather
just be
balloon goes
mindful
up
with
in
all
the
the
air,
rain
and
that
then
we're
they
seeing
can
in a short
know.
amount of time.
They can
Would not
see all the
rule out
temperatures up in the air as
a
it,
little bit of
goes up in
localized
the
flooding in
atmosphere, and they
low-lying
can see
areas.
if it's possible for the weather to turn a storm
When do you expect to
sideways.
see storms in Cape
So,
Girardeau? Asks
the fact that you're
Trevor with
completely
the
out of it, you
super
have
chat.
nothing to
I think
worry
Cape
about.
Girardeau is going to see storms right around 4 to 6 o'clock would probably be the main time frame. But keep in mind, we could see storms anywhere from now up until about
It's
8 or 9
crazy how many weather balloons they send up
until
every
the
day. Let me
frontal
Google that
boundary
real
moves
quick.
through.
I'm curious. I think it's like 400 weather balloons. Oh man, I actually watched a
Definitely
YouTube
have a big
video
wind
on it.
threat right now moving through Crawfordsville in Indiana. There is a camera in Crawfordsville that we will try to pick up.
Man, if I show you like
Is
a weather
Crawfordsville in the
balloon
program?
data,
No.
you'd be like, "Oh my
Maybe.
goodness, that looks crazy."
I'll just show it on here.
Okay, so National Weather
We'll be in
Service
downtown
launches a
camera-
weather
camera
balloon twice a
Crawfordsville
day
coming
from
up here pretty
100
soon.
sites across the
Storm
United
Intermedia
States.
is currently approaching
Around 92 launches
a
daily.
storm in
So yeah,
northern
those weather balloons
Arkansas.
are how they
I think
basically
he
see
just
what,
lost connection, so we'll
that's
wait
how
on
they
him.
predict all
This
this
is what it
weather.
looks like right now in Lafayette in Indiana. Again, damaging winds up to 60, 70 miles per hour currently rolling through Lafayette. The winds, I think the strongest of the winds have already come through probably, but there are still some gusty winds and plenty
The storm's
of rain
moving
falling
so
here.
fast,
The
all the
train
wind
has come
reports
to
are
a
so
complete
far
stop,
behind it.
more than likely because of the wind threat that is moving through western Indiana.
And yet, anybody
Going
from
back to
Ohio
live
in chat?
radar, I do have another update back over in Illinois.
Any fellow Ohioans?
This is back over near Dix and Kell. There is a little bit of rotation developing on this cell now near Dix and Kell. It's moving towards Luca, Flora, and Louisville.
A new tornado
What?
warning has been
Got a
issued.
new tornado warning.
Okay,
It's gonna
excuse
be
me. We have a tornado warning in Florida
Florida,
for Miami-Dade County.
Miami-Dade
Is it this right
County.
here?
Hey, my family.
We have a tornado. We have a tornado warning in Miami-Dade County.
What's going on here? Florida.
In Florida. I don't think there was. I don't even think there was a tornado risk here.
Oh my goodness, it's way down there. It's not on Miami.
Hasn't popped up yet, but Miami-Dade County. Yeah, you're in a tornado warning. I think it's gonna be this storm here. We also got one near Miami that looks interesting. But there's your tornado warning for
Wow.
Sucky, near.
Never seen a tornado warning this south of Florida before.
Hammock, Seminole Village.
That is interesting.
So seek shelter. Again, if you're in this warning,
This is all the
a,
way down in
almost a
Florida.
tornado.
I gotta
It's not
see a
even
3D
moving.
view of this just because it's
If
in
we get
Florida.
a tornado, it's gonna not be moving. It's barely moving to the south right now. Right along Highway 41.
That's a big unit, though.
So,
That's a big storm.
Florida, you are in a tornado warning. All right, we now have a tornado warning.
Almost
This
want to
one's a bit more
record this.
concerning. Back over in
A new
Washington
tornado
County in
warning
Illinois.
has been issued.
That is not Washington County. All right, back
There
down
it
here.
is.
So near Interstate 64, near Nashville, Irvington, just southwest
Reaching
of
down.
Centralia, you are now included in a brand new tornado warning near Plum Hill, Covington, moving east-northeast. It's also near Nashville and Bucoup.
That's in Miami,
just north of
Florida. That is
Ashley.
insane.
Strongest
Never
area
thought
of
I'd see
rotation
a
right now is
tornado
over
in
near
Miami,
Plum Hill.
Florida.
Again, Centralia, be ready for this. You're not in the tornado warning right now, but be ready for the potential for a tornado as this
Wait a minute,
continues to move east.
this is like all country right here in this part too, I think. It's like swamp.
Definitely a
No
dangerous
houses or
storm right now
anything
that is
there, I don't
tracking
think.
to the east northeast in central.
That's
sorry, not
unreal.
central, southern Illinois.
Well, let's go back to the severe weather. I mean, technically this is severe weather, but nobody lives out here, so I don't think it's an issue at all. Well, you could. I'm looking at the radar here in the background. This
We're
is
also
like
watching
pure
a storm
swampland
north
out
of
here.
Mount Vernon.
It's not a
as that one
single
was rotating
civilized
as
place
well.
out here.
Again, this one may become tornadic at some point down the road as it moves towards
Close to
Florida and
civilization's
Noble.
way down here.
So we'll need to keep a close eye on that. But now we're up to 3 tornado warnings. We're up to
Interesting.
22 severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, we are on pace right now for a full-blown severe weather outbreak and potentially even a
All right,
tornado
I want to go
outbreak
back
here
up
today
Let's go to Missouri.
across the Mississippi River Valley. We got a bunch of storms right now firing off in northern Arkansas as we speak. A lot of these are hailstorms, but we are still monitoring an uptick in the tornado potential as these storms continue to mature and move east.
It's a bit
Cherokee
concerning.
Village, Mountain Home, be ready for the threat of hail and damaging winds.
Nashville, Indiana, though, not Tennessee. The storm's looking a little concerning right here.
We got warnings everywhere right now across
It's warned.
Indiana.
It's tornado
warnings
warned
are just
right now.
firing up everywhere. We just got a new one for a huge area. Before we do that, this is what
So
it
this
looks
is
like right now.
southern
in Crawfordsville,
Illinois.
Indiana. We just had strong damaging winds.
Nashville,
going through here. I think we missed
Illinois.
it again, but we just had damaging winds around 60
Pretty nasty
to 70
looking
miles per
rotation
hour
and a
move
huge
through the
hail
downtown
core
area
right
of
here.
Crawfordsville. Roadways are wet.
Take a look
Again,
at a
there's gonna be
3D view of this
potential for
storm.
some minor flooding, especially in low-lying areas. But again, I think the worst of the wind literally just moved through there. I think we just missed it. We do have a new warning for Logansport, Plymouth.
This storm looks
Peru,
more concerning than the
in
others
north
because this
central
could be a
Indiana
long
for
track
70 mile per hour
tornadic storm
damaging
right here
winds.
because
There's
it's
also
a singled out
potential
supercell
even for
by
an isolated
itself.
tornado out of this activity.
So as long as the storm stays by itself, it can produce
We have
tornadic
another
weather for a long
mesoscale
time. So
discussion that has just
we'll
come
keep
in.
an eye on this one for sure.
Okay, we got a lot of stuff going on. So first off, we have a new mesoscale discussion for Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana. An organized line of fast-moving storms moving northeast. A watch will be needed by 21Z, which is in about an hour from now. Damaging winds will be the primary threat, but still an isolated tornado cannot be ruled out. If you are in central or southern Michigan, or in northwest Ohio, or a very small sliver there of northeastern
Definitely
Indiana.
keep an eye on this one for now. Here in Nashville, Illinois.
Okay, back to Florida. I can't believe I'm saying this, but back to southern Florida.
It's just a storm in the middle of nowhere in Florida.
Had one.
I don't know how new the storm was. I mean, there's always thunderstorms in Florida all day long in Florida.
That may have just been a tornado there.
But I'm not even going to bother looking
really
at it
think
because
anything
there's
here.
literally
I'm pretty
no
sure this is just
people.
completely rural
It's
areas
just
here in
pure
Florida,
swamp.
in Miami-Dade County.
The alligators don't watch the weather, so I'm not worried about
we
them.
may have just had a tornado on that storm. And the one coming into Miami right now, this is mostly lightning and some gusty winds, but there's some...
Max is looking at it, though.
Have to watch for a tornado risk there near the coastline.
But if that storm moves towards, civilized area, then I'll worry about it. But I'm more concerned about these storms that are actually in the severe threat area. But it's funny, though, that there's a tornado in the middle of nowhere.
Up right now near Nashville in Illinois. Right along Interstate 64, rotation is quickly intensifying.
This is the most concerning one.
Again, this is approaching Irvington and just south of Centralia. Over the
purple
next
is
few minutes.
radar interference right here. This is bad.
Rotation is intensifying.
So you
We
see
got
that
big
purple?
hail
It's
core as
basically
well
screwing up
on
all the
north side
radar data.
of Interstate 64.
You don't want to see that
Above-sized
purple
hail
at
will be
all.
possible as it moves east-northeast.
I don't know if I can get a better look at this
is
storm.
increasing though right now, especially on this storm.
Oh, the interference is gone. That's good.
Wow. This is from Ben Williams in West Plains, Missouri. Heck of a structure here. Look at that. We have a tilted updraft and everything, too. In West Plains, Missouri.
West Plains, Missouri. Got a
It is
picture.
quite the structure. Mountain View. I think that's probably the one he was looking at near Mountain View.
Still here. You want me to take a look at the storm
Actually,
coming
I gotta
towards
see if
you
Ben
now?
Williams is alive. So he is chasing. We're
We
stay
go
here for
back
just
up
a
to
moment.
my
I gotta see
Chicago
if he
radar.
is live. I might have him up full cam. If he is, he is not live yet.
Yeah, see, they're taking forever to get the Manawak, but there's absolutely no rotation going on
Keep a
here, so you're
close eye on
completely
him.
fine. I mean, the storm's hardly even
This is what it
moving
looks
over
like
here.
right now in Chesterton,
It's moving a little bit.
in Indiana. This is actually where we have an intense line of thunderstorms approaching. This is near Gary, for reference. A significant damaging wind risk right now approaching South Bend, Indiana, New Buffalo Township, Michigan City. LaPorte is also in the path of this, near Valparaiso.
You don't even have any wind reports
Very
up here.
ominous skies right now, with a line of thunderstorms approaching.
It's so mild, people aren't even reporting the
This is in
wind.
Chesterton, in Indiana.
So that's good to know up there near Manawa.
And this entire line of thunderstorms right now is starting to bow out.
This is looking really good, to be honest.
And Michigan City with
all
a
these
significant
wind reports
risk for
are
damaging
under
winds.
70 miles
If you're
per
in
hour
Chicago,
now, so
you are
that's
no
really good to
longer in
hear.
any severe thunderstorm warnings. If you're back over in Benton Harbor or South Bend, be ready for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour as this storm continues to track to the northeast. And then
But
just
got a lot of
outside of
hail.
Indianapolis, we have an intense line of thunderstorms continuing to push east very quickly at around 50 to 60 miles per hour. And this is definitely still producing some significant wind. It's already produced a lot of damage.
We were talking about that
around
earlier.
Urbana, Danville, and Hoopston. We actually have a report now out of Danville, Illinois, from a little while ago of trees and power lines that were blown down. So it gives you an idea right now of the intensity of this line of thunderstorms that is moving across Indiana. And unfortunately, this is going to continue all the way into Ohio and into southern Michigan. So it's going to continue to be a long-tracked area of significant damaging winds, in addition to the potential for some embedded tornadoes inside of that line.
If we get lucky and it just doesn't form any more storms tonight, we just get no more bad weather,
in
right?
southern central Illinois. Strongest rotation is right along I-64. It's again tracking right now to the east-northeast. But please be in your safe place if you are in this warning. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible if you've not already. If you have any friends or family in this warning, feel free to share the stream with them, or at least get the word out there.
Oh man, yeah, there's lots of hail forming in this
heading in their direction. Keep in mind that Centralia is not in the tornado warning, which means that they might not even be, if you have a friend or family there, they might not be aware of this situation. So it's a good idea to at least make sure that they're aware
it's north of
that there is a severe storm heading in their direction with large hail and the potential for a tornado.
I think that's rotation. Looks like it. Yeah. Got a little bit of rotation now.
And we are still seeing some big hailstorms and wind events happening in southeastern Missouri. None of these really rotating quite yet, but we're keeping an eye on those. And so
red
far,
and green.
It
doesn't. If there's red and green, it doesn't mean there's a tornado specifically.
And also the potential.
It depends how tight the rotation is. See, like this is really spread out, so it's like really broad rotation.
Which is kind of that's
you want to see the red and green really close together and bright for like a tornado.
So as the low-level jet intensifies, we should end up seeing a much more.
See how these two are getting closer together.
Kind of waiting for that to happen.
That's when you know you're starting to get a tighter rotation.
Is today the main event?
But when it's it's like really broad, you got like the green
it's honestly
here,
going to be a continuous event. It's not really just today, but it's also going to be tomorrow. This event is going to continue over the span of about 48 hours.
But a lot of times you can't even
which we have one of the biggest enhanced.
You gotta be careful what you look at too. See, like right here, see we got a lot of the purple interference, so that can kind of ruin the data. Like our radar is right here, so all the purple from here to the area we're looking at, that means there's interference, so it could possibly, the data could be off in that area.
It also continues tomorrow. The East Coast, over 100 million people are included in a risk of severe weather tomorrow, stretching from New England to the Gulf Coast, where
generally hail causes interference, but
and even some tornadoes will be possible. This is the largest 10% non-hatch tornado risk that has ever been issued by the Storm Prediction Center, which is also for tomorrow. So a bunch of
you can see this big line of interference right here. See this big chunk of hailstorm here in Darlington. It's basically causing a line of debris to go all the way out on the radar, because all that hail is like basically, just blocking everything from the radar, seeing anything past. It's making it look like there's debris all the way throughout the rest of the scan. And that's just coming from that one hailstorm in Darlington.
This is just
and the one here now, Crawfordsville, there's some hail, but it's not nearly as bad. You can see it's like lighter debris.
We currently have a
But this
strong
is the
line of
correlation
thunderstorms
coefficient. This
currently
is how we see
moving into
debris.
Chesterton.
Or like if a tornado is picking up, you know, debris from the ground, we're able to see it with this scan.
Should see the wind really pick up here in the next couple of minutes. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. That'll be bottom middle.
There's no rotation on Manawa.
Dairy
I was
Queen
just there.
drive-through will be on the bottom right of your screen.
I'll go back to it real quick
It's,
for you, though.
Stormwater Media. Apparently they're getting some Dairy Queen right now. We have more damage reports coming out of Homer, Illinois. There are power outages being reported from high winds, and then in Charleston, Illinois,
I'm gonna know Manawa good
poles
tonight.
and lines
Or
that are
the
blown
rest of my
down
life.
just west of Charleston.
I've checked
So more
Manawa out a lot
damage reports
tonight.
are coming out of these storms. We are expecting again
Wait for the radar to
long day of
load.
severe weather. Be ready
Look how
for power
tiny these storms
outages.
are getting too. They're completely
Be ready
falling
for the
apart.
potential
They're almost
for
there
tornadoes
though.
as well.
Like it's all red, slipping solid.
Are you talking about Illinois or is that Indiana? PGA.
So this is way up in the air too. So we know like the storm's moving like 40 miles per hour in the air with the red. Basically, that's how fast it's traveling in the air.
I don't see anything there. Oh, this is something else.
Yeah, actually, let me go to this radar. This one might be better. This one's closer to Manawa.
There's nothing in Judson, Indiana. Unless I'm in the completely wrong zip code. Oh, over here. Oh, this is where Justin is. Okay, I see it now. All right,
Your saw
back
look
over near
all
North
green.
Judson and Knox going towards Kankakee. We actually have a strong area of rotation right over North Judson. So this is
A new
now been
tornado
I'll check
warning has
Manawa
been
for you
issued.
again here in a couple minutes. We got a new tornado warning.
So
Watch-
we now have a brand new tornado warning for Pulaski and Stark counties in Indiana, and I believe it's this storm that has a strong pretty tight couplet right now near North Judson. It's moving towards Knox and Grovertown. So if you are in this warning, you've got to get to your safe place, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, get into an interior room of your home
Who's
or
our new
building.
warning? Down
And
there?
Knox and North Judson, you are now included in this tornado warning. We actually have 2 areas of rotation. We got one on the
No,
northwest
it's
side
fine,
of North
Haley. I've been
Judson,
enjoying you keeping
and
me
another
company.
one near State Route 39. So 2 different areas of rotation. This is moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour.
Oh no, we got 3 tornado warnings now.
Make sure that you are in your safe place. If you have any friends or family here, make sure that they're aware of this as well as this storm continues to track northeast.
It's actually looking
All right,
pretty
we got a new
calm
radar
right now,
scan
I
coming
think.
in right
This is
now
this
in
is
this
good
cell.
news so far.
This is pretty concerning. The rotation's pretty strong. We got a strong area of convergence.
I gotta
on the
take a look at this new
velocities.
one though. He's looking at up
Yeah,
there.
we definitely could see a tornado at any time.
Indiana. Why is it not showing up for me yet?
This is as of 2 minutes ago on the velocities. Waiting for the next velocity scan to come in. But we have
Why
pretty
is my
strong
tornado
rotation over the
warning
north
not
side of
showing
North
up?
Judson. And then another circulation approaching Aldine. And then approaching the south side of Knox. No confirmed tornado as of right now. We don't have any debris signature.
My radar's not
Velocities are
giving me
still
that new
strong enough
tornado
for us
warning.
to see a tornado as this continues to track northeast. Keep in mind over the long term that this will be approaching Plymouth in the South Bend area. So be ready for that. Also, this is a live shot right now in Chesterton, Indiana, where we are expecting damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. So this is a little further off to the north. Also, this actually might be higher than that. Apparently, moments ago in Valparaiso, Indiana, there was
There it
a
is.
train spotter that reported 80 mile per
I gotta
hour
look at the other
winds.
radar though.
That's as of 9 minutes ago. And this segment of storms is moving right now into Chesterton.
Look at it from the
So
Chicago radar.
you might see some very high winds here over the next couple of
Ugh.
minutes.
So much interference
The
though.
wind is beginning to pick up.
This is the
quite a
one we've
bit
been watching for a while now.
in Chesterton. There's also a report of shingle damage in the Lake of the Four Seasons.
Try this
over
radar
in
now
Lake
since
of
it's
the
moving
Four
towards it.
Seasons in Indiana.
KIWX. I might get a better view. Oh yeah, this is much better.
Yeah, the wind is beginning to pick up right now. It doesn't, I mean, right now it does not look anything like 80 mile per hour winds. But
There you can kind of see the tight rotation here.
might pick up.
See how it's
maybe.
bright?
put
bright
up on right for
green, and
now.
then it dulls
We
out
do
and
have a new
kind of
update that we are
starts to go
expecting
to the red.
supercell development over the next few
You
hours.
see how it's rotating
in
around?
North Texas and southwestern Arkansas.
That was from a few scans back.
And also southeastern Oklahoma. So be ready for some large to very large hail, some damaging winds, and a low tornado risk. Keep in mind that the hailstone size could be as high as the size of baseballs, and maybe even up to the size of apples. This includes the Dallas-Fort Worth area, back to the Texarkana region as well. Oh, the winds are picking up. Yeah, winds are really ramping up now. You can't even see anymore. Okay, this is probably at least 60-mile-per-hour winds. Might be even higher than that. So this is in Chesterton. The winds have definitely picked up. Got a couple good surges of wind there.
Max looking at Chesterton. I
There
can't
were a
really
couple
see the winds
reports
blowing
just a
that
few
hard,
minutes ago
though.
of upwards of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts near Valparaiso, which is just south of Chesterton. Visibility is very low.
Trees
You
are
can
so
barely
far
see
in the
tree line at
background, I
this
can
point.
hardly see them.
becoming
And
a
the
little bit more
rain's
visible
covering
now.
the camera.
So I think we just had a pretty good surge of wind. Maybe even a
Virtual
small
rail
microburst.
fan, Chesterton, Indiana.
But it does look like the wind is starting to clear up just a little bit now. So just had a small little surge of wind. It was like 10 seconds long. The tornado warning has been updated back over in Florida for Miami-Dade County. This is near Mycosukee, west of Miami. We've had a tornado warning here for the last few minutes. Again, really not impacting anybody since it's pretty much in the middle of nowhere. There's not even really any homes here, just trees for the most part. But rotation's pretty broad. I'm not really expecting much out of this. But we'll keep a close eye on it in case it does produce
Look
a
how
tornado.
far this has moved across. These storms
Near
already
Highway
moved almost
41.
halfway across Indiana in the last 30 minutes to now.
Guys, we got a ton of warnings.
Moving
I mean,
good.
this is a slew of warnings. So far, we're on track here for a very active afternoon and evening. We currently have 24 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we have 3 tornado warnings. Our main
Take a
tornado
look at the
warnings,
power
again,
outages real
are
quick,
in
see if it's
Indiana
gotten any
and
worse.
as well as southern Illinois.
I really like
We have a
using the
slew of
power
severe
outages
weather
as a
happening.
tool
We
to
got a
see
bunch
how
of
bad the storms
hailstorms
are.
along the Arkansas and Missouri border. Just south of St. Louis, we have the same thing right now. A bunch of hail and wind events.
It's like quite a
and
few people
increasing
did
tornado
lose
risk
some
right now
power,
in
though, in
southern
Illinois. They
And
refresh
then
it.
in northern and western Indiana, a line of thunderstorms, a mesoscale convective system, is currently pushing across Indiana and
Yeah, it's
Michigan.
doing some work
with
on
numerous
Indiana,
to
so you can
widespread
see that
damaging
storm's
winds, and
actually
even
taking
at
out some
times,
power.
there will be
Those
some
nasty
tornadoes.
winds.
So we are keeping a close eye on a lot of different activity right now.
700 or
Let's go back to
1,300
the,
people without
tornado warning
power
here
in
near
Fountain
North
County.
Judson.
750 people in Warren.
And
400
we still
people
have
in
a
Benton.
tight area of rotation near Adeline, approaching the south side of Knox. This will be approaching Hamlet, Grovertown, and Plymouth over the next several minutes. Got a new radar scan coming in now. We'll see what it looks like.
Still feel like it's pretty mild, though. That's good, you know. That's not, I mean, that's a lot of people are losing power, but it's not like a lot. It's not like in the thousands, so I feel like this storm's a little weaker than what was predicted, so that's kind of good.
DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth, like anywhere north Texas, will be mainly a hail risk. But there could even
We'll
be
take a look around in
an isolated tornado or some damaging winds as well. But it'll be mainly
Ohio,
storms down there.
Kentucky, and Tennessee
not as
again real
much wind
quick, kind of
shear
see
in
what's going on
Texas.
out there.
For tornadoes.
See if any storms are forming.
This is
Looks
our
like
latest
pretty much all the
velocity scan.
storms
We
are
saw
right in
strong
here, though.
rotation south of Knox, and this is embedded in the line of thunderstorms. It will be approaching Highway 30 in Plymouth over the next several minutes as well.
All these storms still look pretty mild so far.
Just
It's
west
good.
of Indianapolis as of right now. We do have a bit, the line of storms that's right now approaching Indianapolis, it's still intense. I mean, we still have damaging winds right now around 60 to 70 miles per hour.
South
But it is
Ohio.
looking a little bit less
Little rainstorms.
organized. It's really not as organized as before.
Little
at least on the
rainstorms
segment
coming
that's
from
down
Indiana,
here,
too.
just south
That's
of
the big
Lafayette.
storm way
It
up
is
in
still very
there.
organized near Logansport.
Let's go down
What
here in
this
Tennessee.
basically means is that we're still going to see, I think, some damaging winds in and around Indianapolis. It just might not be as intense as what we've seen over the last couple of hours. But nonetheless, we've had still damage reports coming out of areas like Newmarket, Indiana. A tree was reported down there.
Got nothing
and
in
then
the
also
sky
over
in
in
Tennessee,
Waveland,
huh?
Indiana, trees were down in that area as well. And then just outside of
Mississippi,
Lafayette, we have 3
Arkansas.
trees that were blown down by a thunderstorm winds
everything.
measured at around 70
It's
miles
looking
per
pretty
hour
quiet in
by an
Ohio Valley
anemometer
still, so that's
in
good.
Lafayette, Indiana. So we are still seeing a significant line of thunderstorms, but it is a little bit less organized just to the north of Indianapolis. But again, that could change really at any time. But unfortunately, even if you are in Indianapolis and you might not be seeing the intense part of that line, there is a line of storms that is currently forming just off to your west. So even if you don't get the line that we're seeing right now, there's another one coming within the next couple of
Everything's
hours.
pretty much in Illinois and Indiana at the moment.
Also, the tornado warning for just outside of Centralia has been canceled, or has been let to expire, I believe. I think it just expired. But we still have a big hail core moving into Centralia in southern Illinois, and then damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour are possible. There's plenty of lightning on these storms as well as they continue to move east. Storm Intermedia has a pretty good view right now of a supercell.
You'd like to hear that.
This is currently in northern Arkansas, near Salem. Bottom right of your screen is the storm. We're starting to actually see a bit of organization on this, but very ominous skies right now.
Looking to skyrocket, as you'd appreciate hearing that.
Where's John? John is currently working, but he will be on. He'll be on here tonight. Hey, SOJ for the 9 months.
I'm sure it's right in his backyard. I don't know why.
G-Scared's doing well. Thank you, Garcia, for becoming a member. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat. I'm on I-65 southbound. Semis or underside blocking lanes of traffic 1 is at mile marker 196. Right, this is a very confusing message, but I'm guessing you're talking about how semis are parked underneath an underpass, which is definitely not what you want to see. As a reminder, do not park under.
If there's any new people in chat, you're concerned about an area, just list your state and city in the chat, and I can pull it up for you, kind of see what's coming in your direction
that you're not doing
this
that.
evening.
If you're on the roadway today, do your part in preventing that
Right
from happening.
now, looks like everything that's going on that's crazy right now is pretty much just in Illinois and Indiana and a little bit down in Missouri. But
damaging wind threat,
so far, it's been pretty mild. It's like 4 p.m. here Eastern.
So when you think about it, we got like the underpass or whatever.
Said the worst part's probably going to start around 6 p.m. So we're getting there in the next 2 hours.
Even if we have a hailstorm and a windstorm or a
Hopefully,
happening,
it stays like this and it doesn't get that bad. I'll be happy with this kind of weather all night
go
long.
somewhere else. Just avoid the storm if you can. You know, take the precautions ahead of time instead.
And also, I'm listening to Max Velocity in the background. I do have his stream linked in the description. Also have a bunch of other streamers, storm chasers and whatnot listed in there. If you're interested in seeing people actually chase the storms, you can click on their links and you can see the actual tornadoes if they're finding some. It's pretty rare for a chaser to actually find a tornado, but sometimes they do, and they get beautiful footage of it.
I don't think we've been doing too bad so far today. I think we've been doing pretty good. That is subject to everybody's opinion. I could literally.
I agree with Max.
Like the pronunciations, but I don't really feel like it.
Like our wind reports are pretty mild now compared to what they were, like 60 miles an hour, compared to like 70 and 80 before. We're seeing some at 50 miles per hour.
We're currently sitting at 17 severe thunderstorm
56
warnings
miles per hour
in
here
addition
in
to 2 tornado
Jasper,
warnings.
Indiana.
Again, we have a tornado warning currently in effect
64
in Miami,
in Porter,
Dade County,
Indiana.
in Florida, which is not in Miami. It's well to the west of it.
I actually got a 70-mile-per-hour report here in Tippecanoe, Indiana.
In Indiana, where the rotation has become a little bit broader here over the last couple of minutes. We still have a little area of rotation just south of Knox, south of Hamlet. That's moving towards Donaldson and Plymouth. So be ready if you're in Plymouth to stay away from windows. I would recommend, again, if you're anywhere in any of these severe thunderstorm
they still have this tornado warning, but it's like, it's kind of like if you're in this area, you just want to stay inside, because if a tornado does happen, it's going to be brief and quick and only for like 30 seconds. It's not going to stay going forever, but you just like, you want to be, if you're in this area, the storm here, like near Knox and
in events like this, it's possible. You might not know
Grovertown, you just want to make sure you're inside in case it does drop a tornado real quick. But like right at this second, it doesn't look like we're seeing any tornado threat from it, but it is warned because it's been known to actually cause some tornadoes as the storm's been passing along. Short, brief ones. I actually don't have how far it goes back because I switched radars. I was on further back here in KLX, but now I'm on this one.
Hayden?
As this heads through Indiana, it looks like we're actually north of Indianapolis. This whole storm's gonna miss Indianapolis, it looks like. So that's good for them.
Storm Media keeps going in and out.
Yeah. Let me check Manawak for you again. Hold on. Let me
maybe they're
let's see. Fort Wayne.
Media there.
Paducah. Take the Paducah, Kentucky one back up there again for you. This storm might almost be in Manawak now. Your little thunderstorm. It's gonna completely nope. I think it's gonna make it. Is it raining in Manawak yet? It's so close.
All right, we now have an upgrade on a severe thunderstorm warning. This could be for Marshall, Pulaski,
It's like
St.
the
Joseph,
closer
and
it gets to
Stark counties
Manawak,
in
the more it
Indiana.
falls apart.
This is the one that's
It looks
actually gonna be
like pure
heading
rain
into
shower to me at this
Michigan.
point.
That is for 70
Got a
mile per hour
little bit of
damage.
heavy
That means
rain there
this
in
is
the
an
middle.
observed threat. So a considerable damage threat right now approaching South Bend, Indiana, Benton Harbor.
But yeah, it should start raining in Manawak anytime now. Like, it's like so close.
This idea here is to be staying away from windows.
I mean, if you live on the edge of Manawak, it's probably already
lowest
raining.
floor possible, preferably, as this continues to move northeast.
We'll leave
Shout out
this
to
radar
JA,
on there for you
Morgan
now
with the
as we
super
see
chat.
it
Appreciate
actually
that.
go in. This big destructive rainstorm. I'm being silly. I'm just
Let's
being
go over to
silly. Don't take
Stormer
that
Media.
serious.
They're currently looking at an impressive supercell right now in northern Arkansas. This is a look at that right now. This is a storm that's currently producing
Manawak
quarter-sized
landfall
hail, 60
incoming.
mile per hour winds. It may become tornadic here soon. We'll see. They're kind of behind some trees. It's hard to see the actual structure. There might be a lowering back there, but we won't be able to see it from this angle.
And I'll pull up the SPC outlook again real quick because this is what scared the living daylights out of me seeing this. Yesterday, this morning, last night, and I watched okay, so this is the tornado threat. You know, I'm used to seeing tornado threats because it's tornado season. March, April is always tornado season in America. So it's pretty normal to have these tornado threats, you know. But when I saw this wind report or the
heads up if you are traveling,
the wind prediction, this scared the living daylights out of me because
I
don't know if it's something that's bad, but it's predicting 75 mile per hour winds here in the purple area.
Like Indiana,
you know,
southern Michigan, or even western
West Ohio,
be very
parts of
vigilant that there is
Tennessee,
a line of
Kentucky, and a
storms
little
that
bit
is
of
producing pretty much
Illinois.
numerous
I'm
to
hoping
widespread
this doesn't
damaging winds
happen.
right now. And
But this has been
unfortunately,
predicted
if
for
you
like
get caught
6
in
to
the
11
crossfire of the
p.m.
wind,
tonight.
It could, it could turn into a disaster if you're traveling.
So the wind scared me. I don't like seeing this because 75 mile per hour winds definitely means power outages. So
Rotation
hopefully it
is
doesn't
now
get this bad
intensifying,
tonight, but
in
this is
northern
what's predicted.
Arkansas,
And then the
back over near
hail.
Bergman and South Lee
The hail
Hill.
prediction's really
You
bad
have a
today
little hook
too.
on this
Like
cell and a little bit of rotation
tons
right
of
now near
hail.
Bergman approaching Zinc, Summit, Yellville, Flippin.
So yeah, if you're in this area of the red and you have cars, you want to park them inside if you can because there's going to be lots of big hail in
No
this red
tornado
area.
possible label on that cell right now, but there is at least some rotation developing on it.
Max is talking about some
We got
rotation
a
forming
slew
here
of
in one of these
storms right now
storms.
along the Missouri and Arkansas border.
Missouri and Arkansas border.
And also, we have a cell back
I
up
think I
near
could probably
Culver,
just keep this
Indiana.
radar and move down there with that one now.
Let me find where Culver is. All right,
Get rid
Culver,
of
Indiana.
KIMD. I'm going to turn the severes back on
We
this
still
one.
have a pretty decent area of rotation that's
So it's
rain
way
wrapped
down here.
just
He's
to the
talking
west
about
of
Missouri,
Culver.
Arkansas border. Let's head down there and see what's going on.
Velocities are not really coming together very
This is
strong.
a
right
really
now, but
good
there's
radar.
A broad area of circulation, completely rain wrapped near State Route 10, approaching Culver, and it'll be going into Plymouth over the next 10 to 15
Get
minutes.
rid of some of all these
So
like
if you are
warnings
in
here.
Plymouth, stay weather aware. We at least have a damaging wind threat that's going to be knocking
Oh
on
wow, yeah.
your doors here over the next 15 minutes.
Got some
or so,
rotation here
up
near
to 70
Mountain
miles
Homes.
per hour, but potentially even a tornado with that as it moves northeast. We also have rotation coming together near Stillwell. Again, a possibility for a quick tornado does exist as this approaches South Bend, Indiana.
Not a whole lot of
If you have any
rotation
friends or
yet.
family in the South Bend
Just
area,
that
make
little
sure
blip
that
there
they're
in
aware that
Mountain
there
Homes.
is a chance again for a tornado.
Looks
with
like
this as
these
it moves
storms are just
northeast.
starting to get built up here. Let me take a look at a 3D view of them, see
We
what
do
they're
have a
looking
camera
like.
Elkhart that's going to be coming up. When I get that up here. Elkhart.
They might just be forming. I haven't been down to this area at all today. Yeah, they're growing.
Here.
They cut out some of the weaker parts of the storm so you can see the stronger parts.
Yeah, so we definitely have some rotation right now, right over Stillwell in northern Indiana.
Yeah, all these are like all super
Be
cells
ready to get
growing
to a
right
safe
here.
place
They're
there if
all
you're
like
back up
churning
near South,
sideways.
Bend.
This is just like a group of nasty storms forming right here.
And we really got two areas of rotation right now near Culver. We got one here and one near Donaldson. We got two areas of rotation that are moving towards Plymouth. I'm just going to circle them so it's easier to
This
see.
is all the way down on the
Two
Arkansas
areas of
Missouri border right
circulation right now
here.
moving towards Plymouth. So embedded tornadoes within this line of thunderstorms is possible. This is what we call
I think this is in our
QLCS
threat area,
tornadoes,
too. I'm
which
pretty
are
sure.
quasi-linear.
Let me pull it
It's
up.
basically quasi-linear convective system. Tornadoes. This usually comes from a line of thunderstorms that has some embedded circulations in it, and we currently have a couple of those
Oh, yeah.
just
It's in our
outside of
threat
Plymouth.
area.
I'm gonna go back to full screen here. It's back over near Salem.
Definitely want to keep an eye on these storms now, from here on out.
We are seeing a lot more rotation with these cells now. We haven't had
Probably
any
gonna
tornado
be
warnings
like
really
our
in this
main
area
event
other than the one
tonight,
west
these
of
storms.
Centralia, but we do have rotation just south of Florida.
These might be
and
the
then a
ones that
couple of
actually
areas of
make it up
circulation
to
south of
Ohio
Salem.
and Kentucky and
So
Tennessee.
rotation's starting to pick up a little bit on these discrete cells in southern Illinois. And keep in mind that the low-level jet is going to be ramping up over the next couple of hours, so that means our tornado risk should also increase corresponding to that.
So much hail forming.
Meaning
Missing
our
already.
low-level winds will intensify.
Where is this at?
This is what our
exactly?
low-level
Okay.
jet looks
We'll
like
take a look
right
at a
about
3D
now.
of this storm here.
Winds right now aloft are around 40 to
That's a
50 knots,
beast.
but it'll actually intensify as we go into the evening hours across Indiana,
Oh, yeah.
Tennessee, Kentucky, and even back through the lower Mississippi River Valley.
Getting pretty big.
So again, wind shear currently is increasing across this area. A lot of hailstorms to start, a lot of wind storms to start as well, but our tornado risk should begin to increase over the next hour or two.
Uh-oh. So the next hour or two, everything's going to
Alex,
get
for becoming a
worse.
member.
Hopefully
Also, shout out
not.
to Tina with the super
Hopefully it
chat.
stays nice and relaxing and no
I think
more
you're doing a
tornadoes.
fantastic job. I don't know the town name or the names of all the towns either. Thank you for taking the time to warn us. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat.
Is it raining in Manawak yet?
No feed for storm chasers today. We have a bunch of storm chasers. Just a lot of them are waiting really
What's
for
left of the
storms to
storm
be
is
in their
falling
area.
apart on top of
Storm Media
Manawak
is
right
on
now.
one storm right now in northern Arkansas. This is actually interesting. Let's go over to CJ.
Looks like we have some heavier rain
Seaborder.
coming right into Manawak right now, though.
He has an interesting view right now.
Make sure you
it
see this,
loads.
Haley, I'm looking at
CJ
Manawak
is
right now.
currently on a
What's
singular
left of those
towering
supercells
storm. This does
that
not look like
pretty
the one
much
that
turn into
wants to leave.
thunderstorms,
All
rain
right, well,
showers
he's
at this
not gonna
point,
see him.
probably.
But whenever it comes up, I'll show you guys. But he's actually on a cell
Like it's
right
just
now,
phasing out into pure rain showers at this
Interestingly
point.
enough,
They're
that
all
is,
falling apart.
towering up a little bit. All right, there we go. This is CJ. Left side of your screen, you got a little towering updraft right there. Very small, but
Back
it's
to
something.
Indiana,
That's,
this
back
big
over near
giant
Poplar
storm.
Bluff for reference.
Look how
Maybe
far
some
it
rotation
moved.
on that one, actually.
I'm gonna
I think
mute
it's
it, but that's
smoking
back
its
over
way
near
across
Poplar
the
Bluff.
state.
We got a little updraft starting to pop up there, and so this is the
Incredible
area that we're
speed.
talking about here, near Mountain View and near Winona. We got a couple little cells, but we also got a couple little updrafts even trying to pop up now near Donovan. And so again, any of the cells that we see here that are able to mature could produce the potential for a tornado. So southeast Missouri, again, this is going to be a time to be weather aware. The tornado risk should definitely be increasing here over the next hour or two.
Southeast Missouri, yeah. Everybody's gonna be watching these storms. Look at that. Look at that rotation forming up already right there. Ooh. That doesn't look good already.
All right. Well, we have no tornado warnings anymore. The two that we had
This
ongoing
is
have
probably
now
gonna get tornado
been
warnings next.
canceled, I
If it
believe.
keeps up.
Or at least on here it says it's canceled. I'm going to keep this on just for a moment. 'cause
Look
it
at
says
my
there's tornado
my
warnings.
miles
I
per
believe
hour
both
chart.
tornado warnings, though, the one in Miami,
Kind of have it all like
and also
poop
the one in
green, so it
Indiana
blends
have
in with the
been,
map at the only
let to
spot.
expire, or at least have been canceled.
Right here
as the
by
rotation
zinc,
at this point
showing
has
bright as can be.
essentially just moved out of the.
And it's got like a
areas
little
of
hook
those
growing.
warnings, and they've also been weaker. But for the second time now in this live stream,
is
I
that
think we have no
exactly?
tornado warnings. But we have a bunch of severe warnings still ongoing, and again, the tornado risk
Like
is still going to be increasing.
halfway in Arkansas and halfway in Missouri.
Hey,
Actually,
Clay,
it's just
for
in
the
Arkansas
super
right
chat, tagged
now.
you on a Twitter.
Diamond City Radio.
See.
I didn't know Diamond City was a real city.
Hold up.
No, you're
You guys do
completely
any
fine in
photos
Manawak.
or videos, you can at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Might even be shown here on stream as well.
This area looks very concerning, though. These storms, I think, are going to cause a lot of problems tonight.
That's actually a pretty good structure there. I got to figure out how I actually show this.
Look at this storm.
All right, tornado warnings have now
I
officially
mean,
ended.
it's
so we're back
rotating
down
pretty
to
big. This is it right here. This is the
normal
hook.
severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, we still have areas of rotation that we're watching for very closely.
Oh,
We
wow.
got storms firing up right along the Missouri and Arkansas border. We got a bunch of
Dang,
storms.
look
that
at the
are lining
rotation of
up
the storm in front of
Illinois
it.
and southeastern Missouri.
That doesn't look good
And
at
then
all.
across northern and central Indiana, we got plenty of severe storms
Wow.
here. We actually have a lot of areas still of rotation.
These
We got
storms aren't
one,
going to
we got
bring us
two,
anything
three,
good. I can tell you
four.
that
We
right
have
now.
5 different areas
If
of
it looks this
rotation right
bad
now
already, and
that
it's
are
not
going
even,
towards
it's just a
South Bend.
thunderstorm.
So literally a bunch of different areas of rotation are currently approaching
Things
South
just
Bend.
rotating perfectly. That tightens up. That's going to be bad.
Over in Zinc, Arkansas.
That's not even this
let's go to
rotation
Zinc.
right here. That's up in here. Near Diamond City and
Storm is Zinc.
Lead
Is it this
Hill.
one?
wanted to see the
Might be
one by
this
Zinc
one.
and Bergman.
All right, so this cell right now near Zinc, it's had some side lobe contamination here for a little bit, but we are starting to see a more organized supercell structure over Zinc going towards Bull Shoals. Currently, the threat is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, but again, a tornado is still a possibility out of this as it moves east. But currently, again, no tornado warning on this. This is an environment, again, that there's a lot of wind shear in. So I would not be surprised if we start to see
Basically, that's what we
that
have
storm
there.
try to wrap up here in the next little bit. Still has a hook to it. Still have a little bit of rotation. It's not enough, though, at this point for a tornado warning.
Yeah, these storms are just pure bad news. I'm just going to keep this radar on these storms right now because we're not going to get any
This
good
is
news
from
from them, I don't
Clay.
think.
Rushing on Twitter. This is back over in Mount Vernon, Illinois. Very ominous skies. This is actually a really impressive structure shot, too. You'd
Even
see
this
the
one
shelf
down
cloud.
here
It
near
might be hard to
Viola.
see, but that right there is a shelf
There's a
cloud
lot of
that is rolling into Mount Vernon, Illinois. That
purple
is,
air, but
basically promoting
looks
a
like
wind
that's
threat that is
rotating
moving
as
in.
well. I think this is my KSGF.
Looks like we're at a
and
Walmart
I'm
as well.
connected right here.
Walmart there in Mount Vernon.
Definitely at
Or
the
maybe a
closest
Lowe's.
radar.
I can't
right
really
now.
tell. There's a Lowe's there, too.
Maybe KLZK. Take a look from here.
Great shot there from Clay.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Look at that, Haley. Perfect little green and red mix.
But once again, there is no tornado warnings right now, but this area...
That's like an
we have a
iconic
bunch of different
rotation
little
right there.
small
It's really
circulations
far
that
from
are
the
gonna be
radar,
approaching
though,
South
but
Bend.
right
So
here.
be
I mean,
prepared.
you can
Again,
see
just stay
a
away from
signature
windows. Really,
rotation
the best
right
thing
here.
to do if you're in South Bend, Bremen, Napanee, Goshen, or Elkhart,
Yeah,
Indiana.
that radar's really
Best thing
far
that you can
away,
do right
but
now is just be
you can
staying
still
away
see
from
it spinning
windows.
from
Treat
that
this as
far.
if there is a tornado warning, because even if there is not a tornado, we still have numerous to widespread damaging winds around 70 miles per hour that will be moving into South Bend over the next several minutes.
I'm gonna go back up to Indiana and take a look at that storm. Starting to take its bow shape now. You can see how it's
I am growing
getting the shape
increasingly
of a
concerned
bow.
right now about this supercell in northern Arkansas. Right now, this is not, again, tornado warned or anything like that, but this is a right-moving storm, and it's going to be moving into a very favorable environment. It's very discreet as of right now as well, so as long as it stays discreet, it's going to be a concerning storm no matter what. But the wind shear is picking up, and we have seen a storm merger with this as well over the last several minutes, so that could also intensify it. But we are starting to see a lot of clearing out in front of the cell, and a pretty good amount of inflow as well. So there is a
It's still
chance that a
moving
tornado
northeast. It
starts
looks
to
like the
become more of
bottom
a
part
concern
might
here
hit North
as this
Ohio.
moves into Salem, Cherokee
And
Village,
it's going towards
Hardy,
Michigan.
and Mammoth Spring. So definitely an uptrending storm as of right now.
I'm just going to keep an eye on these Arkansas storms right now. That's going to be our threat for sure.
Storm Runner Media is currently on the
Every
cell.
single one of these storms
they're
are
just kind of
rotating.
to the east right now of where the hail
Every
core
single
is.
one.
So we can't really see if there's a lowering yet, but we might be able to see it here soon as the storm comes
And they're
closer
all
to them.
supercells are all rotating. Like what Max is saying, they're hitting a high wind
Hold
shear
that thought
area
for
right
now. We do
now.
now
So
have a brand new tornado
A new
warning.
tornado warning has been issued.
This is going to be for
tornado
Clay and Richard counties in Illinois.
Illinois tornado warning.
So Clay and
See.
Richard counties in Illinois, you are now
Nah,
included in a
Manawak's
brand new
good.
tornado warning. We have a area of rotation right now right over near Clay City.
I think I still have a
approaching
radar
Noble
up there.
Only over the next few minutes. This has been intensifying over the last few minutes as well. Near Highway 50, approaching Noble. So if you are in Noble or Clay City or Olney in Illinois. You need to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible.
And the rain showers
get
are
into an
pretty much
interior
pure
room
rain
of your
showers
home or
now in
building.
Manawak.
The
Where it's
rotation right
at.
now is just south of Clay City. It'll be approaching the Dollar General and the CCH
I
Medical
want to see this new
Clinic,
tornado
the
warning.
Pit Stop Cafe, Dusty's Tires, Picker's Lounge and Package Liquor Store, and the
Oh, wow,
Larry's
that's
Garage
nasty.
and
Look at all
Big
that
Four
hail, too.
Propane
Ugh.
are currently in the path of this. And there's also the Clay City High School and the Scoop Up
Clay
Maine that are in
City,
the track of this,
Indiana
and
is
also
where
a
it's
couple
headed.
of
Or
churches
Illinois.
as well. And there's also a Casey's
It's in
General
Florida
Store
right now.
that is being approached by a potential tornado, but at the
This
bare
does not
minimum,
look good.
we have a big hail core right now moving into Clay City.
Hail course contaminating so much you
So
can't
again,
even
seek
see if
shelter,
there's
get
a
away
debris
from
ball.
windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning.
Storm looks bad. Let's get a 3D view of it. If anybody's new in
confirmed on
chat
this
and you're
as of
concerned
yet,
about
but
an area
definitely a
or in,
concerning
go
storm.
ahead and type it in chat and I can pull
For
it up
those
for
in
you.
Noble, which this tornado is right now tracking to Clay City, but we could see it turn right towards Noble. If it does track towards Noble, Noble Foods, Dollar General, Bifers Retail, Southern Illinois Scale and Construction, and the First Christian Church are in the track of this, and also the IECC West Richland Center.
My dad just called me. Should give him the link of the stream, huh?
Let's go to Storm Intermedia. They actually have a view now.
Look at how low that is on the
That's the lowering.
me
So this is
pull
what
it
we're
up.
talking about over in Arkansas. We are now seeing a lowering in northern
Got a
Arkansas. Near
lowering.
Salem.
There's northern Arkansas and Salem. I've seen a lowering. Can't really see it. I missed a little bit here and here.
So if that's true, then that area should be heading right towards.
I
Hold
have
on
a
a second.
wall cloud
I'm
trying
going
to
to send a
form
link
there.
to my dad. He just tried to call.
We're gonna go tornado possible.
It looks like it's rotating, but it's kind of ragged right now.
Ghostly Face says it won't turn right.
Why?
Huge shout out to Jason with the 20 gifted memberships. Put some W's in the chat for Jason. Got gifted membership. Make sure to thank Jason in the chat as well. Gifted memberships. Put some W's in the chat for Jason. Hey, Lindsay, for becoming a member. Thank you, Skylar, for the super chat. Outlook for Little Rock. Little Rock is going to see storms if you see any. It's going to be a bit more
All
scattered.
right.
in your
No,
area.
I accidentally
See
pulled it up.
storms,
Let me turn that off.
There's a better chance for storms right around about 5
Listen to my scream.
8
I'm
o'clock.
streaming.
Again,
All right.
it'll be a
So
bit more
Clay
scattered.
City.
Shout out to Douglas with the Venmo donation as well.
Trying to see if I see any sort of rotation or anything.
Yeah, this does look concerning.
Again, if you're just tuning in, this is near Salem, Arkansas. We have a large lowering.
Trying to look
that is
at a 3D
developing.
view of it, but it wasn't popping up. Now it is. There we go.
Potential tornado
Oh.
concern here on this cell.
Yeah, that's a nasty storm, and it's huge.
Bet you guys zoomed in right.
Try to see. There's where our rotation should be,
just
like
has
right
that
in
look.
there.
It looks concerning.
It did take a little bit of.
See if I can get a
Not a whole lot, but
good
Very
look at
scuddy
these
right now, but I mean, this is the environment
funnels.
where we're starting to see wind shear pick up. It's a discrete supercell. It's moving directly east. I do think a tornado potential is going to exist with this here very soon.
But gosh dang, if it isn't humid here, 69 over 66.
It would be coming down right here.
It's a little bit more zoomed out here.
Doesn't look too threatening. It's pretty mild at the
But that's a
moment,
little
but
bit more zoomed out.
definitely, it's definitely
Go
rotating
back
right
to
down in
radar.
through here.
Once again, we do have a tornado warning if you're Noble only or Clay City, or sorry, yeah, Clay City. Again, area rotation right now is moving to the northeast and is going to be approaching Olney. And
Take a look at the,
Highway 130 over the
Arkansas
next several
storms,
minutes,
too.
tracking right up Highway 50. Let me go back. Storm Intermedia. I don't know if they're saying something. They're changing the camera though. It's kind of a scuddy area in the middle there.
We'll watch, see how
Salem.
these things are moving too.
Oh, decent size.
These look like they're moving more east than northeast. I mean, they're moving
They're saying
slightly
there's also
northeast.
a little bit larger than quarter-sized hail in this cell.
Zoom out. See, these are going to head straight this way, so they're going to be heading into.
Definitely at least quarters in here.
These will probably go more south. These might hit Kentucky.
All right, while that happens, we have some other updates to get to. So, again, the
Go
storm that
through
they're on right now
South
is near Cherokee
Indiana
Village,
and
near Salem.
Illinois as
We've
well.
had a lowering on that here for the last few minutes. It's going to be moving towards
Lots of
Highway
rotation though.
63.
They're all rotating.
But really, the biggest concern right now along the Arkansas and Missouri border is large hail and damaging winds. We actually have 2-inch sized hail right now that's heading towards Mountain View,
Rotation
just
there.
north of West Plains.
They're
In
rotating.
southern Missouri, so be ready for
Rotating.
that. Again, that's
All
lime-sized
of these
hail
are
that is moving in your
rotating
direction
still.
if you're in Mountain View, Missouri. We have some storms still ongoing south of St. Louis. We've had some scattered large, even at times very large hail. Most recently, golf ball-sized hail reported in Luca, Illinois.
Take a look at that one by
That is
Clay
according
City
to
again.
Emergency management. But currently, not much of a tornado risk with this activity. It's mostly just hail for right now. Again, the most significant
Well, this is the
storms
big
that we
storm
have
in
ongoing are the
Indiana,
ones from
though, the
Terre
big
Haute
bow
all the way back
echo
into
that's
southern
doing all the
Illinois
straight
with
line wind
scattered
damages.
damaging winds. This will become a lot more
We're still
widespread
getting
over
rained
the
at
next
about
hour or
60
two.
miles an
And
hour.
then
It looks
further off
like
to the north, we have a large line of thunderstorms moving anywhere from Indianapolis all the way back into southwestern Michigan. A long line of thunderstorms, all moving into Michigan. It'll move into northwest Ohio here pretty soon as well, with scattered to numerous damaging winds, large hail, and
this is the
tornadoes being
tornado
possible.
there. The tornado
We still
warning
have
in
had some
Illinois.
rotation with this
The
activity near
southern
South
part, I
Bend,
believe.
so we need to continue to
Yeah.
watch the tornado potential here.
The
But
bow
generally
echo is
speaking,
way up
again, if
here.
we get a tornado in
And
this
then at
line,
the bottom
it'll
of the
be
bow
more than
echo is
likely
just
on
like
the brief side of things.
big long
We have a
lines.
couple areas of rotation.
Line of
One
storms
near
forming
Bremen,
all the way
another
down
one
through the
kind of in
states.
between here near Napanee,
And
going
this
towards Bend
tornado
and
warning's down
Goshen,
here.
and
in one of
going
these
towards
storms.
Elkhart as well.
Regardless of the
I think
rotation,
there's a
man,
small
that
wall
big
cloud that is now
massive
forming
hail
on the
core,
right
that's
side of your
nasty.
screen.
I wouldn't want to get hit by that storm.
Small, it's very small, but I think that's a little wall cloud that's developing now near Salem, Arkansas.
Well, I mean,
This is Storm Intermedia on this storm.
this is what we're looking for is right here.
Shout out to Wyatt with the $5 Venmo. We live in Fort Wayne, we live in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Ooh, that's not good.
I
Look
appreciate
at the
that.
en route.
Thank you
It's
for
really
watching.
picking up some rotation there.
Stay safe. Storms are going to be at Fort Wayne probably in about 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, this one
If
keeps
you have any
looking more and
last-minute
more
precautions
concerning.
that
I'm
you
going
need
to try to get
take,
another 3D view of it and see what we
I
see
would recommend
in the upper
taking them
levels
now.
of the storm.
From what I've heard from Stormer Media, this isn't really rotating much right now, but
I mean, if this thing ends up actually going a little to the
long term, it is still a storm to watch for as our wind
This
shear
is still the
increases.
same scan from before. I haven't got a newer scan on it
Nothing down here.
for the 3D view.
They said-
I'll wait a little longer to see if I can get a better scan on it.
We are now up to 29 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a new one for Oregon County in Missouri. Here is your slew of severe thunderstorm warnings.
I
that
don't
we
know
have
why
across
my
the
3D
board right
scans
now.
are sometimes delayed here on
It's
GR
kind
analyst.
of crazy, but I mean, we literally have numerous to widespread severe weather pretty much happening. And keep in mind, if you're in areas like Memphis,
only have one tornado
Louisville,
warning right now,
Cincinnati, Columbus,
nice.
Fort Wayne, Evansville. I mean, these are areas that are going to be
Yeah,
in
here-
track of almost a widespread area of severe weather.
Max has the
There's
whole
it's
thing
very hard to
highlighted
see
right
any
now.
breaks in the action right now when it comes to severe weather. Like we have a couple.
It's like the big
in
bow
southeast
echo at the
Missouri.
top and the big
We
line
have
of storms
one
going
west of
down.
Indianapolis, but other than that, almost all of these warnings are connected
Yeah,
to each other.
all these are going to like sweep across all of
this
this.
is
So that's
turning into a pretty
probably when we're going to see the worst of it
significant and
tonight.
serious
When all
situation
these
here, even
keep
if we don't
moving
have
east
a
and hitting all
full-blown
these areas.
tornado outbreak or anything like that happening today. We are still talking about numerous to widespread severe weather. Which again, tornado outbreak is still in play. We'll have to wait and see what happens over the next couple of hours. Back to our tornado warning in southern Illinois. We still have rotation right now over the east side of Clay City. This is now approaching Noble. So if you are Noble, Illinois, this is your last chance. You should be getting to your safe place in case we do have a tornado here. The Noble Foods, the Tin Cup, Noble Lions Club, and Dollar General in Noble are currently in the path of a possible tornado. Even if there is not a tornado, we have ping-pong to golf ball-sized hail that is falling. All the white and black colors that you're seeing here, that is a big hail core that is moving right along Highway 50 and will be moving into Noble over the next several minutes.
They pull that up on Google Maps. Let's see how populated that area is. It's heading towards Noble.
And as a reminder, we do have tornado watches that span over 600 miles from southwest Michigan into north central Arkansas. We now have a severe storm that has actually just popped up in Fort Worth. Look how fast this thing exploded.
It's
Also,
like
this is
pretty
a Storm
country
Media
area
showing
though,
us the
but
hail.
it does. Noble has quite a
that's
few
falling in
houses and
Salem.
stuff. But yeah, they're about to get hit
Looks
by
like
a
cheese
bunch
curd
of hail.
sized hail to me.
Hail,
Eastern
winds,
sized hail
and
falling
nasty
there, but a big
rotation.
storm has just
Hopefully,
blown
the
up in
tornado
Fort
doesn't
Worth.
completely
Dallas,
form
Fort
and hit the
Worth, big
ground in this
hailstorm,
area.
quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Keep in mind that this is probably going to intensify very fast. I would not be surprised if our hail is much larger than that. There's a lot of people that live in Fort Worth, Texas. If you
You
have
even
any
have hail
friends or
reports in the
family in
storm
Fort
yet?
Worth, make
No.
sure that they're aware of this. This is a very significant
Yeah,
situation.
we do back
It,
here.
again, hail can cause a lot of
0.88
damage,
inch,
especially to vehicles that are
almost
left
1 inch
outside.
hail. That was reported in Clay, Illinois. Actually, we had up to almost 2-inch hail back here. Marion, Illinois. 1.57 inch in Marion, Illinois. Almost 1 inch in Jefferson.
I did not grab a screenshot of that storm. Give me 1 second. Let's go back to Dallas, Fort Worth. We are now up to 2-inch sized hail on the storm in Shannon County, Missouri. That has just been upgraded. All right, going back to the tornado warning in southern Illinois. Once again, Hook Echo right now, right over Highway 50.
Yeah, this is
approaching
our only
Noble and
tornado warning
Olney.
right now. It needs to stay like this all day.
Please be in your safe place if you are in Olney. This is again for Clay and Richland counties in Illinois. If it's
All those
cloudy and
storms
cold,
in the
will a tornado
Arkansas,
form?
Missouri border
Well, I
down
mean, it
here.
depends on your environment and where you are. Because, I mean, it can be cloudy and cold
This one
right
near
now,
Salem
but keep
still
in mind that we
rotating.
have a warm frontal boundary. I don't know where you are, but if you're, like, off to the north, let's say, in, like, Michigan, we have a warm front that's technically lifting off to
Oh
the
no,
north.
they don't
Like,
look
you're
as
looking at
bad
a
as they were,
tornado right
honestly.
now.
Well,
We'll go to the detailed display here.
just kind of in a bad
You can see
spot.
that
They're far
right
from all the
now
radars.
across
Like,
the
you know,
board,
these storms are
the
like right in a
temperatures
radar
and
hole.
dew
We got
points,
radars
for the
all
most part,
around here,
actually,
but
almost all of
nothing near the
Michigan is now up
storms.
into the low to mid 60s, even for dew
We'll
points.
get
and
better
temperatures,
looks once
but
they move
there is a
further
warm
east.
front
But
that's essentially going to be lifting to the north, and as long
and
as
they all
that
do look
continues,
concerning.
the
They're
temperatures
all
will warm up.
rotating.
Now, if you're further down to the south and you've already been hit by showers and storms, and there's another round of storms coming, the odds of you still seeing significant severe weather are much lower, as the atmosphere is essentially stabilized. Which means that it'll be stable probably for at least an hour or two, and then it could destabilize after that, depending on how long of a period of time it has between the next round of storms. All right, we got big storms right now moving through South Bend, Indiana. Again, a line of intense thunderstorms producing 70-mile-per-hour damaging
We can
winds
listen to him.
is currently moving through
Take me a
South
quick
Bend.
break. I'll be
It
right
is
back.
approaching Elkhart. So if you're in Elkhart in Indiana, be away from windows, and preferably on the lowest floor possible. We are still monitoring a potential for a tornado. We actually have a couplet that is now over near Milford. So a tightening area of rotation right now near Milford and Syracuse that is just off to the west of Fort Wayne and southeast of South Bend. Actually, right here, look at this. We have a tight area of rotation right here. So Milford and Shady Banks, you need to be in your safe place. We don't have a tornado warning, but that is a tight area of rotation. That is very capable of producing a tornado. I would be surprised if this does not get tornado warned. That's very strong rotation right now. We don't have a debris signature, but we probably have a tornado dropping as we speak, or we may have already had one. Hopefully they issue a tornado warning on that. That's, again, going in the direction of Millersburg, Topeka, Cromwell, Syracuse. Another radar scan coming in. That is pretty tight rotation. And the latest scan still showing strong rotation there near Milford. Again, we may have a tornado there near Milford, if not one's trying to drop. We also have some rotation northeast to South Bend now that's approaching Edwardsburg. Keep in mind that there will be some tornadoes today that do not get warned that actually happen because, again, we are talking with a line of storms like this, it's hard to warn every single area of rotation. That's why there's a tornado watch. That's why there's severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado possible labels on them. It's hard to issue a tornado warning on every single storm that's rotating in this line. because there are just so many areas of rotation, and some of them do produce tornadoes, some of them don't. So whenever I point out an area of rotation, again, there is still a chance it does not produce a tornado. Just keep that in mind. You know, there are probably 4 or 5 different areas that I can at least see right now that are rotating that, you know, could deserve a tornado warning, but they're just so quick a lot of the time. That does make it a bit harder to issue a tornado warning on everything. Sometimes these tornadoes last like 10 seconds, sometimes they last 10 minutes. It really varies. All right, latest radar scan is now coming in. It looks like we have a tornado on the south side of Milford. So there is an unwarned tornado right now near Milford in Indiana. We do have at least a pretty evident debris signature popping up right now. The velocities have not updated, but this is the right spot for there to be a tornado. So there is now a likely unwarned tornado right now near Milford in Indiana. It's approaching Syracuse and Oakwood Park. If you know any friends or family that live in this area, please make sure they're aware of this, because this does not have a tornado warning on it. And it's currently moving northeast. And we also have rotation starting to intensify near Oswego as well. So a little bit of rotation near Oswego, moving towards North Webster. Epworth Force is also in the path of that. Also, heads up, the severe thunderstorm warning in Fort Worth has just been upgraded to an observed $half sized hail threat. I'll have another radar scan coming in right now. We'll see what it looks like. And there is a severe thunderstorm warning on this, but they do not have a tornado warning on it, which is quite concerning. This is the latest radar scan. See what the velocities look like. All right, so our strongest area of rotation now is over the north side of Milford. And I'm not seeing as definitive of a debris signature, but we did have one at least briefly there near Milford. It looks like it's occluded out. But we still have some strong rotation near Oswego. And at least strong winds. But we still have rotation right now over Oswego approaching North Webster. We even have a little bit of rotation north of Milford as well. That's much broader, though, than the stuff that's happening near the radar site. And then near Pierceton, we have stronger rotation. So between Pierceton and Oswego, we do have some stronger areas of circulation as well, south of the radar site, near Highway 30 in Princeton. This is all tracking east-northeast. Kendallville is going to be in the eventual track of this cell. And then back up into Michigan. We don't really have a great radar site here, but we do have at least some circulation near the Dowagiach area, Penn, and just west of Three Rivers. The main area of circulation is right over Edwardsburg. So we're keeping a close eye on that as that moves northeast. But unfortunately, I don't know why we haven't gotten a tornado warning on this activity, but I mean, we definitely have a lot of areas of rotation. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, we got like 6 or 7 different areas of rotation within about 20 miles of each other between Benton and Highway 30. Here's the latest velocity scan. Also, a brand new severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued. We'll go to that here in just a moment. That's back down in Texas. This is the latest scan. I mean, we legitimately could have multiple different tiny tornadoes happening right now. The rotation on the northwest side of the radar site back near New Paris and Syracuse, Indiana is a bit broader. So that rotation's been broadening out, but we still have stronger areas of rotation near North Webster and Pierceton. I don't see anything clearly when it comes to a tornado right now, but there are several areas of rotation. So if you're anywhere in the severe thunderstorm warnings here, I would still stay away from windows, lowest floor possible. Still treat this as if we have a tornado in progress, because we're still talking about high winds even if you do not get a tornado. West of Fort Wayne, we do have an area of circulation as well that's developing just northwest of Huntington. So stay vigilant, Fort Wayne. We'll probably get a severe thunderstorm warning there here in the next 10 minutes or so. All right, we do have a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that has just been issued.
All right, I'm back. Did anything bad happen? Still have one tornado warning in Clay Richard County, Illinois. What else? Oh, it's the same storm that went through Clay. Big giant hailer. The rotation still looks pretty broad on it, though. We still have a tornado warning. Does have a little bit of a hook forming, it looks like. See if I got a better 3D view of this storm yet. If anybody's new in chat and you're concerned about an area that you live in tonight, you can type your city and state in chat and I can pull it up for you. Yeah, that's a monster storm. Look at that thing. It's a big boy. Let's see if there's any pronounced rotation inside the 3D view yet. It's all over though still. Oh yeah, look at it. You can see it's kind of coming down here, but it's not really forming up that well yet. Really broad. We got where the reds and greens are touching. That's where the rotation's going to be, but it's like so broad still. It's not really tightened up. That's our only tornado warning right now, it looks like. But the hail, still like 1-inch hail. Yeah, supposedly the weather's supposed to be getting a lot worse here in the next hour or so. I want to go back to these storms down here in the Arkansas, Missouri border. Take a look at them again. Yep, they're still all rotating. Look at that. And they're moving like almost directly east, slightly to the north. That big giant bow echo that was all the way up in Indiana, I want to take a look at that too, because I haven't looked at that one in a while. That thing was moving across the state at like 60, 70 miles per hour last time I checked. There it is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's almost to Ohio. Looks like it quit moving north as much too. It kind of stayed south after a bit. Let me actually look at the... You see how it's moving northeast really well, and then now it's kind of like just going more to the east, or... No, it's still moving northeast. It's just that big long line of storms that it's bringing along with it are just joining it. So it looks like everything, yeah, it's just going to keep getting bigger and growing, and it's just going to, everything's going to smash everything into Ohio and Kentucky at some point. But look at all these wind reports. Anywhere from 50, 70, 60 mile per hour wind reports. Let me look at the latest one, see what it's doing. I want to see the power outages too. You don't even have a number on that. Peru, Indiana. I don't know why the numbers aren't coming in. Like the latest numbers are like 64, 70, 80 mile per hour here. And oh, that's where the tornado warning was. That's probably why it was rated at 80 miles per hour. I don't even know how to say that state's name. Or not state, but city. Valparaiso. 80 mile per hour wart in Valparaiso, Indiana. We saw that earlier. That's directly over where the tornado warning went. Oh, Lake County, Florida, tornado warning again. I better check that real quick to see if that's in a populated area. Drop this one down there real quick. Tornado warning in Lake County. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's like... That's down by Windermere, Claremont, Bay Lake. It's actually rotating. It's near Eva. This is a populated area. I mean, somewhat populated. Let me take a look at a 3D view of this storm. Do we even have a tornado warning or a tornado prediction in Florida today? Let me pull that up. Oh, we have no severe weather predicted for Florida today. Yeah, it's our second tornado warning in Florida. That's crazy. Popka, Florida. No, you're further up north. Let me see. Let me see the direction it's moving. You know what? It's kind of moving to the northeast a little bit, but it's kind of hard to tell. I need more stands on it. Looks like it's heading towards Bay Lake and Windermere. I want to look at the 3D view of it. I want to see how pronounced it is. Oh, I got to turn down the blues and the greens, all the weak weather. 30,000 feet high. If I can even see the rotation on it. That's crazy. It's going to be our rotation down in here, where it's coming down from, where you got the red and greens close together. So I can get a better view of it. Everything's so mixed together, it's hard to see. It's like it's dropping down here and here, but yeah, we got to keep an eye on this storm. I want to see what's going to happen with it. Storms in Florida look so much different. It's not like a normal supercell that you see everywhere else. I might keep the radar on this one. Turn Max up too, real quick.
Become tornadic.
He's
We've
talking
had a
about it
couple,
all.
but they have not really organized into much. And then Arkansas, Southeast Missouri, and Western Tennessee, Western Kentucky, this entire region.
Like I completely
we are
ignored the
mostly gonna be
last tornado
talking about
warning in
discrete
Florida
cells
because
for the
it
next
was
few
like
hours.
in
A
the
lot
middle of
them will be
nowhere,
hail
but
and
this one's
wind,
actually
but
near
the
people.
low level jet is increasing and the wind shear, so we should eventually start to see the tornado risk uptick a little bit in these areas.
It's like a little bit of a hail core too. Unless that's debris. Let me look at the debris. Yeah, that's probably just hail. It's our rotation. It's pretty
You're
broad,
staying
but it's
hydrated,
definitely, I think it warrants the tornado warning.
Quick little update in North Texas. We got
Today's
multiple
crazy.
storms
What
right
is
now
going
firing
on?
off near Fort Worth. $quarter to $half size
Why do we
hail and
have
60
a
mile per
tornado
hour
warning
winds are
in
currently
Central
impacting
Florida?
Fort Worth, approaching Arlington, Burleson, Benbrook. Anticipate storms to continue to increase
Better
in coverage
put your
over the
helmet
next
on.
hour
Yeah.
as this boundary
Put your
continues to
helmet
move
on.
southeast through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And main concern will be hail as large as the size of apples. So a very large hail threat is in the forecast. If you're back over in Terre Haute, we got some significant severe
Funny
weather
because I just
moving through
talked to
your
my dad,
area.
and he's in
Damaging winds
Orlando,
around
Florida,
60
and all of a
miles per
sudden
hour.
we get a tornado warning right
quarter-sized
near
hail
him,
currently
and it's
moving to
not
the
even in
east
this severe threat
northeast.
today.
We have a tornado debris signature in Bristol.
Popka's
I
way,
believe. Bristol,
way up
Indiana.
north.
I think we have a small.
I'm gonna leave the
little
radar
tornado
here, though. I want to
potential
come
near
back and look at
Lagrange.
that in a little bit, see what happens with it.
For the last couple minutes, we've had a little area of.
This is
stronger
one
circulation.
crazy
I don't
day,
see
that's
the
for
CC
sure.
drop, but there is one. It's really small. Would have been
Back
right
up
up
in
here on the south side
Indiana.
of Bristol. We may have just had a brief tornado near Lagrange.
That we might have had a brief
We've got another
tornado
area
near
of rotation
Lagrange.
approaching Millbury as
All
well.
this is rotating.
Look at this one right here. Back over near Wolf Lake in Indiana. Strong area of rotation approaching Wolf Lake as we speak. It's going to be going towards Burr Oak, Bakertown, and Albion. This is actually a pretty
I need
impressive
another
storm right
radar
here. We got a
page
strong
open
inflow,
now.
and
I'm
we
using
also
all
have a hook
three of
right
them. I
here.
need a fourth one.
So there is a chance that we get a tornado out of this as it approaches Wolf Lake.
These are just way north, or way south. Storms near Arkansas and Missouri. that I wanted to keep an eye on because they're all rotating.
Yeah, the Elkhart camera went down. We did have a camera in Elkhart, Indiana. There may have been power outages in Elkhart because that camera is fully down now.
Once
So we
rotating
don't have a
pretty
camera
good.
there.
Gonna be getting closer though to
We have a lot of areas of
the
rotation
K-PA
developing right now. We
radar.
got one over
Right
Penn,
now, this one's
Michigan.
actually pretty
We
close
got
to
another one
the
south of that. We have one right
KSGF
here. We have
near
one here.
Ozarks.
Another one, another one, another one, and another one. We have, I think, 8 different areas of rotation right now on the leading edge of this line.
There's
Between Penn,
8 different rotations, so
Michigan,
the
back
leading
to
ledge of the
Millbury.
line there.
Absolutely crazy.
I need to move my radar up there. Let's see this spot.
It's hard to count. I mean, we literally have all. I mean, there's so many areas of rotation right now on the leading edge of this line. The amount of QLCS tornadoes that we could have right now is at a
It's up
high.
in 3 rivers.
We could have multiple tornadoes happening with this cluster of storms. They have just issued a large new severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Wayne, Kendallville, Auburn, Angola, and LaGrange. This is moving east pretty quickly, but I don't think it's moving as fast as they're advertising. They are saying that this is moving east at 115 miles per hour. I don't think it's moving that
What?
fast, but if it was, that is
115?
absolutely insane.
Talking about
Actually,
the big bow echo.
Can
up
somebody
in
measure
Illinois.
this? Can somebody measure how fast this is moving? There's no way this is moving 115 miles per hour to the east, right?
Need more radars. Talking about this storm up here.
This is over the last 10 minutes or so. No, there's
It is
just no
moving
way.
quick though. I mean,
This is moving northeast at
the
like
storm was
maybe
all the way back here
65,
in
70, I
Illinois
think.
like an hour ago.
It is moving at about 1 mile per minute though. So, but yeah, there's no way this is moving at 115 miles per hour to the east. That has to be a glitch. That would be pretty nuts though. You wouldn't even be able to outdrive it at that point unless you are going way over the speed limit. There is pea-sized hail being reported in Mountain Home, Arkansas, according to one of our viewers that is watching.
Let
As
me
a
check
reminder, if you have any
Maniwak for you real
photos
quick,
or
Haley.
videos, you
I
can
think
at
it's
me on
pretty much
Twitter
done
at
for the night.
MaxVelocityWX.
Yeah, you have absolutely nothing coming towards Maniwak right now.
And we got a
Maybe
significant line of thunderstorms right now rolling
very,
right
very small,
through
slight rain showers that might
the
come to
heart
Maniwak at this point. But other than that,
of
there's
northeastern Indiana. Fort Wayne, you are currently in the direct path of significant damaging winds around 70 miles per hour.
nothing. So Maniwak
We
looks
have a
good.
ton of circulations right now that are tornadic. We have one actually near Wolf Lake right now that might be on the ground. So we may have a tornado near Wolf Lake.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a tornado
And
warning.
they have
Let's see
issued
what
now
this
a
is at.
tornado warning. They could issue a tornado warning for almost all of this right now. There are so many areas of rotation. But they have issued a new tornado warning for LaGrange, Noble, Steuben counties in Indiana, and also for Branch County in Michigan. And that is for the storm that we were just looking at. So near Wolf Lake. Strong rotation approaching Albion, Kendallville, Wolcott, South Milford, Hudson, and Fairfield.
Where's my tornado warning? Why is
There
it delayed?
might be a tornado right now on the west side of Port Mitchell. So if you are in Albion or anywhere in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. If we do
There it
indeed
is.
have a
It finally
tornado in
showed up.
progress, this will be moving into the Albion Pizza Depot. There is also the Central Noble Junior and Senior High Schools, and there's also an elementary school in Albion that is in the track of a possible tornado. So if we had a tornado, it'd be right there. The strong winds right now and the couplet that we have, the convergence area, is located just to the southeast of Kimmel and is currently moving
That was so brief if it happened.
in the direction of Albion.
I wanna see the
Albion is the first place in the track. of
Tornado
this.
warning back down to
The
Florida.
storm is
again.
moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So if you are
65 miles an hour. Yeah, this sucker's still rotating down there in Florida. This is crazy. So, Central Florida has a tornado warning today. For some crazy reason. The rotation is pretty broad, but it's still rotating. And it's still heading towards Bay Lake and Windermere. I'm going to keep an eye on it still. And it's definitely not on the ground, but the whole storm's rotating. All right, let's head back up to Indiana.
Florida just for a moment, then we'll go back to Indiana. We do have a tornado warning again in Florida, believe it or not, just outside of Orlando.
Max, looking at the
Rotation
Florida
has
storm
been
right now.
intensifying on this, just west of Orlando. Again, tornado is going to be possible with this, approaching Sawgrass Bay and Four Corners. So if you are in this area, again, make sure that you are in your safe place
I know what
just to
radar
the
he's
west
using.
of Orlando. There's a tornado warning in Lake County, Florida, heading towards Orange County. It's radar indicated, but is it on the ground based on the velocities? No, we don't have anything confirmed on this. There's no correlation coefficient drop.
That's the airport
that would
radar.
confirm a tornado.
That's
here,
not going to have
but
velocities, I don't think.
nonetheless, it is going to be potentially producing a tornado as it moves towards the
PMCO,
west side of
that's
Orlando.
the international airport there in Orlando.
We have a bunch of storms right now in southern Missouri and as well
Pretty
as
sure,
northern
yeah,
Arkansas,
you don't get any
producing
velocity
hail
readings
and
from the
damaging
airport radar.
winds. Golf ball sized hail actually right now, going towards Doniphan. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. East of
Just
St.
wanna
Louis,
see
we
if
got
I
a
get
line
a
of
better
storms
view of the
really beginning to
storm.
organize. Keep in
KMLB.
mind, in about an hour or so, this line
Yeah,
of
that's a
storms
pretty good view
become
of
a
it.
lot more tornadic.
Oh, wow.
With some embedded tornadoes possible in this line of
Still
storms. As
pretty
it moves
pronounced,
towards
that rotation.
Indianapolis, Vincennes, Bloomington, and eventually Evansville and Carbondale. So be
Take another
ready for
3D view of
damaging
it from
winds,
this radar because I
some
looked at it
hail,
on
and
a different
potential
one.
for a tornado.
See if
you're
you
in
can
any
see
of those
the
locations.
rotation better.
You might not get hit by a severe storm, but it's a pretty high probability right now that you're going to get some level of severe weather here in southern
So
Indiana.
crazy this is happening
and
in
southern
Orlando right
Illinois.
now. This is the last place I thought I'd be looking today is Orlando.
Okay, I think we need a tornado warning on this. We got strong rotation right now near Scott in
Yes.
northern Indiana. It's going to be moving towards Sturgis in Michigan. So if you're anywhere in this box right here, I'd be
You
at
see it
least away
dropping
from
down right
windows and on
there.
the lowest
I
floor
wonder if it's on the
possible.
ground.
The rotation is a little bit on the stronger side of things right now, approaching Sturgis. And we still have
You
a
can
tight
see it.
couplet
You can
right
clearly
over
see
the
it.
town of
The
Albion.
rotation dropping down right
So
here
there
on
is
the
a
3D
tornado
view.
right now on this
It's
tornado
crazy.
warning in Steuben, LaGrange, Noble counties in northeast Indiana. We may have a tornado.
We got
and if it
any
is, it's gonna be
radar
right over
or debris
Albion.
signature yet? No.
We don't have a debris
Oh,
signature
maybe.
quite yet, but it's very possible that we have a tornado on the ground there. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. Keep in
Unreal.
mind this is going towards Kendallville and Angola. Those are the main locations in the path of this, off to the north of Fort Wayne. Albion, thank you. Right over Albion. Got a new radar scan coming in right now.
Storm's looking nasty.
But if there was a tornado, it could be impacting the Central Noble Junior or Senior High School and the elementary school, in addition to the public library in Noble County.
Just way too many
Not
storms
really
today. Too
super
much area.
populated town, but there are definitely there's definitely a lot of
Just
neighborhoods
lines
there.
and lines of
It's a
severe
little small
thunderstorm
town there.
warnings
They got
all
the Pizza
throughout the
Depot as
states.
well. This is the latest radar scan. I still don't see a debris signature, so that's good news, at least for those in Albion. But if we have a tornado,
Back
we'll
up
be
here, the
approaching
tornado warning in
Kendallville,
Indiana.
Fairfield Center, Hudson, just south of Wolcottville,
Albion.
and eventually going towards Angola.
You can actually see the wind speeds on the radar. Let me change it. But this is like over 5,000 feet in the air, but you can see right here in the yellows, it's
We may have a
80,
tornado
90 mile
dropping
per
near
hour
Scott.
speeds
We've
in
had
the
a
upper
tight
levels.
couplet here for a couple scans now. Right over Scott in northern Indiana, approaching
this storm's
Sturgis,
cranking.
Michigan.
It's a
There's
lot of
tight
wind
couplet
speed.
right there near Interstate 80-90 moving northeast.
That one's like
So again, that
clearly
right
90
there
right there. It's a pretty sharp
Might
looking
just be
spot.
the next tornado warn cell. That has been producing strong rotation here for a couple scans in a row. We also have a couplet developing just west of Garrett.
Not
Just
sure
west
what,
of Garrett, Indiana,
quite sure
moving
what
towards
part of the
Auburn and
storm they're
Waterloo.
tornado
Another
warning.
area
I
of
can maybe.
rotation. Even if there's not tornadoes here, we're still talking about
I think they're just
widespread
basically
damaging
warning
winds
it
around
for all
70
the
miles
quick
per hour,
QLCS
anywhere
tornadoes that
from
keep
literally Kalamazoo
popping out of the
all way
storm and
back
they
to
happen
Marion
briefly.
in Indianapolis. There is a camera in Kalamazoo.
Still
Let's
close
see
to
what that
radar.
looks
It's cutting
like.
off top part of the storm.
You check the storm near Terre Haute. Back over in Terre Haute, it is mostly damaging winds. The main core of the storm is
See
moved through
anything
Terre Haute and
pronounced
is
at
now
this
approaching
time?
Brazil.
I think they're just
In my
keeping it
opinion,
warm
the Terre
because
Haute
this
storm is
storm's been
not
like known
super
for
concerning when it comes to like a tornado
dropping
risk,
quick
but there is
tornadoes
gonna be some
briefly.
quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds that move right over Interstate 70. Thank you, Gray Man, for the super chat as well. Tornado watch has just been condensed. They've condensed it down further, so it includes less counties now in northern Indiana.
What?
I would have to assume that they're going to be issuing a new watch here for northwest Ohio and southeast Michigan here fairly soon, and it will probably end up being a tornado watch. So, if I had to guess, we'll probably get a new watch here pretty soon.
That's
new
nice.
damage report coming out of North Webster, Indiana, of a tree down on a parked vehicle. Lines are down in Epworth Forest. That's a new update there.
Take a look at the Florida storm again. Oh, they dropped the
And
warning
I
in Florida.
believe the tornado warning
That's
in
good news.
Lake County, Florida may have been canceled. So I'm no longer seeing it on my, okay, so that one was canceled. So we no longer
Hey, and
have
the
a tornado
rotation's
warning in
gone.
Florida,
That's good.
but we're still keeping a close eye on those
I
storms.
can't believe it. Still can't believe we had a tornado warning in Florida.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, we got a new one though somewhere else.
All right, we do have now a brand new tornado warning.
We're
That's
gonna have
for
this
St.
radar
Joseph,
back now.
LaGrange, and Branch counties. That is going to be this storm near Sturgis that we were just talking about. So if you're in the pink polygon, that'll pop up here in a second. Seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or
Yeah,
building.
they
Or is
keep
that
warning
further
the fronts
south?
of these storms. It's probably gonna
I
be
think
like
it's the
this all
north zone,
night.
right? All right, yeah, it is. So Sturgis, Fawn River, Matson, and Union City, you are all included in a new tornado warning. This rotation has been strong for the last several minutes. If we have a tornado, it would be located.
They
just
dropped
to
the
north
warning in
of
Florida.
Scott,
The
and it will be
storm fizzled
approaching the
out, so
west
we're in
side
good
of
shape down there
Sturgis.
now.
So just on the west side of Sturgis, which is a more populated town. If there's a tornado and it hits Sturgis, the Kirsch Municipal Airport is in the path of this.
I'm gonna pull up the
There's
power
also
outages
a
now, see
bunch
what kind of damage
different,
this storm's doing.
Distribution centers in this area, it looks like.
Let me
We got a
refresh
big,
it too.
like soccer field.
Oh
as well.
wow, yeah.
Big B Coffee, Dollar General on the north side of town are also.
So
in the
this
track of
storm's definitely doing a
New
number
airport
in
that's
the
on
northern
west
part
side
of
town
Indiana.
that is
We're losing a lot of
potentially
power.
in the track of a tornado. But at the minimum, we are
5,000
talking
people
about
lost power in
significant
Stark
damaging winds
County.
around 70 to 80 miles per hour as this continues to move north-northeast.
So yeah, you don't want to be in front of this storm. There's
And
a
then
good
long
chance
term,
to
if we
lose
still have a
power from this
tornado with
storm at
this,
this
it'll be
point.
approaching
It's
Colon.
keeps getting stronger.
And in Colon, you have the Colon High School, the Dollar
See, as it
General,
went
the
through
Randolph
Indiana, it
County
wasn't too
Plumbing
bad.
North,
You know, we didn't get that many
Village
power
Market
outages in
Food
Indiana,
Center,
Illinois.
and
But
there's
as it
also
got
a
to Indiana,
community
it started to
park
get
up there.
much worse.
The latest velocity signature is showing a stronger area of convergence, meaning that the
It's
rotation
going to
is
be hitting Ohio
intensifying just a
soon,
little bit more
northern
now.
part of Ohio.
So this storm has gotten a little bit more
It's
concerning.
basically
here
the worst
just
part
over
of
the
our
last
storms
couple
there
of
in the
minutes.
top part of Indiana. And that's what we're looking at right here. This big giant bow echo.
All right, we have
new
yet again
tornado
another
warning
tornado
has
warning
been
that has been issued. This one's going to be for Noble County in Indiana. So this is going to be back over
They're
to
just
Garrett,
basically
Auburn,
tornado
and
warning the whole front of the
Waterloo.
storm now. And everybody pretty much
Also
knows if
heading
you're in
towards
front of the storm,
Butler.
you definitely want to
So
be
you need to be
inside.
in your storm shelter, basement,
Because
closet, or
it's going to be
bathroom. Get away
nasty,
from
nasty
windows and get on
winds,
the
70,
lowest
80
floor
miles per
possible.
hour, plus
If you are in
hail, and then
Waterloo, Butler,
possible
Auburn,
chance of a
Garrett,
brief tornado.
or Corunna.
I'm not getting
Also,
any more
we now
wind
have a
reports either. Like, I don't even have
severe
numbers on
thunderstorm
them.
warning for Kalamazoo, Portage,
All the wind reports have
and
last one I've got is like
Rizel.
78 miles per hour
Wayland
back
also
here.
included in this in western Michigan. This entire severe thunderstorm warning was just upgraded to being destructive with 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds possible. That is the
So
intensity.
they upgraded
of
this to a
strong
destructive
EF0
severe
or
weather
even
storm,
low-end
80
EF1
mile
type
per hour
tornado
winds
here
possible.
in western Michigan. So we're going to go 3-cam view. We got Kalamazoo bottom right. You also got CJ Ziegler back over in southeast Missouri, and then Storm Intermedia in northern Arkansas. All on your screen. But there's a lot of severe weather ramping up right now. We got a slew of tornado warnings Also, we have a bunch of damage reports. All these black circles are damage reports. I mean, that's a ton. Gives you an idea of how significant this line of thunderstorms is right now in Michigan and Indiana. And it's going to get worse back down in the Mississippi River Valley here over the next hour or two.
Things for Michigan is they got hit by ice last night. Like, and pull up Michigan too on the power outages. They got slammed by the ice last night.
As of now, I'm not seeing any tornado debris signatures, but again, tornadoes are possible with any of these warnings.
Like
as
this
they
north
continue to
part of
move
Michigan,
northeast.
they already don't have power last night
All right,
from
while
the
we
big
have a
ice
quick
storm.
second, I'm going to take a quick 60
But
second
yeah,
break. I'll
they're
be back
starting
in
to
a
get
couple
hit
minutes.
right here
Take
too now.
a bathroom break. Be right back.
Yeah, North Ohio needs to start prepping for this because it looks like it's going to be there in like the next 15 minutes. I don't know if this is going to hit. I think it might miss Toledo. It might go north of it. Kind of see how it's going still. Like the most destructive part's up here. But I mean, I can see this bottom part. I'm assuming this bottom part's probably going to get pretty destructive too because the wind shear is getting really bad here this time of day. I mean, it's almost 5:30 p.m. right now, and they said the worst of it's going to start around 6 for the report. Let's see if we got any. I want to take a look at those storms down there by Arkansas again. Haven't looked at those in a while.
We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Coldwater and Hillsdale and Jonesville for 60
This is kind of the bottom
winds.
of that big line.
And a very intense line of thunderstorms is right now rolling across Michigan and
supercells out here
Indiana.
alone by
we
themselves.
have a slew of tornado warnings now, a bunch of
They're all
QLCS
still rotating.
areas of rotation, which means rotation embedded in the line of thunderstorms. We really could have upwards of like 5 or 6 tornado warnings with what we're seeing right now.
Take a look
we even have
closer
rotation
to the big line
just
of
south
storms.
of Portage that's going to be coming into the Kalamazoo area over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So be ready. If you're over in Kalamazoo, I'd at least be staying away from windows. Even if you don't get a tornado, you're talking about a really significant risk for damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. Further down to the south, we have strong rotation near Garrett right now. We may have a tornado approaching Garrett. Nothing confirmed at this point, but if we have a tornado, it would be approaching the west side of Garrett over the next couple of minutes. This storm is moving northeast at about 60 to 70 miles per hour. So it is a very fast-moving storm. Quick little update back over in central Indiana. We do have a line of thunderstorms moving towards Indianapolis. None of this is currently severe, but we'll have to watch this storm near Terre Haute moving towards Indianapolis to potentially produce a threat for significant damaging winds. This has been an intensifying storm here just over the last 15 to 20 minutes. That'll be moving towards Indianapolis and Greenwood. We also got a significant line of thunderstorms between Robinson and Mount Vernon. Lots of lightning, very high winds. The tornado threat continues to stay on the low side, but it should become more organized over the next hour. And then anywhere along the Missouri and Arkansas border, we are talking about a ton of different hailstorms that are currently happening. These will continue over the next few hours. We don't have anything that's really tornadic at this point, but we are still keeping a close eye on it because I still think the greatest chance for a tornado will be in this region over the next couple of hours. So we're just going to have to kind of wait and see what happens, but I do think the tornado risk is going to start increasing here very soon. Also, Stormwater Media, if we go to them just for a moment, they are currently driving through Mammoth Spring, Arkansas, and look at the roads. They are currently covered over in hail.
Covered in hail.
You have hail-covered roads right now in Mammoth Spring, Arkansas.
Hey, if you guys don't want to get to the hail,
You don't see that very often, but that's a lot of hail that's been falling there. Also, heads up, no severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing anymore. In North Texas. So Dallas, Fort Worth, no severe warnings ongoing.
Yeah, pretty much need to stay in front of all these storms right here and kind of see what's going to happen to them.
Tornado warning for those in Angola has been canceled, so we no longer have a tornado warning with that cell. Okay. Well, we now have a confirmed
back
tornado.
to Indianapolis.
So
we got a confirmed tornado now.
This is an urgent alert. a tornado is on the ground.
Ignore the
Seek
counties, those
shelter
are completely
immediately.
incorrect. This is for St. Joseph and Branch counties in Michigan. So we now have a confirmed tornado in Michigan. You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet,
The
or
Michigan
bathroom.
border right
Get
here.
away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. This is a dangerous storm right now that is moving to the northeast. This is a confirmed tornado that has just passed by the municipal airport near Sturgis and is continuing to move to the northeast. They'll be going towards Matson, Colon, and Union City. So this tornado right now is going to be right over the north side of Sturgis. It's going to be going into the town of Colon over the next few minutes. And in Colon,
Listen, I'm
the
talking about
Village
this
Market
right
Food
here.
Center, the Don's Cafe, Collins Community Park, Tomlinson Lumber,
Right in there.
the Magic Capital Grill are all in the path of a tornado right now. Dollar General as well, and there's multiple neighborhoods. Got the Colon Water Tower as well on the north side of town that is currently in the track of a confirmed tornado. This is confirmed via law
Colonoscopy
enforcement.
tower.
This is moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, by the way. It is a very fast moving tornado. Very fast. Like 60 mile per hour tornado. That's how fast to the northeast it's currently moving. That is extremely fast.
I'm trying to see it.
You do
on
not
the
see
radar.
tornadoes moving northeast at 60 miles per hour very often. So this could catch a lot of people off guard, especially with it likely being rain wrapped just
Yeah,
south
it's
of
gonna
Nottawa,
hit so fast.
approaching the south side of Colon.
See if we can see it in the 3D view.
Also, an update further south. We do have an area of rotation near Pensacola, Florida. Just want to point this out. If you're in Pensacola, there's a large and broad area of circulation right now over the north
There
side
you
of
go.
Pensacola.
You can see it now.
It's pretty stationary, very slowly moving
There it
down to the
is.
south. It might be more of a fish-NATO threat more than anything. But if you're
It's
in
really hard to
Pensacola,
see on
just
the
stay
radar,
weather
but you
aware.
can see it right
Very
here.
significant storm happening there,
In
and it's
3D
really not
view.
moving very fast. So keep that in mind.
That's the one heading towards Colon at 60 miles an hour.
Hayden, are there any cameras in southeast Missouri that have anything, by the way?
It's just,
get a
it's
camera down there.
so mushed together and all the hail. It's just really hard to see on the velocity radar.
You're just tuning in again. There is a confirmed tornado west of Bronson, and actually, that right there, I think, is the debris signature, or that might just be the hail core.
Yeah,
But
it's so hard to
if
see
there's a
any of that
tornado, it
stuff
would be
Max is
just
talking
over the
about
north
is
side
right.
of Sturgis right now, and it's about a mile or two from hitting Colon.
I mean, that could be a debris or that
There's
could be
the
the hail core.
Steinike Resort.
You can
that could
definitely
get
see
hit
it on
by this
3D view,
tornado
though.
as well.
That's scary, man. I don't like tornadoes like this where you can't even see them on the velocities. See it right here, though. There it is. It's right on the corner again. You can see it, the tornado in the 3D view. That is scary.
It's also the Long Lake Public Boat
This
Access
is the
that
worst
in the
type of
path
tornado
this.
because you can't see it
There's
in the
also Lee's
velocities.
Auto Body Store that might be getting hit by this tornado.
I'm guessing they have people on the ground that
We're
can
about
see
2
it.
minutes or so away from this hitting the town of Colon.
Wow. Crazy. Hope these people are in a safe place. Let me pull up Colon on the Google Maps.
All right, here's the latest radar scan. I'm not seeing really anything definitive when it comes to a tornado, but if we still have one, it'd be over the town of Findlay. So this tornado will be over the town of Findlay. It's going to be tracking right up through
Definitely
Long
there.
Lake,
Yeah, Max can't see
and
it,
then
but we see it on
Colon
the 3D
is right in the track
radar.
of this. Palmer Lake, many people live around
You
that
can
lake.
see it for sure.
But Colon Lake, or Palmer Lake, excuse me, you're right in the path of a tornado. Danbury's Appliance Sales and Services Building might be getting hit by this. This is kind of like a vacation spot almost. We have a lot of different like lodges and resorts and whatnot that are in this area. One of which is the Palmer Lake Lodges right along Palmer Lake. So this seems like it's a bit more of a vacation spot here in southern Michigan. So hopefully everybody's heeding the warning.
You
If you're
kind
not
of see
already
it
and
on
you're in
the
the tornado warning
velocity,
for
but you
Union
can see it
City,
much better
Michigan,
in the
Matson, or
3D.
Colon, make sure that you're away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We still have a tornado warning near Garrett. The rotation here has been broader over the last few minutes. We still have rotation approaching Angola. There is no tornado warning here, but we still have rotation over near Hudson. It's about to cross over Interstate 69, and then it'll approach Ellis and Interstate 80-90 over the next few minutes.
Right there.
Calling Colon a vacation spot is hilarious. Is it not a
Colon
vacation spot?
Vacation spot.
From what I'm seeing, there's a lot of vacation spots here.
Is that the Sturgis for the bike week?
You know, what's crazy is that we are seeing significant damaging winds and tornadoes across Michigan, while we've also had an ice storm happening on the north side of the state. For those that
Imagine
have
living in
already
Colon.
heard, over 150,000 people are without power right now in northern Michigan.
That's what he said. There's a water
And the
tower
reason
in
why
Colon,
is
and I'm
because
like,
we've
that's
had
like
upwards of an inch of ice accumulation
colonoscopy
in some
tower.
areas. So, you know, that's unfortunate, but like that's literally that's what's happening in Michigan today. Michigan is dealing with an ice storm.
This is a
while we're
horrible,
also
this is such a
seeing
horrible
significant
tornado
severe
because you
weather on the
can't
south
actually
side of
see
the
it on the
state.
velocities.
It's quite literally unbelievable.
The only way we can see it's on the 3D view. And not only that,
Also,
yeah, this
new
whole
upgrade,
storm is just
Wayne
flying
and Ballinger
so
counties
fast.
in Missouri. You're now up to 2-inch sized hail. That is a
I've
consistent
been
threat
watching this storm
for
since
large
back
hail.
here in Illinois, and it's been less than 2 hours, I think, and it's made it all the way to Michigan.
Also, bottom right of your screen, that is over
And
in
it's
Collin,
really doing a lot of damage now.
Sorry, in Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo.
Lost control of my mouse.
We had a pretty good view there of the storm that's going to be rolling in. I actually want to go full screen to Kalamazoo just
We'll
for
take a look at
moment,
the
just to give you
power
an idea of
outages
what it
again,
looks like
because
right
this
now.
thing's definitely doing a lot of damage now.
But this is what it looks like. So Kalamazoo, we're about to see 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds come through your city. That's at least what's the
Yeah,
the
look
thought
how
right
many
now.
people are losing power in
The storm
Michigan.
that's warned for
Another
Kalamazoo reported just for
5,000 people in the
80-mile-per-hour
last
winds.
5-10
Look at the
minutes.
top of your screen. Look how fast the clouds are currently
8,000
moving.
people in Berrien
Yeah,
County.
these storms right now
Man,
are
this
moving
storm is so
northeast
nasty.
at around 60 to 75 miles per hour.
I
They
would
are
not want to get
very
hit by
fast
this.
moving.
I'm going to
I'm
take a look at
seeing some
Indiana,
reports
too,
from
where it's
people
coming from.
in the chat as well
Yeah.
that there are trees falling right
Leaving
now.
a trail of
in
destruction with the
Portage,
winds,
which is
hail,
very
and
possible. The winds
brief
are very
tornadoes.
strong. You can see how fast these
I have a
clouds are
feeling
moving
that
as well.
tornadoes have been going for
But
a
we got
while now, and
significant round
nobody
of
can
storms
see
that is
it
about to
because
move right into
it's just
Kalamazoo,
there's so much
Michigan.
garbage, and
And so we are going to keep a
the
very
radar's
close eye
so
on that
buggered up
camera.
you
It'll be
can't see the
bottom right of your
velocities
screen.
right.
And once it comes more into view, we'll go back to it.
8,000 and 5,000 people both lost power in the last 10 minutes. That's a lot of houses. That's not people. That's households that lost power, or actual, people that and household
As
power.
of the last couple of
account or
minutes, there
whatever.
is still a report from law enforcement confirming the tornado by Sturgis, Michigan. So that tornado, if it's still in progress, would be approaching the south side of Colon in Michigan. And that would be impacting Palmer Lake if there is still a tornado in progress. And we're not entirely sure, but as of a few minutes ago, law enforcement was still confirming a tornado with this storm in southern Michigan. It's approaching Union City right now.
See, law enforcement can see it, and we can see it on 3D, but not on the velocity radar.
If this does continue to produce a tornado, the next areas in line would be Marshall and Albion. Or Albion in southern Michigan. CJ is just south of Poplar Bluff, by the way, for those that are wondering, in Michigan. Or sorry, not in Michigan. In Missouri. So many states that start with M's. All right, we got a new radar scan coming
Ohio.
This is what it looks like right now in Kalamazoo. Look at the wind. You can actually see it right there in the middle. I think that's all the wind that's pushing in right now. That rain is being blown by the wind. I think we're going to see some really high winds here in Kalamazoo over the next couple minutes. But the wind is literally being dragged from the storm from like left to right now.
Sorry, I'm almost done eating. I've been eating some ice cream. Backside of Colon,
This is again live in Kalamazoo. 80-mile-per-hour damaging winds are possible. This is a destructive, severe storm. Look how fast the rain curtains are moving on the right,
Let's see if I can still see the tornado on the 3D radar.
Yeah, it's definitely strong here. Look at the winds. The trees are really starting to sway, too. This is a serious downburst of wind right now.
Oh, dude,
right into Kalamazoo.
Right there. It's coming.
You can see the water blowing right along the bottom there of your screen, too.
Oh, this is too big of a cut.
I'm going full cam just so you can see it. I can outline some stuff. You can see all the wind at the bottom again. Look at all the wind coming in right towards this camera, left to right.
There you go. You can still see it.
Storm is again currently producing the threat of damaging winds as high as 80 miles per hour. And honestly, it looks like it's at least 65 to 70. Some small trees could come down. Branches could go flying.
Yeah. Be this one or this one. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, the wind is still very strong. This is a consistent 3 to 4 minute severe storm that's rolling through Kalamazoo. Power outages are definitely possible with this storm.
Be down in there. There's Sturgis
This is the
back
radar
there.
mega cyclone port here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Still don't have any proper radar velocities yet. You can kind of see where it's brighter and
So
darker
the wind
here,
is
but
still
there's
very
just
strong.
too much interference, I think.
We did just get a new tornado warning. So brand new tornado warning has just been issued. That's gonna be for Angola.
Oh, this storm hit
Jamestown,
Oklahoma this
Alcanese,
morning?
and Pioneer.
Wow. I mean, it's
So if you are
smoking.
in
It's
this tornado
going
warning, seek
fast.
shelter,
It's
get
going
away from
northeast
windows,
still.
lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. The storm has been rotating.
Like, it was
for a little
down
while
here,
now on the south
and
side
it
of
moved.
Angola.
It's been
approaching
going
north,
diagonally up
northwest and Pioneer.
northeast.
This
It's not
includes
really
a
moving
small
that much
sliver
east. It's
of
going more
northwest
northeast.
Ohio. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm watch as well for those in northwest Ohio and southeast Michigan to address the threat for significant damaging winds and potentially even a couple of tornadoes.
Get a new report for Ohio. See if it's updated.
We actually have rotation going through Kalamazoo. I'm going to go back to the full cam view of Kalamazoo. There is actually a small little area of rotation over Kalamazoo on the east side of town. I'm not sure if this camera is going to be able to pick that up. I don't know if it moves, but it would be off to
I
the
can't
right
see anything
somewhere.
though. It just looks like a bunch of rain.
There is actually a little mezzo here that's going to probably be wrapped in rain. I think the worst of the wind, well, it's still going. We still got some strong winds going through Kalamazoo.
If
You can
anybody
actually see the wind
in
changing
chat
direction a little bit now. It's
is
going more
concerned about an area they live
kind
in,
of
you
away
can
from
go ahead and put
camera
the
almost
state
now, which might be going towards that area of
city in the
rotation that I was
chat, and I
talking
can look it
about.
up for you. That's kind of what I'm doing this in this channel. You know,
Because
these
initially it was
big
coming
streamers
more
got
at the camera. It's
30,000
turning
people
a
watching
little
them. I
bit
just
off
want to
to
help
the-
out.
to
You
the
know,
north now.
they can't help all 30,000 people. So if you're concerned, I can try to look up your area for you and see what's coming towards you tonight.
Yeah, I got still some large
Anti-anxiety
some
stream.
strong winds still moving through Kalamazoo.
Like, I'm worried about Ohio, but right now
Keep
it's
it bottom
looking
right
pretty
of your
good
screen,
so
but there's a
far.
little circulation there over the northeast side of town.
Because this whole storm, you know,
Let's
it's
see
just
something
big bow
become
echo, and
tornadic
it's
out
got
of
like
that
the
as it
whole line
continues
of
to move
storms coming down
northeast.
here. So whatever's going to hit Ohio, it's way
The
back
confirmed
away
tornado
still.
warning for Union City at this point.
'Cause
I'm
everything
not
seems
seeing
to be
an area of
moving really
rotation that
far
looks
northeast.
as concerning. We still have a little bit of rotation over Matson, approaching Union City and Garrard.
Actually, you know, I can see the wind speeds in the upper levels. Here we go.
Cone shop,
Right here, this
near
scales
Interstate
by miles
69
per
will
hour.
eventually be
So
in the
like
track of this,
5,000
so they
feet
may
up
issue
in
new
the air,
tornado
this
warning, but the
storm got
velocities
like
have been
80,
broader. The more
anywhere
concerning
from
storm right now
70
is
to
really
90
over
mile per hour
Angola.
winds
We have
up in the
a
air,
stronger
way
area
up
of
high in the
rotation
sky. It's
in
crazy.
Angola, Indiana. That's going to be going over Ellis
It's a pretty
and
fierce
York
storm.
over the next few minutes. And eventually this will go
I mean, this isn't
into
exactly what it's going to be on the
northwest
ground, but yeah, this is what the
Ohio.
radar's picking up,
Literally
you
the
know,
town
over
named
5,000
Northwest
feet in the
Ohio.
sky.
You
It's
are in the
moving
track
70 to 80
of
mile
a
per hour
possible tornado moving to the northeast.
right here.
So be ready for this if you're in that area.
Actually, it
Shout out
looks
to
like
Cat
it's
with
kind
the
of splitting up
$35
some.
super chat. I appreciate the generosity.
Or am I just looking at the
Also,
far
thank
radar?
you to American with the super chat.
This is KIWX right here.
I think Ohio is mostly going to be wind. The more elevated tornado risk would be out of this segment of storms, which is mainly off near Defiance, Bryan, west of Toledo. I had somebody ask about Toledo earlier. Again, you're probably about an hour or so from seeing severe weather because this line of storms is just moving so fast at 60 to 70 miles per hour.
All the way down to
Anticipate damaging
Dallas.
winds being the main concern for Toledo.
You know, we
possibly
just
a
had
tornado.
2 tornado warnings in Florida. And one was like in central Florida, and then the other one was way down out in the like alligator swamp area. There wasn't a single house within 100 miles from it. But yeah, the other one was just in central Florida, and like Florida's not even in the severe weather
Any PDS warnings
today,
today?
or listed.
Nothing PDS so far. Nothing PDS.
Today's looking really good so far,
Let's say
honestly.
a
I
live
mean,
shot in
I wouldn't
Poplar
want to get hit by
Bluff
this storm, but like,
in Missouri right now. We got a couple storms back off to the west.
I mean, it's still kind of too early to say, but
we got so many warnings. It's actually kind of crazy.
I don't know.
So it
Yeah,
looks
this
like
storm's
right now
just been the
across
worst
board,
one.
We got a bunch of severe storms.
I thought
in
it was going to be
southern
much
Missouri
worse than
and
this, so I
northern
think
Arkansas.
it's looking
We've had
better
hail
for
as
me
large
in
as the
general.
size of tennis balls near Timber.
But then again, it's
Missouri,
still,
according to
we
fire
got 20
department and
minutes
rescue teams.
till 6
But
o'clock.
we got a bunch of storms right
And
now.
they're
that are gonna be
saying
heading right
National
into
Weather Service
southeastern
said
Missouri
anywhere
over
from
the
like
next
6
several
to
minutes.
11 p.m. and it's going to be the
Damaging
worst.
winds, large hail being possible, and maybe even a tornado risk. There are some cameras here that we're going to be keeping an eye on. Let's check
I
and
think
see
the
if we
only
have anything.
debris ball I seen today was down in like
Not really seeing much right
Mississippi in an unwarned area.
Should be an interesting look at those storms once they get a little bit closer.
Every
There
other
are some
warning.
cameras in that
No,
area.
we saw another
Back over near
debris
Perryville,
ball a
we have
while
new severe
back.
thunderstorm warning for
Forget
some
where it
hail
was
and
though. I
wind
think it was in
near
Illinois.
the Missouri and Illinois border. A bunch of severe storms are continuing across southern Illinois with lots of hail
When I
and
say debris
wind.
ball, I'm
We've
talking
had
about
many
right here, our
reports of upwards
correlation
of golf ball
coefficient. This
sized
is how
hail
we
out
can
of
see the
those
debris
storms.
ball.
And we got an
Like if
intense
it's
line of
rotating, you'll be
thunderstorms
able
now
to
moving
see.
towards
Like
Vicenius
hail leaves a lot of
in
debris, like right here in
southwestern
Hamilton.
Indiana. So be ready for this. If you are in
Got a debris
Vicenius,
ball.
the
Well,
potential
not
right now
necessarily a
for
debris
significant
ball, but it's
damaging winds
picking
and
up
hail
debris
is
here.
increasing as this
It's
moves
most likely
into
hail.
Indiana. Back over in Indianapolis, we don't have any severe weather in Indianapolis right now. However, we are actually watching a storm just off to the west of Indianapolis that will be producing a threat for
a bunch of
quarter-sized
hail
hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it is intensifying. So we may see this actually be a little bit stronger once it moves into Indianapolis. We also have a massive severe thunderstorm warning that was issued.
Kind of like using my
including,
SRV
Fort
right now
Wayne,
to see the speed
Auburn,
of the storm.
and Angola in Indiana.
That's basically the biggest
Bryan,
threat from this
Defiance,
storm
and
is the wind
Napoleon
speeds right now.
in northwestern Ohio for damaging winds and an isolated tornado risk. Our rotation is beginning to increase a little bit again.
You can
we have
see such a
stronger
big
rotation
difference, you know, from
beginning to
here,
ramp
where
up near
it's so much more
Galesburg,
powerful in the
just to
yellow
the
than it mounts
southwest of
out in the
Battle
red.
Creek. So that rotation is intensifying just a little bit. And we also have stronger rotation near Union City again. So we might get
Michigan
a new
needs a
tornado
break,
warning on
man,
that.
after
The
last
rotation's at
night
least a
and
little
today.
bit stronger than before. I'm getting word that Hudsonville, Michigan, back over near Hudsonville, Michigan. This is back
Hudsonville,
over near
Michigan.
Grand Rapids. Oh, look at this. Back over near Grand Rapids, just west of Wyoming. Got a couplet forming right there, just west of
I
Wyoming.
need to look at a different radar. I gotta change to a closer one. I want to keep this one here.
We actually have a lot of areas of
Hudsonville,
rotation. That's
Michigan.
one. Some broader circulation a little bit further off to the north and northwest.
AGRR.
Oh my
Max, so
goodness.
there's a couplet forming up here.
Ryan Scholl has a crazy
Ooh.
looking shelf cloud right now. Let me go to Ryan Scholl. Look at this.
Talking about this right here. We have severe warnings up here? Yep.
Is he? Ryan Scholl's near Doniphan,
Oh
Missouri.
yeah, look at all this. All this is
We're gonna have to
rotating.
get out of here.
That looks like a large lowering too.
Very concerning. I want to see the wind speeds up here.
I think this is
60, 70
Scholl is
mile
on
per
this.
hour
Okay,
range.
wait. We have to actually talk about this. The rotation's also strong on radar. That
It's
is, I
more
think, a wall
mild though,
cloud.
north of Grand Rapids.
I think there might be a wall cloud developing with this. Velocities bottom right of your screen are very strong. Look at this. We have very strong rotation approaching Doniphan. I think this is an organizing tornado threat right now in southeast Missouri.
Southeast Missouri.
Oh my god. Come on, camera, are you recording or are you shut off?
And this is currently a warned storm for golf ball sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and there is a tornado possible label now on this, which there is a good reason why.
All of these are rotating. You got
Rotation's
rotation there,
intensifying,
there,
and he
there.
is also
I think we're in a
in the
radar
midst
hole
of
though.
a huge shelf
I'm
cloud.
gonna turn
forming
off
through.
all the
Might even
hail
have
and
a
reports
lowering
so I can see better.
that could become tornadic. The velocities are intensifying on radar, though.
Oh yeah, that's the one he's talking about, Doniphan. I think this is the man. Every single radar is so far from the storm. I mean,
I'm gonna try to refresh
Max,
him.
out of view in a stream.
Is this like zoomed in or something? The more zoomed out
Right
view
here.
is.
That's one of the
Oh,
storm
yeah, yeah.
chasers that's on it. I still can't see that well, but you can definitely see the rotation on it.
Wowza!
These are the ones I've been looking at like the last hour. I said they're all going to be
Yeah,
problematic
this is a pretty
storms.
crazy
all
view
day.
right now. Near Doniphan. Does Corey have this too?
Yeah, I kind of just got to wait for him to get closer to the
looking at?
radar that I'm on, and we'll be able to see him better.
Yeah,
I mean,
Corey
clearly
Durkin
it's
also has a
rotating,
view of
though.
this now too. This is a dangerous supercell in southern Missouri for sure. This is a very dangerous storm.
I was
mean, we
looking
got a
at
huge lowering and
KSGF a
everything.
while ago. You can see them really well. They're all very pronounced
It's green in
supercells.
there. It's green in there.
This is pretty scary.
Green sky. Right now, green sky.
We might get a
Just-
tornado warning on this here in a minute. I mean, this is
You can
definitely
just tell by
organizing.
the
Looks
face
like we have-
reflectively,
looks like that's
or
spinning right there,
reflectivity,
too.
how bad it looks from
Right in the
how
middle of
far
your
the
screen.
radar is. Just looks really sloppy from that far.
Oofda, man. We really need to get out of here, though.
I don't even bother getting a 3D view unless I can get a
Tornado
get it
sirens
closer
going
to
off.
radar to see a better structure.
Tornado sirens are going off.
But yeah, this one's gonna keep heading
Keep in
towards
mind, we don't have a tornado
KPH.
warning, even if tornado sirens are going off.
Really big velocity.
Doesn't always mean there's a tornado warning.
National Weather is like saying right
This is
now,
one heck of
McMahon,
a
we need
storm,
another
though.
radar in this area because it's just in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing nearby. Or no radar near this area. They just need to put another radar like right here.
I don't know where Brandon is. Is Brandon on this storm? Alright, Brandon's a little bit further out. I'm gonna go to Corey again. Corey was pretty close to this too.
See what
We're gonna go
direction
back
these
to
storms
radar
are
in a
heading
moment,
to.
but Corey also has a view from the distance right now of this powerful supercell near Donovan.
These need to be moving.
Missouri.
They seem to be
Rotation is
moving more
intensifying
east,
very
slightly
quickly, and it's
north.
gonna
But
be
that
going
big
in the
bow
direction
echo
of
is moving
Poplar
northeast
Bluff,
very
Missouri.
strongly.
Tornado
These are
sirens.
just kind of heading more to the east. You know, you can see that rotation
While all
sticking
this
out
is
from a
happening,
mile away,
I'm gonna
though.
put Corey on the bottom right of your screen.
Both
We need to
of
go
these
back
storms.
up to
Here and here and here. All of these
oops,
storms
I
are
don't
all
know what's
rotating.
that. All right. We need to go back to Bryan Center, Michigan. There may be a tornado on the ground in Byron Center in Michigan right now.
Bryan Center, Michigan. Let's take a look.
Possibly moments ago, right here near Gaines. We actually have strong rotation over the southwest side of town. We may have a tornado right now going into Gaines. That'll eventually approach Cascade Center Township. And it's also going towards Lowell Charter Township. So we have a strong area of rotation. I'm surprised this doesn't have a tornado warning, but the rotation is very strong here. And again, a possible tornado right now that's going to be approaching the south and east side of the suburbs of Grand Rapids. We've had a little bit of rotation up to the
close to the
northwest of
radar.
Grand Rapids as well.
Can't
A
even
bunch of
see,
different
huh?
areas of rotation currently moving to the northeast. None of these are, again, tornado warned right now, but I think any of them could deserve a tornado warning. We got a couple other strong areas of rotation that could produce a tornado over the next few minutes, especially this one near right, moving towards Sparta and as well as Cedar Springs. I don't know how the one in Gaines does not have a tornado warning, though. Again, if you're anywhere near Grand Rapids, if you're in this area, you should definitely be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. We have
You
a
heard
very
them. If
tight
you're in
coverage,
Grand
and a
Rapids,
likely
you take your
tornado
safe
right now that's
spot.
moving
Get to the
towards
safe spot.
Cascade Town, Charter Township, in addition to Lowell Charter Township.
Very, very
We'll go back to
populated,
Corey
actually.
here
You know, it's
in
Grand
southern
Rapids.
Missouri just for a moment. And he has a huge storm right now. It's going right over top of him. This storm is rotating quite a bit now over near Donovan, Missouri. This is what it looks like right now.
Nice base fast. Look at that.
That's that other one down in Missouri we're just
Nice
looking
little
at.
green
That's
tinge
really
there
far
in the
from the
clouds
radar.
as well. Some of the water drops reflecting.
I wouldn't be surprised if the storm produces a tornado tonight.
You know, we may end up having to take that south route. We don't want to get too close to take that south route because it goes a little
This
south.
whole Grand Rapids, this whole Michigan area, this big bow echo is just a big mass.
So we got a decent lowering.
There's a lot
here.
of
We're gonna keep a
rotation
very
down here
close
near
eye on that. Again, you'll be bottom right of your
Taconcha.
screen. Going
Taconcha?
back to Grand Rapids right now. We probably have a tornado right now near right that's unwarned. We don't have a debris
Oh,
signature.
this is what he's talking
quite
about
yet,
near
but the
right.
CC radar is a little bit behind.
One.
Velocities are very tight, though, right over the town of Wright. So a likely tornado right now hitting Wright, Michigan. It's going to be moving towards Sparta. There's also another area of rotation near Ravenna moving towards Casnovia. And the rotation
Right.
that's east of Gaines now, just south of Grand Rapids, that rotation slightly broader on the
pull a
latest
break.
scan, but we are very close to the radar site, so it's a little bit harder to see right now. I don't know how we don't have a tornado warning, though, even on this cell right now near right.
Right in Michigan.
Likely tornado, though, approaching
Oh, am I
Sparta
not seeing it on my
and
map?
Fruit Ridge Center over the next few minutes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right.
Northeast
So now
of
we have a
Grand
tornado
Rapids,
warning, and this is
or
the storm we've been
northwest.
talking about for a while. So we now have a tornado warning near Donovan. This is for Butler and Ripley counties in Missouri. We have a really crazy-looking storm, as you guys have seen over the last few minutes, near Donovan. It's going to be going towards Poplar Bluff. So if you are in this tornado warning, which it will pop up here in a second, again, for Ripley and Butler counties, you need to seek shelter.
I
get
think
away
this is
from
the right
tornadoes
one
as
he's
slow as
talking
has been
about.
possible. And get into an interior room of your home or building.
Yeah, that's
So
definitely pronounced
Donovan, Naylor,
rotation
and
right
Poplar
there.
Bluff, you are all included in this tornado warning. Okay. Let's go back to Michigan as well. We actually had okay, so we do have a tornado in progress near Caledonia, Michigan.
So many rotations, this whole line of storm, everything happens
Which would
so
have been
fast.
which
and
is this
brief.
storm. So we actually do have a tornado debris signature moments ago on the northwest side of Caledonia in Michigan. So there is a tornado right now in progress that's going to be approaching the Lowell Charter Township. Very populated area here on the south.
That has to be on foot. They probably have somebody spotting
the Grand Rapids suburbs.
It's really close to radar.
Lowell,
There's no way you can see it on the
Saranac,
radar.
and Belding are all in the path of a tornado right now. So you need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning. This is, again, a dangerous storm that is tracking to the northeast. We have had a tornado. We literally have an unwarned tornado right now over right. There's no tornado warning on this. We have a tornado in progress right over right. There is a tornado debris signature right here over the town of Wright. Let's hope that people are aware of this near Wilson Street and 8th Avenue, but there is no tornado warning on this, and this is a tornado. So we have a tornado right now moving towards Sparta. This has developed just over the last couple of minutes. It may be occluding, but there is debris that is being lofted up into the atmosphere. A completely unwarned tornado that's heading in the direction of Sparta. South and east again of Grand Rapids, we have a tornado debris signature that has popped up just over the last few minutes. It's so hard to see on radar with how many things are going on here, but again, we definitely have a tornado that has dropped just south there.
That's
Grand
definitely
Rapids,
right. It's just not shown on my map.
Township.
That's the same rotation we've been able to see. The last
Charter Township is in the
couple
path
scans.
We do have a new radar scan coming in right now. We'll just wait for that to come in. This also looks interesting.
It is heading towards Sparta. Let me see if I can get a 3D view of it.
Our tornado would be right
it's
here.
Still pretty close to radar. It might cut off the top of the storm.
Old Charter Township over the next few minutes.
Getting pretty good views of the storm, though.
All right, so if we still have a tornado, which I don't think we do anymore, but if we still had one, it's over the north side of Caledonia. We may still have one. Again, it's very hard to see because we're right next to the radar site. It looks like we also have rotation developing near Ada Township. So a little inflow in that storm moving off to the northeast. So we need to keep a close eye on that.
Would have been right along this line right here. There was a tornado.
The tornado near right has now occluded, so that tornado went unwarned. But that is now at least our 5th tornado, I think, of the day. And that one was near right. And Corey, yes, Corey is currently out of signal. He'll come back here in a second. It's hard to tell. We might have something here near the Ada Township as well. Velocities are pretty strong right there. So there might even be a tornado right now on the south side.
Tornadoes form and fall apart so fast. Just can't even really see them. Pretty much everyone in the line of these storms, though, just needs to be getting in safety because of the straight line winds and hail and all the damage it's causing. Like, I'm going to pull up the power outages again, kind of see what we're looking at out there.
On the south side of Ada Township.
This
right
is
here,
northern Indiana. This is the bottom part of the bow echoes here in Indiana.
But it is going to be going towards the Virginies Township.
Then we go up to Michigan.
Mosley, Grattan, Parnell, and Follisburg, and eventually Belding.
This is where the storm is right here. It's just laying waste to all these towns right here.
And there's still
600 people without power here. 2,300
radar site, but nothing clear.
7,000 people lost power in Kalamazoo County.
Township.
6,000 in Allegan County.
Place again if you are in this warning. If you have any friends or family in this tornado,
and I feel bad for Michigan today.
That we have, please make sure that they're aware of the situation. And again, get to your tornado shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. We got a lot of storms happening right now. This one here too. Right here near Irving.
Pretty much, if this storm's coming at you, you got to pretend this whole entire storm is basically tornado warned because the tornado could happen. It could go unwarned, just like Max said. Or it may never get warned, or they just keep it warned, and then people just don't pay attention to it because it's always warned. But these tornadoes happen so brief and fast.
Friends or family in Freeport, Middleville, Carlton, or Irving.
Well, we had that really long one in near Sturgis that was on the ground for a while. You couldn't even see it on the radar.
Velocities are much stronger near Irving.
Concha area still rotating after all this time.
Going to go back down to Missouri here.
I'm surprised that never got warned.
Again, we do have a tornado warning right now for Poplar Bluff in Missouri. Wow, that is strong rotation.
Poplar Bluff.
We have
Ooh.
very strong rotation right now
Gotta
over
take
the
a look
east
at that
side of
again.
Doniphan. This is going to be approaching Neelyville over the next several minutes. This is a very intense storm.
It's not a good radar to look at.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to put 1, 2, and then hopefully Corey bottom here.
Or how this could go.
Oh yeah, you can really see it from this
We
one.
need all the Poplar
KNQA.
Bluff angles that we can possibly have right now. We got really strong rotation heading towards Poplar Bluff. If you guys remember, the Poplar Bluff area was hit by a tornado only a couple weeks ago, 16 days ago for reference. And so now we have a very strong area of rotation that is heading in this
Poplar
direction,
Bluff
and we
and
may
Naylor.
have a strong tornado trying to develop out of this. It's very concerning. We had a large lowering developing only 10 to 15 minutes ago. Corey Gherkin, bottom left, he's just driving away from this, making sure he can get out in front of it. This, again, a dangerous storm. At least it's only moving at 40 miles per hour instead of 60 to 70 miles per hour like the Michigan storms. But nonetheless, this is definitely a concern.
See it right in there. Definitely rotating good.
But we do have a lot of storm chasers in this area. Again, none of them currently.
If there's
have
any
a
new people in chat and you're
review quite
concerned
yet
about
of
an
this
area
storm.
you're
I
in,
think
just
Corey is the closest one
type
having
in
a
chat
view
the
of it.
city and state, and I can pull it up
He
for
is
you.
currently
Kind of see what's
driving
coming
away
at
from
you
it.
A
tonight.
new
If you're
tornado
concerned.
warning has been
What
issued.
Corey's looking at right now.
Right now,
So
I'm
if
just
there's
kind
a
of all over the
tornado, it
place
could be
looking at all the
rain-wrapped in all of that rain
horrible
right now.
storms we have going on. We're like kind of hitting the
Velocities are very
almost 6
strong
o'clock
right along
now, the
Highway
worst part of the
142
evening
approaching
starting
Naylor.
out. So far, it seems pretty common. Tennessee, Kentucky, and
We
Ohio.
lost signal for Corey.
Buffalo, New
We do
York.
have a brand new tornado warning that's going to be all the way back up into Michigan. This is Barry, Iona, and
Go ahead and pull up my
Kent
warning sheet
counties.
again.
And this is the one for Irving. So luckily they have issued a tornado warning on this. Strong area of rotation right over the town of Irving in Michigan. If this does produce, it'll be going towards Freeport.
Right here, this is our hail threat.
Lake Odessa, Clarksville.
I have them down at the
and
bottom of the screen,
Carleton
but I'm going to go ahead and bring up the severe weather.
over the next several minutes, just north of Hastings.
Day 1 tornado. So New York's
Got a new radar scan
completely
coming
out
in
of
right
the
now as
severe
well.
weather today, so you should be good. But I could go up there and see if we have any thunderstorms. You know, I don't even want to rule it out because we've had, you know, we had
The
2
radar
tornado
scan
warnings
come
down in Florida
We still
today.
have
So let me go
rotation
see
over
what's
the
going
northeast
on up
side
in
of
New
the Ada
York.
Township.
To be
More than
safe for
anything,
sure.
it's turning into a wind risk, but we could.
I
get
don't
an
want to say
embedded tornado
Buffalo,
or
New
two
York's
going
completely in
towards
the clear
Belden
because you just never
and
know.
Graton or Granton in the northeast suburbs of Grand Rapids in Michigan. This is the latest radar scan. We still have strong rotation over the east side of Irving. No tornado debris signature
Here's
for right now,
Buffalo.
but we are still watching this very closely for a possible
Looks like we have a
tornado
lot of scattered
as
rain
this continues
showers
to move
here. And these are
northeast.
looking a little more heavy. Like they got, looks like they're forming some heavy rain, possibility of them turning into thunderstorms. But
Okay, let's go back over to Corey. And I need to get another camera up on here.
doesn't look too bad in Buffalo. Just
and
rain
Corey's right now in the
showers.
tornado warning in southern
at the
Missouri
moment.
that looks very concerning.
This bottom
Very
radar will
strong
show us if there's
rotation.
any rotation, and nothing's really rotating. I mean, there's really no storms to be rotating. Yeah, you look like you're in the clear in Buffalo at the time
Okay,
being,
cool.
but
Before we do that, this is a huge severe thunderstorm warning.
I'll keep
A
an eye
brand
on
new
it.
Severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for basically all of central
Most of
Michigan.
our threats are over
This
here in
includes, like,
Ohio
an
and
entire
Michigan at the
6
moment.
counties, I think here are 5 counties.
All the big storms, big
Jackson
line of
to
storms that
Alma,
have really bad
where
winds are
70
heading
mile per
into
hour
Michigan and
damaging winds,
Ohio
and
at
there
the
is a
moment. But
tornado
yeah,
possible
Buffalo looks
label
pretty
on
good.
this as well.
I think you're in good shape for now.
So that
Just
is
some rain
quite
showers.
the new warning here across central Michigan. But we got a huge swath of damaging winds and embedded tornadoes right now in this line. That's all currently pushing
Come
to
back
the
over here to
northeast.
this one storm near Doniphan.
So very dangerous situation right now in Michigan. Pretty much widespread severe weather.
Sucker's still rotating.
This is back to southern Missouri. We have a discrete supercell that might be producing a tornado. If not, it might produce one in the next couple
Yeah,
of
the
minutes.
worst parts are up here in
We have
Michigan
very
right
strong
now,
rotation
sadly.
right now over
This-
Naylor.
This
approaching
storm's just
Poplar
knocking out
Bluff and
power
Neelyville.
everywhere in Michigan that it
It's
goes.
a
And
very
it's
dangerous
popping up these
situation
brief
right
little
now near
tornadoes.
Poplar
You
Bluff.
can't
Big
even
hail
see. They
pour.
happen so fast by the time
Again,
National Weather
likely
warns.
gonna have a tornado
Warns
with
you
this in
for
the next few
tornado, it's
minutes.
already gone. We can also
connection
see
from
the
a lot of
speeds that it's
storm chasers
traveling at
is
too,
hit or
or
miss right
the
now, but
upper
we do have
level
some
winds.
cameras
Like
as
it's
well
like over
on the radar
5,000
megasite
feet in the air,
towards
but you're
bottom middle
getting, you
and
know,
bottom right of your
up
screen.
to 70, 80 mile per hour
We're still
winds in
keeping
the
a close
upper
eye also on
levels.
Ryan Show
Wow.
and CJ Ziegler.
Look at that
who are
big
also in the
burst we
vicinity.
just
They don't have
had.
anything quite yet.
See, that was probably a downburst right here, where we see this little tiny spot, 110, 100 to 110, 120 miles per hour. That might have been a downburst or a
Okay,
brief
Ryan
tornado.
Scholl has limited
so hard to
connection.
tell.
I don't know if we're going to be able to see his shot of this, but he does have a wall cloud.
So there's obviously going to be power outage and damages right in that little spot, obviously.
He at least has a lowering. There might
This
be
whole
a
storm
tornado
has just
back in
been
there
really
somewhere.
mean. It's really kind of like losing its shape and spreading all out.
Look at that! Look at that! Look at that edge! Look at that edge! There might be a big tornado there.
Earlier today, National Weather said the storm was moving at 110
That's
miles per hour.
rapidly
That's
rotating.
just
We could have a
crazy.
tornado in there.
I know it was moving quick, but I didn't know if it was moving that quick.
It might be rain wrapped. Look how much it's spinning there on the right. It's spinning a ton right there on the right too.
There's a storm there looking at. Where's this? This is down there in Butler, Missouri. It's so hard to see with all
Look how
that
the
rain
inflow is coming in
windshield.
from right to left right now. This is a rapidly intensifying supercell.
What's our weather service office?
Oh, wow.
Tell me the weather service office right now. I need it.
Scary.
Because there's probably a tornado ongoing.
If I had to guess, there is a tornado in there. Go to Corey.
What's the weather service office right now?
That's this storm
look
they're
back.
on
Looks
right
like there's
here.
something
I mean,
on
there's
the
lots of
left.
pronounced rotation.
I gotta go.
Still really
I
far
didn't see
from
it yet.
radar,
Okay,
so the
I'm gonna
best
go back
eyes are
to-
going to be on the ground on it.
The Shoal. Shoal's now driving away from it. That looked almost undoubtedly
clearly
like a
it's
large
got a
tornado,
nice tight
but
rotation now.
it's hard to tell. It's fully wrapped in rain.
It's also got a lot of hail, too. Let's see if I can
it's
get a
hard to
3D
tell.
view
We
on
have
it
Shoal
now.
in the bottom middle. We have Corey Gherkin bottom left. The velocities are very strong. We don't have any debris signature popping up on
Right,
radar
when it's
yet.
so far from radar, it just looks like a big blob. I don't like
Corey,
that.
have a
So it's
tornado.
really hard to see on the 3D view.
Going back to Corey.
All right, there we go. Hey, Corey, tell us what you're seeing right now. You are in the heart of the tornado warning.
All right, Corey's losing
Here's where
signal.
it's at.
Apparently,
That's
Corey
where
may
the
have just had a
rotation
tornado.
should be touching down at there if it is.
The secondary
Oh, wow, yeah.
of cells, but you're right in the thick of it.
Just needs to tighten up a little more. But yeah, you can see the rotation going all the way up to the top of the storm.
Corey's doing an interview right now, but he's basically saying that the tornado, if there is one, it's going to be definitely wrapped in rain at this point.
And there's so many layers to this solar system, and so right now, where would you say it is tracking and kind of where's your...
But this
Does anybody
again,
live in
east of the
Missouri in
storm
chat?
right now, near Naylor. I honestly feel like we definitely had a tornado in there somewhere. So,
I mean, this thing's been rotating for the last
from
hour
what
and
I'm
a half.
seeing, there's a
So,
photo
like,
of it. It looks like Corey had a
whew,
gust.
I hope it
tornado
don't
and
drop,
not
because
a
it's probably going to be a
tornado.
long track
This
tornado
is
if it does.
from moments ago from Corey. That looks like more of a gust tornado. That's kind of when we have wind pushing out from the downdraft. Kind of spins around a little bit too. We had a lot of that in Illinois.
Luckily,
and
so
Indiana
far
the
this
other
year,
week.
all the tornadoes we have
So,
had
I think
are
that's what we
like
just
have
had,
been
but
pretty
again, this is
short.
still a
We haven't
very
had any
concerning
really
storm.
long
This is
tornadoes yet.
by far the most concerning storm that we've had today. These are the types of storms that do produce, in some cases, strong and long track tornadoes. So we really need to be paying
This is
attention
an
to this.
urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground.
right, now this
Seek
is a
shelter
confirmed tornado.
immediately.
This is now officially a confirmed tornado now for Naylor. So we have a tornado in progress approaching Naylor. This is
Oh,
a
they've
very
confirmed the
dangerous
tornado now.
situation, especially if this can stay on the ground for a little bit. This is a very dangerous storm. Again, it's a discrete supercell in southeast Missouri.
So it's updated to a
A
confirmed
new
tornado.
tornado
got
warning
another
has
one.
been issued.
Okay, so we have a tornado warning right now. This is a confirmed tornado now going towards Poplar Bluff and Naylor. We just got a new tornado warning for Michigan. This is going to be all the way back over in Kent and Montcalm counties in Michigan.
Tornado warning in Michigan.
So we got a lot of severe weather still happening across Michigan. It's hard to put into perspective how many areas of rotation we have in Michigan right now. We have
Yeah, it's
actually a tight
impossible to
couplet just
see.
west of Greenville. That might be the one that got tornado warned.
I mean, look,
But
rotation,
we have
rotation. It's
rotation
just
literally
rotating
almost
everywhere. It's
anywhere you look
impossible
right
to
now
see
in Michigan. We have
what could
1,
actually be
2,
touching the ground.
3, 4, 5. I mean, we got like probably a dozen different areas of rotation embedded in this line of thunderstorms.
Everybody
that's
in Michigan
moving
needs to
across
be
central
hiding if
Michigan.
they're in front of the storm.
So this is a pretty significant situation. The good news is that these are
Power
not
outages
usually
keep
storms
getting
that produce
worse.
strong tornadoes, but any tornado can be damaging. We have a rotation area moving towards Croton. We have
Take
another one
reef
moving
crash.
towards
That's
Lakeview.
what it was last
We got
time we
another one
checked
moving
about
towards
10, 15
Greenville
minutes
as
ago.
well over the next few minutes. And we got several areas of rotation between Belding.
It doesn't look like it's
Highway
getting much
43.
worse. I mean, we're starting to
So a
lose
lot of
more power
rotation.
out in these
We also have
further
rotation near Hastings.
northeastern
we have some near Alamo,
counties.
Charlotte, a little bit near Albion,
Calhoun,
another one near Spring Arbor.
Barry,
So there's a lot of
Kent.
areas of rotation
Wow,
right now, all
5,000
currently
people
tracking to
lost
the
power in
northeast
Kent
with an
since
elongated
I last
line of
checked. That's a
thunderstorms
huge
that's
county.
expected to
That
continue
must
to
be where
produce
Grand
embedded
Rapids is, because
tornadoes
there's
and
300,000
very high damaging winds
customers
across
tracked there.
basically the entire state. Wow. All right, well, we're going to go to Corey first. Corey right now is on the confirmed tornado warning here near Poplar
Trump
Bluff.
needs to send help to Michigan, man.
South of Poplar Bluff near Naylor.
They're having a rough last 2 days.
Before we go to, actually, this is
State's
Corey,
in
but
the
I want to
red
go to
now.
the live camera in
Total of
Harveyville,
205,000
Missouri.
people without power in Michigan
As
now.
long as it loads.
That's
this
also
is
counting from
insane.
the ice storm they had last night.
I don't know if it's going to load, though. I'm going to try sending it again and see if it works here in a second. Let me go back to Corey. Where is...
I'm not sure how much longer this severe weather is supposed to happen
I'm
in
gonna go
Michigan. I wonder
full
when
cam
these
to
storms are
this.
going to
This is what
start
it looks
falling
like right
apart.
now.
Let me pull up
in,
the outlook again.
Harveyville, Missouri. Look on the far left side of your screen. I gotta drag it over. Far left side of your screen. We got a big
So, like,
downburst
it should be
right here.
losing its power
Very strong
soon.
damaging winds. You actually got
It's
dust
like Grand
kicking out right
Rapids
now
is
on the
right
left side
about
of your
here,
screen.
so it should be getting out of the
It looks like a
favorable,
lowering right there as well. Look at the inflow
favorable,
going into the storm.
unstable
That's
weather
all inflow
soon.
right there. That's going right into this large mesocyclone. This is a very intense supercell.
That's in Kent, Michigan. Iona.
This is the full cam shot here. This is a crazy storm.
It's in Missouri. I think it's in Missouri.
That inflow is really strong going into the storm. Again, there could easily be a tornado wrapped in rain right now. It is, again, hard to tell for sure.
Looks like a lot of attention starting to
This
go
is
down
also
south for all
CJ
these
Ziegler,
big storms.
who's
Like,
also on this storm
spinning
right
up
now.
real bad down
He
here.
is currently driving away from it, but that is the structure right there. So if there, he has a glitchy voice here, but if there's a tornado, it's gonna be wrapped in the rain. This is just a monster of a storm right now in southeast Missouri. I'm gonna go back to Corey, which... Let's see what he's looking at here.
I don't know if that was a fire or just a big dust bowl back here.
Oh, look at that right there. That's from the downburst. I think we just saw that on the other camera, the radar mega camera. I'm pretty sure we just saw that. That is a huge downburst coming down and blowing all that dust across the roadway here. Is Corey just going to sit in this, or is he going to drive away? The winds are starting to pick up now on Corey. By the way, a train spotter at about 7 minutes ago confirmed a tornado near Naylor. So that was just over Naylor on the west side of town. It's now going to be approaching Naylorville, or
Current
Neelyville, excuse
spotters
me, and then
in
eventually
wonder.
Quillen. All right, Corey is just sitting in the storm now.
This one is still confirmed on the ground. Naylor, Missouri. It's very southern part of Missouri.
I don't know if Corey's intentionally sitting here, but if there's a tornado, it'd be going like right near him. But he might just be a little bit north of the circulation.
Yeah, you can see it.
Starting to lose connection with him.
There.
But once again, this is where the confirmed tornado was. It was right over Naylor, and it is now going into Neelyville. If we still have a tornado, it is probably going to be rain wrapped. So this is probably not a tornado that you can even see at this point. Also, we have a supercell developing just off to the south of this one. This is back over northern Arkansas near Raven Springs. From what I'm seeing, there is a lowering with this, but the connection on Storm Intermedia is out, I think. Let me double check. I think from what I just
Pretty
saw,
small
there was a lowering
town.
on
This
that.
is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
They have updated this tornado warning. It is still a confirmed tornado that is heading towards Poplar Bluff. So still a tornado in progress right now, heading towards
Like hopefully
Poplar
it
Bluff,
went slightly north of
Neelyville,
Naylor.
and Quillen.
At least
So
the,
please
the
be in
real
your storm shelter,
civilized
basement,
part.
closet, or bathroom. We still have a large lowering on this.
Looks like it kind of went up through here, hopefully.
I'm going to try to go 3-cam view here. We're going to do this. Oh, Corey Gherkin has damage, it looks like.
Looks like there's a lot of country out here,
Corey
though,
has
so that's
damage.
good. It's going to be going out in the middle of nowhere.
Looks like he was just driving through damage, but I think he might have lost connection.
Lots of hail in that storm, too, man. That's just a nasty all-around storm.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we need to go back to Michigan. We got a tornado in progress.
Tornado
Back
in
over near
progress in
Croton.
Michigan.
Over the last few minutes, a potentially strong tornado right now approaching
wow.
Croton. A huge debris signature right now near Croton, Michigan. That is going to be going towards Morley, just west of Howard City. So you need to be in your safe place if you are in Croton, Croton Heights, or Tift Corner. We got a big-time tornado right now moving to the northeast. That is a large debris signature. It's actually on the back side of the storms right now, too.
Tift Corner, Michigan.
There's a dangerous tornado right now going into Croton, Michigan. And in Croton, Michigan, there's a lot of trees, which is probably a lot of what we're seeing right now in this debris signature.
Northeast, that storm that
But
went
there
through
is
Sparta
also
earlier.
the County Sportsman Club. There's also a cemetery, and then if it does hit Croton, it would be hitting a dam that's in the area, the Croton Township Fire Department. There's also a child development center, a township office, a library, and a trading post are all in the general vicinity of where this tornado is currently heading. And this is near Croton, and it's going to be going towards Morley over the next several minutes.
Yes.
We
Oh
probably
my
have another
goodness.
tornado dropping east
That's
of
a
Cedar
horrible debris
Springs,
ball.
just west of Greenville.
That is not good. That's
So yet
a
again,
nasty
another tornado likely
Oh, poor
on this
Michigan.
storm moving to the northeast.
That is a
CJ
giant
Ziegler right
debris
now
ball.
has a crazy view of that storm in Missouri. Left side of your screen, you can see all that dust coming out. This is currently a storm that has a confirmed tornado as well. I know
That
there's a
one's
lot
rain
happening
wrapped
here, but
as
this
well.
structure is just crazy. The tornado on this storm is going to be rain wrapped.
This is an urgent alert.
That's
A
what that storm
tornado
looks
is
like
on
right
the
now.
ground. Seek shelter immediately.
We not see the
We
velocity.
yet again have another confirmed
Oh, you
tornado
can
warning. This
see
is
a
the one
tiny little
in
pocket,
Michigan.
barely.
So they have confirmed it. Large debris signature once again that's approaching Croton. And it will be going towards Morley. Just to the
Wow.
west of Howard City.
That
So
went
again, you need to
unwarned,
get
too,
to a
for
storm
minute, too, I
shelter,
think.
basement, closet, or bathroom if you are inside of this
Doesn't really
tornado
show
warning.
much on the
We
normalized
got
rotation
a potentially
as well.
strong tornado right now on the south side of Croton. It's going towards Morley.
All else fails, you can definitely see it on the
And
correlation.
again, we may have a
coefficient where there's
tornado
debris
east of
lofted
Cedar
up in the
Springs, and
air.
we may have another one trying to
That's
drop
worse
right
than a
now
hailstorm.
near
That's tons of
Greenville,
debris.
Michigan. So there's two other couplets right now that are moving northeast that are capable of producing a tornado. We're going to keep checking back in on that area of storms. I want to go back to the Poplar Bluff storm, which is actively producing a tornado as well, according to weather spotters in the area.
I think
This is
it
back
right
to
here.
CJ Ziegler, who has
Keeps
a view of
cutting it
this
off.
storm up close
Pretty
and
sure that's the
personal
rotation.
over near Neelyville. And again, what you're seeing in the middle left of your screen is a very strong downburst area of wind. And so that is surging from
That's
this
not
storm
good.
and is producing some dust, essentially, that's going to be kicking off
That's
the
gonna
surface.
affect
So
a lot
those
of
winds are
people, I
all
think.
coming down from the storm. They're all spreading out, and that's what we're seeing right there in the middle is all the dust. If we have a tornado still, it would be rain-wrapped. So it's going to be rain-wrapped back in there somewhere.
That hit Grant. No, it formed right after Grant.
This is a really close shot here with CJ. I am working on getting his audio working, by the way, so give me 1 second on that.
Yeah, Michigan.
It's going right in front of him right now. Holy crap. Oh my goodness, look at the wind and the dust going right. You can't even see.
Visibility.
I have his audio now on.
Holy crap, this guy's driving like in a tornado right now.
Zero visibility right now, guys. Zero.
A new tornado
This guy
warning
needs to be
has been
safe. That's
issued.
so dangerous what he's doing right now. This is a max velocity stream. If you
This
wanna
is literally
semi-
live. He is driving through the dust.
It looked worse like 15 seconds ago.
Do not drive in this.
Oh my
Literally
goodness.
zero
I hope he's going to
visibility.
be okay.
I would agree with that.
Covered with dust right now.
His car's covered in dust. I can't leave that on. You guys are going to have to go to his stream if you want to see it.
And his camera? Oh, never mind. I thought his camera just got covered by dirt.
It's copyright. I'm not allowed to show it. But man, that was like intense there for a second.
Well, that was scary for a second.
I'm really concerned about this one that was close to Grant. I think it's like
Oh
out in the
my
middle
goodness,
of nowhere.
what is this? In Neelyville right now.
That is good.
It's still going. This
This
tornado
structure looks
going.
crazy. This is in Neelyville on the Radar Omega Cyclone Port. This structure just looks crazy here.
So it looks like it's out here in the middle of the
The
country
wind's also
right
starting
now,
to pick
so
up
that's
right now in Neelyville. The clouds are spinning
good.
too
Not really
above
many
it
houses,
as well.
but that's definitely a tornado going. Hess Lake. How close is it to Hess Lake? There's a lot
This
of houses
supercell
at
is
Hess
just
Lake.
crazy. This thing's a monster. Even if it's not actively producing a tornado, it's definitely producing high winds. This is another live shot just out in
It's
front of the
heading
storm as
towards
well.
Morley.
It's quickly approaching Quillen, which will probably end up getting a new tornado warning for that here soon. We did just get a new tornado warning in Arkansas. This will be for Viola in Salem in northern Arkansas. Currently moving to the east-northeast. Again, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are currently in this tornado warning.
Okay, good. It is tornado
And
warning.
we
though.
may get a new tornado warning soon, even for Norfolk,
got
going
it
towards
facing down.
Oxford. And the Pocahontas storm has also been something that we're watching closely. There's been rotation on this one as well. So we're starting to see a big uptick right now in rotation. A lot of storms are beginning to rotate and are producing the potential for tornadoes. I do want to go
That's
back
the
to
worst
Michigan. There's been
tornado
a
we've
lot of
seen in
stuff
Michigan
happening here as
today.
well. The confirmed tornado that we have near Croton is still going. So we still have a debris signature right now near Croton and Croton Heights in Michigan, which is going towards Morley, just west of Howard City.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have now another tornado warning for those in Jackson, Ingham, and Eaton counties. We have a lot of other areas of rotation as well. We got one near Greenville and one west of Greenville. Those are tracking towards McBride and
I got this
Crystal.
one tornado
And
warning
then a
too
few other
back
areas
here.
of broad rotation south of Portland. So again, make sure that you're in your safe place. Even if you're not in a tornado warning in
Oh,
Michigan,
yeah.
I would be away from windows. I mean, this is a major wind risk that is happening in addition to tornadoes. We have a new tornado warning for Holt and Jackson. So that's the new one. This storm is moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. It is very
5
fast
tornado
moving.
warnings going right now. 3 in Michigan, 1 in Missouri, and 1 in Arkansas.
I don't know. Does Jordan Hall have something? This is Jordan Hall, who might have a funnel. I don't know where he is, though. Can I get an update on where Jordan Hall is? I think that's a funnel cloud that he has.
It's cute.
Put on his audio.
Corey, do you have a copy?
Hey, do we know where Jordan is?
Hello? Hey, Caleb, someone you get the chance, turn your Zello on if you don't have it, because you can't pull your location right now.
You don't have his dot? Okay, I'm checking.
Channel 3.
Alright, we're gonna go back to Jordan in a second. I want to
Looks
go back
like
to
it's
CJ
getting
on the
weaker.
tornado warning
There's less
cell.
debris. This thing is
That's CJ.
completely
This is
rain
CJ.
wrapped. It's at the very back of this massive storm.
He's a little bit more out in front of it now. I'm gonna go back to
getting
Corey.
close
Let's see
to
where Corey's at
Morley.
right now. Corey's a little bit more out in front of the storm now that's been producing a tornado for about 20 minutes or so. Jordan, by the way, is looking from the south, I think, in Corning. So he might be looking at a storm west. I'm not entirely sure.
Ranger 32, 17,
Brandon has it? What does Brandon have? This is Brandon Kopic, who's also on YouTube right now.
So the next big city this is going to be heading into, well, it looks like the outskirts of it. There's a lot of population too, so this ain't good. Hopefully it dies out completely, but it's like in the wooded
We're gonna go
area
back to the
now,
3
heading towards
cam view.
Morley.
There is a
It's
lot of stuff
completely
happening right
rain-wrapped
now.
tornado.
That is
I
for
think
sure.
it's fizzling out.
Once again, this is the tornado warning near Poplar Bluff that we've been looking at. We are very closely watching a new supercell that's near Pocahontas that is heading towards Reno, eventually towards Corning. So we're keeping a close eye on that cell as well. As a reminder, we do have a tornado warning near Salem,
but you can
that is
definitely
going to be
see the
tracking
debris.
eventually towards Cherokee Village, with a
Crazy.
strong area of rotation that's going
You
to be
can
moving into
barely
Viola
see it
and
right
Salem
here.
over the next several minutes. So if you are in this warning, you want to make sure that you are staying away from
See it
windows
better here.
and on the lowest floor
That's where the
possible.
tornado
We do
is.
have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings as well that are lining up right now in southern
Correlation
Illinois and southeast
coefficient's giving
Missouri.
it up the
A lot of
best.
this will be wind and hail. There is a low tornado risk with that activity as it continues
This
to
is our
track
current
to the
scan
east.
where there's barely anything left to the.
And if we go all the way
debris
back up into
ball.
Michigan, again, we got a bunch of tornado warnings up here that have been going on. Let's see if we have
Hopefully
anything
it stays
confirmed
apart
right now.
over Morley, because that's
Which
a
it looks
pretty
like the
decent-sized
tornado that we
town.
had near Croton has occluded. So that was on the ground for about 10, 15 minutes or so, but it looks like it has now fizzled out on the east side of Croton. And so that tornado is done for now. But if you're in Morley, if you're in Lakeview or Stanwood, I'd stay away from windows in case we do get a new tornado up in those areas. But otherwise, a lot of wind, and then a few embedded tornadoes will continue there in Michigan. So it looks like right now in Quinlan, Missouri, this is just out in front of this tornadic supercell. And again, I think what Jordan was looking at, he's either looking, I don't know if he was looking west or north, but if
I
he
don't
was
know what the
looking
deal is with
north, then
velocities
this is what
in
he was looking
Michigan,
at.
but you just can't
We got a
seem
little
to see
kind
them
of
right.
lowering
They're
there.
kind of off. I don't know
It's
if
wrapped in the rain
its radar
right
has
there.
a problem or
And again, all
something.
your rain falling.
It's like nobody's
It's been an intense
seeing
supercell here for the last
these
several minutes.
tornadoes until
Storm
we
Hunter
see the
Media
debris
has a
ball.
crazy view. I don't know if they're going to have signal, though. Storm Hunter Media is on the storm that's near Pocahontas. It is not currently tornado warned.
I mean, it feels like
I just had a crazy view a second ago. It is very dark skies here.
we've driven a decent bit, but we
It's a storm that went through
Bottom right of your
Jonathan.
screen is what that storm looks like.
It's still confirmed, I believe. It has a tornado warning. Let me see if it's confirmed or not.
Let me give them a second and see if they shift the camera view here.
just from Springfield
Yeah, that's still considered a confirmed tornado.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
to Salem.
This Pocahontas storm, though, is beginning to get a lot more concerning. And Jordan Hall right now has a view of a large lowering, it looks like. I'm pretty sure, again, that he's looking at, I think he's looking at this Pocahontas storm.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that next scan.
Let's see if I can verify with him. He has a large lowering of some sort right now.
Every
forming
single
on
one of
this
these
cell.
storms are rotating.
We did just get a new tornado warning for a large area. I'm going to keep him on the bottom right. We do have a new tornado warning for those in Dexter, Bernie, Dudley. You're all included in a new tornado warning. Again, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, this storm is dangerous, has been producing a lot of hail, a lot of wind, and we may even have a tornado in progress. It is a radar-indicated tornado warning, though, for now. Let's go back full screen to Jordan. This camera did get a little bit more blurry here. Hey, Jordan, what storm are you currently looking at? Hey, Jordan, what storm are you currently looking at? I don't know if he's going to answer, but...
Man, every single one of these storms are rotating. That's no good. And this is the
think he's
stuff
near
that's
his
going to head into Tennessee and Kentucky, sadly. That's when we're going to start. I'm up in Cincinnati.
Yeah,
so
that's a pretty large lowering. We're going to keep a close eye on it. It's getting a
I
little
would
bit
be
more blurry
surprised
now.
if these are the storms that make it to Cincinnati, too. Because they're just kind of moving slowly to
Keep
the
them on the bottom
east,
right of your screen.
taking their sweet time. Slightly to the northeast, mostly eastern moving.
Rotation right now is going to be moving right into Quinlan over the next couple of minutes.
I want to pull up Ohio because we haven't.
This is
looked at
currently tracking
Ohio.
to the east-northeast towards Bernie, Dexter, and Essex.
I don't
as well
even
as
need this
Pharma.
radar anymore because the worst of the storm's all the way up here.
This storm near
Grand
Pocahontas
Rapids
is
now.
ramping up very quickly. We got strong rotation right now near Pocahontas. That's going to be moving towards Delphine and as well as the Peach Orchard. I think we'll probably get a new tornado warning on this storm here in a moment. That rotation's
just
been
like
coming
basic
together
rain showers
quite a
in
bit
Ohio,
over
nothing
the last
major
several
yet.
minutes. Storm Intermedia is in this area. At this point, I'm running out of camera. Honestly, we need more camera
that
slots.
storm's
We only have
definitely gotten a little
maximum of
bigger.
3. There are so many things happening right
I
now. I'm
don't
going to
think
take
it's
Corey off,
anything to
put
worry
Storm
about
Intermedia
yet,
bottom
though. I don't
left.
see any rotation.
They're on this storm near Pocahontas.
Take a look at Kentucky.
Zoom out just a little bit here, but we got basically 3 different storms that are very concerning. The one near Poplar Bluff, the one here over Pocahontas, and we got the one over near Salem.
Looks like blue skies in
But by
Kentucky.
far, the 2 most concerning are the ones that are way more out in front, where we have a lot more
Pretty much
wind
all these
shear, a lot
tornado
more
warning storms
instability,
are the leading line of the
and
threat.
the veering, there's a lot more veering winds as well. So the winds are very strong near the surface and aloft, which is going to increase the potential here for a tornado.
Yeah, that's going to be our biggest threat tonight are these storms, I think.
All right,
Other
we
than
have a
that
new
one up
tornado
in
that has just
Michigan, that
dropped
should be
near
starting to
Boyer,
fizzle out.
Michigan.
Like, it should be getting
So
weaker.
brand new tornado has just dropped. This one is not tornado warned.
Oh,
So we have an
no.
unwarned tornado right now in Michigan, north of
Oh, not
Lyons.
good.
It's approaching Maple Rapids, Perrington,
Another
just
one.
south of Carson City. And this is yet again another tornado that is not currently tornado warned. So if you know any friends or family in this area, for perspective, north of Lansing, if you know any friends or family in this area, please make sure they're aware of this.
It's the same one I was just looking
And
at earlier.
another tornado that is not currently warned in Michigan.
Is this it? Ooh, I think it is.
It's currently moving east-northeast towards Maple Rapids. But that is a tornado debris
Yeah,
signature that
that's
we have
it.
on radar.
Dang.
In addition to that, we do have a destructive
Let me
severe
guess, we don't have
thunderstorm
any
warning for
velocities
80 mile
either.
per hour
Nope,
damaging winds
just a
across
tiny
central
little-
Michigan. So this is a pretty
Can't even
major
tell
storm
on
right
the
now, moving to
velocities,
the
though. There's
east
a
and
tornado there.
northeast.
I don't know what's wrong with the radar up there tonight.
Sorry, my voice is cracking right now, but
I mean, you can kind
Um,
of see because you got this
yeah,
little
again, there is a
blip coming
tornado
in,
there
looking like it's
that's
like
still in
turning a little bit,
progress,
but
moving towards Marathon and
all you can
and
see is the
Maple
ball and
Rapids.
correlation coefficient.
All right, let's go back down to the south. And we're going to go back to Dexter, where we have strong rotation right now, approaching Bernie.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is
just
what it looks
warning.
like right now in Quillen, Missouri. This is a live shot on the Radar Mega camera. Got a large supercell here, very large mesocyclone, huge
Hubbardston,
rain shafts as
Michigan.
well
Let
here
me
in the
see
middle.
where that is.
And even the downburst winds are coming out. You can kind of see the rain going right to left a little bit there, and some of the dust that's kicking up.
So if you're in Hubbardston, Michigan, get safe
think
because it
Jordan
looks
Hall's
like there's
also coming
tornadoes
up on
coming
this now.
right towards you. It's a pretty small town.
This is Jordan Hall.
That debris ball, yeah, it's coming right towards Hubbardston. Should be down in here. It's like it might go slightly south. It's hard to tell because I don't know exactly where that is, but it's heading toward Hubbardston.
Jordan's on the south side of the storm right now. Very
The storm
ominous
has no
skies.
mercy. We'll pull up the power outages again and see what it's looking like there in Michigan.
Pretty much
because
every
it
storm
keeps-
chasers on this storm are the one in Pocahontas.
Oh yeah,
Right now
it's
we gotta
bad.
go east
Everything the storm's touching is taking out the power.
That's
10,000
what
more
Brandon
people
Kopic's
here
looking at right now.
in Calhoun. 6,000 Berry County. Another 1,500 in Iona.
This again
20,000
has the
people
potential
without
for
power. in
producing a
Kent
long
now.
track tornado if it's able to stay organized. Really, the next couple hours is when we're
Looks like
expecting
it's
the
falling
majority
apart,
of the
though.
intensification to happen in terms of our atmosphere.
Hopefully, before it gets to Hubbardston. I mean, this is rain wrap too. Like this is inside the storm, so you won't even see this tornado. It'll just be doing damage inside the rainstorm, thunderstorm. You wouldn't even be able to see it. The worst part is you're going to be getting hit by like 60 mile per hour winds for that tornado even hits. It's going to be like so hard to tell.
I'm out ahead. Oh, I see you now. That's so.
Oh, there we go. All right.
see.
Little update. So that's the storm that we've been
Threat
watching
line
again. The
should
one
be
back up
around
near
here
Bernie
up in
in
Michigan.
southeast
That's when it
Missouri.
should
We have one in
start dying out, but
Pocahontas.
this is all in the green
Pocahontas
zone
going towards
still
Reno and
for
Corning.
severe weather.
This storm still remains very concerning. I do think that this might be trying to drop here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. We don't actively have a tornado warning, but I would assume we're going to get one here very soon on this. The rotation is still strong. It's strong enough for there to be a tornado warning, and it's also discrete, which means it's separated from every other storm. So this one right here could be a long-term concern going towards Rector, Corning, and then eventually towards the Mississippi River Valley. We're not even in the worst part of the winds. Long-term, it would be going like Union City direction here. The worst of the storm's been up in here in western Tennessee. So this is, again, a long-term concern in terms of our severe weather risk with tornadoes. Further back off to the west, we have a tornado warning for Salem that has still continued. The rotation on this storm, though, is on the broader side of things. That is over near Salem. It'll be going towards Cherokee Village as well over the next several minutes. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning as well north of Conway. This is north of Little Rock. That is going to be for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail.
Keep talking for a minute. I'm going to get something to drink.
All right, we're going to go back all the way to Michigan again. We did have a tornado a few moments ago on radar. We're going to check in and see if there's anything that looks concerning. So the tornado warning near Greenville has now expired.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What in the world is going on in Florida today?
Another Florida.
We have yet again another tornado warning in Florida. This one is west of Orlando. Or east of Orlando. What is happening here? We got two areas of rotation right now.
We got to look at this.
In Florida, we got one near Lake Mary Jane. That is actually a tight area of rotation. We may have a tornado with this. And then we also have one near Wedgefield, which is really quite the name here. Wedgefield is in the path right now of another possible tornado there. That one might get tornado warned in a moment. But Orange and Osceola counties in Florida, you are included in these, or at least this tornado warning. And we might get another one here in a moment for that northern storm. My goodness.
West Orlando, we have a tornado warning. Not even in the severe weather today. Oh my goodness, that's a really tight rotation. Ugh. Doesn't look good.
Be in your safe place if you're in that tornado warning. All right, we're going back to Michigan. I want to check back in on this.
At least it's like out in the country.
Yeah,
so
look at this rotation right here. So southeast of Lansing.
There's nothing out here.
We have a area
of
convergence
we don't even need to worry about that.
Dansville.
This is in the middle of nowhere.
A tight couplet is beginning to develop, approaching Interstate 96.
Tornado warning for the alligators.
Williamston and Fowlerville.
There's not a
so if you're in Fowlerville or Williamston, I would just get into your safe place in case you do end up getting a tornado here. It's a good precaution to take at this point. The velocities are on the stronger side of things. Further to the north, the rotation is much broader, but it's.
I think the only thing that's out there is the highway that goes to the
mainly
West
south of
Coast
Highway
Beach,
57. Definitely more of a damaging wind risk, in my opinion, though, as that approaches Highway 127.
Lakes, that looks a little concerning.
All right, I'm going to see if we have any view of this storm. There's a camera over in Quinlan. Wow, look at this. This is right in Quinlan on the Radar Omega Cyclone port. Or Quinlan. Got dust blowing right across right now. I'm going to try to go full cam to this. It comes in, but we got dust blowing across right now. This is right on the south side of the tornado warning. If we had a tornado, it would be kind of in the middle left. You can see this dust column, though, like skyrocketing up almost. So it might even be a gust-nado right here.
Gust-nado.
There's a bird flying away from it. There's the full cam view. Wind is very well picking up right now in Quinlan. If there was a tornado, this might be our best shot of seeing it. It would probably, again, be rain-wrapped. Near Highway 51 approaching Bernie, Missouri.
Quill? Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Looks like near a farm in the city or something. It's on some big pole or radio tower.
Also, another concerning trend, if there can already be enough concerning trends that are happening right now, we have yet again another concerning trend, and this one is all the way back out to the east in Shoals, Indiana. We are starting to see storms firing ahead of the line.
That's
And
not
the
what
main
we
one that
wanna
we're
hear.
looking at is back over near Bedford and Mitchell. So we're starting to get some prefrontal convection out in front of the line. What that essentially means is that our tornado risk might be increasing right now out in front of the line. Any prefrontal convection is in a favorable environment for tornadoes. And so we need to watch any activity here very closely out in front of the line of storms, including this one near Shoals, south of Bloomington. We need to keep a very close eye on that. I'm gonna go back to
Yeah, I
the
need to
radar
get a
mega
radar up
cyclone
in that
port.
area.
Either a bird or a leaf just threw across the screen. Again, this is right on the south side of the tornado warning that we have near Fisk.
KVWX might be a good one to watch.
If we can see anything as this comes through, the wind should really pick up. I think what we just saw was really just the leading edge
If there's
of
any
of
new
this
people in chat
supercell.
you're concerned about an area, you can list it in chat. The city and state, and I can pull it up and let you know what's coming your way
Strongest of the
tonight.
winds will, I think, just be north of the camera. The wind is definitely
These are
starting
these
to pick
new
up now.
storms forming up here in the front, or in some really nasty areas like this one.
Let's go to Storm Runner Media. I know we're jumping a
these
lot
are gonna
back and
head
forth.
towards
Storm Runner
Ohio.
Media
This is not cool.
is currently near that Pocahontas storm that is not currently tornado warned, but has been rotating. This is a live shot of that storm right now. Pretty decent structure. It's hard to tell if this thing has any rotation when it comes to a wall cloud or something like that.
They dropped the tornado warning over by Salem.
That's in the direction of where we might have some sort of lowering or maybe some pocket of rotation.
This is South Indiana right here. It's the line of storms. Looks like they pretty much separated them with that.
This
big
is a
bow
storm that's near
echo that was up
Pocahontas,
in
Arkansas.
Michigan.
It's moving towards Corning. Again, rotation is mainly going to be right over Highway 62, 67, moving to the east-northeast. So that could become a concern down the road. I have to keep a very close eye on that. And wow. This is unbelievable. Luke Hatton has a crazy view as well right now. So Luke Hatton is on the leading edge of this storm near Quinlan. Wait a second for him to load. Hopefully it'll come in. I see the problem why the camera's not coming in fast. All right, I'm going to go to this view, and then once he pops up, I'll show you guys. But he has a crazy view of this storm right now with a pretty large lowering as well. But again, this storm near Bernie is one that's very concerning. Still has a lot of wind, hail, and there is a quite the large lowering as well. In the meantime, I'm going to go to CJ Ziegler. So what he's looking at right now.
That same storm that was coming from Donovan, it's making its way through.
Not sure why I can't get Luke on here.
It's almost
Luke
to
gonna come in?
Kentucky. We should have a really good view on K-Pod now.
Is Luke just not working? Oh, there we go.
Go
All
ahead and
right, we got
switch to
Luke now.
that.
So
It's
Luke
getting
is
a lot
currently looking
closer
at
to
the
this
supercell
radar.
here near Quinlan. And there's definitely a little bit of a lowering here. A lot of scud for sure. Right side of your screen, you can't see it right now, but on the right side of your screen, there is actually a large green tinge to this, which kind of gives you an idea of the water droplets that are reflecting and refracting off the
3D view of this
clouds.
storm. Got a lot more shape now in the 3D view. You can just see how this whole
We're
thing
going to keep a very close eye on this. I'm going to keep the 3-cam view
Looks
on.
like a big vortex.
And we're keeping bottom left. And we'll put
Beautiful looking
media
storm.
bottom middle. All right. Going back to Florida, apparently we might have a tornado in progress east of Orlando. Yeah, there might be a tornado, or there may have been one. So east of Lake Mary Jane, it's pretty much in the middle of nowhere, but there may be a tornado there. Again, that's going to be tracking eventually towards Cape Canaveral, so we'll keep a close eye on that as this line of storms
A
moves to
new
the
tornado
east.
warning has been issued.
We also have a new tornado warning for Clay County in Arkansas. So Clay County, Arkansas, you are now in a tornado warning. which I believe is going to be this storm here near Reno and Corning. So if you are in this tornado warning, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or
Funny
building
little
as this
knobby
storm will
they put
continue
on
to
there.
track east, going towards Piggott, and as well as Campbell and Clarkton. So there's your new tornado warning. This one we've been talking about for a while. It's once again just off to the east now
It's a
of
weird looking
Pocahontas,
warning.
Arkansas. And it may try to produce a tornado as it moves east. Bottom right of your screen is Storm Intermedia. They are currently on the leading, or kind of on the south side of that storm. So we're going to have a pretty good view with them, I think, as they continue to move east. We still have a tornado warning for Bernie, Dexter, and Dudley right now. This storm's been producing damaging winds and has already produced at least one tornado near Neelyville and Naylor, just off to the west of this storm. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. We are currently up to 27 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a major wind bag that is going through Michigan right now. The biggest concern with this line of storms is going to be damaging winds. We've had some embedded tornadoes. Actually, look at this right here, just southeast of Lansing. We have, again, strong rotation that is now going to Weberville. There's a tornado warning here. It's not tight to the point where there's a tornado, but we do have strong rotation continuing near Weberville and Fowler.
A new
Which is going
tornado
to continue to
warning
move
has been
northeast,
issued.
and it will be going towards Byron and Linden and Fenton over the next 15 to 20 minutes. They have issued a new tornado warning, I believe. Yeah, they have issued a new tornado warning, and that's going to be for this storm. So for Livingston County. Again, seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building.
This has been
if
such
you are
a
in this
horrible
tornado
storm.
warning, again, the strong rotation is going to be moving
So
over
much
Fowlerville over
devastation
the
with
next
these
5
winds.
minutes.
Let's see if I'm getting any wind reports on this. No, 90s. That must have been a downburst. They reported 96-mile-per-hour winds in Jackson, Michigan.
They have corrected
That had to be a
the
brief
tornado
tornado or
warning for
downburst or
Corning and Piggott.
something.
That is now going to be for golf ball sized hail. Just a heads up.
81-mile-per-hour winds.
Storm Intermedia has a
Michigan.
big thing of dust right now going across their screen.
There was a tornado back there in Waco, Michigan.
So downburst winds right now in the storm near
That's
Corning
insane,
and Reno.
97 miles
Got a
per
bunch
hour.
of dust right now in that open field. We've seen this
Esau
multiple times
Station,
now in Arkansas and Missouri over the
KGXN,
last
Jackson
half
County,
hour.
Reynolds Field Airport reported 96-mile-per-hour winds.
There was a gust-nado next to us.
Most
Saying there was
likely,
actually
yeah.
a
Was
gust-nado
like you
there.
see all these tiny rotations here.
Might
It's
have just
probably
missed
a
a little
brief spin up
gust-nado.
right at this point. That's how they recorded the 96-mile-per-hour. That's insane. That's no wonder so many people are losing power from the storm. I'm gonna take a
We
look
do
at
have
that
a new
again here in a second.
mesoscale discussion.
Yeah, if you're in
that has just
Michigan,
come
just
out
make sure
from
you're
the Storm
inside
Prediction Center.
everywhere in front of the storm because this storm is just nasty and it's
For
It's
those
destroying
in
people's power
southern
and-
central Indiana and southwest
A new
Ohio,
tornado
it's just
severe
warning
still
has been
precipitation
going.
will
Let me
continue
pull this up
spreading
again.
eastward across southern Indiana. And eventually in the
This is from a
southwest
while back.
Ohio, a downstream
Refresh
watch will
it.
likely be issued here in the next hour. So we'll probably have a new tornado watch if you're in Cincinnati,
Yep, it
Wilmington,
just- look at that.
Richmond, or Greensburg.
all these new
be ready for
counties
that.
are all
New
losing
watch will be
power.
issued here soon. We do have some
2,000 in
prefrontal
Lenawee
convection
County, 6,000 in
developing
Jackson. That's
in
where
this
that
area, which
downburst
could
was
lead to not just
reported, or
damaging
that,
winds, but
that
also the
brief spin
potential
up.
for tornadoes.
It's at 96 miles per hour. 6,000 people lost power in that county.
So it looks like
that
in
area.
Dexter right now.
8,000
Wow.
people in Ingham County.
It's in Dexter, Missouri, on the
3,000
radar
in Iona.
mega.
This I don't know when the
Cyclone
storm
Port.
should be letting up. The
You
warning
can see that
stops like
green
right around
tinge that I
here,
was
but yet
referencing a
it's
few
still
minutes
just
ago.
Michigan's getting hit so hard tonight. 23,000 in Kent. Man.
The
So,
storm's
like, see, the
rapidly
worst of the-
moving in.
this
It's
is the
moving east
wind
about
report
40
for
to
today.
45 miles per hour.
Like most of this damage is happening out of the purple area up in here. Like even the tornado report for today or the warnings.
We have storms firing up
Like
right
we're just
now
in the
west of
2%
Columbus, well
Michigan,
ahead
but
of
it
this
seems like
line,
it's
by the
getting the
way.
worst of it today
We
so
actually got
far.
a little bit of rotation north of Springfield, Ohio that's developing.
But yeah,
So
Michigan's
that
got
is
it
one of
bad
the reasons
today.
why they'll be issuing a new watch here probably any minute now for what Southwest
We're gonna
Ohio
get
and
the new weather
eastern
balloon
Indiana.
reports on that outlook too soon in like the next hour and a half.
We are still
should know.
watching some rotation near Williamston
Look
and
at that.
Weberville
That's
and
definitely
Fowlerville
rotation
moving
right there in
northeast,
Williamston.
approaching Interstate 69 over the next 5 to
That
10
doesn't
minutes.
look good at all. Let's see.
Continue to stay in your safe place if you are inside any of these tornado warnings.
Let's see if I can get a
Yeah, a
3D
lot of
view on
areas
that
of
storm.
rotation. We still have some even just west of Detroit,
That
going
doesn't
towards
look good.
Genoa and Hamburg. We're going to keep a close eye on that activity. Wow, this is a report from 5:17 p.m. A 96 mile per hour wind
He's
gust
talking about
was
it, the
reported
96
at the
mile per hour
Reynolds
one
Field
at
Airport
the
in
airport.
Jackson County. Holy crap. That's from damaging winds, 96 miles per hour. That's probably a microburst if I had to guess. That was from, again, about 30 minutes ago from this line of storms that's going towards Detroit. And again, this line is warned for destructive damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. So that's wild.
So sloppy. I can't see anything.
Also, we actually had a fire, it looks like, start about an hour ago. Lightning struck a power pole near the football field.
Yeah,
Maybe
pretty much
started a fire
everybody
there.
in front of this storm. Get inside now. Brighton, Linden, Flint, Schwartz Creek,
We're over
Street,
30 severe thunderstorm
Schwartz
warnings
Creek.
now. We got 2 tornado
This storm's
warnings in
coming towards
southeast
all of
Missouri
you.
and
All these
northern
cities out here:
Arkansas.
St. Charles, Chesapeake, Flushing. It's heading right towards you.
There's a pretty
I
good
think it's
chance
still
as
going
well
pretty.
that
Let me
any
see if it's
discrete
still really
cells that
going
develop
like northeast prominent.
are going to produce potential for a
Yeah,
tornado.
it's just still going like northeast.
Hunter, where is that storm? Which one is that that you're looking at on that picture?
I'm just surprised it hasn't died out at all. Like this thing's just staying strong. How far north we are.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's back over in eastern Indiana.
You can see too, it looks a lot worse. I think about this line here, everything
This
seems
storm
to be
right now
rotating
in
out
southern
front a lot
Indiana near
more.
Bedford and
down right
Mitchell,
around
this one's
through here.
becoming more concerning. The rotation is
Hopefully it
intensifying
dies
a little
out
bit
up
right
here,
now.
but then again,
And
you
so we
know,
need
I'm
to
still
watch this very
seeing
closely.
little pockets of rotation everywhere.
And you're just near Bedford and Mitchell, moving to the northeast. That is a concerning storm moving to the northeast. That's a prefrontal storm, which in the environment it's in could easily produce a tornado. We got
a new tornado warning
CC
has
right
been
here,
issued.
correlation coefficient, the bottom one.
We
This
now
is
have
how
a
we
new
see like
tornado
debris,
warning
but
in Michigan.
a lot of it gets
Strong
contaminated.
rotation
So
north
you
of
like see this
Williamston.
long line
Tornado
here. There's
likely
probably
about to
like a
drop right now.
hailstorm
Moving towards
contaminating
Maurice,
it from the radar
Bennington,
scan from right here.
Owosso, and New Haven and New Lothrop. You're in the track of a likely
It's
tornado
really
in the
not
next
getting
few
good
minutes.
readings on the
We'll be crossing
velocities
over Interstate
anywhere.
69 and will eventually go towards the Chesaning area. So seek shelter, get away
This
from
whole storm's
windows, get on
been
the
nothing
lowest
but
floor
bad
possible,
news.
and get into an interior room of your home or building if you are in this tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning in Indiana. That's the one east of Bloomington. This one has become a little bit more
New
concerning as
tornado
well.
warning in
This is actually
Indiana.
embedded in the line, so a different storm. Just east and
Okay.
south of
Oh
Bloomington.
wow, look at this down here.
Indiana.
Oh
This
no,
is a
it's
QLCS
happening.
tornado threat.
Remember they
moving
said
into
these
Night
big storms
Ridge
are going to
in
start acting
Belmont
up out
over
in the
next
front here.
several
Look at
minutes,
this one.
And eventually going to Nashville.
Right here in Mitchell. That is
in
horrible.
southern central
That's
Indiana.
not good
So
at
please
all.
get to your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning.
That is really bad right here. That's
Rotation's right
probably
over
going to be a
Clear
tornado
Creek.
really soon.
And moving right up State Route 46. But this storm here might get tornado warned soon. Near
Surprised
Mitchell,
it's not tornado warned yet.
mesocyclone
That's
developing
going to
on
happen
that.
any minute.
That's near State Route 37. And long-term,
That's very
Brownstown
sharp
will be in the
rotation.
track of that. This is an area that we actually had a tornado warning
Preview
in
this one for
only
sure.
about a week
Mitchell.
back, by the way.
In
So
Mitchell.
we've had plenty of severe weather even in this
Not
region here over the
good.
last couple weeks.
You can clearly see how the whole storm's just turning over and
My
rotating.
goodness, the amount
It's
of
coming
we
down.
just keep getting new warnings and upgrades. It's insane.
Yeah, it's probably going to get out of
We have
control
now an
pretty
updated
soon. I'm not going to
severe
be able to
thunderstorm
keep up
warning
with
for
everything.
Clinton, Jackson, Ingram, and Eaton
See?
counties in Michigan for 80-mile-per-hour.
I mean, that
winds that are
sucker's
observed.
rotating all the way up 40,000 feet in the air, and it's not good.
Absolutely crazy.
So if you're in Mitchell, man, you better watch out. It's coming right towards you. Let me see how many people live there. I don't even think this is warned yet. Does it have a severe? It does have a severe warning at least.
Shout out to Amber and as well as Dalen for the Venmo donations. I appreciate that.
It was Mitchell,
Cincinnati is going to be seeing, I think, a few
Indiana,
severe
right?
storms
Mitchell,
in the next
Indiana.
couple hours.
Yeah.
So we got a little bit of time, but I think we're going to see some severe weather here soon. Let's go over to Storm Intermedia. They're currently looking at that supercell near east of Pocahontas now. Pocahontas.
Mitchell, Indiana. It's coming
This
right
is
for
Storm
you.
Intermedia.
Oh no,
And
that's a
an
big
impressive
town too.
supercell near Corning.
Yikes.
That is
They need to
currently
warn
tornado
that
warned.
ASAP. It's like right out here.
we just got.
They
a new
have
tornado
this warned,
watch.
but they don't have this one warned, and it clearly looks much more dangerous.
Brand new tornado watch has now been issued. This includes
See if I can get a 3D view on that
southern
one.
Ohio, northern Kentucky, and southwestern Ohio. They have mentioned in this watch that a couple of strong tornadoes are possible, scattered 2-inch sized hail, and widespread damaging wind gusts up to 80
This is the
miles
main
per hour
event, man. This is
is
what I'm really
possible.
worried
This
about
includes
tonight. These
population of
storms
around
that are
5
popping
million
out ahead,
people.
and they're
So
rotating
make
a
sure
lot.
if you're in this area, you have multiple ways to receive alerts, a tornado action plan ready to go, and stay
What
weather
radar am
aware.
I on?
Because again, this is an area that's
KWX. Maybe I
it's
can
definitely
see
going
it
to see some severe weather over the next
better
few
from
hours.
KIND.
If you don't see a discrete supercell, which the chances of that are lower, you're at least going to see that line of thunderstorms. So, definitely a concerning.
Well, this
threat that's
tornado one looks
evolving there, and
worse
we
on this
already have a
radar.
few
If you look at the other
prefrontal
radar,
storms
this
that have
one looks
developed.
worse.
And these little prefrontal storms are the ones that could be capable of producing the threat of a tornado.
Yeah, that looks really bad there. So both of these storms are
Thank you, Jennifer. Really appreciate that.
not good, but that Mitchell one's
Keep up
very
the great work.
concerning.
We're tuned in from Loveland, Ohio, and you're our go-to weather source. I appreciate that. Thank you for the generosity in the super chat.
They need to warn that one soon.
I'm gonna be honest, like I don't know if it will be classified as a derecho after we're all said and done, but I could see it happening. This is all the black circles that you see are different damage reports, and we have so many damage
this
reports
is like a really
across,
concerning area
across
now
Indiana
down here.
and Michigan. My goodness, I need to get some water.
And I wish that storm would just give up in
But,
Michigan by
Yeah,
now.
all right, let me go to
'cause it's
Stormer Media
just
while I fill up my water.
doing
Stormer
so much
Media again on the
damage.
tornado warning cell east of Pocahontas in Arkansas.
It's so far north, yet it's still, the winds are so bad. Let me actually see if I can. All right, here we go. Like down here in this bottom square, this is
I
our
do think there's a
upper
chance that
level
this
wind
ends up
speeds,
being a
like
derecho
over
after we're all
5,000
said
feet
and
in the air.
done.
But
It's not
yeah,
usually determined in real time.
see like
but
orangish yellow.
I'd
That's
say
like
the chances of it are
70,
pretty high.
80 miles per hour
How
speeds
widespread
up
the
here in
winds
the
have
upper
been.
levels of the storm. Still, I mean, it's even that bad up here all the way up in Alma. How far north you go? Even all the way up here in Barrington, it's like 80 mile
All right,
per
I should be
hour.
good now.
Gusts
I do want to
wind
give you
up
guys some
here.
updates back over in Florida. For anybody that might be tuning in from Florida right now, severe weather is a continuing threat right now.
I'm
going
going to
towards
ignore
Cape
Florida
Canaveral with
because that
mainly a
last
wind risk. There is a low
that
chance
last
for a
warning was
tornado
like
as this storm
in the
does
middle
go
of
towards
alligator
Cape
land, so
Canaveral.
I'm not even
So
worried
keep
about it.
that
There's
in
no
mind.
people there.
We also have a severe storm near Lake Okeechobee that's moving to the northeast, a hailstorm going towards Route 98. And that'll
Unless we get
eventually
like
go
a new
towards
one in the
Interstate
civilized
95
area,
north of
then I'll go
Fort
look at
Pierce.
Florida again.
So just a little update. Again, no tornado warnings anymore in Florida, but we'll keep a close eye on things in case it gets any worse than it already has been.
I don't know why they have a
Tornado warning still
warning that
continues
yet
in
still.
southeast Missouri near Dexter, Dudley, and Bernie. This one has already had a history of producing at least one tornado, and there's a chance that we still have something with this as it continues to track
Pretty
towards
nasty looking there,
Sykeston and
Mitchell.
East Prairie and Charleston. And it's also, even if we don't have a tornado, it is producing damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. And we still have a tornado warning near Corning.
These are the ones that are going to
heading
head towards
Piggott.
Ohio
Let's go to
too.
Storm Media. They're looking at this right now. There's some trees in the way, but after
See if
the
I can
trees,
see
we
which
might
way
see
they're
it.
traveling.
The
I think they're
velocities
going
have
pretty much
strengthened just a little
east,
bit.
a little
Over
north,
Noble and
northeast
Peach
too.
Orchard.
These storms might hit me.
And that is what that storm looks like right now.
These look like they're heading towards Cincinnati. Another 2 hours.
All right, I'm gonna stay on Storm Media. I'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned.
Is this our interest area right here? I believe so. Finally.
What radar was I looking at earlier where I could see Mitchell really well? Let me go back to that one. That's Paducah.
Yeah, it looks like 91 up being the play. The good
Paducah radar.
trajectory is going to go right by the
These are both still tornado warned.
They know what they're looking at that on the rivers.
Bernie one.
Okay, we're now at 1 point.
These are just warnings though. They're not confirmed on the ground at the moment, but they're rotating bad and they could produce a tornado at any time. So you definitely want to be prepared for these storms here.
That does get right around the end.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm losing visual.
They're TOR. It's the lowest
We've got hail up here at Noble.
lowest warning for a
All right, we're
tornado,
back.
which means it can produce a tornado. Then the next level is confirmed on the radar, which is a TOR, and then it just goes up from there. Yeah, these are just both basically rotating. They don't look as scary as they were earlier, though. They
And
don't
once
look
again, the
that
storm that
bad,
we were
but they're
just looking
definitely
at with
rotating
Storm Under
still.
Media is the one that is near Corning and Noble. It's on track right now for Greenway. Continuing right now to move east-northeast.
So Kentucky, Tennessee, and
we got a bunch
Ohio
of
is about
storms.
to start
You
seeing
can
some
tell by the
action
warning
here in the
counter.
next
We're
couple
currently at
hours.
31 severe thunderstorm warnings across a very large area. Again, a lot of them right now are in northern Arkansas and southeast Missouri and southern Illinois, but we are going to see this turn all into a line of thunderstorms in the next few
I'm
hours,
gonna steal
which
this
will
radar.
turn
and I'm
into a
gonna go
much
over here
more
and try to
numerous
look
to
at this one
widespread
that
threat
was
for
down
damaging
here.
winds across many areas, including Indiana,
One heading
Illinois,
towards
Kentucky,
Mitchell.
Tennessee, Missouri, and as well as Arkansas. So things are about to really ramp up, but we are starting to see some more warnings now being issued, even back over.
Oh, the storm might fall
areas like
apart. It might get
Paoli
sucked
and
up by this
Jasper
one,
with
and it won't be
damaging
much of
winds
an
and a
issue.
potential
Hopefully
tornado
that's
threat
what
existing.
happens, because this one in Mitchell looked much
The
worse
tornado
not
warning
too
we have
long
east
ago.
of Bloomington, the rotation has remained on the stronger side of things in Indiana. That is going to be approaching State Route 46 and Nashville. But we do have a little couplet, and we also have a hook echo on this cell. This is on the leading edge of the line of thunderstorms, so strong tornadoes don't usually come out of
Definitely look
something
much
like this.
worse.
But that'll be moving
10
towards
minutes
Nashville.
ago.
We also have a mesocyclone right over Mitchell. Again, I would not be surprised if we end up getting a tornado warning on
This
this
whole
near
thing's
State Route
rolling
37,
over and rotating.
tracking towards Route 50.
It's just really broad at
west
the moment.
of Medora. And then let's go back to Michigan. We do have a strong area of rotation right now near State Route 69 near Maurice. That's approaching Vernon.
It's looking better, though. Mitchell
Woso
should be good, though.
and, Lennon
Should
and
pass over
Corona.
just as a spinning
So again,
thunderstorm,
stronger area
hopefully.
of rotation moving north-northeast in Michigan. That
Still
is currently
concerning,
tornado
though.
warned. We have several other areas of
This
at
thing
least
stays
broad
out in front of this
rotation near
storm, it's
Genoa,
gonna
and
it's
that's
gonna
going to
be
be moving
worse. But
towards
if it gets
Rochester
eaten
Hills
up by
and
that
also
storm, it's gonna be a
Flint.
lot better.
So continue to stay weather aware. We still got a significant line of thunderstorms moving across
Go back
Michigan
up to
right
Michigan.
now, producing widespread damaging winds, a little bit of hail, but mainly wind, and then also some
Let's
embedded
talk about
tornadoes
Michigan.
in this line of
Ugh.
thunderstorms. So this has been quite the event so far in
This
Michigan,
looks
and
so
I would
bad.
honestly have to say Michigan has really gotten hit probably the hardest that we've ever seen for severe weather
It's
in
horrible.
at least a year.
So
I have not seen an
windy.
event this widespread in Michigan in quite a while.
Severe
It's
winds and brief
also
tornadoes all
producing
day
a
long
lot
in
of
Michigan.
damage. I mean, we've had tons of reports of trees and power lines down. There's also a report over in Burr Oak, Michigan. A huge tree is downed on power lines. So yeah, couldn't really get much worse over there. It's been pretty bad.
Rotation everywhere. The front of the storm's rotating everywhere.
Michelle asks, how will the wind and
Oh,
hail
this
look
looks like it might
for
be
Louisville,
starting to die out a
Kentucky
little bit here,
to
a little
Nashville,
further
Tennessee?
north above Mount
Well, I
Pleasant.
think for Louisville and Nashville, anywhere between that region, literally anywhere in this region, I think we're going to be talking about more discrete supercellular activity over the next couple of hours. Not necessarily anything that's like, I mean, we could see something more significant. We'll have to wait and see.
Orange
but I
is
think
just
what we're
starting
going to
to
see
fade
here
out, and it's
is an
starting to look
evolution of
mostly
at least
red,
a
which
couple
is,
of discrete cells that'll pop up
down in the
in
40,
about
50
an
mile
hour
per
or
hour
two. And
range.
once that actually happens, I think we're going to start to see the potential for a maybe a strong tornado or two.
Hopefully it
some
keeps
very
going in
large
that
hail,
direction, and
perhaps
this
even
whole
some
thing
damaging
dies out
winds.
in Michigan.
But our main concern, I think, for really all of Kentucky and Nashville will be this
But
line
down
of
here, it just looks as
thunderstorms.
strong as
Because
ever.
almost everybody is going to see
I mean,
this
they're
tonight.
keeping it
Almost
tornado warm
everybody. If you're in Kentucky,
nonstop just
if you're in
because of
Tennessee,
how
you're
fast they
probably gonna see
happen. They
storms
come and
tonight to
go.
some extent. That's
Small
again
little
why
brief
we have such a
tornadoes.
big risk of severe weather
Taking
is because
everybody's
of this
power
line
out.
of thunderstorms. So, you know, if I had to guess, I do think that we are going to eventually see an uptick of severe weather in the next hour or two, but I think it's going to be isolated, discrete supercells with tornadoes and strong tornadoes being possible. And then after that, we're going to be talking more about a line of thunderstorms, which is what's currently kind of forming back off to the west. It hasn't yet happened.
It's like the worst part of the
You know,
storm
all
right
these
here in
storms here
Michigan.
are all going to be
Yeah,
a line of
Osceola,
about 2 to 3 hours or so.
Bancroft, Byron's getting hit really hard.
All right, we
All
do
these
have a
people are
brand new
probably
tornado
losing
warning
power
for
right now.
Stoddard, Mississippi, and New Madrid counties
county
in
is that?
Missouri. So they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. Pop up here in a second.
Yep. Every time I refresh this, it gets brighter and brighter.
This
10,000
cell, though,
people
is
without power in
organizing
Indiana County
once
now.
again south of Dexter.
This is where it's hitting Clinton.
So,
1,000
new
people
tornado
just
warning
lost
going
power.
towards East
800 in
Prairie.
Shiawassee.
Just south of
Another
Sykeston.
1,000
If you are in
people
this
in
warning, seek
Montcalm
shelter.
County.
Get away from windows. Lowest floor possible. and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, this is just east of Bernie right now.
These storms are my
And
worst
bottom right of
nightmare
your
right
screen,
here.
CJ
This,
Ziegler is currently on the
nothing
south
worse than these
side
kind of
where the
storms,
storm
man, because
is.
they just hit such a big, widespread area and so many people lose power.
But this cell has become organized again. We have a hook echo developing yet again. Rotation's also a little bit stronger over the last couple of scans. Main locations are Matthews and East Prairie, and eventually Interstate 55 as well as in the path
I
of
keep
this.
saying like 1,000 people. No, it's 1,000 households that lost power. So it's a lot of people losing power.
And I was going to go back to our
The
3-cam
storm.
view, but we have 2 cameras out. All right, we're going to wait for that. Stay on CJ for now.
I'm glad they're keeping the whole thing warned, though. It's just better off if people are safe. I'm sure they get these warnings on their phone, so like even if they're not watching the weather, they'll get like an alert on their phone saying like, "Don't go outside. This is bad."
Going back to Indiana, we still have a
Oh, hey,
tornado warning in
Dylan,
effect
Dylan
east
Johnson,
of
what's it
Bloomington.
looking like
And
for
our strongest
Northwest
area of rotation is
Ohio?
east of Clear Creek, approaching Nashville and Clark's Dale as well.
I'm worried about Ohio myself. Right now in Ohio,
We'll go back
it's
to the
pretty calm. Looks like
3-cam
we're getting a
view,
little
and
bit of
we'll go
rain
over
here in
what
Northwest
comes up.
Ohio near Toledo, but
This is what Luke is looking at
the
right
worst
now.
of
He's on
what's
the
coming
tornado
to
warning
Ohio
cell
is not going to
that
happen
is
yet.
just
It's going
off
to be
the
a
east
couple
of
hours
Poplar
still.
Bluff.
Let me go down here to
Very
the
impressive
Indiana
looking shot
area
here of this
in
supercell.
Kentucky, and I'll show you what's coming towards Ohio.
I don't know what.
All
What
right,
is that
so
in the
these
middle, right?
nasty
Does anybody know
storms
what
out
that
here in the
is?
front that are
Like
tornado
white
warned,
stuff?
we're all the
Looks
way
like
over in
something like cover a
Indiana,
farm
like
or
these
something
big
like
line
that.
of storms. That's what's going to come hit Ohio in the next couple hours. That's probably when the worst of it's going to be for us. They said 6 to 11 p.m. for Ohio.
But for right now, nothing.
So yeah, I
too
mean, if you're
crazy.
anywhere
This
in
is the
Ohio
tornado warning
here,
cell, it's near Bernie.
you said Northwest? Yeah. Western part of Ohio, you definitely want to be watching the weather in the next 3 or 4 hours
Hay
because
bale
right
wrap.
now it's
All right,
pretty
thank you.
mild. Like
That was
it's
hay bale wrap
clear
that was on your
skies. Let me go
screen.
over
Keep
here.
it
I'm
bottom left.
I'm near Cincinnati.
Storm Media is on the supercell that is
Like we
east
have
of
clear skies
Pocahontas.
right
That
now here in
rotation's again been on
Cincinnati.
a bit of the stronger side
And
of
go up to
things here over the
Dayton. There's
last
just
few
nothing
minutes.
yet. There was some rain showers earlier, but yeah, all the bad weather's going to be hitting here over in Ohio. I don't know the exact time, but anywhere in like the next probably 1.5 to 3 hours is when it's probably going to start getting bad in Ohio.
Let's go into
Hopefully it
storm
doesn't
preview
get
unit.
that bad. I hope everything
Check
just
in.
falls apart and we don't get any bad weather. But according to the
And this is the one in northeast Arkansas. that is
forecast,
tornado
it's
warned
supposed to
towards
be getting bad in
Rector
Ohio in
and
the
Piggott.
next 3 hours or so.
See if they have any reports or anything like that. Jordan Hall actually has
This
a crazy
storm, like, kind of just went northeast really sharp, and it kind of
shot.
hit
This is
the
Jordan
northern
Hall.
part of Indiana and Michigan.
might
I
be
can actually,
driving
let me go
again. He
back
just
to
had
the
a
power
crazy
outage
shot,
just so
though,
you
of
can
this
kind of
storm.
see what this
Southeast
storm
Missouri, I
did
believe.
today. So here's Michigan. You can see
No
right
longer has
there.
that, though.
So that storm started here in Indiana, basically came up through here in the north part of Indiana, and it worked its way into Michigan, and then it's about right here. This is the worst part of the storm. This is from ice storms from last night in Michigan, so they were already having a bad time. But so far, Ohio's been
Sorry,
lucky,
Jordan Hall's on the
but
northeast.
it's I
Arkansas
don't
storm
think we've
stuff,
seen the
southeast
worst of it in
Missouri.
Ohio yet. That's
all kind of in
probably
the same
here to
area.
come later. So we do have some rain showers in Dayton, but none of this stuff's like severe warned or anything yet, I don't think. Yep, nothing severe warned. So yeah, we're going to be looking at the storms coming in the next 3 hours for sure in Ohio. And I'm going to be keeping a very close eye on them because, you know, I live here north of Cincinnati, so I want to know what's happening to Northwest Ohio for sure. I mean, you do have these rainstorms, but it's,
Hey,
yeah,
Aaliyah for the super
nothing
chat
that
for
bad yet.
trampolines. I appreciate that. Hey,
Yet.
Mackenzie for the super chat. I don't
It's
know where
coming.
Corydon, Indiana
I
is,
checked
but I think
Buffalo, New
generally
York
speaking,
not too long
like
ago.
Eastern Indiana appears to be
Sandusky.
the main concern.
I worked at
Southeast
Cedar Point
Indiana
when I was
and
18
Eastern
years
Indiana are the
ago,
main
like
concern
back in
points at this point. At
2000.
this point,
That was a
I'm really
fun
thinking, like,
time.
this region is where our most significant threat of severe weather will be. It should be mostly numerous.
I
to
looked at
widespread
Buffalo
damage and winds,
earlier.
but
I
if we
don't
get
think
any
there was nothing
prefrontal
going on. Let me
storms
go
like what
back
we've
over there
seen
on the
over last
Buffalo
few
radar.
minutes, that could
There's just
produce
some
a more
rain
elevated
showers.
threat of a tornado.
Yeah, right now Buffalo is just some, you know, scattered
That is currently
rain showers.
the
Nothing
main
to worry
concern.
about in Buffalo. Let me pull up the forecast. I know it's at the bottom of the stream, but I can make it bigger.
How will Cincinnati be? I think Cincinnati is going to start to see some severe weather in about an hour and a half or so. It might take a little bit. Again, we're going to have to see if any prefrontal storms
here's
form.
the whole
If none
tornado
do,
warning.
which
like
would
the
be better
green's
if we don't have any,
2%,
then we'd
red's
be talking about a
5%,
line of thunderstorms for
yellow's
your area.
10% chance of tornadoes. Buffalo's completely out of it. But I think you're pretty good in Buffalo. I don't think you're going to see much of anything tonight. Maybe just some rain. But then again, it's like the worst part of the storm's been like right up in here so far today. But we're kind of working into the main event still. Like the worst weather in this area is just starting to happen now.
Right now, west of Walnut
And it's
Ridge.
like right here. It's all the really bad
Not
storms
seeing
are
any
moving up
rotation
here.
on
The
this right now,
tornado
but we do have
producing
a
ones.
pretty sizable hailstorm that's moving.
So I'm
towards
hoping
Lake
they die
Black
out
Rock.
because, like you see
It's gonna
right
go
here in
towards
Ohio,
Swifton
we're
and
only at a
Walnut
5%
Ridge
chance. So
here
sometimes
over
we
the
get
next
lucky
15
and
to
nothing
20
makes it to
minutes.
Ohio and it all falls
The tornado
apart.
warning does
I'm
continue
really hoping for that tonight, but
near
you know,
Rector and
only
Piggott.
time's gonna tell. We'll
This one
see.
is still looking
But you're good in New
concerning.
York,
It's a discrete
buddy.
supercell.
Don't worry
As long
about
as
New
it can
York.
stay organized, it will have the chance of producing a maybe even a strong or even long track tornado. And we are still watching rotation that's off to the west.
Here I can kind of like see right here in this bottom square. These the
West
red
Newman
squares, the
Tornado
red
moving towards
octagons.
the
These are
prairie.
all severe
I
thunderstorm
honestly have not
warnings.
seen much on
I know
the
we can't
supercell
see the
recently, and also
thunderstorms
line
on the
of
radar
storms
because
is now
I'm far
catching
away
up
from
to
them,
this
but
discrete
and all the
supercell.
purple
So
ones
this
are
one's
tornado
probably not gonna be
warnings.
as much of a tornado
So this is
concern here
basically
soon
the
as
whole
it
line of
emerges
storms
from
that's
the
A
coming
new
at us.
tornado
Like,
warning has been issued.
and this stuff's going to keep going. This is
All right,
going
we
to
have
be
just
like
got a
in
new tornado
Georgia,
warning. This is going to
South
include
Carolina, and
3
all that
different states.
tomorrow. It's going to work
This
its
is gonna
way
be
over
for
into that
Scott
mess.
County, Missouri, Ballard County, Kentucky, Pulaski County, Illinois, and Alexander County in Illinois. So brand new tornado warning for those
Brand
in
new
Scott
tornado
City,
warning.
Tams, Olmsted,
I need to see
Mounds,
what's going
and
on down
Mound
in here and
City.
get a closer look. We got a whole bunch
So
of
this is
tornado
our
warnings
area of
down
rotation
here in
right now.
Paducah.
That's going to be approaching Tams, Olmsted, and Highway 37
Heading
south
towards
of
Paducah at
Dungalaw.
least.
Really, the biggest thing here is a surge of damaging winds right now is moving through Commerce. That could be as high as 70 to 80 mile per hour
City, there's
winds.
some rotation right here. I'm going to turn off the severe octagons because they're make a mess of everything. So yeah, these purple polygons are all our tornado warnings right now.
And it will eventually
And this
approach
bottom
Mound
one I have
City.
it set to normalized rotation right now. Just
So
kind of
stay away from
makes it
windows
easier to
if
see
you
the
are in that
rotating
warning.
spots.
And lowest floor
And
possible.
you got the green and blue together spinning around, and if it gets like brighter green, it's like much worse rotation. This is our base velocities. This is showing
So
like
we are starting to see a
the
little bit more
green's
of a
going
lineup
one
now
direction, the
of
red's going the
discrete
other. So
cells
this
that
is where
are
we can see our
producing the
rotating right
potential
here.
for tornadoes.
We got
We
green
one
and red.
south
We
of Cape
definitely have some
Girardeau, one near
rotation right here.
Sykeston,
That's why they have it warned for a
and another
tornado.
one south of Poplar Bluff. So again, activity
And this
is increasing
rotation's
right now, and keep in mind
completely
that our
like
tornado
inside
risk
of
for
it.
today
Like
is
you
the
can't see
highest
this.
in
If
this
there was a
region.
tornado
We
here,
have
you
the
won't even be able to
potential
see it. It's
for
in the middle of
strong
rain.
and
Like,
even long track tornadoes this evening and into the overnight hours in
yeah.
Kentucky,
Thanks for stopping in,
Tennessee.
man.
We got Mississippi,
I actually have Reed linked in my description.
Alabama,
I
Arkansas,
have all the
Illinois,
streamers and
Indiana, and
storm
Missouri
chasers
all
in my
included at
description. I've
least
been
some level
This is my
of a
third time
hatchet
ever
risk here
streaming, but
for
I've been
tornadoes. So
watching
some of you
chasing
are including
tornadoes
that potential
for
strong
several years
tornadoes,
now.
but keep in mind that tornadoes
It's
are
a big
still
hobby I've
possible
picked up after I became
anywhere
disabled.
in the tornado risk outlines that we have right now. It is going to be a long evening. A lot of severe weather is still ahead. We got plenty of
I'm
wind
really
coming,
hoping Ohio doesn't get
tornadoes.
hit hard tonight, but man,
Basically have everything.
it's too early to say. The anxiety's there for
Here's
sure,
your
though.
violent tornado parameter values that are
This
in
storm
place
is a
right now.
monstrosity. Look,
And
that is
the higher
so
the number
big.
is, the higher chance there is essentially
Like that's
of
not the
having
entire
a
storm
potential
either.
for
Like let me bring in the
strong
blues
or
and
even
the lighter
intense or
greens. Like,
violent tornado.
this
And
storm's
those numbers are the
50,000
highest
feet
right
up in the
now
air.
across central and
massive.
northeast Arkansas, right along the Mississippi River Valley, western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and
Try to see the velocities.
along the border of Kentucky,
See if I can see that
Indiana, and
rotation
Illinois.
they have tornado warned.
We have values in the
think
5
that's
and
it right
6
there.
range, which is definitely a little bit more elevated for the potential
I cut it
for
off.
tornadoes.
So rotation should be right in here.
My goodness, look at this storm right now. In southern Illinois, this storm is coming together very...
That's where the rotation tip is. Could be just so contaminated we can't even see it.
quickly. The velocities are intensifying very fast.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
can't
pretty
see
solid chance that we're going to get a tornado in the next few minutes near Tams. If you're in Tams,
Such a big
Hewlin,
mess,
or
I can't even
Olmsted,
see the
Illinois,
rotation.
You need to be
It's
in your safe place. This
like right in the middle of a
rotation
big
is
mess.
wrapping hard right now.
That's definitely a dangerous storm right there. Everybody needs to take safety. Olive Branch,
This
Miller
is
City,
wrapping
Tams.
hard.
It's coming right towards you. I don't know if we got any wind reports or anything else. Hail reports. Nothing.
Velocities are being measured. I don't know if
Need to
that's
see
accurate.
which one Max is
The
talking
velocities
about.
are being
I don't
measured
wanna
at
mix.
around 95
Oh, he's looking at the
miles per
same one
hour.
as me. He's just on a different radar. Come on, refresh, buddy.
Indiana. And this is an area that just had a tornado like
Oh,
a
I
week and a
missed
half
it.
ago. So we have yet again another tornado warning. That's going to be for the Columbus
I wonder
area,
what
which is
radar he
much
was
more
looking at, because I
populated.
seen that the colors
So
in a
if you
different
are in
direction.
Columbus in Indiana, still waiting for the official tornado warning to pop up on here, but assuming Columbus is in the warning, you're going to want to make sure. Yep, all right. So Columbus is in the
Yeah,
warning.
he wasn't using
You're going to want
Paducah
to make sure that
radar.
you're seeking shelter immediately, getting away from windows,
Definitely
get
got
on the lowest
rotation
floor
there still.
possible, and get into an interior room of your
None
home
of these are
building.
confirmed on the
Rotation
ground right
is
now. They're
strongest
just
over Pikes
tornado
Peak. We have an
warnings,
area of
as if
convergence just south of
they're all
Clarksdale,
rotating and they
and,
can
Columbus
produce
is a very populated city.
a
This is
tornado.
not a
So it's
small
not like
place.
a major threat at the moment, but it's definitely a threat.
Unfortunately, this is a very
This one does look really scary though, man.
populated
Like,
area
it's like
here in
tightening
southern
up.
central
You
Indiana.
can just see how it's like just swirling, coming in, and
They just had a tornado
this thing is
only
such a
few days ago.
monster.
So this is kind of reminiscent
I
memories.
don't. We
essentially, for
don't
those
want
in the
this one to hit the
Elizabethtown and
ground because
Columbus area.
that's going to be a really bad one if it does.
This is Columbus, Indiana, not Ohio.
I need to look at another radar down there.
And I think we have a tornado.
KNQA.
So it looks like we have a tornado in.
It's my Indiana radar.
Yeah,
I think
we
I
have a
could steal
tornado
this
here.
one.
So we now have a
I'll move
tornado
this
in
one
southern
down here.
Illinois. This is going to be approaching Tams over the next few minutes, Ullin, and Olmsted. So we now have a tornado in progress on this storm, and this could be a strong one. We're waiting
a
for the
tornado in
velocities to
progress.
update, but the velocities are very strong going towards the radar. So I do think there could be a strong tornado with this storm that is tracking in the direction of Tams, Olmsted, and Ullin.
That's the one we were just
And
looking
this is
at.
the latest radar
Max
scan.
is
So
telling
yeah,
us
this
that
is right
it's
now where the tornado is. So just east of Thebes.
a tornado on the ground now. Let me go back to Paducah.
Just east of Thebes, approaching Tams. So over in Tams, Illinois,
Oops.
if this does stay on the ground all the way through Tams,
Is it
it'll be
actually on the
approaching
ground?
the Tams Dental Clinic.
Oh God, yes,
There's
it's
the
on the ground.
Tams
That's not good.
Ballpark,
That's a debris
Tom's
ball.
Place, which is a restaurant, Tams Community Park.
So that's
There's
basically
also
where the
another
tornado's
ballpark.
touching the ground right now and ripping
There's
stuff
the
up
United
into the
States
air.
Postal Service, and a couple of funeral homes that are in that area. So this is going to be traveling towards Grapevine Trail over the next few minutes.
That's the wrong one.
But again,
Let's
keep
see
in
if I
mind,
can see how
tornadoes can
high it's
change
going up in the
directions,
air.
but
It's
this
really
is
hard
a
to hit it with
tornado
this
in
thing.
progress now. East of Scott City in Missouri. It's again in southern Illinois right now,
It's
going
not gonna
towards
let me.
Tams.
Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. That was that big giant storm we were just looking at.
Might be a good idea if you have a helmet with you. You might want to even take that and put that on you in case it is a strong tornado. Storm Media has something here. Sure if
Stay on
that
these
is
two
a
radars instead of the reflectivity for now.
rotating.
90 continues to go, and it goes down.
I wonder if Reed Timmer's
They do have a
chasing this
lowering.
one.
This is the supercell near Rector and Greenway and Piggott in northeast
The
Arkansas.
storm's so big.
Thank you, Jeremy, for becoming a member.
It's a big old monster.
They chant or chase for the super chat. There should be mostly wind and a little bit of hail there in Florida.
Oh. This doesn't look bad right here.
Still can't really see anything on the 3D view with it though. I've tried to see the rotation, but there's just
Maybe why we stopped is because right there. Oh.
Got a little bit of a lowering here in northeast Arkansas.
Oh, well, we don't even have connection here.
Pretty disorganized,
we can
though.
clearly see the debris ball and we can see the rotation here. Looks like it might be wrapping out for a minute. That next scan didn't look nearly as bad.
That supercell to the west looks good.
Right.
That supercell to the west looks good. And
They step for the super chat. Sirens are going off in Columbus, Indiana.
I don't know what it's gonna do.
Yeah, we do have a tornado warning there. Also, the tornado that we just had was a brief one. So a brief
Pull up
tornado.
Tams on
that one's
the
now occluded
Google
by the
Maps.
looks of
Kinda
it.
wanna
No
see where
longer any
that's
debris
at.
signature near Tams, but we still have a surge of damaging winds that is moving. Or wait, do we? Or did it just the CC glitch? That looks like a big tornado.
This is an urgent alert. A
I'm
tornado
gonna be honest,
is
I
on
don't
the
know what
Size
happened.
ground.
The
Seek
CC just
shelter
disappeared
immediately.
with that
Not
tornado.
huge,
but
but
this
there's quite a few
velocity
houses
scan looks
there.
insane. It might be recycling, but we have extremely strong rotation right now over near Tams.
Yeah, I think it's recycling.
There's a
what
chance that
Max
this
said.
is recycling and producing a even larger tornado.
That CC drop is really short.
That is a very strong area of rotation, and that's honestly very concerning. Velocities have uptrended a ton on this. They have upgraded the tornado to a.
This
There you
is an
go. Yeah, this is a
emergency
dangerous
alert.
Oh,
A
tornado.
large
God,
and
yeah,
strong
that's bad.
tornado is on the ground.
All right,
Seek
we
We're in the
have
white.
officially
That's
a
120
PDS
miles
tornado
per hour
warning. This
plus
is the
one
first
side
of the
right there.
day. This is a large and extremely dangerous tornado in Illinois. You need to be in your storm shelter.
So that's
your
heading
basement, your
towards
closet, or
Tams.
bathroom.
Churn
Away
up
from
Max for a little
windows,
bit.
and on
He's
the lowest
saying how
floor
serious
possible.
this is.
This is an extremely dangerous situation near Tams. This is a considerable threat. Once again, for Scott County, Missouri, Ballard County, Kentucky, Pulaski County, Illinois, and Alexander County in Illinois. I don't know where the CC signature went. It disappeared, but the velocities are very intense on this. And so this is almost undoubtedly a very strong tornado that is rain-wrapped, that is going to be hitting the town of Tams.
So it's right here.
So this large tornado will
middle
be
of
hitting
all
the
that
town
rain.
of
There's
Tams,
hail
which
here,
includes the
there's hail
Tams
here, hail
Dental
here.
Clinic.
Hail here,
You
and
have the
tornado's
Tams
like right here.
Ballpark, the Natural Resource Conservation. There's also a community park. There are multiple homes here. Southern Bank is in the path of this. We also have the Crane Funeral Home and Cremation Service Building, Ford Brothers Auto Repair and Transmissions, Tom's Place, and That's So Cheesy, which is another restaurant here.
That's so cheesy.
So again, a large and extremely dangerous
sorry, that
tornado
made me
is
laugh.
approaching Tams, Illinois. After
So
this, it'll be
right
approaching
now it's actually in a
Olmsted,
good spot. It's in the
Karnak,
forest.
Mounds, and Mound City, just north of La Center in Kentucky.
There's
And
nothing here
long-term,
right
it's
now, so
tracking
that's
towards
good.
Metropolis.
Hopefully it dies out before it gets to civilized area.
I am urgently waiting for the next radar scan, because I think this is going to be a big debris signature with what we're seeing right now on velocities. And just a quick view of what Storm Media is looking at right now. They have a lowering in northeast
Hello,
Arkansas.
Jose D.
And that
Jesus.
tornado warning. This structure is looking pretty impressive.
Paquera Ramirez.
That's a
I think
great
that's their whole name.
Very impressive supercell near Noble, Arkansas. Or Noble, Arkansas.
That is very scary looking. Look how mild it was to scan before. The next scan is just like the bright white.
Is this the first confirmed tornado? We've had a bunch already. We're probably close to a dozen confirmed tornadoes today. If not, we're over that.
I think this storm ate that other
Keep Storm
storm.
Media
that
bottom right.
I
We
was
should have a
really
new radar
worried
scan in a
about.
second, but once again, this right here is our large and extremely dangerous tornado that is approaching Tams, Olmsted, Ulen, and near Mounds. Which, again, I'm not seeing a debris signature. This latest scan still does not show a debris signature. The velocities are very strong, though, which is almost undoubtedly a
These
tornado.
other storms are just so far away from radar. We have four
Into the
tornado
next
warnings
velocity
right now.
scan here.
One's a
A
torque.
very strong area of convergence, very
That's
intense
confirmed
couplet.
tornado, which
This
is
is the
one we've been
latest
looking
scan,
at
and I
in
think that
Illinois.
tornado may have just occluded again. So that's once again our second tornado with this same exact storm that are happening in between radar scans by the looks of it. We may have a new one that tries to develop here as this moves towards Ulen and Tams. But we have a huge surge of wind that is approaching
Looks like it's
Mounds,
going to go
Mound
south
City,
of Tams
and
too,
Olmsted
hopefully.
over the next several minutes. We may even have damaging winds as high as 90 miles per hour with this as it continues to move east.
I don't know. It's awfully close to Tams. That doesn't look good.
Again, PDS means particularly dangerous situation. So even if this is not on the ground anymore, we're still talking about a huge wind threat. And this is an area right here where we might see this recycle again.
Tornadoes
We
like
still have a
right
very
here.
strong inflow near Tams. And the hook echo's kind of right in here. It's very rain wrapped.
Hopefully
So
it's
even if we
sticking
don't
south.
actively have a tornado, we'll probably have another one in a few minutes.
Got this green line here. Is that a river? Can't see what that green line is. Got a funky green line. I think that's part of the green line right here.
CC at higher
Oh
tilts.
no, yeah, look, that might be right going over because this funky green line's like right here.
I don't see it.
So Tam's actually down in here. Even though it's listed right here, this is where the city part is. So this might be really close to
We
Tams.
do have a little interesting little storm development here back over near East Prairie and New
man, I hope
Madrid.
they're okay.
There is a supercell just behind the one that's been
Hope they
tornadic
took
here for
shelter.
a while, going towards East Prairie, Missouri. This storm right here is trying to merge. It's almost nudging this little
I think
supercell here,
that's
and
a
if that
county
happens,
line. Is what it is.
we may end up seeing the tornado risk increasing on that. But it's not a guarantee. But this is another storm we need to watch for just south of Charleston.
There's kind of a debris ball still there.
And once again, this is the tornadic supercell back over in northeast Arkansas near Piggott, north of Rector. Rotation is right now located over the north side of Rector. Long term, it'll be moving towards Clarkton in southeast Missouri. Bottom right of your screen is Storm Intermedia, who is currently on that storm, but they're currently in between some trees. Quick little update for those in Columbus, Indiana. We have a large area of at least some broad rotation that's over Columbus. I don't see anything here in particular that is really that tornadic. Mostly wind as of right now. Large, broad area of, again, circulation. Nothing too crazy here. Just continue to stay in your safe place.
That
Again,
one's
we could get a
definitely
brief
still
tornado out of
rotated
this,
near
but it's
Countaloo.
more of a line of storm, so the tornado
Looks
risk
really broad,
when it comes
though.
to,
Lots
like,
of
a
hail
strong
as well.
tornado is on the lower side of things. Long-term, Greensburg and Batesville, Indiana are in the track of that storm. The good news across
Tell you
Michigan,
what, though,
we
if the
don't
rest
have
of the
any
night
tornado
keeps
warnings
going
right
like
now,
this,
but
that's going to be
we still
good.
have
You
a
know,
line of
just warnings and
thunderstorms
no
that's
actual
actively
tornadoes.
producing damaging winds, and even maybe another brief tornado or two before eventually this is into the thumb of Michigan. We've had a lot of
I know,
tornadoes
this one
today,
still looks
especially
really
even in
concerning,
Michigan. We had
though, and
a
it's
few
such a
of those over
massive
the last
storm.
few hours, and a lot of wind damage.
I want to look at
the
another
good news is
3D
a lot
view
of
of
it's
just
gonna
the
be moving
storm
into Canada and
itself.
kind of out of our way here for a while. New severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then back to the PDS tornado warning.
Trying to get the whole
We'll have
storm
another
in
radar
here.
scan in a second.
It's most of the
Once
storm.
again,
It's
this was
so
a radar
huge.
confirmed.
Like, I don't even have the
This is
blue
observed.
showing, and it's almost
Now, this is
50,000
radar
feet.
confirmed as a large and
Such a
extremely
huge
dangerous
storm.
tornado. I think it was a preemptive upgrade approximately 5-6 minutes
Bringing
ago.
some of the blues.
But our new velocity scan is coming in. We'll see what the storm looks like.
Yeah, it reaches
If we had a
50,000 feet
tornado,
with
it
the
would just
blues.
pass Tams and would be approaching Olmsted and Karnak in southern Illinois. Which, yeah, on the latest scan here, the strongest rotation over the east side of Tams. Look at this, though. That is a impressive hook echo and a very strong inflow going into the storm. So I think this tornado is going to try to recycle again.
Got a really good
as
view
it
on this
approaches
time. There it
Karnak
is.
in Belknap over the next
There's
several minutes.
the biggest part of the rotation right here.
But we have a
See
very
it
strong
touching
inflow
down
nudge.
like right here. I don't know
It's
if we
the
get a better
strongest
view of
inflow
it.
that we've seen on this cell, so it's really coming together. If that
Finally get a
inflow
good
doesn't get
view of the
choked off,
storm
we can
from
definitely get a
3D.
tornado on this.
Like, the more I bring in, the more it's hidden. But if I bring it all the way back to here, you can kind of see where the rotation's coming down, like right here. Doesn't look like it's going up that high, though.
Nonetheless, this is a very dangerous storm. Even if there's not a tornado with this, the winds are ripping north of Mountain City.
Just
I mean, we
keep
have a
continuing
widespread
up the
area
more
here,
I add in.
damaging winds around 60 to even upwards of 80 miles per hour that are
So
moving into Mountain
rotation's
City
kind of
near
going up
Tams.
here.
PDS means particularly dangerous situation. It means
Doesn't
we have
look
large
that bad
tornado
on the 3D
ground
view,
that
but man, it's
those
just
types of warnings do not get issued very
so
often,
much
by the way.
storm mushed together, it's hard to tell. It's definitely a very big threat.
Do have a new mesoscale discussion for those in Michigan.
Crazy what
We
it's
are
doing right now,
continuing to
too.
see a mesoscale convective system moving across Michigan. At this point, the main
All
concern
that
if you're in
inflow
Michigan is damaging winds. There is still a
sucking it
potential
all
though,
in.
for maybe a brief tornado, but if we get another one, it would be on the weaker side of things.
Starting to look worse.
Let's go to Storm Intermedia. They have a view of that storm in northeast Arkansas.
Kind of like the storms earlier, they were having a hard
Still a very messy lowering.
Show this for
This is
just a
not, again,
brief
this is not the
second.
PDS tornado warning cell, but this
because
one is back
it's a
over Noble,
chaser, but
Arkansas. Has been tornado warned for quite a
Can't
while.
have this up for like more than a couple seconds.
Huge shout out to Kurt with a very generous super chat. I really appreciate that. And also need
Not sure
Lotus
where
for super
that
chat.
is.
from where I'm at as well.
Yeah, if there's a tornado
Noble,
on the ground, it's hard for me to
Arkansas.
answer questions. So, just letting you guys know.
A new tornado
New warning.
has been issued.
Yeah, then maybe you might have to go up north on 49.
We do have a new tornado warning in Missouri. This is going to be for this is in Missouri and also Arkansas. They're going to extend the tornado warning that Storm Intermedia is currently on near Piggott, Clarkton, Campbell, and Holcomb. And we have a hook echo right here near
Same two
Greenway,
storms.
moving east-northeast towards Holcomb and Clarkton. Rotation's been there for a while. I mean, this storm's been rotating for well over an hour. And bottom right of your screen is a live shot of that storm. So we're going to continue to watch that cell very closely. They have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Metropolis, Illinois, Paducah, Kentucky, Jopa, Golconda, in southern Illinois and northern Kentucky for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. We still have a very impressive looking storm right now near Ulen, but it might become more bowed out, which might limit the tornado risk. We'll see. See what the latest velocity scan shows, but I'm not seeing anything that is on the ground anymore. We never really saw anything on radar that was on the ground, but I don't think this is on the ground right now. I just think we have a huge wind threat right now in Tams and Olmsted.
Looks like this bottom part of the storm is catching up to this top part. It's just like mushing all together. Just bringing it all in and around.
All right, here's the latest velocity scan. So our strongest rotation is now over Ulen, near Interstate 57. We still have a big surge of wind. We got two areas of wind really with this. We got the leading edge of the damaging winds and the downburst winds moving through Olmsted and Mound City. And then we also have another surge of wind on the back side of the cell. A new tornado
warning has been issued.
So we actually, if you're like over near Karnak, you might get hit by 2 different rounds of damaging winds with this in the span of like 10 minutes. So that's pretty significant. We have yet again another tornado warning. This one will be for Illinois and Kentucky. So I believe this is just going to be an extension to what we're looking at right now because of how concerning this storm is. I mean, this could be producing a tornado risk for quite a while.
You know, I haven't looked at Michigan for
There's
a long
your new tornado
time.
warning. So Metropolis is included in this, which there is a camera.
They finally cut out all the tornado warnings up here in Michigan. So that's
if you're in this
great.
warning,
That's
make sure
wonderful.
that you are seeking shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. But Metropolis bottom right of your
Kind of
screen.
getting away from the radar too up there. Everything's pretty far.
The new tornado warning is radar indicated, so they will not continue the PDS.
Let me see if all the power outage just stopped up there in Michigan. Is it finally like calming down up there? I think. Oops. All right. Let's see. So that's where we were before. We'll go ahead and refresh it. This is kind of where all the damage was happening up in Michigan, right up in here. See if it spreads out much more. Nope. Oh, a little bit. It looks like it's actually starting to fade out finally. We have 6,000 people in Shiawassee. I'm not sure what it was before I refreshed, but I don't think it was
actually, let's go to Jordan Hall. I think he has a view of this storm. This one apparently is wrapping up right now. Jordan Hall is on this. He's on the leading edge.
Looks like it's finally starting to die out in Indiana. I mean, it's still storming, but like we're not losing lots of power anymore. Because the storm's like up in here.
So this storm right now near Greenway and Piggott in Arkansas is attempting to ramp up, potentially trying to produce a tornado right now.
So the storm's like basically touching this Great Lake indent right here. Let me go back to that.
Jordan Hall's kind of in the
storm's like
notch
past
where
this.
the
See, we're
storm
not
is. So
losing
he's kind of
power
in Greenway
anymore.
right now.
So the storm's definitely gotten a lot safer. I mean, I'm sure it probably still has some winds, but they dropped all the tornado warnings on it. So it looks like it's
seeing a report in the
getting
chat
a lot
from
better in
Earl
Michigan
saying
for
Battle
everybody
Creek
up
in
there
Michigan.
now.
A lot of trees down in a neighborhood and nearby. Didn't have a tornado warning, but very strong winds caused a lot of damage. Got lucky at home.
Really
no
don't
damage
have
for us.
a radar
hear,
for where
but,
that storm is. It's like
unfortunately,
right
there's definitely going to be a lot of damage up there in Michigan. Well, here's a drone shot from Jordan Hall here. So we got a drone shot on the supercell near Piggott. By the way, PDS tornado warning expires in 3 minutes, so.
Look at that, guys. Wow.
I'm happy for Michigan. I'm glad this like finally started to die out on them.
You can actually see it spinning a little bit there on the right and left. It's kind of spinning. This is again a drone looking at the supercell in northeast Arkansas near Piggott.
It's still a big, long, large storm, but it just definitely looks like it's milding out. Like our last report was back here at 61 miles per hour. I'm sure most of the severeness is going to be further down south and not up north because it's
plenty of rising motion. Got an
storm's
going to
calm down as it hits that cold weather.
Supercell. It's
could potentially be a tornado on the right side there. Potentially.
I hear Reed Timmer.
Look at the updraft going up too right there.
Maybe across this river here.
We might have a tornado trying to drop there in the middle.
There's this little like river that you cannot cross on any of the country roads. You have to cross it on. It looks like 90.
Look at that rising motion. This storm is just, it's organizing. This is an incredible shot of the storm too.
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't look like, I don't see a river crossing here at all.
This is one of our newer warnings in
What is it, like the
south of Indianapolis.
Francis?
This one's like beelining straight towards Ohio. This one's coming towards us.
Bring back the drone. This is not related to this storm. This is crazy though. Neelyville, in Missouri right now. This is what it looks like on the Radar Omega camera.
I think this is going to be our leading line of horrible winds in
this is crazy.
Ohio tonight. These line of
Absolutely
storms.
crazy view. This is an area that we did have a tornado
It's
nearby
moving pretty quick.
about an hour
And this
ago
one's
or so,
actually
a little
warned
over an hour
here.
ago.
This
That view
little
just looks
notch.
crazy.
Look at this. Oh, we got a nasty rotation right down in here too.
All right, PDF's tornado warning is going to be let to
Take a
go
look
here
at
in just
these
about a minute.
storms.
That'll be done in a moment, and we'll be back down to a normal tornado warning for those
Man,
in
it's a
Metropolis,
huge storm.
Chopa, Karnak, and Belknap, and many different areas there. Going towards Golconda as well over the next several minutes.
I can see that rotation. Oh, this is a
A
scan
new
back.
tornado warning has been
Azalea.
issued.
Need to wait
All right,
for
we
this
have
to
another
refresh.
tornado warning that has just been issued in Indiana. This is for Decatur and
A new tornado
Lemieux
warning
counties
has been issued.
in Indiana, which might be an extension of the Columbus storm, and I think it is. So we have a new tornado warning that is going to be heading in the direction of Greensburg. So seek shelter, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Again, heading in the direction of Greensburg in Indiana. That is a bit more of a QLCS tornado, meaning a tornado embedded in a line of thunderstorms.
Yeah, I think he's talking about the one we were just looking at. Back
All right,
up here,
PDF's tornado warning is now
Indianapolis right here.
officially
I'm concerned about this
done.
little notch here,
I don't
though.
think we have anything observed.
I don't know what's going on in there.
So we have nothing observed now. We are back down to normal.
Hope my
tornado
3D
warnings.
scan will update so I
Let's
can
go to
see
Jordan
it.
Hall. He's approaching that storm in northeast Arkansas near Piggott. He is looking at an insane structure near
Nope,
Piggott.
it's still a scan back.
My
Yeah,
goodness,
see, that's
what
what
a
scan
storm.
it's looking from. I want to see 2 scans ahead.
Yeah, it's gonna freeze. I think he's in a low connection area. Does Brandon have this? I don't know where Brandon is. He was saying something about a wall cloud.
Whatever that is, it's
Brandon's in
definitely
this
rain.
general
Right?
area too.
That looks less concerning, but still a big threat. I mean, that could be a spin-up tornado at any time.
Corey
It's
is
got
not
big
in
and
this
broad.
area. All right, I'm gonna go back to. We'll go back to live.
Doesn't look
radar.
nearly as bad as it was.
Storm Media has a view of it as well. This storm's getting very organized, though. I mean, this is a dangerous storm right now.
This
approaching
one's looking
Florida
worse. You got the
Florence in
hook
Missouri.
popping out, and it's still
So you may be in your
rotating.
storm
now.
shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom.
This
if
is
you're in
probably
that
going to stay
area.
tornado warned all the way
They
to
have this
Ohio.
issued. Is this real? What in the world? Is the radar broken?
Not going to take that long to get there.
They've
I don't
issued a
think
tornado
either.
warning for Jonesboro and Lake City.
I mean, look at this. AirV scan. This
Is
storm
this
is
a
going
bug, or
so
like,
fast
what
now.
happened?
Every 30 seconds, it's moving several
I
miles.
legitimately do not know what's going on here because the storm is so far back off to the west.
Wonder our wind speeds are
Okay,
like.
so we apparently have a tornado warning for Jonesboro, Arkansas.
The wind speeds aren't too bad. They're
closest
mostly
storm
red
is
and
way
partially
outside of the
orange.
tornado warning. I don't know what's going on here, but I guess if you're in Jonesboro, get to your safe place. This is actually so confusing. I've never seen this before. I've never seen a tornado warning like this without one behind on the actual storm. But seek shelter if you're in Jonesboro. I'm going back to Jordan here. Jordan Hall has the view of the storm near Piggott. Large lowering that he's approaching right now. He's going behind some trees. We'll go back to him in a second. I think Storm Media had a view. Yeah, Storm Media has a view. Looks like a lowering on the right.
So if you're in Jonesboro, take shelter. There's a tornado warning.
Storm's really close to Paducah now, though. Northwest of it.
That's what I was telling you.
Okay, but
It's kind of
Storm Media is
all over,
also
though.
agreeing it's a
It's just-
bizarre tornado warning.
I
I've
don't
never
even know
seen a
what to
tornado
think of
warning
that.
like
It's just all over. Whew.
Yeah, large lowering beyond the tree line there.
Got any wind reports? don't even have any wind reports. We got hail back
I
there.
think the problem is the power break.
There's no wind reports. That's good news for Ohio.
Needs 5 volt 3 amp power and it's not getting it.
As a reminder, if you're just tuning in, this near Piggott,
I think Michigan
Arkansas.
stole all the thunder for
If you have any
tonight. That's
friends or
good.
family in
If
the
that's
path
the
of
case.
severe weather today, feel free to share the stream with them on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all those platforms.
Because I lost the other cube for it. It had another cube it was plugged into back there, and I don't know what happened to it.
Hope we only get like rain showers in Ohio. That's my dream, right? Everything falls apart in nice little calm, relaxing rain showers.
I just have to stop again, but I don't want to do that right now. At least I have it pointed in the right direction.
We have all these reports all along through here, but we have nothing down here.
All right, Jordan's gonna be bottom right of your screen. He's also going through the storm right now. Rotation's really ramping up here over the last couple minutes, though. The velocities have tightened yet again. We've seen a lowering over the last few minutes as well. If we have a tornado drop, Holcomb, Clarkton, and Campbell will be in the track of it. Wardell as well will eventually be in the path of that. North of New Madrid, we do have a tornado warning continuing for 11 more minutes. We have a little storm
The one
nudger
Max
kind
was
of
talking
behind
about,
here
they warned in
that
front of the
could
storm.
amplify the threat of a tornado. So we might have tornado genesis trying to occur near East Prairie. And this will eventually track towards Bardwell in western Kentucky.
They're letting Jonesboro know
Tornado warning
ahead.
also continues
Let
near
them know way ahead of
Metropolis.
time.
We do have a large, broad area of circulation near
Thing is, I
Carnac,
think this is,
approaching Belknap,
I don't know if it's heading
going towards
east or more
Interstate
northeast. I don't know. It looks like
24.
it's heading directly east now.
And Golconda will be in the track of it. Metropolis, Illinois, and Paducah, Kentucky are in the path of a severe storm here. Plenty of lightning. This is a live shot on the Radar Mega Cyclone Port here. In Massac,
Nothing but
the
rotation.
EMA.
All these storms. We have so much of this radar interference here. I don't know why. Something wrong with this radar or something. This purple
Lightning's
is like
coming in. We've got plenty of
interference. So
lightning
it's
out
like
on the horizon.
can't really trust any
Significant
readings
risk, though, for
inside this
damaging
purple,
winds is
but
coming
you
in
can
as
still
well. 70
obviously
mile
see how
per
they're
hour
like
winds
rotating.
likely as this approaches Metropolis. And in addition to that, Paducah
Definitely
is in
tell
the path of
Matthews
that.
is rotating pretty broad up here from there.
Back to storm intermediate on the storm
Look at that, Chad. Look at that back.
near Piggott.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, there's just no really other radar. Paducah is the only one we have that we can look at these storms from.
That's what it looks like right now at the distance.
Guessing this radar needs some maintenance or something.
Apparently there's a tornado that was just confirmed near Greenway. Apparently this is producing a tornado or a gustnado, one of the two. So we may have just had a tornado or gustnado with this storm.
Hey, if
that's
there's
smothered
anybody in
Piggott
chat
Zone.
that is concerned about a certain area they live in, you can list the city and
Jordan
state
Hall
in
right
chat,
now,
and
who's
I'll
also
pull it up
inside
and
of the town
take a look
of,
at it for
I
you. Let you know
believe,
what's coming tonight. As you can see down at the bottom of the stream, I have the list for the hail, wind, and
bottom right. We just got a brand new
tornado warnings.
Arkansas. This one
can kind of show a
is gonna be for
bigger
Paragould,
version of it real quick.
Rector,
So,
and Marmaduke.
should be getting updates soon, I think.
Rotation right now is
In like the
near
next
Highway
30
90.
minutes, I
It's
think they're
moving
going to
east-southeast towards
review
Marmaduke, Oak
review and
Grove
redo
Heights,
these in
and
about 30
Paragould.
minutes.
And seek shelter, get away from
This is
windows,
our-
lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home.
Our
or
tornado
building.
threats for
if you
tonight:
are in
10%
this
chance in the
warning.
yellow, 5% in the red, 2% in the green. Stretch it out. That's for tornado. Hail. This is what we're looking at for hail.
This
The worst
is
part's
from
this red.
Ryan Scholl. I need to get the.
And then for wind, which is kind of odd because the worst winds happened up here. I mean, that was right here.
We're getting some reports of some
Really bad
big-time
windstorms
hail.
happened here in like southwest Michigan and northwest Indiana. It was really bad. But I mean, I think there's still a chance we might see these really nasty winds here in
Baseball-sized hail,
Tennessee, Kentucky, and
McDougal,
Ohio
Arkansas.
tonight,
This is from Ryan
and southern
Scholl.
Indiana. But we just got to see how it's going to play out.
Baseball-sized hail.
Like I said, also
Somehow
they're
his
going to
car did
update
not
these, I
suffer
think, in
damage.
30 minutes with the new weather balloons. So they may
So
change
this
it
is
up
just
some. We'll
moments to go
see
back
how
over
it turns out.
McDougal, Arkansas. From Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. All right, we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued until 2 a.m.
It's one thing I
is
don't
going
like
to be
about
for
that
those
radar
in
Max
East
is
Texas
using.
and western
He
Louisiana
just
where
changed it.
damaging winds,
But it
large
just
to very
basically
large
gets
hail,
rid of the
and a couple of
interference, so
tornadoes are
you
possible.
don't even know if that's
So just
proper
heads
what
up,
you're
go back
looking
over in
at.
Texas or Louisiana, checking in We have a bunch of watches at this point, and the watch hasn't popped up yet, but you can see our
I own that
thunderstorm
radar
watches
too. I have it
and
on my
tornado
phone. It's
watches are spanning
Radar
well
Omega.
over 1,000
It's definitely a really
miles
good
right now.
program,
To be
though.
exact, they span
I really
about
like Radar
1,200
Omega.
miles from northeast to southwest. It is a massive area of severe watches that we currently have.
I just wish they didn't cancel out the interference on Radar Omega.
There's apparently a report of a... Are we... PJ, what storm is that?
I haven't even installed Radar Omega on my PC. I should at some point, but I just have it on my phone.
I think Storm Media is abandoning this storm.
But yeah, I'm streaming from my PC right now. Just here, I'm trying to help out people, you know, because like Brian Hall and
apparently there was
Max Velocity have, you know, thousands and thousands of people on their stream, and they can't help everyone. So I'm just trying to kind of want to stream and help out, you know, those few people that can't get a hold of them, you know, the people that have weather anxiety like I do, and kind of let them know what's going on in their area. I notice a lot of people ask about it. They just can't get to them all. So
I just don't know if do we have any chasers in the downtown area? Jordan Hall is the closest one. He's a little bit more out in front of it right now.
I'd rather get hit by a tornado and knocked out than get hit by
a
a windstorm and lose power. I need my power.
The warning, seek shelter. There may be a tornado with that storm. We at least had a gust tornado at one point before that. We are starting to see, again, a slew of tornado warnings. We got 4 up and down this area of discrete cells that are lining up from about Newport,
Nobody wants to
Arkansas,
lose
Sykeston,
power
Missouri.
these days because we rely so much on
And
the
also
internet.
over in Paducah and Metropolis, that tornado warning has now been canceled. So we no longer have a tornado warning for Metropolis, but we are still dealing with a risk for damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and we may see a tornado try to spin up out of that as it continues to move east. But a line of thunderstorms is really intensifying right now. We got plenty of damaging winds with all of this. And we may even see a tornado try to drop near East Prairie, Missouri over the next few minutes before that goes into Kentucky. Tornado warning does continue in southeastern Indiana back over near Greensburg. Rotation is going to be near State Route 3, and that is tracking towards Interstate 74.
How far away is that from the radar?
So if you are in this area, continue to stay in your safe place. If you're over in southwest Ohio, you're going to start to see, I think, some severe storms in about an hour, maybe even sooner if you're near Hamilton. So be ready. Damaging winds is coming. Protect any loose line items. If you have any patio furniture that could go flying or get destroyed by hail, you might also want to take that and put it inside. Shove it in somewhere, wherever it needs to go. Make sure that you're doing that just to make sure things don't go flying away.
Yeah.
Hatch down
Everything's starting to hit Ohio now.
We still have a significant wind risk that's happening across the thumb of the Michigan, so eastern Michigan right now.
Doesn't look bad though. Like we don't have any.
Mainly a.
Let's look at all the severe warnings we have right now.
Chance of a tornado as that activity continues to move northeast.
So like everything hitting Ohio isn't even severe one right now. It's just thunderstorms, rain showers.
Right,
worst
back down to
brunt of it's down here so far. That's going to be hitting anywhere from, Cincinnati up to near around Dayton.
Metropolis bottom right is about to get hit by that.
I mean, I don't even know how bad the winds are. We're not even getting any reports. Not like we were getting up in Michigan. Oh, now we finally got some. Okay, 54-mile-per-hour winds.
Bradford, Arkansas. Do we have any chasers down there?
That's in Jackson, Indiana, 55 or 54, which isn't that bad. That's a lot better than what it was in Michigan. Those were all like 70, 80 mile per hour.
Storm is really coming together right now.
It's 68 mile per hour winds in Brown, Indiana.
Warning, by the way, I did not see that was on.
60 miles per hour in northwest Taylorsville, Bartholomew, Indiana.
All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning for
finally getting some wind reports. They're just really delayed.
Counties along the Missouri and Kentucky border.
Let's take a look at the power outages we're getting in this area too. So this is like southern Indiana. Let's see if anybody's losing power. If that's the case, they're not losing any power. That's going to be really good for us.
Becoming quite concerning. There's a large lowering
Michigan's
bad. On that cell. And that one's not currently tornado, but definitely could get tornado warning.
It doesn't look too good, so we're losing a lot of power through here.
All right, brand new tornado warning. Near
1,500
Charleston and
people in
East
Greene
Prairie.
County, or
Again, strong
1,500
rotation right now,
households.
approaching East Prairie right now.
About 1,000 in Brown
Actually,
County.
that might be about to produce a tornado. This
Almost
is undergoing
4,000
tornado
people in
genesis.
Monroe
We've had
County.
that storm merger happening for the last several
3,000
minutes.
in Johnson
So a
County.
tornado
About
might be
800
trying to
people in
drop here as that
Bartholomew.
approaches East Prairie and
That's where those wind
Anniston.
reports were. About 800 people out of
Be in your safe
41,000.
place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible.
So yeah, it looks like
if
we
you
do
are
have
in
some pretty
this
nasty
area.
winds here. It's going to hit the southern part of Ohio. I mean, it's working its way over. It's heading right through here now.
Looks like we got a large lowering. CJ Ziegler, I think, has
That's
a
not
large
good.
lowering right now. It's hard to tell. It's very hazy, but it looked like he had a lowering.
You get the drone up. I don't think
I mean, it definitely seems less severe than what hit North Indiana,
This is the
Michigan
Piggott storm. I can't
earlier
really see
on
anything
today,
anymore.
but
I
this
just
is
saw it there a moment
definitely
ago.
probably going to knock some power out for people. It's getting closer, like probably going to start hitting Ohio in the next 30 minutes. The worst part of it, like it's already hitting Ohio up in northwest part, but that's really not a threat. Like this isn't doing anything. Let's actually look at the power outages in Ohio, see if we have anybody losing power up here, because I'm pretty sure those are just rain showers.
I really cannot see it, but it looked like it's kind of hard to see.
Oh wow,
This
what's
is the one near
this?
Piggott that's
1,500
moved
people in
east.
Henry County. I don't know if that was from earlier or it's for them storms. That's a good question. I wish I would have looked at this a while back. So we do have storms hitting up there. Let's actually change the radar and see.
He still has it. I'm going to go back to him.
To the right.
They don't even have these severe warned though. That's what's concerning. If these storms are knocking out the power up here in northwest Ohio, why aren't they even severe warned? Maybe this was the storm that did it. The one near Bowling Green. 53 mile per hour winds. Okay, so this part's bad.
There's a lowering. It's pretty ragged as of right now. We'll keep them bottom right. But that's the one near Piggott, Arkansas. All right,
So it looks like just this storm that crossed Ohio here is doing a lot of wind damage.
So this is
but
our
this
new
whole
tornado warning
section
again.
through here
Carlson
isn't
County,
that
Kentucky,
bad.
Mississippi,
But then it's going
and
to be
New
bad
Madrid
again
counties
down
in
through here.
Missouri. This is moving northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Again, rotation right now.
You would
is
think
right
they'd at least
over
have these severe
Interstate
warnings, though.
55.
They
It's
were
gonna be
having
approaching East Prairie,
lots of
Anniston,
wind
and
damage.
Wyatt over the next few minutes. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible as this storm continues to move to the northeast. This one's undergoing tornado genesis. We've had a big storm merger here over the last few minutes. It's attempting to basically spit up the storm again and attempt for that one to produce a tornado.
I think I want to keep this high, radar up on Ohio.
We also got significant damaging winds coming right into Metropolis
What radar
in
can I use?
Illinois
TD,
right now, and also
TW, I
approaching
think.
Paducah. This is a Boeing segment that's producing
That
damaging
is a
winds.
severe,
Have a little
severe
info on
warned
the
storm
northern
right
side of
there.
the storm. That's initially where we had a tornado risk. But at this
That's
point,
just
that
a
tornado
local
risk
radar. It
is
doesn't have the
lower.
velocities.
Don't really have a lot of rotation up there, and the inflow is really not looking that
And
organized.
yeah, it looks like
We just got a new severe
got
thunderstorm warning for
a lot of wind
Newport,
reports near
Tuckerman,
Detroit
and
too.
Swifton.
So Detroit's getting hit by the windstorms too.
And there has been reports of at least a lowering on this storm near Newport. It's going to be tracking right up Interstate 57 towards Newport and Tuckerman. So this storm is going to continue to stay at least some level of concern as it moves to the northeast. Jonesboro, Arkansas, and also Paragould and Marmaduke, you are still in tornado warnings.
So it's coming
Our
to
main
Ohio.
storm that we're looking at is going to be the one going towards Jonesboro, where we do have some rotation.
I guess we
right
just had
over
that
to the
one
west
big
of
storm in the
Bona.
northern part of Ohio that
Jonesboro
took
is
out a lot of
pretty
power.
populated place. There, it's more of a college town. From
It's
what
a
I've
really
heard.
weird setup
We've covered
today.
Jonesboro from the tornado outbreak on March 14th.
Some parts the wind's really bad, and
So
some
Jonesboro,
parts
you're
it
in the
isn't.
track right now of a dangerous storm producing large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps even a tornado. Baseball-sized hail is the current threat
I'm gonna
level
pull that
just
up
south of
again.
Walnut Ridge. And again, Ryan Scholl had a
It's
photo of
changing
that
much.
very large hail a few minutes ago that we showed you.
1,500 people here,
So I
zero
believe that is
here.
from this storm.
Henry County. Want to see Michigan too.
I need to change this. I don't know why I keep saying PDS. There we go. Stay zoomed out here.
Not sure
for a
what
second.
county Detroit's
Let's
in.
check Twitter here. If you guys do have any photos or videos, you can at me at MaxVelocityWX on Twitter. Shout out to Eddie with a very generous $50 super chat. I appreciate that. We're in Michigan.
Wayne
We're watching
County.
you when you said
So
our
we got
area was
1,500
showing
people lost
rotation.
power in Wayne
We
County.
were able to leash our dogs and get to the basement in
Can't see the
time.
storms
No
on that
cell
radar,
or
but
power. Thank you for giving us enough time. No sirens here.
that's
Well, I
what's
appreciate
left of
that.
those
I'm glad I
nasty
can help.
storms up in
That is,
Michigan,
again, the
still
goal
hitting
of what
pretty
we
hard
do
up
here.
there in the southern part of
If I can
Michigan.
help you out there in Michigan. But hopefully Michigan's a little bit calmer here for the next couple of days before our next big severe weather outbreak, which will be on Wednesday.
Sadly, Michigan's still getting hit pretty good. Columbus, Indiana isn't looking good. Let me see where you're at exactly.
Also, thank you, Flash, for becoming a member. Make sure to eat. There will not be much time to eat. Hopefully when John gets on, John will be here in a couple hours, I think. When he's here, I can at least eat something.
I know where Columbus, Ohio is. Oh,
Let's
you're
go to
southeast
Metropolis.
in
Wind is
Indianapolis.
picking up like crazy right now.
Yeah,
Live
yeah,
in
it's not looking too
Metropolis,
good there.
Illinois. This is a storm that's producing damaging winds.
You've
up to
already
70
been through
miles
the
per
worst
hour.
part of it. It says 60-mile-per-hour winds near Columbus and
Got a
Bartholomew.
significant wind
Do you have
threat going
power?
right through Metropolis, and the camera is shaking.
Yeah, Columbus definitely got hit. I mean, it's
would not
past
be
Columbus
surprised
now.
if
I went through
parts
Columbus
of
like 30
Metropolis,
minutes ago. I
Illinois
mean, it looks like
lose
it's
power.
still raining there, but the
And even
brunt
Paducah,
force of the
Kentucky.
storm went through.
This wind is
They also had 1
ripping
inch hail
right now.
reports in Columbus too.
I honestly won't be surprised if the damaging wind threat here is.
I just want
80
today
miles
to
per hour.
end, man. It's really not a really big tornado concern today, but just these storms are nasty.
A
The
new
winds are
tornado
horrible.
warning has been issued.
Everybody's losing power, and I just don't like that. You know, it's just a really depressing storm system today. Got a fresh warning out here in front of this one for tornadoes. Almost 8 o'clock here in Ohio. And it looks beautiful outside. There's
Alright,
no wind
let's
at
go
all.
back to
Not
live
no
radar
wind.
as that camera
Trees
goes
are sitting
crazy.
still, and
We
it's
do have
going
a
to go
brand new
all
tornado warning
to
that has just been
heck
issued.
in the next
And this one is going to be
probably
for
30
those
minutes
in
to an hour.
Ripley, Franklin, and Dearborn counties in Indiana. So this is going in the direction of the Cincinnati Metro for reference, or just north of it near Hamilton. Main concern, again, being damaging winds, but we do still have a stronger area of rotation that's going to be approaching Batesville, Brookville over the next few minutes. So seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in Batesville, Brookville, or Metamora.
I'm actually in a camper
We're going to go back down
north
to
near Hamilton, so when this gets to me,
crazy
I'm probably
storms
going to
over
leave
here.
you guys alone with Max at that point for
a
a
bunch
while
of
and
severe weather right now across
go
the
inside
board.
to my buddy's house and
We're marking side on
stay
Michigan,
inside nice and
but
safe
our
there.
main tornado
I
risk
don't want my
right now
camper.
is
If
in
my
the
camper gets blown
mid-south.
over, I don't want to be inside it. It's actually tornado warned.
I've been trying to find where Shoal is.
Just look at
Shoal's
that.
had
Look
a
at that
pretty
little
crazy view. Let's
blip
go to
right
Ryan
there. That's
Shoal.
not good. Let me get rid of some of
That's
these
what he's
warnings so we
looking
can
at
see
right now.
better.
As the sun is setting.
Yeah,
over
that's
the
not
next
good
hour.
right here. That's
Getting
like
kind
a
of an
spin-up
interesting
tornado
little
right there,
tinge here of
probably,
storms.
most likely.
2.5 in diameter.
Oh god, that's so horrible. Yeah, Millhousen's probably getting hit by a spin-up
Storm
tornado
looks like
right now.
in northeast Arkansas.
Not good. And I can't tell if that CC is valid because I'm seeing
Wow, look at
a
Storm
line of
Intermediate. We're
radar.
going to go back to Storm Intermediate here. Storm Intermediate has a crazy view.
Which radar am I connected to right
Wow.
now? Oh, it's all the way up
This
here.
is again
Okay.
the storm near Clarkton and Holcomb in southeast
So
Missouri.
it looks like the hail's
It is
contaminating the
currently tornado
CC
warned.
from all the way up through here. So I can't even see. There's actually a tornado on the ground in Millhausen, but that didn't look good on the normalized rotation. That
That
looks
is a
really
heck of a
bad.
storm. Again, this one's been rotating for quite a while.
That's probably on the ground for a brief moment.
Tabble, thank you for the
I'll
super
come
chat.
get you unstuck if you ditch it.
There's definitely some big hail in this storm, just by looking at it from this angle. Thank you, Stacy, for the generous super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Missy, also for becoming a member. And Tornadoes also for the super chat.
Sorry guys, give me about a minute.
We can even see the rotation at all. We can try. So right in there. This is a couple scans back, but we'll take a look and see if we can see anything. Can't really see it. I mean, everything's just rolling over
it's
right
out
here.
front
You
of
can
that.
see
This is back
that.
to
You
Shoal.
can't see where it's coming down yet. This is probably from like 2 scans back. But Milhausen definitely seen something right there for a brief moment. It'd
Well, as a
still be
decent
going.
look at this storm. I'm gonna go back to Storm Intermedia though.
Still looks really bad even in this scan. Milhausen, Napoleon. Let me pull that up on Google Maps. Let's see. Probably gonna get some bad reports from there.
That is that's quite the structure. We've seen some crazy structures over the last few weeks. This one is definitely crazy.
Milhausen, Indiana.
Yes, we are.
At least it's a really small town. And the brief spin up will probably go south or north, luckily.
Yeah, sort of a seahorse-shaped bowl.
There's Napoleon. Looks like it actually went south of Milhausen and it might go south of Napoleon. Like, even if they tornado warn this, it'll probably come up after it finishes. It might be tornado warn. Let me check. Oh, yeah, it's tornado warn. But that's probably touching down briefly.
Back to the 3 cam view. Do that. All right. That's a pretty impressive storm. Again, near just north there of Kennett, near Clarkton. At this point, this storm is still discreet. I mean, there's really not much stopping it until this line of storms gets to it, which is going to probably be about 30 minutes from now. We'll start to see more of a line of storms come out of this. But for now, there is
Stream's
still
still up for you?
tornado risk here for the next 10 to 15 minutes as this goes
Which
towards
stream?
Interstate 55.
Yeah, I'm hoping I don't lose power.
We do
Like,
have a
it's not
tornado
going to
warning
hit
still
me for another
continuing near
30,
the
45
Charleston
minutes or
area and
so.
East Prairie area in southeast
I'll leave the
Missouri.
stream running for
This
when I
storm's
go
been struggling
inside,
a
but
little bit, but we still have rotation. Really rain-wrapped. Moving towards Wyatt, Anniston, and eventually Bardwell in western Kentucky. So if you're in Kentucky,
I'm just taking my phone and my
keep in mind,
laptop
the severe
inside.
weather is coming. We're really close to seeing a line of thunderstorms moving into the western half of the state. Severe
Take a
weather
look at
is
the
really
rest.
going to start
We only have,
ramping up
like-
here over the next several minutes. So
Oh, we
get
got a
ready
bunch of tornado warnings
if
down
you
there.
are
We need to go look at
western
those.
Missouri. Oh my goodness. Storm Intermedia just has a crazy view of this still. Wow.
Tennessee. Well, they're working their way
Jordan
into
Hall
Tennessee
also
and
is on
Kentucky.
this. This is Jordan
Paducah.
Hall's
Seeing
view.
I want to see the Paducah radar. There we
So
go.
he has a similar view, a little bit closer, further to the kind of
East
more to the
Prairie.
rain
This
side
looks
of things.
horrible. Yeah. None of these storms look nice. They all look mean.
Yep. It's now full line.
They're
Eventually,
all
this is
rotating.
probably gonna become whatever.
All warned.
I mean,
These are all just basic TOR warnings. They're not confirmed on the ground tornadoes. They're all rotating and threatening to produce a tornado at this time.
Really impressive structure.
good-
Thank you,
I wanna get a
Mr.
good
Super
3D
Chat
view of this
asking about,
storm right now.
Nashville, Tennessee.
Actually, here, I'll show you Max real quick. He's got...
that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Nashville's still a few hours from now. It's going to
Just
be a little
very
bit
short.
until Nashville really gets
bit, but
any
I
crazy
want to see what this
activity.
looks like in the 3D view
Let's go
because this
ahead and
storm
just
is
quickly run through the
huge.
future radar here for the rest of at least the next few hours. So currently, again, we
Oh
got a lot
my
of storms all
goodness,
lined
this
up
thing
from
is
Ohio
so
back
big.
into Arkansas. Again, a slew of storms. A lot of
My
these are linear
goodness,
now,
look at
meaning
the
a line of storms.
ectotops. I mean,
There
I'm
will
going to put
still
in the
some discrete
blues.
storms mixed in there
This
as
one
well.
might be almost
So just keep that in
60,000
mind.
feet
That's
high.
mainly on the southern end of all these storms. By around 8 to 9 o'clock, this line of storms will continue to move
Not
into
quite.
Kentucky, including
Almost
the Louisville
60,000
area,
feet
just
high.
west of Nashville near Clarksville, Tennessee,
That
for
is a
reference. And storms will
monstrosity.
be moving through Columbus and Cincinnati. By around 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, those storms are moving into central Kentucky. Nashville should be impacted, I would say, sometime around 10 to 11 o'clock, with mainly a wind threat, but a couple tornadoes are possible.
So
As we go to the
rotation right
overnight
down in
hours, this
there.
line continues to push south and east. It will be breaking up, so there will be a lower risk of severe weather after midnight or so tonight. And then by tomorrow morning, the severe weather ramps right back up over in the deep south, including the Dixie Alley in the southeast,
Like going
where
down in
a
there,
swath
see if
of
I can get
damaging
inside the
winds
storm.
and a few tornadoes
There
are
it
likely
is.
from Alabama back into South
There's the
Carolina
rotation
and
reaching
North
up down in
Carolina.
there.
We're going to talk a lot more about tomorrow's risk later in the
Right where
stream,
it's spinning inside the
whenever
storm.
we at least have an opportunity to, because tomorrow
It's about the
is
only
gonna
way you can
probably
see
be
inside a
another pretty
rain wrap
significant
storm is with
day
a
as
3D
well.
view with GR analyst. There's your rotation.
Let's go back to Storm Intermedia.
That's
Might
this
be
storm
losing
right
connection.
here. like smack dab in the
There you
middle
go.
of the storm.
I actually wanna go
Completely
to
rain
Luke
wrapped,
Catton.
hail
So Luke
wrapped.
Catton right now is looking at a large shelf cloud. This is a bit further back off to the east of the storm that's north
This
of
is definitely
Kennet,
the most
Missouri.
threatening
So
one,
back
I
over
think,
near
at the moment.
I-55 is where Luke right now is. But a large shelf cloud in the distance. It doesn't look like they're going to continue this tornado warning, but we'll have to wait and see. Oh my goodness, Shoal has a crazy looking storm. I don't know if it's just the saturation. I don't know what storm Shoal's on because he doesn't have his spotter dot thing on. But this is
All
what
right,
we're
let's go
looking at
back
here
to Indiana and
on
Ohio.
Shoal's end. I have no clue what storm this is, though.
Still looks bad down here
Saturation
by
makes this thing
Napoleon.
look, I
It's
think
still
it's
tornado
saturation
warning.
that's making this thing look crazy.
So yeah, pretty much anybody here, like, just stay inside. This thing's like constantly. It's probably gonna be more like 100-mile-per-hour winds because of the rotation. Like, it may be a really small tornado, but you won't even notice it. It'll just feel like the wind's blowing so hard it's knocking everything down. It could be a brief spin up, but it's not giving up at all. Little baby tornadoes. Still really strong in rotation there at Napoleon. I mean, and this whole thing's just 60 mile per hour all throughout here. Taking power out.
Radar.
Actually, I want to go back to
tornado
the
warning for the
power outages
Clarkson
and look
area
at Indiana
Campbell
now.
will likely end here in just a moment. So this one's going to be allowed to expire. We still do have a plentiful amount of severe weather happening, damaging winds, hail, and even a
Yeah, see, Indiana's getting it pretty bad tonight too. Like, this happened earlier today.
Still being a possibility.
And here's
over
where the
next several
storm's at
minutes.
right now. It's just
Further back off to the
5,000 people
southwest near
lost power in
Jonesboro, this storm
Bartholomew
has
now, and it's
ramped
just
up.
working
Look
its
at this
way
thing.
east towards
On
Ohio,
the west side
taking
of
out the power
Jonesboro,
all
we
along
have
the
a
way.
strong area of rotation approaching Bono. It's completely rain wrapped too. So
Maybe we'll get lucky and the storm will give up and fall apart.
Large area of rotation right now. That's going to be moving into Jonesboro, Arkansas over the next several minutes. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible.
Yeah, this storm's heading directly towards me. I mean, that's coming right to me.
All right, we're about to hit the 7 o'clock hour. We'll have another update on the warning counter, and there you go. So we currently have 4 tornado warnings, and we have 21 severe thunderstorm warnings.
Overall, though, like, the
most
tornado
concerning
threat's been
storms
very
are
mild
currently
today,
down
I think.
in the lower and mid
All these
Mississippi River
tornadoes
Valley,
have
where we
been
have a lot
really
more wind
weak,
shear
quick
currently in
tornadoes, you
place.
know.
I
Not
wanna show
bad
you guys
enough
a
to
map
kill
here
anybody,
to
which
give
is
you an idea
great,
of what
but
we're
just
talking
definitely
about
enough to,
in
like,
terms of
take
our,
down trees and
tornado risk.
break stuff, but they're not, like, house-destroying
One second on
tornadoes,
this. Let me
luckily.
go to the
It's just
H
been really
bar,
bad wind most of the day
and
with
just to give you
very,
an idea of this
very
tornado risk
minor
right now.
tornadoes, so that's really good news.
So this right here is our significant tornado parameter values. It gives us an idea of where the highest tornado risk is. So this is right about now. So our ingredients are very favorable for tornadoes still, especially if we get discrete supercells from central Arkansas into western Tennessee and even into southeastern Indiana. We still have a lot of wind shear, pretty good amount of instability as well, and the dew points are definitely high enough.
I remember in Ohio, it was probably about 10 years ago, we had a storm so bad it took out all the cell phone towers.
See that little localized area there of pink that's popping up.
Nobody's cell phones would work for like a week.
Higher tornado risk there, right around 8 o'clock, and even by 9 to 10.
That was a net, and like every single street was just
Tennessee
covered in
and northern
trees.
Mississippi, where strong,
I think I was living in like Bellefontaine,
tornadoes are
Ohio
still
when
a
that one happened.
possibility. It will be a lower risk, I think,
like
as we go
further
later into
north,
the evening
up
hours, but it
here.
will still be something that will exist
It was up
for the
up
next
here.
several hours. So make sure that you're staying weather aware, have a
Like,
tornado action plan ready to go. And
I was up in this area somewhere. Bellefontaine, there's Bellefontaine. It was about 10 years ago. We got hit by a horrible windstorm.
Severe weather outbreak spanning across several different states. I mean, we've had a ton of damage already today. A ton of damage reports back over in the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes region. And we still have a bunch that are coming in right now along the Mississippi River Valley as well.
What's going on, Jay? You're back?
Let's go back over to
Bro, I'm telling you, you got to put it in English for me.
This supercell again back over near
my Spanish is really
Kennet.
weak.
Wow.
You're asking about Puerto Rico again. You asked about Puerto Rico in my second stream.
Should have it back tomorrow, though. I mean, if I can't fix it, the worst case scenario, I have another one.
Crazy looking storm right now here near Holcomb, Missouri.
Back down to Tennessee.
We appreciate you guys, Preston and
Ooh, that's looking a little worse down here. Near Egypt. Yeah, that's looking pretty rough. Let me show you this one here. Look at that.
We're gonna cross the river. We're crossing the river.
It's really bad hail too.
Thank you, Todd, for the super
Almost
chat.
getting
Thank
to
you for all
like
your hard work.
some
and
light
live streams
whites.
during
It's
these
almost like
outbreaks.
100 miles an
I
hour
will
one-way
graduate in about
direction
a month.
winds right
Yeah,
there up in the
about
sky.
30 days.
You need to see a 3D
A little
view of
over
this
30
one
days,
for
actually,
sure.
for officially being graduated. I will continue to stream
The
afterwards.
storm's getting
yes.
pretty nasty.
That is the plan.
Very interesting the way they did that. Okay. We've crossed our other water crossing up here. Oh, nice.
It's definitely huge like the other one. This was probably almost 60,000 feet high too.
Actually quickly fix that camera.
Well, this is a very impressive storm, I gotta say. Very impressive structure. I mean, honestly, the biggest thing I feel like we've seen over the last several hours are literally the structure shots with these storms. They are quite remarkable, what we've seen over the last few hours. Let's go back to Jonesboro. Jonesboro, Arkansas.
There's no really
Once
sharp
again, if you're in
pronounced
Jonesboro, you
rotation
gotta
or
be in your
anything
safe
tonight,
place.
which is
Again,
still
strong rotation
that's
right
good
now.
news for the most
Heading into
part.
the west and north side of town over the next several minutes. It's gonna be approaching Jonesboro, Brooklyn, near Bono. We have a surge of wind for sure that's going to be
That's
moving
the
into Jonesboro. So, at the
midpoint of the
minimum, we're going to
rotation
have
right
significant
there.
damaging winds
It's really not
But there is
connected
also a
way up
chance
high in the clouds.
for a tornado as this moves into Jonesboro over the next 15 minutes or so.
I think that's probably it going up through here. Coming down to
There
here.
should be cameras as well in this area, so I'm just going to see what we got there for Jonesboro.
That could start producing a tornado at any time the way that looks. Hopefully it doesn't.
Yeah, Jonesboro is getting pretty ominous right now.
That's all these, every single one of these storms are
Got a
like
good
severely
view right
rain
now of
ramped.
this area of rotation.
Tons
A
of
new
hail
tornado
too.
warning has been issued.
We have yet again another tornado
New
warning. This
tornado
one's going to be
warning.
for Fulton County in Kentucky and New Madrid County in Missouri.
It's that one right there.
Which might be this storm, but we'll have to wait and see.
This
Or
one's
actually, no, it's gonna
scary.
be
You
further
want to
back
keep
to
an
the
eye on
west.
this
All
one
right,
for
so this is
sure.
going to be all the way back to the west. Back over near Clarkton, Malden, and New Madrid. This one, again, has
Very
been going
threatening
for a
looking on
long
that
time.
one.
Rotation is currently located over the southeast side of Clarkton, approaching Tallapoosa,
Other
and eventually going towards
Kentucky.
North Liburn. So if you are in this warning, seek
fresh
shelter,
warning
get
we
away
got
from
on that one
windows,
there.
lowest floor possible, and get into
That's
an
the same
interior
one we
room
looked
of
at
your
not too long
building.
ago.
The rotation is once again intensifying on that. Moving to the northeast. At this point, we've really not seen much of a tornado threat out of this. We've had a lot of rotation on radar, and we've had a shelf cloud and whatnot for a while, but honestly, we've still yet to really see an actual tornado out of this storm, which is kind of surprising. Storm Hunter Media has again a crazy shot right now of this storm. This is actually going to be the one that's back out to their west. So this is near Piggott, the line of storms that's coming in. Also, Jordan
Turn
Hall
Max
is
up for a little
driving
bit.
right through the midst
I'll be
of
right
this
back.
tornado warning
I'm
cell
gonna get some
near
stuff prepped up
Clarkton,
real quick.
Missouri. This one looks like right now on his end. He's driving right through the middle of this, if it loads. So some hail and heavy rain coming down right now. And now he's losing connection, but he's
What's that at? Ottawa?
right through
No.
the center of this storm right now.
Doesn't say where he's at. That's Jordan Hall. Looks like a normal thunder ring storm to me.
Back over to live radar here.
Dang,
Is
2-inch
Poplar
hail
Bluff
back
clear?
here.
Yeah, if you're in Poplar Bluff, you're
Clay,
out of the
Arkansas.
significant threat here of severe
Pretty
weather.
much 2-inch here.
We officially have our first fatality of the day. That is in
Oh, no.
Valparaiso, Indiana. A semi-truck rolled onto a person, apparently. I don't know how that happens, but that would have been probably from strong winds.
That's sad to hear.
But unfortunately, that is the first fatality of the day from our severe weather outbreak. Wow. Storm Intermedia has an incredible view right now
I was like, we don't know exactly
of this storm. We got a green tinge and everything here. Near Holcomb, Missouri. It's basically as ominous as it gets when it comes to a severe
Holcomb,
storm.
Missouri.
The rotation is back over near Rector.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
us a message.
And that thing is really close to the ground.
Which
isn't
we
it? You see
just
it
got
all
a new
rotating.
tornado warning. This can be for Craighead and Greene counties in Arkansas. So Craighead and Greene counties in Arkansas, you are now included in a new tornado warning. You are in the warning seek shelter. This can be for Jonesboro.
This is heading towards
I
Cincinnati.
really don't
right
understand
there.
what happened here in Jonesboro, because this tornado warning got issued.
be right back,
way ahead of
like
the
1
storm.
minute.
They have now issued a new one, so I have no clue what's going on here. But we do have a new one for those in Jonesboro and Brooklyn and Lake City. Very populated area here. We got well over, we got 113,000 people in this tornado warning. So if you know any friends or family here, please make sure that they're aware of this. Share the stream with them. Do whatever you got to do to make sure that they're aware that there could be a tornado heading towards Jonesboro. And this is more than likely going to be a rain-wrapped tornado if we get one. Approaching the north and west side of Jonesboro over the next several minutes. Near Bucksnort, Brooklyn, Rogers Chapel are all in the path of this over the next several minutes. We also just got a massive severe thunderstorm warning. Golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds from Paragould, Arkansas into southeast Missouri. A large severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. This is what it looks like right now in Jonesboro, or just outside of it, on Highway 91. The wind and rain have picked up a lot over the last few minutes. This is on the iDrive Arkansas traffic camera. On the north side, I think there's a couple more further south that are going to be hit by this here soon. So it looks like just to the south of this storm. But there should be one looking northbound. We're going to wait for that one to pop up. The wind should intensify here over the next few minutes at the bare minimum, right along Interstate 555. A huge surge of wind. Our main core of rotation is going to be approaching the north side of Jonesboro near Pleasant Grove and Bucksnort. Rogers Chapel and really just staying barely above I-55, I-555 over the next few minutes. We are back down to 6 tornado warnings. Again, we got 4 back over along the Mississippi River Valley region. And we apparently have another one. Am I missing one? Or is there like 2 included in something? What am I missing? Okay, there's apparently only 5. I think one of them got canceled. We still have a tornado warning west of Cincinnati, back over west of Hamilton.
Just talking about
if you're
us
back
right
over
now.
in southwest Ohio, get ready. The severe weather threat is going to be increasing as this continues to move to the northeast. A little area of rotation, damaging winds right now moving towards Oxford and Hamilton.
It's definitely tornado warning for a reason. I don't know if we can see anything though.
And make sure that you're staying weather aware. Southwest Ohio is about to
Your
get slammed with
Sunman
a
heading
line of
towards St.
thunderstorms.
Leon, Harrison. Basically, this one might actually go to Dayton with the direction it's heading. See if we can get a good look at the direction it's heading. So hard to tell. Might be between Dayton and Cincinnati where it's heading. I want to get a closer look at that nasty rotation on the front. There's 2. Look at that. These are probably 2 brief
How's
spin-up
Evansville
tornadoes
looking?
that are happening right now.
We can check it out real quick. Back over in Evansville, we got a really broken line of storms right now.
Yeah, we got the 2
actually, probably a good
rotations
thing.
here.
We don't really have anything organized in Evansville. It's just a bunch of strong storms. So, not really too concerned about Evansville right now.
These little brief spin-ups are what takes out all the power,
Hey,
most likely.
Hayden, is Shoal in the Jonesboro tornado warning? Is that where he is? Let me go back to the map here. Or is that a different storm?
Yeah, there's no way we're going to be able to see those.
I don't see his tracker on the map.
They're all
so I have
happening
no
right
clue.
here. Just brief little QLCS spin-ups.
Okay, so apparently Shoal is on this tornado warning that is... Let me go to Shoal here.
I guess the only good news about those
So
is if
Shoal's
they
on the
are a
tornado
quick
warning for
tornado,
Jonesboro. This is what it
they're
looks
going to
like
be
right
so
now.
quick and small they can't get strong.
Jonesboro.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So this is the tornado warning for Jonesboro, a live
I
shot.
want to check the power
It's very
outages in
dark now
Ohio
as we
again
are
to see how
approaching
bad these
nighttime.
storms were up in there.
And we also have towering storms that are off to the west, which is
And
also where the sun
refresh
sets.
Indiana too, because this is the part that's heading towards Cincinnati.
I'm gonna keep close tabs on him. I'll keep Storm Intermediate bottom right
Doesn't
for
look
now.
much worse.
But he is
Might have
currently on
calmed
the
down a
Jonesboro
little
storm,
bit,
where
'cause
we
we're
are
not seeing new
watching a
power
large,
outages, and it's
broad
like in this
area of
area now.
circulation with damaging winds as the main concern, but there is a potential for a tornado. The main area of rotation now is going to be over the north side of town, so it's going to be near
Pretty
Sterling
much all these like
Springs.
stayed in Henry.
So a little area of convergence here, moving into Bucks, Snort,
It's not looking too bad in
and
Ohio.
Rogers Chapel in the suburbs here of
I'll check Michigan or
Jonesboro,
oh my
Arkansas.
goodness, Wisconsin, Michigan again, South Michigan. All the storms are. It's really not. We did have a tornado warning or not severe thunderstorm warning up here. It's still going. The one
Oh,
that went
Clarksville,
through, like,
Tennessee,
Bowling
make it out
Green.
tonight. I think it's going to be mainly
This is the
wind in
storm here.
Clarksville. Again, so far, we have not really had much
I think that's the one
prefrontal
that hit that one
convection.
area that
That could
lost
definitely
like
change as we go
15,000
throughout
or
the evening
1,500
hours. We
people
could start
power.
to see some storms fire off
It
in
looks
front of the
pretty
line
weak now.
that end up producing a more strong and
Still
long-track
rated
tornado
severe,
risk,
but
but
it's
we
not
haven't really
like-
had much of that here over the last couple of hours.
Doesn't look that bad.
So let's kind of hope that that doesn't happen.
It's like it
Right
lost a
now,
lot of
the
its
main
power.
concern will be the line of thunderstorms that's producing damaging winds. We now have severe thunderstorm warnings that are going all the way up
Switch to
towards
the
Cincinnati and
KILN radar
Hamilton.
now.
Damaging winds being the main concern.
Yeah, I
with
can
this,
pretty much
as
use this radar
continues to
now. It's
move
getting so close to
to
Ohio.
the east. We do have a tornado warning continuing for one more minute until it's officially done back over in Batesville.
Let's check down there south now, where all the other tornado warnings are. Near Paducah.
Also, we have a little couplet actually trying to develop near West College
This is the
Corner. That's
Paducah
going to be moving
radar.
towards Camden, Ohio. So a little area of circulation there. Carsville, Illinois. We need to go to that one. Just east of Carsville,
Let a couple of them
Illinois,
go.
going into Kentucky. South of Elizabethtown, we have a little area of rotation.
Got a couple
there as
tornado
well.
warnings in here. Looks like
A
they
new
let them go.
tornado
Unless they're bringing them
warning has
back
been
right
We'll be
now.
moving towards Clay and Providence over the next several minutes.
Looks like
All right, we
everything's
do have now a
rotating. It's
new
not that
tornado
bad.
warning that has been issued. This will be in Indiana and Ohio.
Oh, there's
So this is a
Ohio
much more
warning.
populated area
updated.
that we now have a tornado warning in, going towards Hamilton County. Hamilton County is
County.
included in this brand new tornado warning. You'll see it pop up in a moment. There it is. So again, west side of Hamilton County, near Fairfield, in southwest Ohio and southeastern Indiana. You're going to want to make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately, getting away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building.
A little bit of rotation here and here, but
It's currently tracking to the east.
mainly it's just going to be straight line damaging winds at 60 miles per hour is what we got on most of the readings. We haven't gotten any in a while, but
That's what it looks like right
back
now.
here
the
they were 60
EMA,
miles per hour back
from
in
Warren
Bartholomew,
County, Ohio, on the
Indiana.
cyclone port. Again, nothing really right now in southwest Ohio. Just some ominous skies in the far horizon with sunny skies out in front of
What
it.
it looks
One of the
like
biggest
outside where
concerns
I'm at.
today was the
Looks
amount
beautiful.
of instability that we have and the sunshine that's been out pretty
Looks
much all
so
day.
pretty
and
and
that's
nice
what's kind
out,
of
and we're about to
building a
get
favorable
smashed.
environment for this line of storms to continue, even into southwest Ohio over the next few hours. So you're in southwest Ohio. We still got plenty of severe weather coming here over the next couple of hours,
Yep.
mainly wind, but definitely a chance still for an isolated tornado. If you're back over near Louisville, we got some strong storms approaching Louisville near Interstate 64 over the next few minutes. This is mostly outflow dominant, so we're not expecting much of a tornado risk out of that activity. And then damaging winds continues from Evansville back to Providence.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's lots of wind damage and brief spin up tornadoes, and it's getting to Ohio. Heck yeah, dude! Max Velocity's my man. And this is only my third time streaming, so I like listening to in the background because I just wanted to help people out, because he has like 30,000 people watching, and if some people want, they want to know about the weather in their area, I can actually help them since I'm a really small streamer. I'm doing this directly to the phone, so like 90% of my viewers come from the phone app, and it's like I'm advertising for him too in a way. I got his link in the description, and I try to tell people about him. None of the guys, they always stream by like 1080p, but I'm like the only one that's streaming that goes directly to phone apps. So I figured it's like an untapped market, so I try to do the 9x16 stream. I don't like. There hasn't really been any really big tornadoes. It's all been brief spin up so far. Like we've had lots of rotating supercells, but nothing's been that bad yet.
Or so hasn't really been tornadic for a while. That we are going to get something out of this over the next few minutes as it moves into
I hope
Kentucky.
it doesn't
So
come to that
Mayfield
where
is
we
really
start
the
having a
main
lot of bad
location in
tornadoes
the near
later on
term
tonight, but
that
we'll
is
see.
the track of this particular supercell. Main concern is damaging winds and hail, but there is a potential that we do get a tornado out of this as it continues to track in the direction of Mayfield, Kentucky.
Looking at all the power outages we had, I mean, a lot of
We'll go over to
people
Storm
lost
Intermediate
power
here
up
for
in
just a moment. They are
North
currently
Indiana,
looking at
Mid
the storm.
Indiana, and Michigan. A lot of the
It's
damage was
currently
done there with
severe
all
back
the
over-
straight line
or actually
winds and
tornado
brief
warning,
tornadoes.
or not, nope, never mind, not tornado. No, they are. All right, they're looking at the tornado warning that's back over near Wardell in southeast Missouri. See if we can see anything here, but obviously the sun is setting, so it's becoming a lot harder to see anything now with the storm chasers and all the live cameras that are out there. I swear, every time we go to a storm chaser,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
it always seems like the lightning calms down.
But based on how bad they had all the forecast for
Apparently
today,
there's a lowering
the
back
tornadoes
there.
have been
Wait a
pretty
second to
mild
see
so
it.
far.
Well,
I mean, if you even look, let me pull up the SPC outlook
All right,
real
we have now
quick.
a new tornado warning. This is in Indiana and Kentucky.
They actually should have updated it like 20 minutes
all the way
ago.
back over near Cincinnati. So if you are over near Cincinnati, be aware of this. We do have a tornado warning just off to your west. This is going to include
That's for the wind.
Pleasant, Indiana, near Florence in Kentucky, and just
So
south
this is
of
our
Lawrenceburg
SPC outlook
in
for
Kentucky.
tornadoes. Like,
So again, if you're in
we
this
really
tornado
haven't
warning,
had
seek
any
shelter,
really
get away
long,
from
strong
windows,
tornadoes
lowest
yet.
floor possible.
I mean, maybe we will later on
Into an
tonight, but
interior
it's
room
been
of
pretty
your home or
mild. And then
building.
for tomorrow, like it's supposed to be really bad in, Georgia, South Carolina,
It's another one of those
Virginia.
examples of a
Looks pretty
QLCS
rough out there.
tornado, which
Hopefully,
is a
hopefully it's pretty
tornado
mild for them
embedded
too
in a line of
tomorrow. But
thunderstorms, and that's
I
what
don't
we're
even
seeing
think
right
they
now across
updated the
board
SPC. It looks
along
the same.
Indiana and Ohio border. So the tornado threat
There goes my
embedded in this
tornado
line is
warnings
definitely gonna
outside.
continue here for the next little while.
I can hear them.
Getting a report of sirens going off in Hamilton, according to somebody in the chat. Just outside of Hamilton is where the tornado warning currently is. If you're on the west side of town, you're probably in it.
Still got some time. Like, the warning reaches out to Hamilton, but we got like another 20, 30 minutes before it gets to us. No, I'm good, man. I got plenty of time still.
As
I'm
a
in
reminder, if
shelter,
you
but
guys
I'm
do
in a
have any
camper. I'm
photos
gonna
or
go in my
videos
buddy's
or any
house
sort
once
of
it gets
reports,
closer.
You can always at me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, or if you see anybody that has reported anything, again, we're trying our best to relay reports as well as the severe weather threat continues here across the board. We do still have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings in addition to tornado warnings. Jonesboro is still included in a tornado warning, but right now our biggest concern for Jonesboro is damaging winds. So we do have a significant risk for damaging winds right now rolling right through the downtown area of Jonesboro. And this is an example of it right in downtown on the iDrive Arkansas traffic camera. Wind is very strong, very little people on Interstate 555 right now. They're probably heeding the warning here.
They've had
The
these
winds
two
are
storms
very
warned for
strong.
the longest time, and they've been rotating, but they
And,
really haven't done
Potential for a tornado
much.
does exist, but it would probably be on the northern side of town at this point if we had any sort of tornado risk. It's a little bit further east. Looking northbound on I-555 in Jonesboro, the camera is actually zooming in. Somebody is controlling the camera.
I don't want to see a 3D view of this storm. Looks very
Nick for
interesting.
becoming a member. Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland, Ohio will be mainly a wind risk.
Big.
Wind is definitely picking up there. But if you'll notice here, on the north side of Jonesboro is really our main area of rotation, and it's a pretty large, broad area of circulation over near Brookland,
Really broad.
just north of Jonesboro. I'm not nearly as concerned right now about
Nothing's reaching down
tornado
that's
risk as
tightly
more of a
wrapped
wind
at
risk.
all.
The wind has really just picked up over the last minute. This again,
Probably connect right in there.
Jonesboro. Wind's picking up a lot. Visibility is getting close to under a mile at least along I-555.
It's rotating. It just doesn't look bad in
Jonesboro.
Jonesboro.
Jonesboro or
The whole storm
really
looks scary, though.
Arkansas this evening. Eat at home tonight. Don't go out. Just kind of stay at home. Got a lot of storms out there, and it really goes for anybody in Kentucky and Tennessee even, too. If you're in the track of storms in the next few hours, it's probably a good idea to, you know... this camera's going all over the place. Here's a better view of that wind.
We've got lots of winds, too. Like,
and strong
still
winds
60,
right now
70 mile per hour
60 to 70
winds
mile
in
per
the
hour
upper
winds are
levels in the
possible.
sky in Jonesboro.
Actually got a semi right now on this road. The camera guy keeps moving this thing, but there's a truck right there that is really slow. He's driving right against the wind right now.
It's a cute tornado warning they did. They like literally etched it right into the storm.
So people got their hazards on too. This truck driver is moving very slow right now. He's starting to speed up a little bit now. The wind is mostly
Yeah, this is about what these storms have looked like the last 2 hours. They've looked the same the last 2 hours.
With his,
non-stop, rotating, but nothing real tight.
Could easily flip it.
And go back up near Cincinnati. All right, yeah, they're closing in pretty quick.
But again, rotation's still a little bit broader. It's over the north side of Jonesboro. The tornado warning that's back up near I-55. We still have rotation right over near I-55. That's going to be approaching New Madrid, Tipton, and Ridgely. So this is going to be moving into western Tennessee here in just a few moments. Western Tennessee is an area that we've not really had a whole lot of severe weather yet, and we're about to see some, I think, over the next several minutes as this storm moves into Tipton and Ridgely. Let's go over to Storm Runner Media. They're currently looking at this storm. Again, it's going to be a little bit hard to see, but we still got a very impressive structure on it. Hook echo.
Oh, what happened? It changed radars on me.
The storm's been producing a threat for a tornado for well over an hour and a half now. Started all the way back over in northern Arkansas and is still going.
We got 2 tornado warnings where we obviously have lots of brief spin-ups happening. It looks like there's a little notch there. A little bit there. I think this is going to continue taking power out into Ohio, most likely.
Thanks, Shaft, for the super chat.
It's not looking too
I
good.
think most of the risk in Tennessee will be wind, but if you're on the western half of the state, a bit more elevated chance.
Oh no, though. Like the winds looks like it's worse up here, a little further north. South of Cincinnati, it doesn't look as bad.
Also, Xavier says that sirens are going off in Middletown, Ohio. What's the radar looking like for Middletown? Where is Middletown? Isn't that like right here? Yeah. So Middletown, we're really looking at mainly wind right now. The west side of Hamilton County is where we have a tornado warning. I'm not entirely sure how the sirens work in southwest Ohio, but there are some places that tornado sirens do go off when we have just normal severe weather.
They got the sirens going off in Middletown already, and it's so far
out
of the
Middletown, it's going to be
tornado
warning.
warning.
It's not going to be for a tornado.
But I mean,
at least for
it's
right
coming.
Now. But there are some places again that the sirens do go off for things like damaging winds and
they got a severe thunderstorm warning way out ahead
like
too.
that. Not necessarily tornadoes, but it's a little confusing.
We got probably about 15 minutes for a hit. I mean, I guess it's good to have an early warning, right?
It's mixed opinions on that.
All of Dayton.
Like
Dayton's scared because they've been hit by tornadoes quite a bit lately, so they're definitely pre-warning in Dayton.
I think everybody grew up thinking that
we've had some really bad tornadoes in Dayton in the last couple of years, so they're like extra precautious.
Radar site's bugging out right now. We do have a tornado warning, again, going towards Cincinnati. Area of rotations right over Pleasant, moving towards Aurora, Florence, and Independence.
Yeah,
Still
for
have an area of
sure.
rotation just south of Oxford.
Like
that
I'm
will be
like right
approaching
here.
Hamilton.
I'm like
I
just
honestly
north.
don't
I'm
think
like
we're
in
gonna get
this
a new tornado
area
warning for
here.
Hamilton, but just keep
Springboro.
staying
I
weather
actually
aware
live
in
really
case the
close to
storm does
Springboro.
intensify again. Rotation's been a little bit broader here over the last few minutes as this
Still have
continues
probably
to move
another
to
15
the
minutes.
east-northeast.
Even if we're not tornado warning, I'm in a camper and I'm going into my buddy's house. I don't want to get blown over. It's looking like
Back
it's
up
only
into
going to be like
Michigan, just a
60. We
quick
got
update. This
56
will
mile
probably
per
be our
hour
last
reports
update
here.
for Michigan for tonight in terms of the severe
Ripley,
weather,
Indiana.
other than just reports.
So it looks like
The
it's
ring
dying
front
down
is
a
now
little bit,
moving
you know.
out of
It's
Michigan,
much worse up
so
in
we are pretty
Michigan.
much done with severe weather
In
here,
northern
unless you're in the
Indiana, where
thumb of
we're getting like
Michigan.
70, 80
Severe
mile per
storms
hour
will move
winds. So at least
into
it's not
Canada
going
over the
nearly
next
as
few
bad. They
hours.
gave us a
Potential
sig
for some
4,
damaging
so
winds and maybe a brief spin up before that's all said and done.
I mean, we're
Our
definitely
main
going to get some
concern right
winds,
now
but
is
hopefully we
stretching
get to
from
keep power.
Lake Erie all the way back over into
So
northeastern
I'm going to take another
Arkansas.
look at that.
And this will continue to move east and southeast over the next half an hour to an hour, with damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes continuing to be a threat. Looks like Storm Intermediate has some sort of night vision camera on or something. I don't know what it is, but you can actually see the storm structure a lot better now in southeast
Doesn't really
Missouri.
look that bad. Like
On
it
the
was
discrete
worse back
supercell that's
here
approaching
towards central
Tiptonville,
Indiana, but
Tennessee.
I mean, it's knocking some power
A
out,
little
but
bit
it's
better
not
of a view
nearly
now,
as
and we're getting
bad
a little bit more frequent lightning.
as it was. So I think it's kind of getting. I mean, we're still going to have bad winds, but hopefully a lot of people don't lose power in Ohio. That's what I'm hoping for. We did have a bad part up in northern Ohio that was pretty nasty, like an hour or two ago. That hit Henry pretty good, but like I'm hoping we don't really lose any power here in the southwest of Ohio. Kind of just depends on like how good your structures are in that area you live. Like if all your power wires are underground, you're probably not going to lose it all. But you got like telephone poles and trees, you probably have a good chance of losing power.
That Jonesboro storm, I mean, I don't know why it's still tornado warning. That clearly is it's just having freaking massive.
Really impressive storm still. Let's go back to Jonesboro. Very interesting development back over in Jonesboro, Arkansas. We're starting to see the rotation starting to kind of wrap around here near Lake City. So rotation's intensifying a little bit on the northeast side of Jonesboro. Going towards Lake City. And eventually
Still
towards
really
Leechville.
broad rotation though. Take a look at the inrun. Oh, whoa. Actually, that's getting pretty strong. Still really broad, but it's strong. Like it's rotating fast.
They have just
That
issued
tightens
a new
up. That's
severe
going to look
thunderstorm warning
nasty.
for Lake City, Manila, and Leechville. That's going to be for
Take
half
another
hour
3D
size
view
hail
of
and
this because
60
that's
mile per hour
looking a
damaging
little
winds.
concerning. I mean,
All right, we
it's
do
getting
have
all
our
the way
first
up in
report
the
of day
yellow
from
on the inrun.
John for a hailstorm. Go ahead, John.
Alrighty, so this is back down in Ophelient, Arkansas. Looks like that we have a report of 3-inch diameter hail. So this is approximately the size of a teacup, which was reported from a storm
Such a
passing
massive,
over
beautiful storm.
Harrisburg right now.
I'm sorry. I find storms attractive.
Alrighty, thank you for the report. That
bigger
is
the better, right?
Teacup-sized hail.
Better looking.
Which I don't usually call it teacup-sized hail. I usually just call it baseball plus-sized hail.
But, it's definitely well over
we've had a
50,000 feet high.
Significant hail report. 3 inches is actually pretty crazy.
Yes, it is concerning.
You leave the super chat. My fiance
See if we can see any
absolutely loves
rotations
you.
yet.
Okay.
Usually my
Thanks for the
3D
super
view is
chat.
like
That's an
2 or
interesting
3
comment.
scans behind for some reason. I don't know why it does that.
There is actually a hail chart that I'll show you guys.
But it's just so broad. I mean,
this is technically
this
how
rotation
hail
is like
reports work.
huge. It's way too broad to like touch down, I think.
This right here is your like reporting
Like it's
size
kind of
for
trying to
hailstone
connect and
sizes,
touch
and
up
so,
like here, but
teacup-sized hail technically is called teacup-sized hail, but I mean they call it a large apple, and I'm not
This
gonna
doesn't
lie, I
have
feel
any
like apple-sized
centralized
hail is, like,
rotation
3.5
yet.
inches in diameter, but this is a bit more of a dated graphic anyway. But regardless,
There's where it would
it's
be
pretty
coming
large.
from,
I mean,
though.
that's
You see where it
baseball
starts
plus-sized
to
hail, essentially.
touch down right there. If we did get a tornado, it'd probably be right in this
Crazy
area,
stuff there.
connecting
Huge
up through
shout out
here.
to Shaft with a very generous super chat. W's in the chat for Shaft.
You can
Thanks for
definitely
what you
see
do.
where
I
they're
just
meeting
was
together.
concerned of the weather in Pigeon Forge. I don't know where Pigeon Forge is.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Now you can see it really well where the
Might
rotation's
answer
coming
some
down
people's
together.
questions. All
Right
the way
up
back
through
over
here.
near the Appalachian Mountains. So I think what's going to happen tonight, and I'll go through the future radar
It's
just so you
not
guys
tightened up
kind of
enough
see
yet.
what happens in motion here. But by 9 to 10 o'clock tonight, this line of storms will
Let
be
me move it
pushing
over so
into
you can see
central
it. I don't know
Kentucky
if it
and
was all the way
western
in the stream,
Tennessee,
but right here.
with scattered
Where
to
the
even
green and
numerous
red
damaging winds continuing.
next together,
large
where the
hail, and a few
rotation's really
tornadoes,
broad,
all
but it's
embedded in a line of storms.
it's trying.
By
It looks
11
like
to 12 o'clock tonight, the line is pushing into eastern Kentucky, also into central and southern Tennessee and northern Mississippi, before eventually the storms are going to be moving towards Knoxville and also right there into the Appalachian Mountain
that
range.
N-Rock,
The
man.
good news, if
That's
you're right over there,
concerning
like in
looking,
Pigeon
man.
Forge, for example,
That's
is that this
powerful.
line
Powerful
will be
moving
weaker.
winds
I
in
don't
the
think we're going to be
sky.
talking about much severe weather. I think it'll be mostly isolated damaging winds by this point. Tornado risk very low to 0, and the hail risk is also going to be much lower by that point. And then by tomorrow morning, we
Starting to
got
push in a little bit
line
there.
of storms moving all across the southeast with damaging winds and a few tornadoes being possible. Again, I'm not entirely sure what our plans are for being live tomorrow, if we will even be live. Again, I have no clue. We'll be deciding that, I think, by the end of the stream, which would be probably still a few hours from now anyways. So we still got a long ways to go in today's severe weather outbreak. We're about
Maybe
6
not.
hours into the stream,
Yeah.
so technically that's about.
So we haven't
halfway
seen
through
any
a normal
long track
live stream on
tornadoes at
YouTube
all
at this
today. It's
point
just
for us.
been brief
We've
spin
gone
ups.
live for a bunch of severe weather outbreaks recently, and I feel like every single one of them has at least been around 12 hours long. So we're at least halfway through the live stream, I would say. Still got halfway to go at the bare minimum.
Are you going to be online for a while, half stupid?
All right, let's go back to Ohio. Do a little quick checkup on Ohio right now. Mainly a wind threat approaching Dayton, Ohio, Kettering, and Middletown. We do have a little couplet, actually, just north of Hamilton. That's what it looks like from Warren County, Ohio, on
That
the
little-
Radar Omega cyclone port. We got storm rolling in right now.
This radar's off
Keeping
too,
an
by
eye
the
on
way.
this
I've had storms go directly over
During
top of
rotation,
me
though, just north of Hamilton.
where
We
I
have not
live,
issued a new
and they,
tornado warning
you
yet.
know,
We'll
it
see
looked
if
like.
they
Oh, I'm
issue
saying it
one.
looked like it on the
Here's another
radar.
view
Thing,
from
the
Warren
radar
County as well, a little bit further down to the
KLIN's off
south.
by like 10 miles, I
Just a
think.
little storm here. Got plenty of cloud-to-cloud lightning.
Because I've seen a storm
Lightning
go
flashing
directly
about
over top
once
of
every
me on the
2 to 3
radar, but yet,
seconds.
you know, it wasn't here. I could see it
Plenty of
off
lightning with this storm.
way over to the east, but it wasn't like I didn't line up correctly right for me. It's multiple times I've seen where like a storm wasn't where it's supposed to be looking in the sky from what the radar was telling me.
We'll go ahead and put
I don't know if they
this
gotta like
bottom-
recalibrate them every once in a while or something.
Right, so we'll put that there. Which one was this? Was this Deerfield? All right, we'll do that.
The storm's like really slowed down too. Like
Hey,
it
hope
felt
for
like it
becoming
was
a member.
moving way quicker earlier. Let me go all the way back.
No problem, Gabby. Appreciate you. Hopefully, I'm keeping you safe there in
Still
Cincinnati.
looks like it's moving
Yeah,
pretty
right now,
quick. I
Cincinnati
don't
is on
know.
the track of at least some damaging winds. We have had a tornado warning just west of Cincinnati, but I've not seen really much rotation on this storm. So I'm not overly concerned right now for the west side of Cincinnati. Again, I'm not really seeing much here on radar that would indicate that we have an imminent tornado coming towards you. But we definitely have a damaging wind threat that's going to be approaching over the next half hour. And keep in mind that these storms are moving very quickly. They're moving east at
A
about
new
60 miles
tornado
per hour.
warning has been
So,
issued.
it's a very fast-moving line of thunderstorms. We do have a new tornado warning
Yeah.
for Butler and Warren counties in
Tornado
Ohio.
warning's right over me.
I think we're going to have to wait a second.
Getting there.
This is near 7 Mile, moving east at about 40 miles per hour.
Well, I'll
this is
turn
back
Max
over
up for a
near
little bit,
Hamilton.
and I'll
So it's that couplet that we were just talking about.
make
We got
you
a little
mod if anybody
tornado
says any
potential
really
here
bad
in
words.
Miami on the north side
Delete
of
it for me,
Hamilton,
please.
Ohio. It's approaching Trenton, Middletown, Monroe, Lebanon, Franklin, Dodds, and Oregonia, just to the south of Jacksonburg. So if you are in this warning, you got to get to your safe place. This is again a QLCS tornado, which means we could have a tornado.
I'm gonna
embedded in this
head
line of
inside here
thunderstorms
very shortly in the next 5-10 minutes.
as it continues to track to the east.
We'll wait a little longer.
If we have a tornado, it'd be again right over 7 Mile, approaching New Miami. There are a couple cameras in this area that we're keeping an eye on. This is one of them. Again, on the Warren County, Ohio camera. But we're still a little ways out from the storm.
My phone's going
Probably
off.
about 10 minutes until we have a good view of this storm.
Emergency alert.
Also,
extreme.
A little update back over near New Madrid, which is back over near the Mississippi River Valley.
Really doesn't look bad though.
New Madrid. This
just
is
going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds.
Rotation's been
brief
ramping
spin
up
up possibly
pretty quickly here over the last few minutes. It's becoming more rain wrapped near Interstate.
I don't know though.
55,
that little nipple right
also
there.
Looks like it's taking more of a left.
That's definitely
turn,
looks like a
that
spin
happens,
up. I mean, this whole
rotation
storm's
could
been
include
making
out.
brief spin up tornadoes
So
the whole
at
time.
least good news if it continues to go in that direction, but we still have some rotation over I-55 moving towards New Madrid. This will be crossing into Kentucky over the next few minutes or into northwestern Tennessee, just west of Union City. Also, we have a tennis ball sized hailstorm in Texas. A ton of lightning as well near Jacksonville and Gallatin. The storm's fired up over the last 30 minutes or so. A bit more rural areas, but just a heads up if you're back over in East Texas. All right, let's go back to the southwest Ohio region. All our eyes right now are focused on the storm that is currently approaching New Miami and Trenton over the next few minutes. A significant threat right now for damaging winds, and then even a potential for a tornado exists with this cell. Back to the 3-cam view here. There is apparently a tornado on the ground near Weiner, Arkansas right now.
Tornado on the ground near
Where is
Weiner.
that? There's reportedly a tornado in progress on this cell near Weiner. Which, if there is, it's going to be going towards Harrisburg. I don't think we have any chasers on this, but apparently there was a report of a tornado here just moments ago, south and east of Weiner, going towards Harrisburg.
Lake City.
So if you are in this warning, again, get to your safe place. There's definitely a tornado on this storm, though. And there's currently no tornado warning on it, but there's definitely a tornado.
All right.
We don't have a debris signature, but it's being reported by storm chaser in the area.
Devastating Weiner tornado. I gotta Google this now. I want to know where this Weiner storm is.
An unwarned tornado, though.
It's an unwarned tornado, so it's not even in the warning.
Weiner, Arkansas.
Weiner.
Yes, I know Brad has it. I cannot use Brad.
Let's
so.
see where this is.
It is what it is.
Okay, it's south.
We'll use him here soon. Actually,
southwest
no, Ben Williams has it. Ben
Jonesboro.
Williams has the tornado right here. I think Ben might be live too. Let me see if
I gotta go. My buddy's knocking on the door.
Ben has it live.
All right, I'm taking off for a bit. Keep an eye on chat for me.
Ben Williams has the tornado right now live. I gotta try to copy him into the program, but Ben Williams has the tornado in progress right now in Arkansas. This is an unwarned tornado, by the way. Now it's been warned, I think. That is a tornado, though, on the right side of your screen.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, this is Ben Williams live. Again, tornado is now in progress. They have issued a tornado warning on it.
All right, I'm gonna. Yeah, they just warned it.
And this is just east of Weiner, Arkansas, going towards Harrisburg.
Yeah.
Middle right of your screen is the tornado. It's a little bit further away from him right now.
It's south, and then I don't know what to do. I mean, we can jump. We can't really go east, you know. Well, what about down towards Cherry Valley?
If we want to drop that, yeah,
We could drop towards Cherry Valley.
I don't know.
Go east, or we could go up. Well, it's moving more towards Harrisburg. I think we just stay up here, honestly. As LP as it is.
Because the road that we're on right now.
All right, he's a little bit behind it now. But again, there is a tornado confirmed here. They do not have the warning right now as a confirmed tornado, but this is definitely in progress. Again, Ben Williams is on this tornado. Currently tracking towards Harrisburg, Marked Tree, and Lepanto. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building. Again, confirmed tornado right now, moving directly to the east. This could be, again, on the stronger side of things. Granted, it is a discrete supercell. It's in a favorable environment for producing a tornado. Again, even though Ben Williams is on it right now, this is just another shot just moments ago from a photo that he took of the tornado. Little cone tornado apparently causing damage as well on the southeast side of Wiener. It's traveling right along Highway 14, and it will be approaching Harrisburg. And in Harrisburg, Arkansas, there is a Hornet hangout for a food restaurant that's also going to be coming up on the Harrisburg High School and the United States Postal Service, as long as this tornado does stay on the ground. It's going to be tracking right into Harrisburg over the next few minutes as it continues to track east. So please get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are in this tornado warning. I do want to quickly update you guys on Ohio while Ben Williams gets back into position for this storm. Back over in Middletown, Ohio, and Hamilton, we still have a tornado warning here. Rotation is over Trenton, and it's going to be moving into Monroe, Interstate 75, just south of Middletown over the next few minutes. Just south of Franklin. So again, be in your safe place, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Let's go back to Ben. This is, again, looking live right now of that tornado warn cell, which, again, we just spotted a tornado a few minutes ago. The tornado warning was upgraded to observed officially, by the way.
Ah, this town has so many trees.
Most trees in the Delta.
I know,
goes
those
to
are like the
Harrisburg.
most tree. Yeah, we have the
Might be an
most
opening right here.
It looks. I don't even see the condensation funnel. I just see a broad area of dust.
Okay, so it's probably still on the ground, let's be honest.
Probably. Oh, this will be a better view.
Yeah, it's still on the ground.
Yeah, it's still on the ground.
Okay, so there is still a tornado in progress. It's behind all the buildings and trees here. It's approaching Harrisburg right now in Arkansas.
We're in the Memphis area. This thread is going to be headed your way later.
I mean, long term, this is heading towards the north side of Memphis.
Yeah, it's still on the ground. It kind of looks a little bit more nebulous than we.
Almost looks like it's.
There's definitely still dust getting thrown out there. Actually, the storm is strengthening, so we might be able to intercept it on radar.
Now, on radar, this is becoming more organized as well. This could be a long-term threat for a tornado here.
Yeah, I don't know what we want to do. Do we? I guess we'll probably
Look at the storm. It looks like it's shrinking. See that? See that?
Honestly, if we sit just off the town here.
Dude, look at it. Look at it hooking southeast. We might just be able to take the Cherry Valley route, you know?
So once again, this right here is our tornadic supercell. There is still a tornado in progress with this, excuse me. Also, there is debris being spotted in power flashes back over near Waldersburg. Whoa, he has it again, I think.
Whoa.
Is that it right there?
Dude, you're stopped in the middle of the road. What are you honking at me
People are not
for?
being careful out here.
I know.
guys.
That guy's stopped in the middle of the road.
What if I hand you the straight phone real quick?
That right there in the middle there, it looks like that's the tornado still.
Yeah, look at that dust right there. That's a tornado on the ground. Still, it's very weak right now, guys. But let's see what it wants to do here in like the next few minutes
Look at how
here.
low precip that
I know, that's super low precip.
I don't even know. I mean, there might be some sketchy.
Looks
ways
like
we
it's
can-
trying to. Yeah, there could. Well, let's check here, see if we can get across.
Without going all the way.
So again, middle of your screen, that's the tornado. I do want to point out that this storm right now is probably going to start recycling because we do have a supercell here that's really organizing a lot more now. A few minutes ago, it did not look very impressive, and it's really come together, and we're also starting to see a much more defined hook echo that's developing just southwest of Harrisburg, and a strong inflow. So this supercell, it's, again, the line of storms is still back off to the north and west. It's not really impacting this cell for now. So the tornado risk is going to probably stay on the higher side of things with this storm as it continues to go towards Marked Tree. I do want to quickly go back to Ohio on the tornado warning in Middletown. Say live shot on the Warren County camera. This is the leading edge of this storm activity near Middletown, where we could be talking about a tornado trying to develop along the leading edge of this line. I'm not seeing anything right now, but that doesn't mean we can't have a rain wrap tornado. But shelf cloud right there in the middle of your screen, frequent flashes of lightning. Be prepared again for maybe some power outages and perhaps a tornado as this goes through Middletown, Lebanon, just north of Hamilton. Storms are also knocking on your doorstep if you're in Cincinnati, Ohio. Damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour are possible. Dayton, Ohio, damaging winds around 60 are currently in the forecast. Let's go back to Ben, who still has a tornado in progress. In the middle of your screen is a tornado.
Look, you still got the rotate. See, it almost looks like you got the other one dying now to the, and you almost like a new like, cycle. See it?
It's for sure.
Oh my gosh. There's the ice storm. All right. Well, it's moving pretty quick here, so I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to go south, and then, well, that north interstate would be really easy. But then we're just stuck in the hail core, and when do we even go south? You know.
By the way, this is one of our only 2 tornado warnings. The only other one is in Ohio. Just an FYI. This is the one that's confirmed right now.
Okay, let's just let it cross. Because look, we're gonna have a view of it right here if it goes, and then we'll get south and we'll figure it out. Okay. We need some big hail here.
Definitely have some big hailstones coming down too with this storm right now. And if you're just tuning in and you have not already seen, obviously it's dark, it's nighttime, you can't really see as well as before, but this was about 10-15 minutes ago as the sun was setting. This was what the tornado looked like when it first dropped, and so it was a non-condensed, small little cone tornado here that was developed just west of Harrisburg, and by the sounds of it, we still do have a tornado, and it's going to be approaching Highway 1, just along and south of Highway 14. It is approaching currently the Harrisburg High School and Hornet Stadium. Are currently in the path of this, and the elementary school and the Ruskin packaging building on the south side of Harrisburg are currently in the path of a tornado. So if you are in this area, again, get to your safe place right now in Harrisburg, Arkansas. After this, Whittaker and Weona will be in the track of this, and we have at least had some reports over the last few minutes of damage back over in Wiener. So there have been some damage reports coming out of Wiener and Waldenburg over the last several minutes. Let's go back to Ben.
I think it's lifted now, but
okay, so he's saying he thinks it's lifted. If we had a tornado, it'd be middle of your screen.
Like a tube, yeah. I know. Like it was. Yeah, I don't know if the condensation ever reached the ground, but you definitely had the.
Oh,
dust.
I think it did briefly.
Did the condensation get down?
Yeah, not when it was a cone. It was kind of like tubed out.
Yeah. Let's see if it does anything here. It's coming quick. Almost
just got loud in Middletown, Ohio. Stay safe. Stay away from windows.
Outflow dominant now.
We're in a tornado warning.
You see it on.
Next SPC outlook is in about 10 minutes.
It's got that kind of dog-like look, which tells me it's gonna need to cycle again.
Yeah, it's gonna have to cycle. So let's just get down to Cherry Valley and just book it east.
Blast east, yeah.
That's probably the move. How far down from this highway?
Yeah, look at all that dust that's still there where it was.
I know. You can see the mezzo right above us. Almost see it.
Yeah, this right here would have been a good shot of it too. Makes you wonder how many.
Dude, I don't know.
Alright, we're gonna stay off them for a second. I'll keep Ben Williams bottom right of your screen. But again, this is the supercell that's been producing a tornado. It started back near Wiener and Waldenburg and is now, it sounds like it's now occluded on the south side of Harrisburg, but it could recycle. Again, this is a discrete cell. Looks really good right now, by the way. I mean, the structure on radar is looking much more impressive. It's going to be a matter of time, though, until this line of storms catches up to it. And once that happens, the threat of a tornado drops quite a bit. But it's still in a favorable environment for a tornado. So we need to continue to watch that very closely. All right, back to Ohio. We still have a tornado warning for Middletown. Our main area of rotation is actually over the north side of Monroe. And we may have a tornado there. It's hard to tell, but we may have a tornado just southeast of Middletown and Mayfield, approaching Green Tree Corners, Red Lion, Dodds, and Lebanon. This is what it looks like right now, just to the northeast of Middletown. So storm is rolling in very quickly right now. I do want to go to our 3 cam view if we can, because we have 3 different cameras in this area, and I want to put Ben bottom right if I can. So bottom left and bottom middle are inside of this tornado warning. Ben's going to go bottom right. But we got a significant line of thunderstorms pushing right through Cincinnati, Middletown, and Mason
This
right
is an
now.
urgent alert.
The tornado
a tornado
warning
is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
Still confirmed. So they've updated the warning. It is still a confirmed tornado for Mississippi and Poinsett counties in Arkansas. So continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're back over there near Harrisburg. By the way, I'm gonna just point this out for tomorrow and Wednesday. Obviously, today has been kind of crazy already. We've had a lot of wind, a bunch of different tornadoes too. Monday and Wednesday look pretty crazy too. Wednesday looks insane. I think Wednesday we're gonna have a full-blown tornado outbreak in the Ohio Valley and the Mississippi River Valley, and also Monday. But the reason why I'm saying this is because, obviously, for those that know, I'm in college, and so it's hard to actually go live on days like Monday, Wednesday when I have a bunch of classes. But the one professor that I was worried about that might not be able to allow me to go live has said that she's fine with it. So we'll probably be live tomorrow. We'll probably be live on Wednesday, for those that are wondering, and Tuesday, by the way. So, yeah. Long explanation to a short answer, but we will probably be live tomorrow, and we'll probably also be live on Wednesday. Or we'll definitely be live Wednesday no matter what. Tomorrow is a probably still. It's going to depend on what happens tonight. This is live right now in Warren County in Socialville, Ohio. Had several flashes of lightning here over the last few minutes. Again, this is right in the tornado warning, which there is reason to believe that we have a tornado approaching Green Tree Corners just west of Lebanon. Let me go to the Lebanon camera, or this is Franklin. What is the Lebanon camera? Is that not on here? Oh, that's a different camera. Okay, I gotta fix that. This is Turtle Creek. So right now we may have a tornado approaching Lebanon, Ohio. I can't fully confirm it, but we do have a tight couplet right over the Green Tree Corners. It'll be approaching the north side of Lebanon over the next couple of minutes. So again, get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning, just south of Dayton, north of Cincinnati. It's a pretty populated area here in the suburbs of Ohio. This is what it looks like in Lebanon right now. On the radar Omega Cyclone port. We got some flashes of lightning. I don't exactly know what direction this is looking. I'm going to go full screen to this camera. Actually, we'll do this. We'll put up 3 cam views. So we'll put that bottom middle. But we do have a tighter area rotation right now over Green Tree Corners and approaching Lebanon. Also, we just got our latest SPC outlook for tonight. I think it just came in, so we'll quickly run through that, unless it's not fully posted yet. Yeah, so our latest SPC outlook has come out. We'll go to that in a moment.
A new tornado warning has been
First off,
issued.
though, we have a new tornado warning for Ohio. So, brand new tornado warning in Ohio. This is going to be for those in Butler, Clinton, and Warren counties. Another QLCS tornado risk. I believe it's going to be on the same storm. They're just reissuing a new tornado warning. So Lebanon, Harveysburg, New Burlington, all in the track right now of this storm. Again, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, into an interior room of your home or building. It's heading in the direction of Wilmington in Ohio. Actually, a little bit further south than I expected. Actually, we have another couplet. So we got 2 areas of rotation. I'm going to go full screen to this. So we got 2 areas of rotation. One west of Lebanon and one over Mason. So 2 different tornado potentials here, moving towards Lebanon, Clarksville, Oregonia, and Harveysburg, just west of Wilmington. This is a live shot right now looking at the storm from Lebanon, Ohio. Right side of your screen is, I think, where we have a lowering, and that might be where we're trying to see if there's a tornado there. That's, again, in Lebanon. So that's a live look. We're going to go back to the 3-cam view and keep that bottom middle. I'm going to put Warren County, Harlan up. Harlan, bottom left. All right, latest radar scan still showing some stronger rotation near Mason. I don't think that's a debris signature there, but we do still have strong rotation approaching the South Lebanon area of Ohio, and then strong rotation as well on the north side of Lebanon. We basically have a potential for 2 different tornadoes here in Lebanon, both on the north and south side. Shout out to Angel for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Beth, for the super chat. All right, here's the latest SBC outlook for tonight. So our severe weather risk obviously will continue for the next several hours. Still includes over 50 million people that are currently in the risk of severe weather for tonight. Our risk is still enhanced. There's no moderate risk for today. But we do have a threat, again, for strong tornadoes, mainly in western central Kentucky, central western Tennessee, and northern Mississippi between now all the way through just past midnight. And then also we have our damaging wind risk, which is actually increased. So they have increased the significant damaging wind risk in Kentucky, Tennessee, Mississippi, and as well as Louisiana. That is a 45% chance of damaging winds within a 25-mile radius. That's borderline moderate risk of damaging winds, by the way. And then our significant hail risk is mainly across the lower Mississippi River Valley now. So those are some of the new updates here from the SBC for tonight's outlook. They have not issued a moderate risk, which may surprise some of you. Wind-wise, I honestly think a moderate risk was definitely warranted, but obviously it's too late for that. It's just kind of saying that after the fact. Shout out to Brent with the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. Okay, strong rotation right now over the South Lebanon area. We do have a pretty tight couplet here, a strong area of convergence over Interstate 71. And we also have a strengthening area of rotation over the north side of Lebanon. So 2 different areas right now, all right? These are all approaching Oregonia, Harveysburg, Clarksville, and Morrow over the next several minutes. Both camera shots, bottom middle and bottom left, are inside of this tornado warning. And then Ben Williams, bottom right, is on the tornado warning that is observed near Harrisburg in Arkansas, which still is an observed tornado warning, despite there not being anything confirmed in the last 10 to 15 minutes. That's for Mississippi and Poinsett counties in Arkansas. Do want to give a quick shout out to Russ, Frankie, and Nick with the Venmo donations, and as well as Liz. And honestly, I am going to order DoorDash because I'm starving, so I appreciate the Venmo donations. I am absolutely starving. I've been live for 7 hours and have not had anything to eat. We're going to probably get Culver's, by the way. All right, new radar scan is coming in here for the Lebanon area of Ohio. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Rotation is still strong right now over the north side of Lebanon and also near I-71. No debris signature as of right now, but honestly, I don't think we're far away from having a tornado on the west side of Morrow, just south of Lebanon. Don't think we're far away from having a tornado here. Do I get cheese curds is the question. Shout out to Michael. Appreciate the Venmo donation as well. Sorry, guys. Give me just 2 seconds. Because I literally need food. All right. We're good to go. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is south of Dayton, Ohio, north of Cincinnati. We have a significant damaging wind risk right now moving through. This is actually one of the live shots right now. This is in Lebanon, Ohio, where we do have a potential tornado on the north side of town. This camera's on the south side of town. The wind is picking up. And frequent lightning as well. Strong rotation is right now near Dodds, excuse me, approaching Harveysburg. Wind is picking up quite a bit. Gonna go back to live radar. We just got a new radar scan. So again, we have 2 areas of rotation. One's over Dodds right now. It is not tight, but it is strong enough for there to be a tornado. And then further south near Morrow, that is where we still have some stronger rotation. That one's, again, probably the strongest couplet of the 2 right now. But again, either one could produce a tornado. Going towards Clarksville, Harveysburg, and then after that, Wilmington will eventually be in the track of this. We got a elongated line of storms right now, producing scattered to numerous damaging winds and also the potential for embedded tornadoes. So continue to stay weather aware. Have multiple ways to receive warnings, and stay away from windows if you're in any severe thunderstorm warning. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center, a new mesoscale discussion for Kentucky and Tennessee. The severe threat will develop this evening with damaging wind gusts, large hail, and tornadoes possible. They are still not ruling out the potential here for strong tornadoes or even potentially long track tornadoes, with the peak intensity being around EF3 category for tornadoes over the next few hours in both Kentucky and as well as western central Tennessee. That's around Nashville, Bowling Green, Clarksville, all those areas. But again, our main concern is damaging winds. So damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour will continue to be the main threat this evening.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we do have a couple of updates. We have a brand new... Okay, we have a tornado in progress in Ohio. So it sounds like we now have a tornado in progress. This might have been a few moments ago. I might have missed it on the radar. It's 803. I think we just had a brief tornado over the north side of town. So over the north side of Lebanon, we just had a brief tornado. It does not look like it's on the ground anymore. If we have one right now, it would be approaching Waynesville and Harveysburg. And then the other rotations near South Lebanon. We also have just gotten a new tornado warning, or an updated tornado warning. This one is going to be observed still. So we still have apparently a confirmed tornado approaching Marked Tree and also going towards Lepanto here in eastern Arkansas, just northwest of Memphis. So continue to stay in your safe place. This is technically still a confirmed tornado warning here in eastern Arkansas. We have a slew of severe weather currently happening across Kentucky and Tennessee. Significant damaging winds are rolling in right now. There's probably a lot of crazy structure shots on these storms, but it's honestly hard to keep up with all the different cameras right now, with all the different areas of rotation that we have in Ohio. And we also got significant damaging winds that are on track for Elizabethtown and Louisville in Kentucky. So we need to keep a close eye on those. Let's go back to Cincinnati. Again, right now, Cincinnati's mainly wind. This is pretty dang concerning right now, northeast of Lebanon. The velocities have really intensified over the last couple minutes. We're up to 90 mile per hour winds approaching Harveysburg. And there's a potential for a tornado with this too, which makes it even that much more concerning. There is a camera here, but I'm not sure if it's up right now. We might have lost power with how strong the winds are right now approaching this area. Thought I just saw some sort of lowering on the bottom left camera, but we need another lightning flash. Oops. All right, latest velocity scans coming in. We have strong rotation right now approaching Harveysburg. This is a live shot. Oh, whoa, look at this. This is live, right where we may have a tornado. I think this is a lowering in the middle. I can't quite tell. It's very hard to tell at night. There might be a lowering there in the middle. The velocities were becoming a lot more intense here over the last couple of minutes. I'm going to put that camera bottom middle, so we're going to have two cameras here. But the velocities are very strong right now. We could get a strong tornado with this activity as it moves into Harveysburg and North Kingman. We even have a hook echo right now in this cell, east of Dodds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And then also back over near Morrow, the velocities are still pretty strong right now near Morrow. Bellbrook, Ohio. Which storm's that? It's further north. Apparently, we may have just had a tornado, or may have one right now near Bellbrook. That's an unwarned tornado. That's, again, a QLCS tornado that's on the brief side of things. But I think we just had a tornado there near Bellbrook over the last few minutes. So that just happened. We are again, we have multiple different tornadoes that are probably going to be happening over the next 20 minutes just in this line of storms. We might miss some of them because they're very quick. But the ones that are, again, the most concerning are in this tornado warning. We still have very strong rotation over Morrow approaching Clarksville, Ohio, and then really strong rotation as well near Harveysburg. But, yeah, again, bottom middle, that I'm still trying to see. It looks like we have a lowering still in that bottom middle camera. The latest velocity scan is coming in right now. Velocities are right around 90 miles per hour approaching Harveysburg. So power outage loss is looking pretty high right now if you're in Harveysburg. And I think we just lost power, if I'm not mistaken, on the Waynesville camera in Ohio. We may have just lost power on that camera. Power outages are looking pretty likely, though, right now with these storms rolling through. That camera's completely out right now. We literally have two hook echoes right now. We got one over in Harveysburg, so we got a hook echo right here, and we got another one down near Morrow. And both of them have strong rotation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Sweet, I'm back.
All right, they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning going in the direction of Wilmington,
that was
Sabina,
close.
And the Washington Courthouse in southwest Ohio. So seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible,
Tornado
and
is
get
like
to an
5
interior
miles
room
south
of
of
your
me.
home or building if you are in this tornado warning. This is a dangerous storm. Again, we have two areas of strong
I
rotation.
can control the radar
With
again.
velocities at least around 80 to 90 miles per hour, which means very strong winds are going to be coming into
It was
the
so
direction
crazy,
of these
'cause,
areas
like,
over the next several minutes.
The wind was only really crazy for like the
This one
first
over
20
Morrow is still
seconds.
very concerning as well.
And my neighbor, when I'm in the house with him, he literally
Also,
walks
we
out
do
the
have a
front
new
door
tornado
when
warning.
it first
I've
hit
really
us, and
got
it was
to,
just
but
like
we do have a tornado
blowing the
warning that
shit
was
out of
issued.
everything.
This one is actually not confirmed, so this
I was
is
like,
just
bro,
a normal tornado warning. Back over near
you're gonna get sucked up by a tornado. That's the last time you want to walk outside and look.
This is a
When the worst part's hitting you.
At least a brief tornado.
But luckily,
near Wiener, Arkansas, about 15,
it
25 minutes
went.
ago, and is now moving towards Wilson in the Mississippi River Valley.
Went south
north
of us in Lebanon.
of Memphis. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the lowest floor possible. Lancaster, Ohio, right now is getting hit by high winds. That
Like, there's
bottom left
Lebanon. I was like
camera's
right here,
starting to shake quite a bit.
like right by Springboro.
All right, this is right inside of that hook echo on the northern cell. This is live.
But it's calm
on the
right now.
Mega
It's just
Technical
it's just
Floor. Let's see if we
drizzling
can see
outside, no
anything.
wind at all.
This
It's
is
pretty
again on
nice out
that
right now.
northern cell.
It's pretty quick.
That's just got a new tornado warning.
Pretty quick, intense storm. We didn't lose power, thankfully. No,
Wilmington
we didn't even have a power flicker. Look, and they rated what? 49 mile per hour winds in Springboro. 53 in Butler. That's the same county as me, but
Not sure if we're going to see anything, but this is again.
yeah,
the
this
best
couldn't have
camera
gone
view
any
that we
better.
have, and
I
it
don't
looks
think.
like the camera
Hopefully they're
has
okay down
lost
here.
connection, at least for now.
I was using Radar Omega on my phone, but I'm just so bad at Radar
So
Omega.
very strong rotation approaching.
That's that
Clarksville,
couplet they've been worrying about in the
Ohio,
high,
and
high
a
velocity
strong area
scans.
of velocities as well. Pretty decent area of convergence over
Wow,
Caesar
look at that.
Creek Lake.
Tapping up to like 100 miles per hour one way.
It's going to be moving towards Little Center, Lumberton, Port William, and
This storm's still
Milledgeville over
going.
the
It's
next
heading
several
towards
minutes.
Harveysburg.
A new tornado warning.
Yeah,
has been
I was just
issued.
saying, my buddy literally walked out the front door
All right, we
when
have
the
yet
worst
again
part was
another
hitting us.
tornado
Bro.
warning. This time it's for
I couldn't
Breckenridge,
believe it.
Kentucky.
He's like, "Yep, it's going bad now."
We're in
Like,
Breckenridge
yeah.
County in Kentucky. Seek shelter, get away from windows, and get on the
I was
lowest floor
hiding in.
possible.
I was
This is gonna
hiding
be
in the
back over
bathroom. He walked out the
Hardinsburg
front
and
door.
Irvington. Rotation is
so
upticking
crazy.
quite a bit here near Route 60, and another small area of convergence. So
I think today's gone very well.
15 minutes from now, it'll be impacting
For
Corvallis,
how
High
bad they
Plains,
rated
and
the weather
Irvington
today,
in
it's been
northern
really,
Kentucky. That
really
is south
smooth.
of Louisville
Like,
for reference. Long-term,
tons of warnings, but
Radcliffe,
hardly any
Bardstown,
tornadoes.
and Elizabethtown will be in the path of that.
Well, this isn't the latest scan.
This is
I need to
pretty
go to the latest
impressive.
scan.
I've got to say, we legitimately have a hook echo right now on a storm that is embedded in a line of storms. We have yet to have a debris signature clearly on this particular storm, but it has been impressive.
I mean, I don't even know if they had proof that it was on the
radar.
ground, but they said it was on the ground. I wasn't. I couldn't
Also,
look
this
at
is
my
in, Warren
computer
County, just
while
a
I
little
was
bit
in the
further
house.
south. Wind is really picking up here. We really can't see much here. I don't think there's really much of a
Definitely
view here,
doesn't look
much-
pretty, that's for
it's more of
sure.
a skyline view, but wind is definitely very strong right now.
Oh my goodness! Look at that inrut. It's got a red dot in the middle. That's bad.
In Warrensburg. Or
Yeah,
Warren
that looks
County,
really
excuse me,
bad.
Near Blanchester. This is the latest
Go
radar
a couple
scan.
scans back. That's the worst it's looked. It's really bad there too. Right here, the latest scan, we got a red dot. It's all the way up to 2.5 on the inrut.
Nothing had happened in St. Louis. It's probably a good thing nothing happened in St. Louis. And if that line of storms developed even another 2 or 3 hours earlier, there would have been probably at least some big wind damage there.
Dude, at
This is
least
the
my
latest radar
adrenaline
scan. We still have
bypasses
strong
my
rotation on the
disability.
south side of
I have
Clarksville,
autonomic
approaching Pansy
neuropathy, and I went all the way up to
Cuba
Cleveland
in
Clinic.
Southwest Ohio.
And I was
rotation
in
is still on
there,
the
and
stronger
like I
side
have
of
like
things over
blood pressure
Harveysburg.
and
There
heart
is a
rate
camera here,
problems
but it has had
controlling,
lost
so like I
connection.
can
I don't
pass
know
out
if it's coming
easily
back.
if I
I don't know
exert
if the power
myself.
went out or something like that.
When I was staying at
But
the
we still
hotel
very
up there at the
strong
Cleveland
velocities
Clinic, they
approaching
told me the
interstate
building was on
71.
fire and the fire
Right
alarms
now,
went off,
the
and I
radar's
haven't moved that
estimating
quick in
winds
8
upwards of
years.
70 to 80 miles per hour. Even if we don't have a tornado, we are
There
still
was a
talking
fire,
about
but it was like in a
significant
construction
damaging
area,
winds
thankfully. But
that are approaching the
my
Harveysburg
adrenaline was
area.
pumping when I heard that. That looks like it's dying out again.
As a reminder, bottom right of your screen, Ben Williams is on that storm that's tornado warned in eastern Arkansas approaching Tennessee.
I feel like this is going to fade out like all the rest of the storms, though,
Just
hopefully.
got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center.
And I heard Max
This is gonna
said
be for
they
those in
updated
southern
the
Ohio
SBC
and
outlook
western
while
West
I was
Virginia.
inside.
A squall line capable of producing severe wind gusts and mesovortex tornadoes will continue eastward, and trends are being monitored for a downstream watch. So if you're over in Parkersburg,
make it big.
Charleston, Athens, be mindful they
For day one tornado, it's
watch may be issued
updated.
for your neck of the woods here.
Oh yeah,
relatively
they've
soon,
greatly
or maybe
reduced
even
it.
a
Look at
tornado
that.
watch.
They made it way smaller.
We'll see if they issue a new tornado warning south of Wilmington. But
Day
we still
one
have strong
hail.
rotation right
Day
now,
one
south of
hail.
Wilmington
They
and
obliterated
Harveysburg.
day one
And
hail.
there's
It's
two
coming down
areas
here
of
now.
rotation with this storm.
Yeah,
One
today ended
over
up
Harveysburg,
way
the other one
less
near
worse than they
Blanchester.
said it was
This
going to
one
be.
is currently not warned out ahead of it, but we may get
Day
a new
one
one there
wind.
soon.
They even dropped the wind all the way down here to Kentucky and Tennessee. So I'm guessing the worst is yet to hit Tennessee and Kentucky, I think. Those storms that are down there in
It's hard to tell, but we may
Missouri
have just
and
had
Arkansas,
a
I
brief
think, is
tornado
coming
as
through
well, south
Tennessee.
of Clarksville about 5 minutes ago or so.
Take a look at
So there may
those.
have just been a tornado there.
Okay, so yeah, they're hitting Tennessee now.
May have just had at least a tornado
This front
there.
line of the storms hit Tennessee.
The northern storm, I've
We turn
not
the
seen
severes
anything
back
clearly.
on. There we
Again,
go.
if we had one on this storm, it was definitely brief.
This one's actually tornado warning that's going into Tennessee still, but that's been warned all day.
It's a nasty line of storms right now northeast of Cincinnati. It's on track for central Ohio here pretty
I
soon.
want to check the
back
power
over
outages
Columbus.
too that in my area, see how that turned out.
Well, I have a quick second here.
Yeah, like nobody lost power. Hardly.
Where did this go? Huge shout out to Rad
don't
Worker
move
with
it.
the $200 super chat. Put some W's in the chat for Rad Worker, and as well as Bradley with the very generous $100 super chat.
So that
Thank you so much for the time
tornado
you spent
they said just
watching
went
the
through
weather, helping us
Lebanon
give
was in
warnings and
Butler
looking out for those in the
County.
path of severe weather. I really appreciate
About
you all
1,000 people
backing up.
lost power.
Really appreciate the generosity, and thank you so much for tuning in.
That's my county.
as always, and thank you, Doug, also for the generosity.
Warren,
Stay safe. Appreciate you tuning in.
330 Montgomery. But it's definitely way less intense as it was in Indiana for sure. So when it was passing through Indiana,
Also,
it was
shout out
doing
to
way
anybody
more
else that
damage
super
back
chatted,
here.
Venmo'd, PayPal, anything like that. Really do appreciate the support. Helps us out a ton being able to do what we do here on this channel. But obviously, when we have a bunch of tornado warnings and stuff, it is hard to read all those messages. So we appreciate your understanding. If you're in Washington Courthouse, you need to be on alert. I mean, the biggest concern for this area
Let's see
will
what
be
the
wind,
winds are here.
but we
if they're
definitely could
even
get a tornado out of
being
this
registered.
activity as it moves into your region
There's
in the
hail.
next half hour. I would say right now we're about
Nobody's even
30
reporting the wind for these storms.
ish minutes or so, maybe not even 30. I'd say it's more like 20 minutes or so until these storms are knocking on your doorstep there in Washington.
I don't know why they have
Courthouse.
such a high
These are
signature for
moving
wind in
fairly
Kentucky
quickly
and Tennessee
to
if
the
there's no
east.
wind. I'm
At
so
around 40
confused.
or actually not even 40. I think it's like 50 miles per hour. Yeah, moving east at about 50 miles per hour. So they're still pretty fast moving storms here in Southwest Ohio.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. This will be for those in Fayette, Highland, and Clinton counties in Ohio. So
Go
again,
back
we
to
have
Ohio.
two really concerning storms right now embedded in this line. The one north of Wilmington is, and then we also have one just southeast of Clarksville. Which the one southeast of Clarksville has a nasty looking hook to it. So we definitely could get a little mesovortex tornado with this as it moves east. So seek shelter, get away from windows, and lowest floor possible. If you are in this warning.
Take a 3D view of the storm
I am
too.
getting word that there is a potentially tornadic storm in no other
This
than
radar's so
Nevada
bad.
City in
KILN.
California right now. There is rotation right now near Nevada. I think it's Nevada City in California. So in case I got any people watching from Nevada City in California, we for some reason have rotation out there.
Nevada County in California.
California is not in a risk of severe weather today, by the way. All right, let's check back in on the
Far
Kentucky
away.
tornado warning. All right, over the last few minutes, we still have at least a couplet over Hardinsburg, approaching
Getting
Custer
really close
and
to the
Big Spring,
radar, too.
Kentucky. Again, the main concern right now is a significant wind threat. Look how quickly, by the way, this line is organized. It is a much more organized line of storms just over the last 10 to 15 minutes, approaching Louisville. I would anticipate that we get a severe thunderstorm warning for Louisville here in a moment for 60 mile per hour
I don't know,
winds.
man. I can't see anything. If I can do anything, it's hard to tell.
And we do still have a tornado
So
warning
messy,
back
and
over
just
near
the front of the
Marked
storms are
Tree.
rotating.
I know Ben Williams is on this, but the rotation again is right over Marked
I
Tree.
think
It's
our
going to be
hook's
moving
like right
east
there.
southeast towards Wilson, and eventually towards the north side of Memphis. Again, this is our only discrete supercell that we really have right now. That is now getting caught up by the line of storms, but it is still discrete enough to the
That
point
could
where
be it. Everything
a
coming
tornado
down through
remains
here.
possible with this, potentially on the strong side of things. Watching from Washington Courthouse, Ohio, been a viewer for a while for precisely this reason. Thank you for keeping everybody safe. Well, I'm glad I can help. Hopefully it'll be just wind. Hopefully it won't be anything, but unfortunately
Down
it's
here by
definitely going to be at
Cuba's
least
looking
some
pretty
level of
rough.
wind there in Washington Courthouse.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right,
We're
back
so
up
close
six
to the
tornado
worst
warnings. We had a
radar
bit of a
in
lull
the
in tornado
United
warnings. We're
States.
now back up to 6. This one is going to be for Kentucky and one county in Indiana. This is south of Louisville near Bradenburg, and that's it right there. A strong area of rotation located just west of Bradenburg.
Like when I was in my buddy's house, I'm looking at my
Convergence
actual
area
phone where it
located
shows
near
the direct
Sirocco.
location of where my
It's gonna be
phone's
approaching
located. And,
Bradenburg, Ekron,
like it's showing me in the red
Grove as
part
well
of
over
the
next few
thunderstorm,
minutes.
and it's not even raining
Your
outside.
storm
So like,
shelter, basement
I really
closet,
think
or bathroom
KILN
windows
is
and
off
lowest
by
floor
like 10
possible if you're in
miles.
this tornado warning. It's on track for
And I think it's
Skillet,
off by like,
Radcliffe, West Point, and Shepherdsville.
I'm not sure what, either 10 miles west or 10 miles north.
We got an intense line of storms now
It's
that's
definitely
forming
off.
Louisville. This could go for a while, by the way. This is really ramped up over the last 20 minutes. This is a very organized line of storms that'll probably continue to produce a more elevated chance here for a tornado.
Look at those.
Over the next 20 to 30 minutes and even over the next couple of hours.
Storms is he looking at right now? Oh, that's up in Indiana. I gotta switch.
Going back to the Cincinnati suburbs and Middletown suburbs, the rotation on the northern cell, north of Wilmington, has become a bit broader. That's going in the direction of Washington Courthouse. It's still on the stronger side of things near Martinsville. So we still have a strong area of rotation over Route 68 moving to the east. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning near Martinsville, New Vienna, going towards Leesburg.
That's a little
and
concerning
Buena
right
Vista.
there. Definitely looks like some rotation right there.
All right, I gotta get my food. I'll be back in just a second.
Oh, yeah.
We'll go back to the 3-cam view.
Got a little
Be back in,
blip
like,
on the
10
in-route
seconds.
too. I want to see the 3D view of this one. That's definitely rotating right there near Hardensburg. All right, I'll see you in a little bit.
All right, we are back. Got our food ready to go.
Yeah. Definitely see the rotation. Like multiple spots, it looks
By
like
the
it's
way, John, if you have
rotating.
anything to report or anything, let me know.
These 2 different spots near Hardensburg.
Oh, wow, look at this. We probably have tornado genesis happening right now. Pretty good chance that a tornado is dropping near Morrisville. This has become a bit more of a concerning storm. Rotation is very strong right now near Morrisville.
Morrisville. Oh, that's in Wilmington. That's up by
Near
me.
Cuba and moving eastbound.
back
It's going
up
to
there
be
and
going
look.
towards Memphis, Lees Creek, and Highland and Leesburg.
Right here.
Also,
Oh,
Hardinsburg,
close, can't
Kentucky,
tell.
that tornado is on the
I just
ground
said
by
it
the
looked like
sound
it
of
was
So
rotating
looks
in
like we have
Cuba.
a
Couple
tornado in
stands back.
progress that just crossed near Garfield. It's approaching
Yeah.
Stinnettsville, moving eastbound. So another tornado that has just
SRV.
dropped in the
You
last
see the rotation
60
there, and it's coming towards Cuba
seconds
now.
east of Hardinsburg. So if you're in this warning, get to your safe place immediately. This is approaching Big Spring. So strong rotation right now heading towards Big Spring in Kentucky, Vine Grove, and Radcliffe. And same thing goes for Brandenburg, excuse me. We still have strong rotation up here. The tightest of it is right over Midway.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so that rotation is still on the stronger side of things, and that could produce a tornado here in the
And
next
if you're-
few minutes. We have
These
yet
storms
again
are coming
another
towards
tornado
you. Do what
warning,
Max
and this
says.
one
Like, at
is
least
going
stay
to
inside
include
and away from windows,
Breckenridge,
because
Hardin,
I
and
felt
Meade
it.
counties
It just came through
in Kentucky.
near Springboro
So
30 minutes
Elizabethtown,
ago, and it was pretty crazy for a minute.
Rineyville, Vine Grove, Big Spring, St. John, Cecilia, you are all on the track of this tornado that.
And the good
sounds
thing
like
is
was
the
on ground
winds
a
only
moment ago. We
lasted
did have
for
a
about
debris signature.
5 to
It
10
may not be
minutes.
on the ground
So
anymore, but it will be approaching Rineyville and Elizabethtown and St. John. So seek shelter if you're in that warning. We are now up to 7 tornado warnings. We got a bunch
7
of
tornado
storms
warnings right now. Holy
that are
cow.
currently rotating. And we still
Nothing
have
is
very strong
confirmed on the
rotation
ground
back
at the
over in
moment,
Ohio,
though.
south of Wilmington.
It's just 7 tornado warnings. So luckily nothing is on the ground. Just
And
there's
potential
7
tornado. This is a very
badly
aggressive looking
rotating
hook echo
storms
on
at
the
the
south
moment.
side of Wilmington, north of Martinsville. You do not see that very often.
That last scan. Oh, what I just pressed. I screwed something up.
Shawnee Hills, Ohio is... Where's Shawnee Hills? Okay, that's not Shawnee Hills, Ohio, PGA.
Something's going on there. We just can't see it. It's so close to the radar. It's all like interferenced out. But we have some like...
I do think we have a tornado with this storm near Morrisville. I would find it hard to believe we don't have a tornado here.
Why are all the really bad storms like right next to radar and we can't see what's going on?
There's a very good chance right now that we have a tornado on the northeast side of Morrisville. Every tornado warning is getting updated right now. Okay, once again, PGA, that is not Shawnee Hills. I need Jamestown. Okay. Okay, so apparently moments ago, there was a tornado near Jamestown, which would have been this right here. So a brief tornado just touched down a moment ago on the north side of Jamestown, Ohio. That is north of Wilmington. It's going towards south.
Yeah, I believe
Charleston
that.
and
There
London,
it was.
south and west of Columbus. Also, we have a
Brief
that might be a tornado right
in
here too.
Jamestown.
It looks like we might have a tornado now near Bloomington.
Well, the good thing about all these brief tornadoes, they're not strong enough to destroy a house. They're just knock down trees, maybe break a window, but like if you're inside, you're safe.
To the northeast. Got a new radar scan coming in. That is likely a tornado. It's near T-182 Road, north of Melvin, west and northwest of Sabina. There's a pretty good chance that that's a tornado right there. And I think it is. I think that's a debris signature right now. That looks like a tornado near Bloomington. This is on track right now for Washington Courthouse. But it looks like we do have a debris signature right over where this tornado is located, just south of Port William.
All right here.
So this is a tornado right now, moving to the east. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning. This is a dangerous storm right now, moving to the east towards Sabina.
I don't know how I see the debris signature.
I gotta say, the one thing I hate about... Oh, never mind. I was about to say, like, I sometimes get DoorDash, and sometimes they never give me a straw for my drink. I got Culver's, for those that are wondering.
You just said there was one on the ground in Kentucky?
And I do think there's a tornado in progress right now, southwest side of Bloomington. This is approaching Glendon, Jasper Mills, in as well as eventually...
I've been watching this one closely.
Washington Courthouse.
He's talking out there up in
This is slightly more
Ohio,
rural
Sabina,
areas, but in this area near Highway
right here. He's talking
72 and
about
just south of Interstate 71,
this
this is
storm
coming
here.
up on the Center
He's talking about
United
this hook, but
Methodist
it's so close
Church,
to radar, I can't really
United States
see.
Postal Service,
And it's tornado
in,
warned. I mean, it's got a tornado warning. Doesn't have
Milledgeville,
a
I cannot speak,
confirmed tornado
in
warning, just a
Ohio,
warning.
and also going towards Lancaster.
I'm not sure.
And really, the biggest town that's in the path of this will be.
It
the
could be like
Washington Air House. There's a
confirmed by
lot of
law
people that live
enforcement or
there.
something.
So let's kind of hope that this thing just occludes out.
I didn't hear
next
about the
few
Kentucky
minutes.
one. I missed
But our
that one.
tornado would be over the south side of Bloomington right now.
But our only warned storm in
Velocity
Kentucky
scans
is
will be
this one
coming in
right
in a
here.
moment.
Hardensburg, near Hardensburg. Definitely. Like everything's
All right, here's the
rotating
latest
still,
radar
so
scan. If we still have a tornado, which I think we do. Yeah, this is still a tornado. We have a tornado right now still in progress on the south side of Bloomington. So yeah, we definitely still have a tornado here. It's going towards Jasper Mills, Glendon, several other areas in the path of this, but that's really the main locations in the next 10
this
minutes or
radar
so.
real quick. Maybe it's not loading something I can't see.
You still
Now we're
clearly have
getting
a
all the wind
debris signature
reports.
with
Look,
that. Further south, we do have a hook.
we had
over Snow Hill, which is
75,
not snowing
74
right now,
mile
but
per
that's
hour
going
wind
towards
reports in
Memphis,
Dayton.
Buena Vista, and New Martinsville, and eventually going towards Greenfield.
50 to 75 mile
This is
per hour
still a
wind
tornadic
reports.
storm as well, moving to the east. Even if
52
we don't
in
get
Clark,
a tornado, we're still talking
58
about
in
significant damaging winds across this
Montgomery.
line. Back over to Kentucky, we have tornado warnings. Back over near Radcliffe and Vine Grove. And really the main one right now is this right here. Right over Brandon Station. And we may actually have a tornado with this. So there may be a new tornado in progress going towards Cedar Farm Landing. South of Louisville, south of Shively. We'll have a new radar scan in a moment.
Powerful winds right there for sure.
But that looks like a tornado developing right now.
There's a little blip there. There's one here. It's just so stretched out because it's so close to
I'm
radar.
just throwing it out there. I did get
Let me
cheese
change
curds,
the
for those
angle,
that are
see if I
wondering.
can get a better look at different angles.
Probably not a good thing.
Talking about this here. Here's Sabina. There's where the NROT's really showing some rotation.
This is a tornado, by the way. We do have
Oh
a
yeah,
tornado
you can
debris
see it now.
signature
You can
right
see it
over
much better now.
Brandenburg Station, moving towards West Point.
Look at the base
I'll have another radar
velocity.
scan in a moment. It should make it much more clear on radar, but this is approaching Lick Skillet, Highway 31, Shepherdsville, and Lebanon Junction will be in the track of this in northern Kentucky. A new radar scan coming in right now.
Yeah, the NROT, the correlation coefficient is
Such
just
a good
all over
cheese
the
curd.
place.
Probably
For me.
because I haven't eaten anything all day.
Can't see anything on that.
All right, here's the latest scan. So tornado would be approaching Rock Haven right now. I'm not seeing a clear debris signature, so it might have been a quick tornado. We'll see what the velocities look like.
Kind of bright.
I don't trust anybody that has a half of a bite of a cheese curd. When you're live like this, there aren't many options. Like I'm trying to still talk.
That might have been a
I don't
brief
have
spin
anybody
up.
to really bounce stuff
120
off of
miles
right
per
now,
hour
so.
one way. One little spot right here near New Vienna. That's right into the little hook too, I think.
So waiting
right
for the
above it.
velocities to update.
Yeah.
Our strongest area of rotation is approaching Lick Skillet.
That could have been
And
a
so
brief
that's
spin
right
up
over
for
the
sure.
north side of Lick Skillet near Rock Haven in Kentucky, just south of Evans Landing. Again, on track for Shepherdsville and Lebanon Junction.
Everything just happens so
We
fast
also
in
have an
these
area of
storms.
rotation just south of Big Spring. That's approaching
By the time you know
Ringleyville,
it's a tornado, it's already
Elizabethtown,
gone.
St. John, Cecilia, and Vine Grove. Those areas on the track of that. All right, further to the north into Ohio, once again, we do have strong rotation over Sabina. This is approaching Washington Courthouse over the next 10 minutes or so. So be ready to get to your safe place.
Yeah, that's
If you are
exactly the
in
one we just looked
the
at.
Washington Courthouse area, I would personally go to your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, whatever it is. Just get away from windows. Even if we don't have a tornado, we will have significant damage.
It looked really bad a couple scans ago. Oh no, it's further south, this one.
But as of now, no tornado debris signature from what I am seeing on any of this activity in Ohio.
Well, they're both
but that
hooks.
could
They
change
both
again
have
at moment's
hooks, so.
notice.
I feel like either one of these hooks could
And then
produce
off
a
to the
tornado
north
at
of
any
Memphis,
time for
this
like
is our other tornado warning
just a
back
couple
over in
seconds.
Arkansas. We haven't really spent much time talking about this, but this cell just south and east of Mark Tree has a hook echo. The problem with this storm right now is that it's pretty much all outflow dominant, so our risk right now of a tornado is much lower than what it would usually be. The outflow boundary is just going to kind of limit the potential here for a tornado, so not as favorable of an environment, but keep a close eye on it. Again, the tornado risk will continue, and the wind threat for sure will continue here.
Was the one that was on the ground
Tennessee
in Kentucky not
over the
warned or
next
something?
little while.
Let me see all the severes in
Probably another
Kentucky.
3 or 4 hours until you're kind of out of the clear.
It's not very
in
many
Western Tennessee.
severes anymore. We only got six
Most
six
of
severe
Western
warnings
Tennessee
right
has yet
now.
to
Well,
even
8
see storms
total.
yet, so.
There's rotation there, rotation here, everywhere, man. All of these storms, they got rotation all over the place. I want to check the power outages in Kentucky, see if any of those hit hard. I want to check Ohio too while we're at it. Wow, Ohio got upgraded. The yellow. 1,600,
did we
1,600
just get a
people
tornado
or
watch? Did I
houses
miss
out
it?
of power
Yeah,
in Warren
we got
County.
a new tornado watch. Let me go to that.
2,000 in Butler. So that, yeah, these like keep spitting up
We
brief
did get a
tornadoes
new
as they're
tornado
going
watch.
through
Sorry, I
Warren and
was
Butler. And that's the
distracted
ones
when
we're
this got
looking at
issued.
now,
This
the
is about 8
tornado
minutes
warn
ago.
ones.
Just got issued for Central Tennessee.
They got to
and
be
Southern
constantly
Kentucky,
having
very few
brief storm
tornadoes are
or
likely.
brief spin ups.
Scattered hail up to 2 inches in diameter
It's taking
is
out so
also
much
possible,
power.
and then scattered damaging wind
A
gusts
new tornado
upwards of
warning
70
has
miles
been
per
issued.
hour.
So yeah, these
Is
shot
likely.
right
This includes
across
Nashville, Murfreesboro,
those two
Lawrenceburg,
counties.
Jackson, Paris, Clarksville, and Bowling Green, and also Danville, Kentucky. With a little over 3 million people in this tornado watch, over 800 schools, 81 hospitals are in the brand new
And
tornado
it's probably
watch.
these two hooks
We
right
also
here
have
is
a new
what's
tornado
causing all the
warning in
power
Ohio.
outages, I'm
This is going to
assuming.
be all the way back up to the north, going towards Mount Sterling and Grove City, right along I-71, and it's because of this small little couplet here near
It's like the tornadoes
Jeffersonville
happen so
that is
fast, it
tracking
just feels
right
like you're
up
getting hit
I-71
by
and
like a
will be
big
going
blast of
towards
wind.
Darby-Dale and Grove City. So again, this is radar indicated rotation. Really not much here in terms of a debris signature, but it could drop a tornado at some point as it continues to move to the northeast. And we are still monitoring the storms east of Wilmington,
But I'm assuming
Ohio, for
all
a
these tornadoes
potential
will be
tornado
like
risk.
rated as
I'm gonna go
EF0s or
back to
EF1s when they
Kentucky
do the
again,
damage assessments.
which right
These
now
are
in
just
Kentucky, we
really
are not
quick
seeing
spin up
anything on
ones.
the ground, but we have a very intense line of thunderstorms between Louisville and Litchfield that is producing significant damaging winds and also the potential
Good
for
part is
tornadoes.
too,
And
after
the
this
main
like
concern for that
passes you, you're
tornado risk
pretty
is right
good. Like
here
after the front
near
part of the storm
Radcliffe and
passes,
Elizabethtown,
there's
moving
not
to
going to
the
be much wind at
east-southeast.
all after that because it came through my area. Like I had wind for about really bad wind for about
Still have a
5
very
minutes. Then
dangerous
it was just
supercell that's
calm
going in the
rain.
direction of Memphis, Tennessee right now. Keep in mind that this storm
That's one
is
really nice
not
thing
right
about
now
today is
latched
the
onto
wind
outflow
threat's
boundary, but for
been
some reason the supercell
very
can
short,
latch onto this
not
outflow.
enough to knock a lot
The
of
tornado
power
threat
out.
could go skyrocketing, so we need to really watch this storm closely northwest of Memphis. For right now, I wouldn't say it's super concerning, but something to watch for in the long term.
Oh wow, yeah, that's definitely rotating for sure.
Sounds like we did have a tornado in New Vienna just a few minutes ago on radar.
That's up in Ohio. I'll be right back, guys. I got to grab something real quick. I forgot something at my buddy's house.
We'll go back to this view. Put storm intermediate bottom right.
A new tornado
another.
warning has been issued.
All right, new tornado warning in Ohio. This is going to be an extension for Washington Courthouse in Williamsport. Going towards Clarksburg, Plano, and Pancosburg and Bloomingburg. You are in the path of a tornado warning cell. Again, the rotation is right along Highway 22. It'll be going into Washington Courthouse over the next 5 minutes. And then we'll go towards Johnson and West Holland in about 10 minutes from now. But main concern, again, will be damaging winds, but we could get a mesovortex tornado out of this right along the leading edge of this line. Again, the rotation is going to go right over Washington Courthouse. So if you are in Washington Courthouse, Ohio, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It's a dangerous storm right now, moving to the east-northeast. Again, even if we don't have a tornado, high winds are very likely here in southwestern Ohio. Hammered here in Dayton, Ohio. Yeah, Dayton, Ohio probably got hit pretty hard. I mean, we've had a lot of wind damage reports today. I haven't seen any recently, at least in western Ohio or even in Kentucky or southern Indiana, but I can only imagine there's probably a bunch of trees down. The only problem is we don't really have any way to verify any reports right now because, you know, all the reports that would be coming in would be usually during the daytime. It's harder to get nighttime reports for severe weather, but if I had to guess, we've probably had some damage reports there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have another tornado warning in Ohio, and we apparently just had a tornado hit London, Ohio. Which
Can't
is,
believe how
again,
flooded
another
it is
area that we
outside.
don't have a tornado warning in right now.
For how short it rained.
Yeah, right there. A little tornado debris signature there over London. So London, Ohio just got hit by a brief tornado.
London, Ohio.
Outside of the tornado warning, again, there's no tornado warning here. We just got another tornado warning further down to the south, east of Wilmington. This is near Greenfield, Good Hope, Buena Vista, Leesburg, going towards Greenland and Frankfort. This is moving north or east-northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour.
London
it's a
is.
fast-moving
I have
storm.
family there.
So seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. If
Did they
you are in
warn
this
us after
tornado
it
warning.
hit?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Jefferson and Bullitt counties in Kentucky as well. So another tornado warning has just been issued, which will pop up on the map here in a second. All right, so this one's going to be for Hillview, Mount Washington. Moving east at about 50 miles per hour. This is another tornado that would be embedded in the line of thunderstorms. Currently tracking to the east. That's what we're looking at on radar right now. Velocity signature is going to be right over Highway 31, approaching Barrelton. It'll be going towards Hillview, Pioneer Village, Hebron Estates, and Hunter's Hollow. And Gap in Knob is also in the path of this. We don't have a tornado debris signature as of right now, but the rotation is definitely on the stronger side of things moving east. We have another area of rotation just north of the tornado warning too, so we might get another tornado warning going towards Jeffersontown, which would be in the southern suburbs here of Louisville. So if you're on the southern suburbs of Louisville right now, I'll definitely stay vigilant. We may get a tornado warning near Jeffersontown here shortly. Further down to the south near Radcliffe,
We got 3
we have
warnings
a
here now.
strengthening area of rotation here. We may have a tornado. It's not clear because this is a low reflectivity area, but there may be a tornado on the east side of Radcliffe right now in Kentucky. And this little hook echo. That's going towards Lebanon Junction and Interstate 65, just south of Shepherdsville.
That.
And we also have a tight couplet right over Rhineyville. So we may have a tornado right now approaching Elizabethtown. And a lot of these tornadoes will be on the the weaker side of things, but this one near Elizabethtown, definitely one that you're going to want to be, again, away from windows for. If we do have a tornado, it's nighttime. It's like impossible to see a tornado anyway, this late at night. We have 3 areas of strong rotation now up and down this line in western Kentucky. And keep in mind, this line of storms really ramped up very fast. It's a very intense line of thunderstorms moving across western, or not really western, more about northern Kentucky right now.
Need to update the SPC outlook. I'm probably just going to take them off. And try to update them real quick.
All right, we're going to go back to Ohio again.
Like mega amateur in this, guys. Sorry. All right, so day 1 wind is changed.
All right, I'm not really seeing anything very definitive in terms of rotation with this line. Again, the main concern was really Washington Courthouse. We'll see what this next radar scan shows here. But it looks like the line of storms is weakening a little bit over Washington Courthouse, which is a good thing.
Any twins?
Velocities are definitely
this is
out a little bit. I'm not seeing as much rotation now over Washington Courthouse. It looks like
Nader
it's more of a wind
juice
threat.
with we're basically like
We had a
advertisement for
tornado with
max
this if you go over the
velocity on
south
mobile.
side of Washington Courthouse, which
I mean,
again, I'm not very
I
confident
advertise
we
all
have
the
one with
streamers,
that.
but
So
no, I'm
a little bit
watching
more
max
rotation
velocity
approaching
right now.
Greenfield and Good Hope in Frankfurt. And Mount Sterling, we'll have a radar scan update here, but it looks like our main area of rotation would be traveling right up Interstate 71. Again, long term, this will be going towards Columbus, Ohio, so be weather aware if you're in Columbus. We're at least going to see some damaging winds. There's a chance also for a tornado with this 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds.
It was max velocity for like
the northeast.
10 minutes while I was inside my buddy's house when the tornado went
back.
right over top of us.
Let's go back down to Memphis first. And we got significant storms.
Luckily,
right now
it went like
approaching
5
the
miles
Memphis
south.
Area in the suburbs. And again, we got a big supercell right now just off to the northwest of Memphis. We need to really keep a close eye on this in the long term because this storm will be moving into a pretty populated area in and around Memphis. And in my opinion, this storm has a pretty high chance of producing a tornado in the next hour with the current environment that it's in. So Covington, north of Bartlett, we need to be, weather aware here. This is a pretty significant storm right now moving into the Memphis suburbs over the next half hour.
Scans there. How far away is it from Memphis? It's Nashville.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're going to go 3-cam view. So we're on our media right there. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued. This is south of Louisville. I just mentioned this a moment ago. We had that rotation going a bit further to the north. So brand new tornado warning, Jefferson Town, just south of Louisville. You are included in a new tornado warning. Rotation is located just south of Highway 841. It's approaching Minor Lane Heights, eventually going towards Asheville, Fern Creek, and Jeffersontown and Hopewell. This is a much more populated area now of the Louisville suburbs. So if you are in this warning, get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, and interior room of your home or building. We have a tornado in progress east of Radcliffe for sure now. So we definitely have a tornado in progress just east of Radcliffe. We had a small debris signature before, much more evident now. That's going to be approaching Lebanon Junction. So we have a tornado debris signature. Velocities and correlation coefficient are picking up at least on some debris.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we do now have another tornado warning. Bullitt, Hardin, Spencer, and Nelson counties in Kentucky. You are now all included in a new tornado warning.
And it's going crazy right now. We got tornado warnings all over the place. Spin up tornadoes all along this line of storms.
This does include Bardstown.
We said we have a correlation coefficient debris signature in
Fairfield and Lebanon Junction. Again, we do have a tornado right now in progress east of
I can't see it
Radcliffe
on my
that has
radar,
dropped
though.
over the last couple of minutes. We might have something just south of Shepherdsville, too. We're waiting for the new radar scan here. Okay, I'm not seeing a clear tornado on the northern storm, but we may have a tornado approaching.
Sorry, I can't keep up with the
65
Max
south of
here. He's so
Shepherdsville,
pro.
Kentucky. And then approaching
I'm trying to
Lebanon
keep up,
Junction.
but
We have a
he's
hook echo here. That could again be a tornado approaching Lebanon Junction. We just had a debris signature a moment ago.
the man's
Not nearly as evident on this latest radar scan,
he's pretty good at this.
so it may have already occluded. But if we, I mean, again, we have an intense line of thunderstorms. We're probably going to get another one with that as it goes towards Bardstown.
Got
It's
so
a
many
relatively
hooks
favorable environment
onto
right
the front
now
of these storms.
with these storms in Kentucky. Seeing a report in the chat of high wind gusts in Ripley, Tennessee, damage to car windshields and ATVs. And there's also a carport that was
looks
tossed
really
onto my
concerning
aunt's
there
house.
near Holy Villa.
Wow, that's insane. Hopefully you're okay. Just west of Ripley in Tennessee.
Yeah, I wanted to see the power
Let's go to
outages. I want
Ripley
to see
real
what this
quick.
is doing in Tennessee.
So that would be this storm right here.
I have to look
That's
at
going
that a while
through.
back.
That just went through Dyersburg and Covington. So it's basically the kind of Boeing
It's
segment that we have
Indiana.
with this line in western Tennessee.
Oh yeah, definitely the northern part of Kentucky is losing a lot of power. Over 4,000
They have issued a
houses
new
in
severe
Davies
thunderstorm
County.
warning for the north area of Memphis, including Millington, Brighton, Turrell, south of Wilson. You are included in a new severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is a tornado possible label on this as well.
1,000 houses in Tipton County, but other than that, it doesn't look like it's. I think it's just working its way into Tennessee at the moment.
Where's Hunter's Hollow? Is that Kentucky? Back to Kentucky, Hunter's Hollow. Okay, it looks like we have a tornado in progress near Hunter's Hollow right now. This right here is a tornado. So this is right over Highway 841. A new tornado has just dropped right along the highway. It's going to be going towards Asheville, Fern Creek, south of Jeffersontown. We do have a small debris signature right now that is right over a few different homes. And this is going to be crossing over Gene Snyder Fairway.
Those storms definitely cause some power outages in
Freeways.
Arkansas.
Sorry. Wow, Fairway. Talking about
I don't
golf
seem
here.
nearly as bad as the ones up north,
Gene
though.
Snyder Freeway. It's going to be crossing over in the next 60 seconds or so. And then it will go through the community of Smyrna, Spring Mill, and Hollow Creek. There's a lot of people that live here. So we do at least have a small tornado that has dropped here. Moving to the northeast. Jeffersontown, Kentucky, you are in the path of this.
Just giant line of tornado producing storms.
And there's the tornado. It's actually moving more east. So this is going to be going through Mount Washington Road, just south of Interstate 265. I'm gonna get a few more areas here. A lot of people live here. This tornado here is impacting quite a bit of people. There's a Cinemark movie theater that is in this area. It's also going by the Quail Chase Golf Course, and it just passed over the Walmart Supercenter near Hunter's Hollow. So we still have a tornado here that is going to be moving into Thixton and Asheville over the next few minutes. And if this does stay on the ground, there are a ton of homes, but this does seem like it's a weaker tornado because of how low the debris signature is on radar. All right, we do have some reports from John. Let's go ahead and go to John. Go ahead, John. You're muted.
John's
Just
muted.
all the time. All right, sorry about that. So, the last 30 minutes, several reports have come in throughout all of our storms, including some seen earlier through the day. So, starting off in Bassinet, Arkansas, law enforcement reports 1 inch and a quarter size hail being reported there. Then moving to Monroe, Butler County, Ohio, the severe thunderstorm winds in that area. We have poles being ripped apart, fences being torn down, yard furniture being tossed around everywhere. So, the winds there are definitely damaging to at least a lot of the smaller items and/or that are loose. Then moving into
If there's anybody in chat that's concerned about an area, you can just type your city and state in there. Make sure you put the state, because there's like a spring field in like 15 different states, and I can pull it up for you, see what kind of storms are heading your way tonight or any kind of severe weather we're looking forward to. I can try to help you out. I'm trying to help people out that have storm anxiety like I do, kind of let you know what's coming your way. I know a lot of these big streamers, they can't help everybody, so I'm here to help you out if anybody's concerned about an area. Detroit, Michigan. I'm assuming Detroit, Michigan. That was they got hit way earlier today. Up here to my Ohio radar. Like Detroit has some rain showers coming still. Man, I tell you what, Michigan got it really bad today, though. I'll pull up Michigan too and kind of go over what all happened in Michigan today, because it was a rough day for Michigan. All right, so last night, all this was from last night, the ice storms in Michigan. And about 4 or 5 hours ago, a really big, nasty bow echo came through and hit basically southwestern Michigan, took out power in all these cities. And they actually hit Detroit earlier. But right now, it looks like Detroit's in pretty good shape. I mean, it looks like you have some rain showers coming, but nothing nasty looks like it's coming your way. Let me actually pull up the updated SPC outlook they had for this evening, because they changed it. Yeah. So Michigan's pretty much done for the night. You don't really have to worry about anything in Michigan at this point. That's for wind. This one's for hail. Yeah, Michigan's not in the hail zone anymore. Tornado. Yeah, Michigan's completely safe in the tornado zone, and this is for tomorrow. Tomorrow, tornado is going to be all further east. So, yeah, Michigan, looks like you're in the clear. Michigan can finally recover. So, you guys need it, man. You went through too much. Texas? Any certain part of Texas? Man, I haven't looked at Texas all day. It's crazy that we had like tornado warnings in Florida today, and it wasn't even in the area. We had alligator tornadoes. I'm surprised Max didn't say that. Oh, we definitely got some hailers in Texas right now. I don't know if anybody lives in this area. I don't think we're going to have any severe weather in Texas, though. Let me take a look again. I didn't check Texas in that last outlook. Back to day one. Well, I mean, Storm Prediction Center doesn't say Texas is completely out of it. You still have like a 2% chance for tornadoes in Texas, but we really haven't seen any action there yet today. I mean, we definitely have some rotations here, like near Mount Enterprise. These storms are rotating. This is kind of up in the northeast part of Texas. Take a look at a 3D view of that storm, actually, where we're here. That's a big boy for sure. It's a classic rotating supercell. That's beautiful. I mean, that looks like an iconic storm that would produce a tornado. I mean, looks dead on, honestly. See if we got any rotation going on with it. Well, we see it's rotating, but I don't know how bad it is. Looks like it's only kind of rotating in the upper parts of the storm, but man, that could definitely be a threat here in the future. I'm glad you said something about Texas because it is reaching down to about all the way down to about 15,000 feet. It's rotating from like 50,000 feet down to about 15,000. I wonder if they even have that storm severed yet. Yep, they do. They have it severed. Caleb. Caleb's trolling me. But hey, man, that was a really good troll, Caleb. I'm not going to lie. Like, I didn't know this storm was in Texas, and that thing looked serious. Like, this thing could go in up into the bad area tonight and cause some problems because that thing's definitely rotating.
Well,
Our
and
buddy
then
Max
Mount
back in
Washington,
here.
they've just condensed this tornado warning, so Mount Washington's
Max
really
runs
the only
circles
location
around
this
me right
warning
now,
will
so I
update
got to
you
make
on.
sure I have Max keeping an eye on everything because he sees all these little
Back to the
tiny
three-cam view for now.
tornadoes. Henry County? What state's Henry County in?
Thank you, Lakeville, for the gift of memberships. I appreciate that.
Tennessee? Well, I'll go ahead and pull that up on Google
Here's
Maps so I
another
know
photo
that it's
from earlier.
exact
This was the
location.
tornado that we had near Harrisburg. Or actually, I think it was Weiner, Arkansas. This was the tornado we had earlier. And it was again, a little cone tornado that we had on that discrete supercell. This was about 2 hours ago or so, 2.5 hours ago.
Henry County.
That was from Ben Williams on that storm. But that's just another shot.
Henry
from it.
County,
That tornado
Tennessee.
was on the ground for about 5 or 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure we've had damage.
I'm only showing
around
Georgia,
Weir,
Kentucky,
Arkansas.
and Indiana on my Google Maps. Is there a specific town? See if I can find it on my other map.
County, Tennessee. Here. Bottom middle of your screen, that is in Memphis, Tennessee. Bottom left is in Socialville, Ohio. And then Storm Intermedia is approaching that storm just outside of Memphis right now with a significant risk for damaging winds and then also the potential for a tornado with that as well as it continues to move into the Memphis
A new tornado
suburbs.
warning has been issued.
And we have yet again a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Taylorsville and Shelbyville. Just outside of the Louisville area, moving east, eventually going towards Frankfurt.
Yeah, this doesn't help me. This is what this shows me where Henry County, Tennessee
warning,
is.
Seek
right
shelter immediately. Get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building.
Henry County, Tennessee is right there.
You're on the track of this. Moving to the east.
And check Henry County, Kentucky, if you want me to. Texas has some stuff starting up down here, huh? I wonder what's going to happen throughout the night with this. Definitely going to keep an eye on the storm and come back and look at it.
Thank you, Billy, for the super chat.
Way back up
Great
here
tornado of Obi-Wan Kenobi. Remind us we cannot always seek shelter on higher ground. Aiken is weather aware.
Murray,
Louisville,
Kentucky.
Straight line wind so far. I don't know what the first part of that meant, but
let me try to look again. I don't know why my Google Maps isn't even pulling it up for me.
Louisville suburbs, we've at least had a couple of brief tornadoes so far. But there are no severe thunderstorm warnings right now with this segment, which is kind of surprising. For this being an elongated line of thunderstorms, it is honestly mostly just
Murray, Kentucky.
Risk right now, not much of a severe wind.
There we go.
I did not get that reference, by the way.
All right.
I've watched Star Wars, but I definitely know nothing about that reference.
So Henry County's like in this area. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, you got storms coming towards you right now, actually. Let me get to the right radar.
Has taken cover. Let me just verify that.
Yep. You got severe storms coming at you right now, and they are rotating, so you definitely want to stay inside. I know it's pretty late. You're probably not going to be outside anyways, but this storm, like here in Greenfield, looks really bad right now. It's got a nasty rotation. I actually got hit by this line of storms in Ohio about 30 minutes ago, and it was really nasty wind for about 5 minutes and a whole bunch of rain, and we had a tornado 5 miles from us.
All right. Well, now we have to go to Tennessee. We now have a tornado warning.
We actually have a tornado warning in Dover.
Tennessee.
Need to go definitely go to KPHX.
So if you are in Dover, west of Clarksville, near Indian Mound, Big Rock, or Cumberland City, you need to seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or building.
Rotation in Dover.
Again, we have a tornado right now heading towards Dover, Indian Mound, and
Need
just
to get a
west
better
of
look at this
Clarksville,
town
Tennessee.
you're talking
This is
about.
a
Pinpoint
much
it better.
more populated area that this will be tracking towards over the next hour or so.
Just
Moving
south
east
of
at
a
about
little
45 miles per hour.
notch of Kentucky. Yeah, like looks like this tornado warning storm just went past where you're at.
Near Lebanon Junction.
You got
East
bad
of
winds
Lebanon
and stuff
Junction,
there
we
right
just
now.
had a tornado drop, so a new tornado.
Did you get hit by the
is
bad
now in
winds yet,
progress.
Holy?
Just east of Lebanon Junction, it's going to be approaching Bardstown. If you're
Does
in
it start
Bardstown,
raining at all?
Kentucky, you've got to be in your safe place. We got a tornado approaching your area right now. Another tornado debris signature.
I don't want to
in this
say it's
zone.
over either because we have
Moving
more
to the
storms
east,
coming
southeast.
after that. I don't know if these are going to bring big winds too,
Go
but
south of Cox's
definitely the
Creek,
first one's going to bring a lot of
approaching
winds. Let me see the
Hunters, East
reports.
Bardstown, Cravens, and Bellwood. Looks like this tornado is just
Don't
hit
have
a
much wind
few,
reports here
possibly
for some
buildings or
reason.
homes there.
67
Can't tell
miles
what
per
that
hour
is,
up
just
here,
north
but
of
they didn't give us
Boston.
much reports down south. Let me try reset
We
the
had any
radar.
PDS tornadoes today? We did have one PDS tornado warning. That was honestly, I'm not
Showing
sure
the
if the
hail.
PDS
I don't
tornado
have any
warning was
wind
actually
reports.
like
1
an
inch
actual
hail.
tornado. It was. I feel like it was a preemptive tornado warning. That was the one in southern Illinois. But I don't think we ever really had a clear debris signature, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. The National Weather
You're
Service will
outside, so you're in
obviously
shelter. That's
survey all the
good.
tornado and tornado damage that we had. from
I
today's
only have to
storms.
take
We
shelter for
really don't
about
have
10
any
minutes,
ratings
man.
for
Our tornadoes
until
were
at least
blasting for like an
sometime
hour
middle
before
of
the storm
tomorrow
came,
afternoon,
man.
if I
They
had to
way
guess,
over
unless it was a
exaggerated
really
here in
quick
Ohio.
tornado. I mean, when you think about it, the
This
Missouri
rotation looks
tornado
so broad
outbreak that
right
we had,
now.
like the big tornado
I'm not
outbreak
sure
on
when
March
they.
14th,
Wonder if it was a
we still
brief
had
spin
tornado
up the
surveys going
touchdown.
on, even like last week. Like it took almost 2 weeks for all the tornadoes to actually be counted up
Got to
and
get a good
confirmed.
3D
So
view of the
it
storm.
takes actually quite a bit of time, especially for bigger events.
It's good that you're
This one,
safe though,
obviously
man.
not as large as that one, but
Better be
it
safe
will
than
definitely
sorry
take a
for
little bit of
sure.
time for all the tornadoes to get counted up, surveyed, and all that sort of stuff.
That is a monstrous storm, man. These things
What
are
do you think
still
about the
big,
tornado
huge
outbreak or the
supercells.
Wednesday outbreak? I honestly think we are going to have a tornado outbreak on Wednesday, and I think we are going to be live.
He thinks we're gonna have a
for
tornado
12
outbreak on
plus
Wednesday.
hours.
I hope not.
honestly do not see us not being live for 12 plus hours on Wednesday. Like that is going to be a very
Oh yeah, you
long
can
day.
definitely see the rotation there. Wow.
And for those that don't know
All
what I'm
up through
talking
here
about,
near
we're gonna have a
Dover.
video. I don't know if we're gonna have a video tomorrow, but we'll have one on Tuesday.
It's rotating
for
from
sure.
10,000 feet all the way up to 40,000
Currently,
feet. The whole
it looks
storm's
like a
rolling
major
over.
day on Wednesday.
It's actually one of the more threatening
We
looking
currently have
storms
a
I've
large
seen tonight.
enhanced risk of severe weather in place. This
That's
including
definitely
the
why
Ohio
they
Valley
warned it.
and also back through the
Doesn't look too
Mississippi
bad on the
River Valley,
velocities, but if
where
you take a look at
significant
the
damaging
3D
winds,
view, you can
large
see it
hail,
big
and a
time.
bunch of tornadoes are currently in the forecast. But Wednesday right now looks like a full-blown outbreak. I don't know how else to put it. Like it's such a
Keep
favorable
an eye on
environment
this storm
on
for
Wednesday.
sure.
Obviously, we need to get by what's happening tonight.
I don't
and
know
also
what
what's
it's
happening
been about
tomorrow.
today, but all the velocities
I
have looked
just
really
don't
weird
see
on a lot of
Wednesday
these
not
storms.
being a
Like we
tornado
wouldn't
outbreak.
see
There
any
are not very many
rotation on
tailwinds for
velocities, but
Wednesday.
we'd see
There's gonna be a lot of
a
wind
big
shear.
old
It's
CC
a
drop
way
of
more
debris
favorable
from a
environment than
tornado,
today,
but
by the
you
way.
couldn't even tell on the velocities.
It looks like Storm Intermediate just went by somebody that was pulled over. But yeah, I mean, honestly, Wednesday just looks like it's going to be a crazy day.
What time is it now? It's 10, almost
Tuesday
10:30,
will really be the
10:20.
one day where I'll probably catch up on sleep a little bit, and then Wednesday we're right back to it. But we're going to be live more than likely tomorrow, and as well as possibly Tuesday night. We'll have to wait and see on the timing. And then Wednesday, we're going to probably be live all day. So it's going to
I
be a
wonder
long
how
stretch
bad
of weather.
tomorrow's actually
As
going
a
to be.
reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe and click the bell icon so you're
'Cause, I
notified.
mean, tomorrow
with our
looks
latest
rough.
Live streams. It will definitely be a busy stretch of weather, though, without a doubt.
They have a 10% chance of tornadoes.
Where will Wednesday be crazy? Pretty much anywhere there in the
I
Ohio
mean, like
Valley
almost
and the Midwest.
the entire
It's
state
a
of Georgia
large
has
area.
Georgia
Anywhere
has a
that I just
10%
showed you could
chance
be
tomorrow.
crazy. It's too hard
North
to
and
pinpoint
South
exact
Carolina,
location
man.
right
I hope
now.
it's really. I hope
I
it
mean, if
isn't
you look
that
at
bad.
the NAM model
This
right
looks
now
rough.
for significant tornado parameter values.
I mean, they still
this
left
is
it the
Wednesday
same on the
morning. We could have
update.
tornadoes happening
So I'm
Wednesday
guessing the
morning,
weather
even in
balloons are still
Missouri.
calling
But
for
look
that.
how favorable the environment is by the late afternoon and early evening. Any supercells in this area from Indiana into Arkansas easily could produce tornadoes. Just so much wind shear.
I want to pull that back up too
Very
and read
favorable
it and see
environment.
what they're saying
The
for
low-level jet will
tomorrow.
also be cranking, by the way. Like, this is a huge area Wednesday that the low-level jet will be absolutely ripping across the Mississippi River Valley. So, but back to current weather. I'm just
Strong
giving you a
severe
broad
thunderstorms
overview.
with a
Again, I
threat
don't
of
know if we're gonna have
scattered
a
to
video
widespread
tomorrow. It's gonna be a
damaging
very
winds and
close
several
call depending on
tornadoes
what happens
are
with our
forecast
live
Monday
stream
from
tomorrow,
portions
'cause
of
I
the
think we're gonna be
northeast,
having a live
southwest,
stream
central Gulf Coast region.
tomorrow. For the
They
most
say what
part,
time this is
we'll
going to be
probably live
happening,
for like
which is supposed to
6
start
to
like
8 hours, maybe
at
longer,
midnight.
depending on what happens. We might also not be live.
I haven't
We'll just
looked
see what
that far
happens
ahead.
tomorrow.
I was too worried about
Waiting
today.
for the latest model data to come out. But we'll be live here tonight, at least for the next few hours, and then tomorrow we'll be
Max says he's going to be
basically on
alive for at least
standby.
the
I
next
won't
few
say we're
hours. So
guaranteed a live stream. It's just going to depend on the trends.
12:30
Really
p.m.
it depends more on what happens tonight.
Yeah, I'm just going to try to stick it
I'll
out
be
the next
honest, I
couple hours
don't really
too,
see
just like
tomorrow
Max,
being
because
that major of a day, but
I kind of want to see what all these storms are going to do.
looks like it's going to be kind
throughout
of
the
what we
night.
saw after the March 15th tornado outbreak. Just some
I don't think
scattered to
anything's
numerous
worse than
damaging
waking
winds
up in the middle of the
a few
night and you got like
tornadoes.
really nasty winds and thunderstorms and you're scared to death and
What will be the
you don't have
highest
nowhere to
risk
turn.
on Wednesday? High risk is in play. A high risk is in play. Just being honest. I'm not trying to say
take
this
a
to
look at
scare anybody.
Ohio.
I'm literally just being honest. Like, I personally do think a high risk is in
I haven't
play
checked
for Wednesday.
Ohio in a while. It's like
Things could
nonstop spin
downtrend.
up
Keep that in
tornadoes in
mind.
Ohio
We
last
could
time I
definitely see
seen.
some changes to the forecast. It's not a slam dunk, but it's looking like a slam dunk. It's not far
It's
from
like
being
it's
a
almost in
full-fledged
Columbus
outbreak.
now.
All right, we're going to begin with our storms further down to the
We really
south
don't have a
first.
radar.
Actually,
That's
we have
just
severe weather in
the
Texas.
airport
Just wanna plug
radar
this
right
out.
there. You can't even
Back
see
over south
velocities
of
on that
Longview
one.
and southwest of Shreveport, we still have a continuation of some large hailstorms. It's pretty much just translating from what we had yesterday. The main concern
They
here
just
being
let one of those
damaging
tornado warnings
winds and a little
expire.
bit of hail. But overall, no tornado risk really with that activity.
Dude, one of my
right now.
kids lives just east of
Back
Columbus.
over near Memphis.
I tried to call him today, but
apparently we might have a tornado north of Memphis. This was really brief. I think it was near Black Cat. We may have just had a
see
tornado
if we
there.
got any
A little
wind
area of
reports.
circulation that's completely rain wrapped.
All of them are way back here, 60 miles per hour. I'm going to check the power outages too in this area. See what the kind of damage the storm's
a few
done.
minutes ago, no longer on the ground, but we just had one a few minutes ago north of Memphis there. All rain-wrapped rotation as well.
Wrong window.
So yeah, that happened a few minutes ago. Back over near Covington and Brownsville, we have a significant damaging wind risk. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, currently impacting a relatively large area east of Covington,
Look
back
at
through
Ohio.
Jackson, Luray, Pinson, and Henderson.
Hey.
This is currently tracking to the east.
No, it's basically just that one line of storms that went like 5 miles south of me. That tornado warned all the spin ups. Look like it's just taking out power all along through
We do
here.
have a tornado warning that's west.
And they're like in this area now, so it looks like it's definitely dying
I'm
out.
gonna be honest,
not causing as much damage. We have 1,200
rotation is
people,
not looking as
1,200
impressive, so
households out in
I'm
Fayette
not super
County.
concerned about a tornado risk right now
600
west
in
of
Clinton.
Clarksville. But we'll continue to keep you
2,000
posted.
people in
Again,
Warren
mainly
and
a wind
2,000
threat,
in
I'd say,
Butler.
for Clarksville right now.
It looks
Maybe
like it's like
isolated tornado.
lightning up in
We
Ohio
do
at
have a new
least.
tornado warning for
Might
Kentucky.
be still
This
like
will be
tornado
for
warning, but at least like
Washington
the
and Nelson counties.
sphere part's kind of dying off,
This
hopefully.
is in the Bardstown area, by the way, which is where we
You
just
definitely
had a
see that
tornado just
rotation
off
right
to the
there, though.
northwest of Bardstown. This includes Mooresville, Willisburg, Mackville,
Very slight rotation.
Brush
here and there.
Grove. Just
Well, that's
south of
right in the middle of
Bloomfield.
Columbus now.
If you
Columbus
are
is
in
getting
this tornado
smacked by
warning,
these
get to
big
your safe
winds.
place. That's a storm shelter, closet, bathroom, basement.
This town is
Get away
massive.
from
This town
windows
is
and get on the
huge.
lowest floor possible. And get into an interior room.
Pretty
of
much
your
all the
apartment
power
building.
lines and everything are underground in Columbus, though.
And this is
Take
currently
pretty
tracking to
strong
the
winds to
east,
take out the power
southeast.
there.
Thank you, Doug. Really appreciate the generosity. Max John and the mods covering weather like a boss, mentioning me means nothing. I enjoy helping when I can. Congratulations on your upcoming graduation. I appreciate that. And thank you, Doug,
Back
for the
down to these
generosity.
tornado warnings in Kentucky. Let me see if I already have a
There's in the
radar
chat for
there.
Doug. I know you don't want me to say your name, but I'm going to anyways. Appreciate your support.
Sometimes I think Max is
Fish tornado off the
superhuman.
coast
I
of
don't know
Panama
how
City.
he sees everything he does. It's unreal.
I don't really see anything. Looks like just some gusty winds. Or maybe way down here.
Oh, no,
Fish
it's
tornado
okay.
action.
They don't care.
We'll probably
Max
have
said
some
live
fish
on a
tornadoes
stream he
overnight
doesn't care
tonight
if I
along the
listen to
Gulf
him.
Coast.
They're
Significant
young
weather.
kids and they're
Expected
angry at
into
the
early
world and they
tomorrow
just want to
morning,
cry
near
about
the Gulf
stuff. I'm not
Coast.
worried about it.
So we'll probably end up
It's not
having
a big
few
deal,
fish tornadoes
Michael.
down there.
I'm
Just
just trying to
updating you
help
again, we
people
still have
that
some
want
strong
help.
rotation
That's
near
all.
Taylorsville and also some near Bardstown. Those are our main two couplets right now in northern Kentucky, both tracking to the east and east-southeast.
There's always going to be angry young kids on the internet for from now and forever in existence. It's just how they are. I'll be hanging. I'm in Max chat all the time too, and they'll be like, "Don't watch Evan Freiberger. He's mean. Ooh, he makes fun of Max." It's like, just who cares, man? The guy's doing the weather. He's trying to help people, man. No, they just want to cry about
any tornado warnings. Mainly a wind risk at this point. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm watch.
They bombed me. It was like my second time streaming. They came like 30 of them came all at once last time I streamed. And like Max said himself, I was listening. He doesn't care.
The storms
I need to listen to Max because I'm not a professional like he is. You know, I can check and see if a tornado's coming at somebody. I can look at the weather, but I can't predict the weather like he does. I didn't go to school for meteorology. This is just this is something I took up in the last 8 years as I became disabled. You know, I've become really weather aware, and I've been recording tornadoes for the last 5 or 6 years too. Just trying to like clip them all, like. Whenever there's a bad tornado, I'll clip it for a couple minutes and save a video of it.
Munfordville, 60-mile-per-hour wind.
I just started streaming recently because I have a video game channel, and I've been working really hard on that video game channel for the last 2 years. And
probably be canceled west of Clarksville, but we do have a significant wind.
I streamed for the very first time like 2 weeks ago, and it didn't feel that bad. I kind of enjoyed it, and so I said I might as well try weather because I see all these people like in Max's chat asking about a certain area, and he can't help all 30,000 people, so. I just decided I'd go ahead and stream to like mobile users and like
damaging winds around 60.
I looked at my analytics after the stream, and it's like 80 to 90% of the people when I stream by this 9x16 are all phone users. So I'm actually kind of referring more viewers to Max by even doing this, streaming 9x6, 9x16.
Mostly going to be just embedded tornadoes and lines of thunderstorms. So we're trending in the right direction when it comes to our strong tornado risk right now, which is good.
Yeah, I really like Max. I've been watching him since he first started out.
Future radar. I would say
he's incredibly smart. He reminds me of this streamer from like when I grew up in Orlando, Florida. His name was like Norman something.
This is what it's going to look like right around 10 o'clock or so. We'll zoom out a little bit more. So this is around 10 o'clock or so. We got a line of storms moving through Bowling Green, Kentucky,
absolutely.
Clarksville, and also back through Memphis, Tennessee. By 11 o'clock, storms will be.
He's hard to get a hold of, though.
Over near Nashville, Murfreesboro.
I don't know if you ever tried to message him, but I mean, I'm sure he gets like from his Discord. He probably has 10,000 people that have sent him a message in Discord. He can't look at them all, you know. The chances of actually reaching Max has got to be really hard.
Nashville, Tennessee. It'll be mainly
you got to be a close friend or like really get in good with one of the mods or something.
The line continues to push east across West Virginia, also near Pikeville.
It's unreal how well he can read the weather and how fast he does it. He's almost superhuman.
This is going to really all fizzle out as it approaches the Appalachian Mountains. However, we will see a resparking.
Like he does what Ryan Hall does, but like
across Alabama, Mississippi,
without the help of like 15 people. He's like just doing it all himself. It's crazy.
Large hail and several tornadoes being possible tomorrow. This will really ramp up during the afternoon hours, moving across central Georgia, eastern Georgia, and the Carolinas, before eventually it moves towards the East Coast, like Virginia Beach, Greenville, and Jacksonville. And we could even see some severe weather in and around Washington, D.C. tomorrow afternoon.
I wonder, there's probably been well over 200 brief spin up like 5-second long tornadoes tonight.
Severe weather tonight has been
Max just added another guy. I forget his name. He was just talking a little bit ago. But he doesn't really let him have much airtime. He gives him about like 30 seconds every 2 hours.
It's once again going to be a large area that we're talking about for severe weather. It is going to be all across
that looks
the
a
East
little
Coast
concerning
with a large
there.
enhanced risk in place for Richmond, Virginia, Charlotte, North Carolina, in addition to Atlanta, Georgia, Montgomery, and around Jacksonville.
I think Max said he's about to graduate from college too.
Because we have a large 10% tornado risk.
They could probably let him teach the classes in college. Oh, I know they could. That's not probably. They could definitely let him teach the classes.
This is actually our largest ever 10% tornado risk without it being hatched in history. So again, another record being broken in terms of our SPC outlook.
He's talking about tomorrow.
This particular event.
I want to go check
Hey,
out that
T-Mark for the
Texas
super
storm I was
chat.
looking at a little bit ago.
I don't know. I don't understand the Saratoga water bottle meme or whatever that is.
I think
don't know
Ohio's
much
pretty
about
good
it.
for the
I don't
night.
understand anything
I don't.
about that.
I think it's pretty much calming down in Ohio. I'm gonna check the power outages one more time, and I'm gonna get off this Ohio radar because I think we're good. Do a quick refresh. So Marion County is just north of Columbus, like 150 people lost power, 200 Morrow. Delaware County, only four people lost power. Franklin, yeah, so like the storm's barely doing any damage with the winds right now. So I'm just gonna, I think Ohio's pretty much good for the night.
If we have a tornado, it would be approaching Mooresville, Willisburg, Brush Grove, and Maxville over the next several minutes.
Refers us back up there, but it's just this one severe
your safe place. The Taylorsville rotation south of Shelbyville is much broader. At this point, this line of storms is getting a little bit weaker, but we still have enough energy here where damaging winds and a couple more tornadoes will be possible as this goes in the direction
of
sprinkling
rain here
as
right
well
now.
as Lexington. So be ready for damaging winds and a potential tornado
threat. I had so much anxiety built up for the day, and the winds lasted for like 30 seconds. And I was so glad for it to be over because the Storm Prediction Center had me worried big time with the 75-mile-per-hour SIG warning for it.
Outside of Clarksville is still tornado warned for another 22 minutes. Again, I think they'll cancel it, but we are still watching for damaging winds for Clarksville up to 70 miles per hour.
Yeah, this one's still rotating pretty good.
Be ready for a significant damaging wind risk over the next hour or
Even
so.
got the little knobby there. So keeping a good look on it, Storm Center.
What's going to happen in Tennessee? Honestly, most of Tennessee is going to be wind tonight. There will
be
some large hail, though, especially with the storm that's outside.
Classic,
Memphis
perfect-looking
right
supercell in Texas
right here. Golf ball-sized hail, so there's significant hail still ongoing. But it's going to be a lot of wind, a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall, and then a couple tornadoes also being possible.
You drop down the blues and
action plan ready
greens
to go.
a little bit so I can see it a little better.
Just in case we end up having
a
couple tornado warnings there in central parts of Tennessee. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The severe weather threat is expected to develop this evening with wind damage, large hail being possible. With these stronger storms. That's for eastern Kentucky and a little sliver there of western
West Virginia. It's kind of lost a lot of its rotation, man. It looked really well defined earlier.
But for those areas, mainly in eastern Kentucky, though, for damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour. And
going straight across down through here like 30 minutes ago.
A strong tornado cannot be ruled out.
There,
at this point, I honestly think we've had at least
from here to here now.
About a dozen or two tornadoes today. We've had a lot of tornadoes just over the last couple of hours.
They even removed the severe thunderstorm warning on that, I think.
We've
had the destructive one. Sounds irregular. No, it still has it.
Most of them being brief, but it has been an active day to say the least.
Aaron F. Graves. I was gang R-worded right there on the map. Literally, like it was so shocking. Where are you talking about, Aaron?
Stay away from windows. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Guys, I've seen the Nader Juice thing. I don't know what to do about it. I'm live. I don't really care too much. It's whatever. Hey, Mike, for the super chat. Very nasty in Columbus, Ohio. There was a little bit of rotation over the town of Columbus. But most of the storms are now on the east side of Columbus. So after the line of storms pushes through, there really isn't much left there in Columbus, Ohio when it comes to severe weather. But lightning will continue. You'll definitely hear some rumbles of thunder. Damaging winds continuing to push east towards
how many tornado warnings we have left right now? We only have 3. 2 in Kentucky and 1 in Tennessee.
Hey, Alicia for the 5 get to members. Appreciate the generosity. Also, shout out to Susan, Allie, Bestie, and Myra, all for the Venmo donations. I appreciate the generosity. One of them for the caffeine donation. I appreciate that. Yeah, if we go live tomorrow, we're definitely going to need some caffeine.
I'm going to delete that one line. I'm afraid I'm going to get in trouble with having that word in my chat. They warned me about it on YouTube. I said I can't have bad words in it.
And by the way, if we don't go live, we will have a video. So, and the video, if we have one, it'll probably be in the afternoon because I don't think we can make a video tonight and have it out by tomorrow morning. But we'll see. For those in Lexington, severe weather will be arriving on your doorstep in about 45 minutes to an hour. That is if these storms are still severe. And main concern is damaging winds, but a tornado is still possible as that moves east. go back to Tennessee.
I'm not
again.
using Max's voice. I'm using my voice. I am listening to Max.
West of Nashville, we got an interesting little cell here. There's rotation there. We're in a radar hole, so I'm trying to find a good radar site.
Oh, God, they're back. They're coming.
Yeah, right here near Camden. Just southwest of Clarksville near Camden.
Take a look real
and
quick
Big
here.
Sandy. There is at least a broad area of circulation near Camden. That'll be
You
moving
can't hear
towards
me talking
Waverly
right now?
Heron.
My mic muted? No, it's working, isn't it?
Super convinced that this will be tornadic, but it is.
Can you
at
guys
least
hear me
in an
right now?
environment where a tornado is definitely.
Yeah, my mic's
possible. It's a
working.
right-hand moving storm.
Is Max too loud? I'll turn him down. So
A lot of lightning as well.
let me turn
There's
down
at least
Max.
some
If he's too
rotation
loud.
aloft right over Camden.
I thought I had him really
Ohio
quiet.
Storm, again, west of Nashville.
Max is my main weatherman.
You've been live for a long time. What's your record of being live? This isn't even that long. We've only been live for 8 hours. This is like a.
Now it
this
sounds
is
like you're
light
getting
work
loud again.
compared to what we've had recently.
There we go. I'm looking at the decibel bar
This
in
is
the
from Falcon Storm
OBS app.
Chasing. This is back over.
He's
in
just so
Kennard,
he's got such a, like a
Texas.
bolsterous,
There is a
loud
low-
man
there's actually
voice.
a little low
I'm
hanging
43 and
cloud
he's like
feature,
20 something, and I sound like a little
potentially
girl
low right
compared
now.
to him.
Near Kennard, Texas, right now. There are some hailstorms happening there right now. There's really not much of a tornado risk, but wouldn't rule it out. It's not impossible to see a tornado in that environment. Just not really a whole lot of wind shear there. The low-level
Oh,
jet is
yeah.
the strongest, really, in the Ohio Valley tonight.
I think it's happening, guys. I think it's happening. It's happening. We got the 20-year-old Karens
Just
tacking
quickly
in
go ahead to
chat.
Texas. I'm curious.
Make sure you leave a like
Storm
or a
is
dislike
the one near
while you're here.
Timpson
They
and
both count.
10 AHA. Rotation's actually a little bit stronger here. Just off to the west.
Dude,
of
it's funny, bro. Just
We actually
watch.
do
Maybe
have
a whole
rotation.
bunch of
I'm
them will
not sure
come
if
again.
Where's Kennard? Is that this storm or is it a different one? But if this is
These kids are
Kennard,
angry at the world, man.
Kennard is nowhere near that. Okay, so Kennard's way back down to the southwest, but this right here is actually rotating. Got a little supercell near Timpson and 10 AHA.
We're trying to look at weather, though.
Going towards Logansport.
I need to pay attention to the weather, not to your
Pretty
complaining.
interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Again, long term, that'll be crossing into Louisiana.
You should have hooks and
We are
rotation
going
everywhere.
to have an update on the warning counter in just a moment as we hit 9:30. A bunch of warnings will end.
Yeah, it's not looking that
So
bad
lots
at
of
all
new
right
ones
now.
coming in. We are back
It's
down
like
to
they're letting
26.
these tornado warnings
Now
go too.
23 severe thunderstorm warnings. We are back down
Just
to 2
this one's
tornado
still warned.
warnings. The one that's west of Frankfurt, that tornado warning has now been allowed
Completely
to
rain
expire.
wrap. Well, not really. This is at the
Rotation's
front
much broader
edge.
there.
I'm gonna see if we
still
can
have a
see any
strong area of
rotation. I doubt we
rotation
can
east
though.
of Bardstown. That's going to be going towards
This is at the
Harrod-
very front. You won't even be
Harrodsburg.
able to
I
see
cannot
it.
pronounce names today. Harrodsburg in Kentucky, just south of Chaplin. So strong rotation still exists there. Willisburg and Mackville are in the path of this. This storm has already at least produced one tornado.
Like
if
all
not
of
maybe
it's
even a
down
couple.
here at the bottom, rolling over. It's so
Confirmed
quick.
tornado
It
in Wilmington,
happens.
Ohio. There's
Nothing
video
like
of it.
stretches way
That
up
would've
into
been
hiding the
earlier,
clouds.
but I'm not surprised. We had strong rotation all around.
Yeah, I
Wilmington
know. I don't.
about an hour ago.
I don't know what Wednesday looks like yet. We gotta wait for Max's video. But today's been mostly just like a severe wind threat with like really quick, fast tornadoes, like lasting for less than a minute each or just a couple seconds.
On the Radar Mega camera.
See, there's that one little hook right there, but you can't see anything.
Strong line of thunderstorms moving in right now. Frequent lightning and strong winds will continue here.
I'll pull up tomorrow again real quick. Let's we were just looking at that not too long ago. I don't think we can't even have Wednesday yet. See, day 4 probabilistic. I think this is supposed to be Wednesday. Yeah, this is Wednesday. But you know, it's just a probabilistic. We really won't have a better look until they get the weather and balloon data in later on. And Ohio's in it again. Why's Ohio always got to be in it?
Update for Columbus. Columbus is starting to clear out. It's mostly wind over there now. It's mostly east of Columbus in Ohio. All right, I'm going to keep it on our 3-cam view, or actually, we'll go to Storm Intermedia real quick. Storm Intermedia is currently on the storm near Memphis. I'm going to take a
That's
quick
the most concerning one
60-second
at the
break,
moment.
and we will be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Tennessee. Haven't looked at Tennessee in a while.
Freaking seahorse-shaped pieces of trash if I've ever seen them. Oh wait, you guys have the seahorse too. You guys have the seahorse supercell down there.
It does look like a seahorse.
That's still tornado warned. This one actually looked really bad a while ago. I haven't looked at this one in a while.
I'll show you boys a seahorse.
It had a really long stretched out rotation going all the way up like 40,000 feet. I'm going to take a look at this one again.
I can almost assure you that is not producing because it's shaped.
Let's take a close look at it.
I can't wait to show you a seahorse tornado here in about 30 minutes.
The seahorse
It's a giant storm, man. It's still kind of there. You can still see it rotating. Not reaching down that far, but it's up there. And it drops down to about 20,000 feet and it just disappears. Yeah, this storm's been concerning for the last, I'd say, 30 minutes or so. It's been showing some wacky rotation. That's the one that, yeah, went over Dover. It's tornado warned there, too. But it's just still rotating.
I didn't hear what you said. I was expecting something, but what did you say?
Looks like they're intercepting some hail right now on the north side of Memphis. There's actually a pretty good hail core right now. Ping pong
Even if it even touches the ground, it's so completely rain wrapped and like at the back of the storm, too, it looks like.
A good opportunity for them.
We're getting hail too, but it's
Like northbound, you got that little appendage there. And you got the rotation there. That's just such a weird looking storm.
They don't know their
I'm going to take another look at it again on the 3D view.
They're actually still
Just
live on
the
YouTube, so they know
reflectivity
they're alive.
version. I'm going to turn off all the greens and the blues. It's such an odd storm.
Well, definitely have some hail
The
bouncing off the
rotation's
ground
back
right
in
now.
here.
This is near Millington, north of Memphis.
This whole event's been going since like 2 o'clock this afternoon Eastern. I think we had our first tornado that was unwarned down in like Mississippi. But everything else has just been quick, really fast, brief tornadoes. We haven't seen any big, long track tornadoes today, thankfully. Everything's just been really quick, but there's been lots of rotating storms all day long, like this
We do have a
one.
new report from John regarding some wind damage.
We only have one tornado warning right
Go
now.
ahead, John.
All right.
All right, coming out of West Point, Kentucky. Looks
National
like we have a
Weather's gonna let
report
the
of
night
some
in, maybe.
damaging- Or some damaging winds that have affected some trees. Several trees have been reported down, and also some report from New Vienna in Ohio.
Yep, this is the new
looks
guy
like
helping
we
Max right
have
here. I'll let you
other
hear him.
reports of uprooted trees, so more damaging winds affecting these areas. And then coming out of Jefferson, Ohio, we have another report of a destroyed barn. It seems to be the common trend of the day of a lot of barns being destroyed.
Barn. Trying to catch
Definitely
his
showing
name. I
sheer
can't see.
strength
It's too
behind these
little.
winds that we're seeing, so definitely something to pay attention for.
Alrighty. Thank you, John, for the report.
John. His name's John. That's the guy Max hired.
Yeah, that's actually, I mean, that's pretty typical, though, with big wind events like what we've seen today, too. You know, barns are not built well, so they're not built well for...
Zenix, where you at? Are you in Ohio?
Damaging winds.
Tennessee,
Unfortunately,
Kentucky?
We've seen quite a bit of barn damage today. Now, 60-mile-per-hour winds usually do not impact barns that significantly, but, you know, it's still plenty if we get up to 80 to 90 mile per hour winds for there to be some, major damage to barns. But I think that's the second report now that we've had of a barn being damaged. So
Damaged
definitely an
barns.
interesting trend, or destroyed, I should say. You make me want cheese curds. I'm telling you, they're actually pretty good. All right, let's go back to Storm Intermedia for a moment.
Southwest Missouri, southeast.
They're driving through the hail core right now on the north side of Memphis.
So that was a while back, earlier today. Then
their windshield by the sounds of it.
Like the tornado warnings have been out of Missouri for a couple hours now, haven't they?
So we just needed to go north 500 feet. Or 500 yards. Yeah, come on, L4.
Axe really hasn't said anything about it being really bad overnight, so he's just saying it's going to be, could be bad tomorrow, and he doesn't know if he's going to stream or not.
Apparently, this is over
7
Carroll
p.m.
County EMA right now in Tennessee on the Radar Mega.
It's
Site
10 p.m. You're 1 hour before me, so that would have been 6 p.m. my time, so about 4.5 hours ago.
Winds are pretty strong. There's a lot of rain and lightning. I don't really see too much, though. Temperatures dropped quite a bit in the last few minutes due to the rain cool air.
I mean, just looking at how bad they predicted the weather today, like, it's been really mild, I think, in Tennessee and Kentucky. We'll go back to the power outages again real quick, kind of look at an overall view of what happened today. So Ohio got kind of hit right through here.
I'm not seeing anything, though, but apparently somebody said that in the chat. I might have missed it. There is rotation, though, near Huntington.
Kentucky got it kind of bad up through here, man. Yeah, there's actually a lot of power outages in Kentucky. That storm definitely took a lot of people's power out.
We no longer have any tornado warnings in Tennessee, but we're still keeping a close eye on upcoming.
But compared to like how big the threat was today, it's like pretty contained. Like a lot of areas didn't get hit that bad.
With a broad area of circulation over Willisburg.
Honestly, Tennessee, not really mild in Tennessee. But what was really bad was Michigan. This was from the ice storm last night. This was all from the big straight line bow echo storm that hit Michigan today. It was really bad. They were like around, I seen up to 94 miles per hour, around 60 to 90 miles per hour winds in these areas today in Michigan. And this also went through like northern Indiana right up through here. That seems like that was the worst of the storm today, this area. Southwest Michigan and
we have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings.
Northeast Indiana, or northwest. That was the worst of it today. And this is what came through and hit Ohio. Right here, this patch in Indiana is where it got hit bad in Ohio. And that was really close to me. I'm like just north of this. I'm in Butler County. I'm in this county here, but it went slightly south of me. So it's been like not too bad today, to be honest, compared to like the big giant warning they gave us. Turned out very well, I think. Just really Michigan and Indiana got hit pretty bad. Michigan was hardly in the warning too. And they got it the worst.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that.
Sadly.
And I try my best with pronunciations. It is what it is. If we mess up, it's it is what it is. Do storm chasers get free windshield repair endorsements? I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think any storm chasers get endorsements.
Storm chasers get free windshield. I'm surprised they would even let Retimer rent a car.
Or even like
you know that thing's coming back blown up. All these years Retimer's been storm chasing, and they still let that guy rent cars, man. They knew who he was.
sponsors for storm chasers.
I'm guessing they just use Retimer for tax write-offs. Like, here, rent a car. We want you to total this by driving through storms. I've seen so many videos where the windows get broken and Retimer and he comes down, the thing looks like a smushed up can.
Will we have for the first time in about 6 or 7 hours no tornado warnings? It's possible, guys.
I remember watching a while back. Reed found a truck that was flipped over, and he pulled up next to it, and his car was all beat up, and there was nobody in the Jeep. they were in the truck, and they were literally sitting in the ditch next to the flipped over truck because they got out and hid in the ditch. So they knew the tornado was coming, and Reed just had them all get in the car and just drove off with them. It was so cool.
Texas. That one south of Shreveport looked interesting. Yeah. It looks like a supercell, but the environment down here is just not.
Yeah.
I mean,
definitely for the tax write-off.
We just don't have a whole lot of low-level wind shear. It's just not great.
Definitely for the tax write-off. That's why they let Reed rent cars.
Just like this yesterday, by the way. We were live last night for coverage, and it looked very similar.
I love watching Reed Timmer. I love how excited he gets and he starts screaming.
Very, very similar. Look at this cell right here near Jackson, Tennessee right now. There's a camera in Jackson, Tennessee. I think I'm going to pull this up. This is what it looks like in Jackson, Tennessee right now. This supercell
Jackson, Tennessee.
And we do at least have
looking
a
at
hook
some
echo on radar that's appearing.
Cam and Jackson.
Kinematic environment right now is pretty favorable across Tennessee for there to be tornadoes. So if we have this discrete supercell for a little
I don't know
bit,
where
it
that
could
is
definitely become
exactly.
tornadic.
Uh-oh.
This live shot here. Let me check this again, Jackson. I'm going to put this on our bottom left cam. Or maybe not. Nope, never mind. Found it.
He's probably looking at one of these storms down here. All these are still severe thunderstorm warning, though. What's going on right here? What is that?
A look to it. I mean, there's a little hook on it. There is a tornado possible label on this storm near Jackson, Tennessee. It'll be traveling essentially.
Something's going on right here.
But there is not really a whole lot of rotation right now, but it's definitely a storm to watch for in the long term as it moves along I-40.
Oh wow!
Lexington.
There's all kinds of rotation right here.
Areas in the track of this down the road. All right, we're about.
It's near Camden, New Johnsonville, Waverly.
Tornado warnings. Let's hope we.
Definitely a little tight rotation.
Nice to have a small break in tornado warnings. Any reports of damage?
Take a look at a 3D view of that.
Look into that, John. Unless you've already gone over some. Somebody's asking in the chat. The live stream is delayed by 10 seconds. That is very typical for YouTube. Not really much control and delay.
I don't know what GR analyst does this when I try to see a 3D view of the storm. It shows me a 3D view like 2 scans back. So I can't even see that tight couplet yet. I gotta wait for like 2 more scans to even see
it. It needs
it.
to be a happy medium, but there's really no channels, even storm chasers and stuff, that are anywhere. Like most of them are at least.
They want to keep an eye on that though for sure.
The typical delay though is about 8 seconds.
It could just be like an interference blip, though.
Yes, there is a small delay on live streams. It's very small. That goes for any live stream. Alrighty.
Hailstorms are contaminating the CC all the way out through the whole scan, too.
Crazy. We have none. Here's a little update on all the warnings that we do actively have, though. Again, a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. Most of them...
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's no way. Like, seriously, there's just no way. The timing is...
I really haven't had a chance to listen to Reed in the background yet. This is like my third time ever streaming.
We have a new tornado warning in Kentucky.
I might sometime. I just like Max so much more. Max is my favorite streamer.
They are watching. All right, this is going to be for Bowling Green, Kentucky. On a more serious note, Bowling Green, Kentucky, Russellville, Auburn, Lewisburg.
Like Reed's on top of a tornado, I'll pull him up. Like if I hear somebody talking about Reed being on top of a tornado in Max's stream, I'll definitely check him out.
Get to your safe place if you're in Bowling Green. Get away.
I don't have multiple monitors. I only have one big 40-inch monitor, so I'm kind of limited to how many screens I can watch.
Thank you. You were already one step ahead of me.
Sarah, I'm listening to Max Velocity. If you go in my description, there's a link for him. He's streaming on YouTube right now, full screen. Like, if you got a PC or a computer, you can like pull it up, and he has like storm chasers that he hires and everything, and you can see all kinds of stuff on the stream if you want to see him.
All right, we're gonna go back to the 3-cam view.
I don't have any shorts. I think I've made one short
Honestly,
ever in this
I don't even know where
channel.
to put this anymore. We just have so many good views of things. It's kind of annoying sometimes. I need to get like a 6-camera overlay or something. But we'll have.
I've never streamed before on the channel until like 2 weeks ago. All I ever did was I would just.
In the direction of Bowling Green here over the next.
I've always watched the weather channels like Max and Reed and Ryan Hall and all them. And whenever there was a tornado, like an actual tornado on the ground doing damage, I would make a short clip of it. But they aren't shorts; they're regular YouTube videos. And I've been like making like an archive of all the bad tornadoes that have happened over the last couple of years.
As it goes towards Bowling Green. What are your thoughts on the severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m.?
I think this stream is technically a short. It's like a live stream short. That's why I did it.
I think will be mostly wind.
I figured if I did it on a short, it would be able to reach more people on phones, which it does, because it says like 80% of the people that come to a stream are phone users.
John, go ahead, John, with your damage reports.
Alrighty, so we do have some reports back in Kentucky. Looks like
I figured I'd try doing the live stream as a short just for something new, you know. That, and I can also use my entire screen for looking at other stuff.
Parkway. Then we have another 911 call for more wires down. Looks like on 11210 Blue Lick Road in Hillview, Jefferson.
I'm just a disabled storm junkie, man. I used to work full time, and ever since I became disabled, I really got into weather. Started watching Reed Timmer and oh man, who was that other guy?
Station, Jefferson County, Kentucky. This is reported from 911.
I haven't heard from him in a while.
It looks like that we actually have some large hail now being reported back in Texas. So
Texas, Coyote Pete or something.
Rusk County, Texas.
He makes really good videos where he like helps snakes off the road and stuff.
From a social media report, and then
forget his name. He doesn't really like stream or storm. I mean, he storm chases, but I don't think he streams when he storm chases. He just makes like really good weather videos.
Tree in Poisonet County, Arkansas.
Alrighty, thank you, John, for the update. Okay, so we do have now an update. This is actually referring to what John was referring to earlier. So we are now up to 2 fatalities, and the second one is in
2 fatalities, Indiana, man. That's not good.
Where thunderstorm winds blew over in Amish Buggy. So that is one other.
Must have been a blip from a couple scans back. Here it is.
2 different fatalities from today's severe weather.
It's definitely rotating, but it's really broad.
It's just kind of how it is at this point. I mean,
I think that was just a little blip and interference there.
It's been very widespread. But just to be honest, like the numbers could have been way higher if it wasn't for all the warnings that have been out there and also all the heads up ahead of time on about the severe weather threat. I feel like those numbers could be way higher.
It's driving me nuts. I can't remember that guy's name.
The good news is that it's not as high as it could be. I mean, you know,
he like plays a guitar too. He chases tornadoes, plays a guitar, and he always has like videos of like picking up animals out of the middle of the street and taking them off.
You know, people that live in other places, for example.
Pico's Hank. That's who it is. Pico's Hank. Man, I loved his videos.
We just had a huge severe weather event.
I don't know if he still makes videos. I haven't seen one of his videos in a long time.
That, like, mindset in a way after having a big severe weather event. So I think there's been a lot more awareness to our severe weather event today, where the fatalities have not been as high as they again could have been. So huge shout out to anybody that's been spreading the word in any regard to the severe weather. If you're just telling friends and family, or sharing any weather videos or whatever it might be, I don't care if it's mine, but if you've done anything to get the word out there, I think that's really helped out our the warning process for both today and even the last few severe weather events that we've had recently.
See, Max is thanking me right now for sharing his videos.
The word out there.
The whole short audience. I wonder how many people have popped in today. Let me look.
All right, we're back to the 3-cam view. Again, we do have a tornado warning right now for Bowling Green.
We have 5,400 people that have stepped in here that came from phone devices that have actually heard Max, possibly for the first time today.
Bottom right of your screen is Bowling Green. We should have a better view of this storm here in a little bit. And we also got.
I'm trying to. I'm basically just trying to help the people with like weather anxiety like me, Like if there's anybody new in chat and you're concerned about an area, just type your city and state in chat and I'll pull it up and let you know if anything's coming your direction or you have anything to worry about tonight. To my best of my ability, that is.
We missed this, but it looks like we have a lowering or had a lowering.
I'm gonna take a look at Ohio again real quick. I haven't looked in a while. I took
Sorry that
radar
we
out of
missed this.
Ohio.
This came between some lightning flashes. Let's go down to Jackson.
Me too.
Bottom left of your screen is Jackson. That is that storm that has a hook echo on it as well.
Max Velocity is going to go down in history, man. He is basically, him and Ryan are starting like a whole new, like,
which is at least a sign of weakening.
this is the future of weather.
With the cell, and there is a little bit of rotation with it. You actually see the rotation right over that camera. So yeah, I think that is was at least a lowering.
Ohio's looking pretty mild. They're still rated as severe thunderstorms, but it just looks really mild now. It's looking good.
Jackson just moments ago.
They're getting like right here. Our latest report in Fairfield, Ohio was at 53 miles per hour gusts.
That rotation's right over town.
And I'm over here in Butler County. I got hit by the storms here, and the wind was only really bad for about 2 minutes, and then it was completely gone. But it blasted pretty hard, and I actually had a tornado 5 miles south of me in Lebanon. But Ohio's looking like it's pretty solid, man. I don't think there's going to be any more concerns in Ohio for
back
them.
over west of Memphis, we got a discrete supercell.
Max is talking about Memphis. Let's go see this.
Near Forest City and Hughes. This is tracking more towards Hernando, south of Memphis. But this storm in particular.
Yeah. Thanks for stopping in, Joe Daisy. It's nice hearing from you.
60-mile-per-hour winds, and there is an inflow. So we at least have an area of rotation to watch for here as this tracks to the east-southeast. These are the velocities over the last few minutes. So our main area of rotation, again, just down to the south of Forest City.
Over here, KNQA. Let me see if I'm connected to that.
The south side of Forest City.
Oh, I'm not. Let's go there now.
Some level of hail contamination, if I had to guess. I think this is really the area that we're looking for right now. South Haven radar site also has a bit of a view of it as well.
He's looking at the storm, like, directly on top of Memphis.
So yeah, we need to watch this storm closely.
Again, he's looking at. Oh yeah, he's looking back here. This one does have some rotation.
South of Memphis.
That's not good. Clearly see the rotation on the normalized rotation. Oh yeah, that's pretty tight. Take a look at a 3D view and see if I can see anything special.
Thank you, Becca and Chase, for the super chats.
Look at that storm. My goodness. That's a perfect looking storm.
What are your thoughts on the severe thunderstorm watch? I already answered that. I think these are maybe older.
It's picture perfect. Supercell right there.
Okay, those were older. All right, we're caught up on messages. It's snowing.
See if I can see any rotations in it.
We've had a big ice storm and winter storm happening in the upper Midwest all day today. It's been happening all day. We had upwards of an inch of ice accumulation in parts of Wisconsin and Michigan. Speaking of ice storms,
it's like we got the one right here coming down.
This is what we're looking at in terms of power outages across the country.
We have multiple rotations in this storm. Looks like there's multiple. Got one right here.
60,000 people without
got 1, 2, 3 different spots.
Has been issued.
Okay. Well, I was going to talk about power outages, but I guess
this looks like the main one. This one right here.
Tornado warning. This is west of Nashville, near Dixon, excuse me, Waverly, Van Leer, Tennessee City.
See how far out it goes.
Rotation right now is located just north of New Johnsonville. So if you are in the tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This is currently tracking to the east and east-northeast. Over the next several minutes.
I can't believe this isn't tornado warned yet.
West of Nashville, it's still pretty rural areas, and even if it were to hit Nashville, it's still about an hour, a little over an hour out.
Maybe it is, and it's not showing up yet.
Close eye on, as it is a bit more of a discrete cell.
I want to see this other one that Max is talking about.
Embedded in this line of thunderstorms moving to the east.
Near Nashville.
And we also got some strong storms right now moving through Clarksville.
I thought the threat was over for tonight, but I guess that's not the case, because that's definitely some rotation.
No tornado confirmed with this but we do have strong winds and a little bit of rotation on the leading edge of this.
It looks pretty bad. Let's put it that way. I don't think it's on the ground,
we
but
have over 300,000
it definitely
people
looks
without
like
power in
it's
Michigan.
doing
This
something,
is
and
one
that's
of the
like a
craziest
pretty
things
tight
I think we'll see
rotation
all
compared to
day.
the other stuff we've been seeing.
We had a significant threat of wind move across southern and central Michigan.
Sprouting out right
tornadoes.
now.
And on the other hand, all of these
I want to see this
power
other
outages
one.
are
He said it
from
was
the
like
ice
near
storm.
Nashville.
This is kind of crazy to think about, but we basically had all severe weather, all ice storm stuff, and then right smack dab in the middle, all of you back over here in central Michigan basically got lucky.
We just got a fresh
So,
warning here
pretty
near
crazy stuff
Waverly.
there in Michigan. And then also back over in Indiana,
That's definitely
93,000
rotating.
without power. Ohio, 34,000
We
customers
still,
without
this
power.
one's been here for a
And
while.
Kentucky's at 37,000 without power. Most of Indiana was on the northern half
Hard
of
to
the
tell
state,
with this
which
one.
once again was an area that I honestly think we may have had a derecho in.
I'm not sure why this is
We'll have to
warned.
wait and see
Maybe
if
like
that actually
law
ends up being
enforcement
called a
seen
derecho or
something.
not, but pretty much a widespread area of damaging winds.
Definitely see why this one's warned by Waverly. That's definitely some strong
This
rotation.
is a photo from Jordan Hall in Forest City, Arkansas. This is a storm
That's a
that
bit
I do have
concerning
concern
looking
about.
too.
Again, this storm right now is producing the potential for a tornado.
It may
There is
get
a
worse
tornado
tonight.
possible label on it, and this is moments ago from Jordan Hall, storm chasing.
There's Mags
in
right here real
eastern
quick for like
Arkansas,
5 seconds. I'll show you
just
this
west of
storm he's
Memphis,
looking at.
that Forest City storm. Need to continue to keep a very close eye on that.
That's looking pretty crazy in that picture.
At least a lower.
I wouldn't want to see that coming towards me. I'm not sure where that's at though.
A little sketchy. A little sketchy.
Dawson, let me look up Dawson Springs for you. Hold on 1 second.
This is the storm that we're talking about here. So
I definitely want to look that up for you because Kentucky's getting some action right now.
South Haven and Hernando.
Over here, Dawson Springs.
We got damaging winds moving through Memphis right now. I'm going to go back to the 3-cam view so we can have Memphis on there, bottom middle. But we do have
okay, so here's Dawson Springs. Looks like you're just northeast of the Paducah radar.
They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson and
Let's find the
Lexington.
Paducah radar. It's right
Despite there
here.
being a lowering, the storm itself has been weakening in general, so it's not as concerning for a tornado risk.
I think you're pretty good. I'm gonna go to the Paducah radar though,
frequent lightning as well in the Jackson area,
just to see if there's anything else coming.
And then back over near Waverly, again, broad area of rotation that is just off to the west of Nashville.
So I'm assuming you already got hit by the really bad storm in Dawson Springs already, not too long ago. And
coffee drinker. You know,
looks like you have some little baby storms that could be coming up that way, but it doesn't look like anything threatening. Just maybe some rain showers.
Hats, by the way, because we have all the signed hats that are being sold, and so I got a coffee.
Like Dawson Springs looks like it's in the clear for the next couple of hours at least, but I can't really say for much longer than that.
I still have it in my fridge. I only have it right now just in case I actually need it for like going live early or later.
Try to get a closer coordination on it. Hold on 1 second.
Wow. Okay. Well, I want to quickly update you guys on the Texas storm.
You're
we actually have
exactly
a
northeast from
label
the
on the
little
storm in
cut
Texas.
in Kentucky.
This is south of Shreveport near.
It's not showing me Dawson on here.
And this is why. Actually got some.
Looks like the worst part has passed through Dawson though.
Towards the radar. Got a little bit of rotation there over.
I'm guessing you got some really bad gusts of wind there for a while, but yeah, you're pretty much all clear for now.
Right there, moving to the northeast. We'll have to
so there's a couple little storms back here, but it's nothing to worry about now.
Tornado is still possible.
And then all these big storms down here that are severe warned, it looks like they're probably all going to go south of Dawson Springs, most likely. Let me see what direction they're going in.
This is your time now.
Yeah, these are really heading pretty east, so I doubt any of these are going to hit Dawson Springs. So it looks like you're in pretty good shape the rest of the night.
The storm itself is approaching out of the west.
Yeah, you have nothing significant coming at you right now.
You could definitely still get a QLCS tornado, which means a tornado embedded in this line of storms. Bottom right of your screen is Bowling Green, so we're going to continue to watch that camera closely and see if anything is visible there. But the minimum we're talking about.
I want to go back to that one that just got warned.
Burst of heavy rainfall.
Yeah, this one. This one's really concerning. But that's what everything's looked really concerning last night. Nothing's really made it past that really concerning look.
Definitely does not improve with age. In my
Everything
opinion,
starts
they actually had
rotating and then it
winds
just
in
falls
Baja.
apart.
Like,
So
at
that's
least
like a good
barely
pattern to
holding
have.
up. Used to be pretty bad.
But the winds are still really bad everywhere, so that doesn't help.
A lot of scud in the lower middle. Yeah, that's actually moving over Memphis right now. It looks like in Memphis, Tennessee. Got a storm rolling in right now, mainly with wind, a little bit of hail.
Delaware, Ohio is definitely good. I'm not too far from there. That's where my kid's mother's from. Let me go up there though. Let me see if anything. I'm pretty sure everything passed Columbus about an hour ago, but let me see if anything else is coming up there. I've been to Delaware, Ohio many times in my life.
Out on radar right now. Back over near Clarksburg, north of Lexington.
You're just north of Columbus.
There is rotation right now near Holiday. It's not really crazy looking storm by any means.
So it looks like you just have rainstorms coming in Delaware still.
The southeast of Clarksburg going towards Holiday, eventually tracking.
Now all these wind reports here from earlier when the big part of the storm, this part came through. So basically you're just going to have like rain showers for the rest of the night in Delaware, it looks like. You shouldn't have any more severe weather. After that first big storm came through, the weather's changed, it cooled off, and you're not going to have any more rotating storms. Like all this stuff here, none of this is rotating. It's all red. It'd be red and green if it's rotating down here. So it's looking really good in Delaware. Definitely going to get a lot of rain, though, sadly. I don't want any more rain in Ohio, man. It's already flooded here. I'm down by Cincinnati. It needs to stop raining. Yeah, you getting flooded too?
Zoom out just a little bit. We'll
Boone Co, Kentucky. Let me look it up. Boone Co, Kentucky.
Can you show us the day 3 outlook? Yeah, I can show you guys the day 3 outlook. I haven't even talked about that either today. There's been way too many warnings today. But a little update. This is for day 3, so this will be Tuesday. So on Tossing Trampolines on Tacos Tuesday, we are right back to
Boone County, Kentucky, I believe. Yep, that's what you're talking about.
With significant damaging winds, large hail, and even some tornadoes
Boone
being
County.
possible. They do already have a hatched area.
Oh, you're just south of Cincinnati.
Hail and wind Tuesday night across the central and southern plains. And again, tomorrow
I'm actually on that radar right now.
Coast. About 90 million people are in the path of severe weather tomorrow from New England.
Same thing. Looks like
we're keeping an eye on tomorrow. I'm not saying it's a slam.
We do have some severe storms that just they're pretty close to Boone County. Let me see if
So make sure you're subscribed to the channel, click the bell icon so you're notified. I do think we'll be live tomorrow.
Boone County should be right in here. Looks like just rain showers coming into Boone County at this point. All the severe storms are down here.
Anything really peaks.
So it should be just like rainstorms, thunderstorms coming through Boone County right now. Yeah, all the severe threats are south of it. I don't see anything coming out from this direction, so it looks good there in Boone County. Just rainstorms.
Let's go back to here. And this is the
Boone
tornado
County's
near
right in
Waverly.
here. It's pretty close to the severe weather, but yeah, it looks good.
Rotation's a little bit stronger on the latest scan. This is on track for the Nashville area in about an hour or so.
Yeah, this big storm here is what hit Boone County like 2 hours ago. It's all the way out on the east side of Columbus now. But yeah, when this first hit Boone County, they got some big nasty winds. But yeah, they're all in the clear.
Also, thank you, Higley, for the super chat. I'm in a third shift medical carrier in Kentucky. I have to drive from Campbellsville, Somerset, Danville, and Stratford to Richmond. I don't understand what you're saying. You're driving to like 7 different places. Is that what you're asking? But the most significant severe weather will be over the next like 2 hours for most of.
Max just said right now the most severe weather is going to be in the next 2 hours. Or
right,
what's
this
left
rotation's
of it.
really tightening up. We got strong
wow.
rotation right now near Gorman. It's going to be approaching State Route 46 over the next
Gorman.
few minutes. But we now have a tight area of rotation over the north side of Waverly.
I want to get my eyes on that storm really quick. Oh, Waverly. That's the Waverly storm. We looked at that. Here it is.
Stronger side of things.
Oh, yeah. It's still going. Still rotating. Ooh, look how tight that
Currently
notch
sitting
is
at
right
21
there.
severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings. This tornado warning in particular, probably the most concerning out of the ones that
Anybody
we have
in
right
this
now.
area,
We
Waverly?
do have one for Bowling Green, which bottom
It's
right
in
of your
Kentucky.
screen is Bowling
Looks like,
Green.
or no,
Let's
that's in
go ahead and
Tennessee,
go
north.
full cam to Bowling Green. See, if
See,
we can
it's
see anything
actually
here.
heading towards
Storm is
Nashville.
approaching right now from the
West of
This
Nashville.
camera is looking, I believe,
Waverly, it's looking pretty
west
bad.
southwest. See if we can see anything. There's a little bit of rotation here on the leading edge of this line, so we might see something.
Collab with Max. It's a one-sided collab. I'm collabing with Max. He just doesn't know me. I mean, actually, technically, he knows who I am, but he doesn't talk to me. I'm not that famous, you know.
We just got a new severe thunderstorm watch. While I'm going to go back to here just real quick. We do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for West Virginia, Kentucky, and western West Virginia. It goes until 6 a.m., by the way. Damaging winds being the main concern, with maybe an isolated tornado being possible as well.
That's the scariest looking thing we've seen in a while.
For those in East Texas and Western Louisiana, the severe threat will likely continue for a few more hours, with large hail and damaging winds being the main concern.
I gotta make sure Max is not too loud.
Go back to Bowling Green here as the storm rolls in on the Radar Omega camera.
Max's voice overpowers mine too much. That is very concerning looking there.
Bottom right, which is in Tennessee.
Check the CC, the correlation coefficient. Ooh. We're not going to be able to tell. There's so much hail from here and here in the radar, so it's all contaminated. The whole line is contaminated from hail. So we won't even be able to see a CC drop if there is one. I don't know though. That does look a little fishy there though, with the little blip there. This is really a little bit concerning.
Let's pick it up a little bit. Not really seeing any like lowering or tornado or anything like that here.
That's in Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Inside of the tornado warning that we have for Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Where is Bowling Green, Kentucky at? Oh, it's up here. That's the other tornado warning. Yeah, I can't see anything in that tornado warning. I don't know why that keeps getting warned. I'm going to go look at the other radar on that one.
Power flashes? I think that's lightning. I'm not seeing anything that looks like power flashes. Usually power flashes...
CKPXH is going to be the best radar for that one.
Usually stand out quite a bit.
This is still going to be the best radar to look at this morning. I can't see. I mean, there might be some rotation in these areas, but it's just really hard to see. I don't have anything in the normalized rotation last I checked. It's just really mild specks here and there.
Go back to Bowling Green on radar. I mean, like right now, like bottom right of your screen are the velocities for Bowling Green.
I wish I really knew what they were looking at here. I can try to take a look at that 3D view again too, see if I see anything.
I guess the tornado warning will probably just be let to expire here in 5 minutes, but this is what it's looking like in Bowling Green. You actually got, look at the bottom of your screen. The winds are definitely picking up.
See if I see anything in a big 3D view. I can dissect this storm, see if we see anything that maybe National Weather is seeing.
Look at the bottom though. You can see the wind really filtering through the street.
Storm's just kind of like all over the place too. It's really choppy looking.
Even if there isn't a tornado, we definitely have some high winds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We'll keep that bottom right. We do have a brand new tornado warning for Henderson, Madison, and Decatur counties.
That could be why they're tornado warning it. This appendage right here. That could be the rotation they're looking at. Possibly.
Intensified again. So this storm is intensified. We had a lowering at one
This is the program that the National Weather uses too. This is like the most advanced, basically, weather program you can get. Maybe I'm thinking the National Weather is looking at this funnel, this rotation here up in the sky, and that's why they're tornado warning it.
moving towards Lexington, Parsons, and Decaturville.
Kind of hard to get a good view on it.
Velocities have really intensified over the last few minutes. Right just to the north.
But yeah, it reaches all the way down. See how thin it is right there. It's just going from here all the way down to here. It's probably why they have that tornado warning. But it's just not showing anywhere else. Like you can't really see any velocities. Can't see it on the NROT.
It's late. It's getting close.
Can't see it on the SRV. It's just
after 10 o'clock. More
a
people
big
are sleeping.
mess.
And unfortunately, this storm is definitely upticking quite a bit.
A couple years ago.
This is an urgent alert.
I don't think it's on the ground, but it's just a tornado warning. It's not a tornado on the ground warning. It's just like this storm can produce a tornado, so they're not saying it's actually on the ground. It's just warned.
Tornado in Tennessee, north of Gorman. This is moving to the northeast. It'll be approaching highway or State Route 46.
Let me turn Max up. He's finding something right here.
You need to be in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you are in this tornado warning.
Let's find this one real quick.
Potentially strong tornado. We got a little bit of a deep debris signature here over the north side of Gorman. This will be going towards Martha's Chapel, Spring Valley, and Silvertop over the next few minutes. But this is definitely a tornado, and it could be on the stronger side of things as well. And this is on the latest scan. We 100% have a tornado
need to find
here.
this ASAP. Hold on, let me search Gorman.
And this is not the only storm that is concerning right now. I mean, we also have the one back over near
Gorman,
Lexington that is really
Tennessee, right?
That could also produce the potential for a tornado as that moves east. So we need to really watch both of these storms very closely.
It's not even showing up on Google Maps for me. Spell it right. MTN there. Gorman. It's not even like listing this as an actual town.
We gotta go back to the tornado near Waverly here.
Castleman Well and Drilling Pump Service. Let's zoom out.
This is impacting some homes too. Let me get some call outs here.
Okay, so that's right up here. The one in the west of Nashville.
All right, so this is just northwest of McEwen in Tennessee.
So it's in this area.
This is currently hitting.
Oh yeah, that's
like
the same storm I'm looking at.
Missionary
I've been
Baptist
looking at it for a
Church,
while.
the Commission
I'm not
Church,
sure where he's seeing Gorman though.
McEwen Cabinet Shop near Mount Zion Road. Right now,
so he's saying this is on the ground.
The latest scan does have a slightly, it definitely has a smaller debris signature, so this is not as large of a tornado as before.
I said there was a little blip on that debris signature,
news,
but I'm
again,
just.
we just definitely had a tornado.
I'm not convinced with all the.
A bit on the stronger side of things. There are a lot
hail.
of trees here, so keep that in mind.
Hail kind of messing with the radar.
A lot of the time, our tornadoes that have really dark blue signatures like that in this type of environment are usually picking up a lot of trees. Let's hope that's all that was, but latest scan definitely showing a much smaller tornado. Our concern really after this, if that one doesn't recycle, our concern is definitely shifting towards the storm near Lexington.
Looks very concerning nonstop.
Hey, Hayden, can you send me the Parsons camera? For some reason it's glitching. Corey has a tornado? Where? I don't even know where Corey is.
It's crazy how that app he's using picks up Gorman, but I think that's just like one little company on the road somewhere.
Quickly figure out where
Corey is. But I can't find Gorman.
Oh, there is a tornado. Corey has
a tornado. Oh, there is a tornado. Second. Looking at it for like 5 seconds.
Where is Corey?
Thunderflash. I don't see it anymore.
Looks like it.
Alright, I can't show it anymore. I don't want to get in trouble.
Corey does not have a spotter thing on. I need to figure out his actual location here.
Got like a 15-second fair use policy thing before it becomes copyright or whatever.
He's in Mariana, Arkansas. This is back over. This is the storm back over in eastern Arkansas, so south of Forest City.
That's not even that storm. That's in Arkansas. I saw it. I saw it on the first couple flashes, and then it went away. We don't even have a tornado warning in Arkansas right now.
There it is on the right side. I think.
The only 2 tornado warnings are in Tennessee right now.
That was it.
It's looking interesting too. They're next to Lexington. That's getting kind of rotating. I'm gonna move another radar down here closer to this storm so we can see that
This is near
better.
Mariana, Arkansas. This is an unwarned tornado right now.
Take the Ohio radar and bring it down there.
I guess Brandon has this too.
KNQA.
Brandon on the same storm here.
Near Memphis.
one down, guys. We gotta get going.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Brandon
yeah.
has the tornado too. It's on the right side.
Oh man, it went right into the
This is an
interference, but
unwarned tornado
last
right now near
scan looks
Mariana, Arkansas, going towards
pretty.
Hughes, Arkansas. Again, southwest of Memphis for reference.
Dang interference, man.
Go back to Corey here.
And it's definitely rotating. Got any other radars I can use? I think so.
Yeah, if anybody has a photo of the tornado on Discord, send it to me. You guys got a screenshot.
Max is talking about a tornado in Arkansas.
Yeah, that was definitely down.
Campbell.
I definitely saw it. It was very quick.
So many radars up here that you can use in Tennessee and Kentucky, though. I want to move something down there.
I'm gonna go back to Brandon. They're both basically in the same vicinity, on the same storm at least. Brandon Kopic might actually be closer.
Might be the storm they're talking about. This one's in Arkansas.
I'm going to get front camera up. Those seizures were insane.
Brandon also said he thinks there's a tornado.
That sure as hell looked like it was down.
Not warned. This is it. It's our only severe thunderstorm in the area, I think. Sober. Bring the whole list down.
I'm gonna go back to Corey. Once again, this is a completely, if it's still on the ground, this is an unwarned tornado near Mariana, Arkansas. So, once again, this is definitely a dangerous storm. Again, there's no tornado warning on this. Corey Gherkin spotted the tornado.
Yeah, this is the storm they're talking
Brandon
about.
Kopic also had a visual of it. So, this is again
That
currently
might
moving
be it right
northeast,
there.
approaching the Mississippi River Valley.
And there's so many little rotations, and
Once
it's hard to
again,
tell
no
which
active
one.
tornado warning,
Let's do a
on
3D
this
view
storm.
of it.
South of Forest City. It kind of makes this a bit more of a dangerous situation here. With if it is still in progress.
I gotta move one off of K. I can't have two
Quick update on our
two
tornado
apps
warnings
connected to
in
the same
Tennessee.
radar. I'll cancel them out.
A new tornado warning
Let me
has
go back
been
to it.
issued.
We now have a new tornado warning in Tennessee. That is for Dixon, Humphrey, and Hickman counties. This is west of Nashville.
The one they're looking
North
at.
of
They say
Centerville.
they see a
Rotation
tornado
right
that's
now is east of
unwarned.
New Johnsonville, south of Waverly.
Yeah, I think
Seek
it's that
shelter, get
there,
away from
possibly.
windows, lowest floor possible, and get into an interior room of your home or
That's the
building if
most
you are in this
significant
tornado
little
warning.
rotation they
And
have right
just to
here.
the west of
Pull up
and
a
south of
3D view.
Dixon.
I mean, that's a
It's
classic
your
looking
storm shelter,
supercell
basement,
right
closet,
there.
or bathroom, away from windows,
Wouldn't be
lowest floor
surprised.
possible. If you are in this tornado warning. This is very similar to the last storm we just had, by the way. Very similar. Because what we're dealing with is the storm that's up here to the north. That one did produce a tornado moments ago. And so this storm here over south of Waverly, very similar. We
That's
got a
in the
hook echo, we got the
interference.
inflow
This
as
is
well.
also 3
And
scans
in addition to
behind, so I have to
that,
check.
the velocities look very
Checking 2
similar to
more
about 15
scans.
minutes ago with the storm near
Could be
Waverly.
this one coming
And it went
down
on to
too.
produce a brief tornado there northeast of Waverly. So we could get another one on this. And keep in mind that a strong tornado is still a possibility.
Stuff's
in this
actually
environment.
picking up, kinda.
So you need to be in your storm shelter, your basement, your closet, or your bathroom if you're south of Dixon, in Hurricane Mills, Buffalo, Only, or Nunelli.
I'll check back on this other one we were looking at. This tornado warning now. Wrong radar. KNQA.
We will have Centerville
Memphis.
coming up, and I'm going to put that bottom left.
Still rotating. KPIHX is the one I want.
So we now have 3 tornado warnings in western central Tennessee. It's
This is
very
the
active
radar
right
I
now.
want. This is the best one for right
West
now in
central
Tennessee. Yeah, it's still rotating. Got a lot of rotation here, here, and here.
All right, I need to get the Parsons camera up on here.
They have these both tornado warned. This one actually says it's a radar confirmed tornado for Dixon, Houston, Humphreys County. This one right here I'm flashing. That is a radar confirmed tornado. They're saying that there's a tornado on the ground through the radar right there.
Putting 2 locations that are in tornado warnings, or maybe not. Oh wait, that's that one. Okay, bottom right and
I don't
bottom
know, but like
left, those
more of the
are gonna be
rotations here,
different
but they're
tornado
saying
warnings.
this
So
one's the one that's on the
left
ground.
is
Maybe
the
they have a
one south of
spotter.
Dixon, and then the other one's gonna be Parsons.
This one's
which is
looking
near the
really
Lexington
serious
Shore,
here.
which this
Keeps
rotation's
getting
been pretty
worse.
strong here for several minutes. So if you are in Darden,
There's 2
Parsons,
really
or
good
Decaturville,
radars here. We
maybe
got
storm
the
shelter, basement, closet,
HPX and
bathroom, that
KO.
rotation
Check
still on the stronger side
the
of things.
Nashville radar. You can check
Tracking right
both.
along
See how they
Highway
look in both.
412. Moving east.
Oh no, that's yep.
We're gonna stay zoomed out for the time being until our next radar scan.
Look
Is
different on
Clarksville in
both
the clear?
radars.
Clarksville is pretty much done. Just a lot of thunder and lightning right now.
I think this is
That's
the
really
airport
about it.
radar.
The rain. Do we have any update? Let me go to Corey Gherkin, just see if there's any update on that tornado that just happened near
It's just the
Mariana,
local airport
Arkansas.
radar, I believe. It's not even loading. Let me go back up to
If he has
KHPX.
connection. Let me try Brandon.
I feel like this radar is giving us the best
All right,
look right
Brandon
here.
Kopic's on that storm that did have a tornado
It's
moments ago.
starting to look pretty strong there.
That's what it looks like in Mariana, Arkansas. This was an unwarned
I mean,
tornado
it's
that
real
just
tight,
happened.
just west of Bold Spring. I mean, it's touching together in a pretty tight rotation there.
Alright, the circulation's just now to the right of the highway. Just now to the right, but it is...
Always got to go to the 3D view. Man, these storms are absolutely beautiful looking. I mean, they look perfect for making tornadoes.
It is... Oh my gosh, it's so close.
Look at that, just big old round
There's a
rotation
tornado
anvil
attempting to
look.
drop above Brandon Kopic's head right now. In Mariana, Arkansas. This is just southwest of Memphis for reference.
I mean, it's coming down from all the way up here, all the way down to here.
Right now. Oh wait, it's trying to develop right here to the left.
That storm's looking pretty nasty to me.
Right here on the left side of the...
Or is that heading? Is this heading to Nashville? Is this going to go to Nashville? Man, that would be the worst thing ever to happen if this actually gets on the ground and goes to Nashville in the middle of the night.
Alright, I gotta stop.
Looks like it's going south of Nashville at least.
Okay, that part fizzled out. Dang it, that was looking so good.
Yeah, it's going to go south of Nashville. It's going towards Franklin, but that's a pretty big city too. It's a really big city as well.
We want to put Brandon bottom left. I think.
Hopefully it fizzles out like the rest of the storms we've had all night long.
So we'll put Brandon on here. So Brandon Kopic will be bottom left on that Mariana.
This last
tornado
scan looks
itself.
like it's broadening
But
out
again, that
more.
one's already produced a tornado. I'm still
This one looks
surprised we
way
don't have
worse
any
than
tornado
the
warning on
last
this.
scan.
I mean, especially with us seeing at least a
Right
tornado.
here. I don't know. It's hard to say though. We gotta keep an eye on this one for sure.
And, Gherkin's feed. There was at least a brief tornado.
So this one was bad over Waverly not too long ago, like 20 minutes ago. Let me see if I can go back that far.
Technically confirmed west of Nashville,
Can't go
even
back
though it
that
was a
far,
very
but yeah,
brief
this one was
tornado.
pretty bad too
I
back
do
there.
think we're gonna get a new tornado here soon, north of Lobelville and northwest of Centerville. That is tracking east-northeast towards Interstate 40, south and west of Dixon.
Yeah, Max is actually talking about this one right
If
now.
you are in this tornado warning, you definitely got to be in your safe place. The tornado threat is definitely there on that cell. Also, north of Nashville, we do have a line of thunderstorms that's approaching out of the west. Honestly, we could see a tornado out of this line. I'm just being honest. Like, QLCS tornado is very possible with this as it continues to push southeast. Our main concern with this is damaging winds, but again, an embedded tornado or two
This is
are very well
in
possible as it continues to push to the
just west of
southeast,
Nashville.
towards Hendersonville.
We're in like
Edwardsville,
Centerville,
and just north of
Lobelville,
Nashville.
Waverly, McEwen, Tennessee City. If you're concerned about an area, JT Simpkins, I can pull it up for you and see if any storms are coming your direction.
I'm gonna go
Right
to
now,
Copy real
these
quick.
3
Looks like
tornado
we're
warnings are in
storm right now.
central Kentucky, or I'm sorry, central Tennessee,
Copy
heading
dropped
towards
through a
Nashville.
huge RFD surge
and
here
south
in
of it.
Mariana, Arkansas, where we had a tornado moments ago.
We have 3 tornado warnings
Might be
right
losing
now.
connection.
This one,
We'll go back to them, but we'll keep bottom left.
they're going up and down. They look more concerning and they look less concerning, but
Update on southern Kentucky.
this
Those are
one
damaging winds
technically
right now.
has a National Weather Service is saying this is a confirmed tornado
Not much
on the
of a tornado
radar.
risk there right now.
And I think that's because of the 3D view. You can really see a funnel going all the way up into the storm
A
system.
tornado warning cell and a confirmed funnel cloud passed straight over me, taking the same track as the EF2 tornado in Hartsville, Indiana 2 weeks ago.
And this
What
is
are
our
the odds?
normalized rotation, so it's
The odds
definitely
are
looking
low, but
very
it can happen.
significant on this. We got a lot of
I mean,
normalized
that's
rotation
pretty
here.
crazy. We've had severe weather pretty much in the same
And
exact
this is the
areas
newest
here
one they
just
just
over the
added
last
in
2
down here in
weeks.
Lexington.
Last 16 days,
Might have a
we've had
better radar for
3
Lexington.
different,
Yeah, I'll go
really,
down
2
to
big
this one
severe
for
weather
that.
events now in like eastern Missouri and
That's
Arkansas,
KNQ.
but honestly,
The
today's weather event I felt like was a lot more
Memphis
significant
radar will
for
give me a
those
better
in
look at that
Michigan,
storm, so I'm going to go down there.
Indiana, and Illinois, and even a little bit of Ohio there, but it's still very significant in Kentucky and Tennessee. We just haven't had many damage reports yet with it being late
Yeah, I
at
mean,
night.
this thing's definitely
There'll
rotating
probably be a
too.
lot of trees and power lines down with
We'll
the
try and get a
significant
3D view of this
swath
storm.
wind.
There's a lot of
We haven't had a whole lot of
interference.
robust
This dark
activity when it comes
purple
to
is just like
tornadoes, but
radar data
probably a
error.
good thing,
So
really, because if we had any sort of really discrete supercell
thing I don't
things,
like
they
is
would've
the
been
Radar Omega app just basically cancels out the interference, so you don't know like when you can't really take it into consideration when you're looking at a storm. It just hides it. But yeah, this radar interference really screws up a lot of
All
stuff.
right, the confirmed tornado warning has been downgraded. It is back to radar indicated. And this storm, once again,
Well, that's
west
a
of
big,
Nashville,
beautiful looking storm too.
is still very concerning. The velocities have been
It's giant.
intensifying over the last several minutes. Over Hurricane Mills. It's going to be approaching Tennessee City and Dixon as well. Oh, I did not realize.
Anything on Oklahoma? Look at this 3D view.
Also, the rotation further off to the north near Dixon, it is attempting to come
I
together.
mean, basically, yeah, we're seeing,
storm that did produce a tornado.
the whole storm
It's
just
heading in the
rolling
direction
over
of
here. I
Pleasant
mean,
View,
it's
west of White Bluff, and that'll long-term kind of go.
it's really hard to,
state
it's kind of
for us. It's gonna
offset a
run into
little
some
bit because we've
problems.
got
It's
so
not
much
gonna have a
interference.
very
But I'm
favorable
guessing this
environment
is
for a tornado.
the rotation we're looking at.
Sorry, I apologize. It's actually going way more east. It's going this way. So it's kind of still going towards Nashville, not really towards Clarksville, but more east towards White Bluff and Pleasantville, or Pleasant View.
All right, let me check out Oklahoma for you real quick.
Side of things. It's going to have a little bit of trouble with the
And Londonderry, Ohio.
But still something.
Let me go up to Ohio real quick first before I go to Oklahoma. Ohio should be good for the night. Where exactly is Londonderry? Let me look on Google Maps.
Going towards White Bluff. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, make sure that you're in your safe place.
One
back over
I live in Ohio and I've never heard of Londonderry.
And it's still pretty strong.
Surprised I have to look this up, to be honest. I've lived in Ohio for over 20 years.
So we may have a tornado with this, and if we do have one,
lived in Florida for like 20 years, in Ohio and for like 24 years.
Tennessee, and then after about 15-20 minutes from now,
Okay, so you're south of Columbus.
Parsons into Caterville.
I'm pretty, yeah, the worst part of the storm already hit you a couple hours ago.
The radar scan in a moment. I'm just going to stay zoomed out for now.
I have to find a radar where I can actually see what's still going on in Ohio. That's a local one. That's a small radar for an airport. So this was the big line of storms that basically brought all the big wind in Ohio, and that probably would have already hit Londonderry maybe an hour or two ago. But right now, let's see if you have anything else heading in your direction.
If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And we do weather coverage like this all the time. Don't forget also to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at MaxVelocityWX.
I mean, you definitely got a ton of rain that's going to be happening in your area. I got to pinpoint Londonderry a little better. Let me pull it back up.
Community and talk more about the weather that's happening right now. But I definitely recommend you follow us on Facebook and Twitter. We'll be posting a lot of updates.
You're like directly south of Columbus, near.
And again, if you have any photos or videos, one of the
Chillicothe.
best ways to send them are via Twitter.
So you're actually kind of in part of the severe thunderstorm that's happening right now. Has it been pretty nasty and rainy there in the last hour or so? Yeah, I see it now. You're like down in here.
What we were seeing, that funnel cloud tornado dropping towards the ground.
So it looks like this other big parts of the storms here that's severe stormed. I think it's probably going to go south. Let me kind of see what direction they're going in real quick.
That right there would have been our tornado, which looks non-condensed.
This looks like it's kind of going northeast. Like at the moment near Chillicothe, it looks pretty good. It's just going to be mostly rain and thunderstorms right now. But I don't know how this big storm's going to end up later on here in the next hour or two. You may get hit by some pretty nasty thunderstorms here in the next hour or two. I'd have to keep an eye on it. Like, if you want to check back in the next hour or so, we'll see where these storms go. But it seems like most of I don't think we really have any tornado threat in Ohio tonight anymore, but you may get some nasty winds and thunderstorms. But the tornado threat in Ohio is pretty much done for. Like, we haven't had any tornado warnings in Ohio for the last 2 hours.
No debris signature as of now.
I think at worst, you're probably just going to see maybe some more kind of rough thunderstorms later on tonight. That's coming up here through Kentucky.
Next few minutes as it approaches Bon Aqua Junction.
So you're in pretty good shape, though, but it's just not going to be a quiet night. But I don't think you have, just, stay inside. It's 2 in the morning. You'll be fine. Don't sleep outside in your cot tied up to the trees, All right, let me go down to Oklahoma because I haven't looked at Oklahoma in forever. I don't think anything's going on in Oklahoma tonight, but I'm going to go down there and look. There were some storms in Texas that were happening earlier.
These storms roll through, which most
Northeast Texas had some action going on, but
still a good amount of thunder and lightning in your area for the next couple of hours before everything kind of moves
Oklahoma.
out. Might be a loud night going to sleep. All the thunderstorms that we have. All right, latest radar scan.
Looks like you're pretty lucky in Oklahoma. There is nothing. There's like a tiny little baby rain showers forming up here. Oklahoma's in the good and clear tonight. So you're perfect in Oklahoma, man. You have nothing to worry about. And let me actually pull up the severe weather threat for tonight too, so you can kind of see what's going on. That's our power outages.
We got a little storm merger happening on the west side. So that
where is it's on this one? All right.
But as it continues to move right along Highway 412, we need to monitor the.
So our day 1 tornado.
Gonna go back to Brandon Kopic.
Stretch this out.
What's happening right now in his neck of the woods? Again, he's back over.
Like, Oklahoma's completely in the clear. There's no severe weather that's supposed to happen in Oklahoma tonight. Everything's basically east of you here and going up through the Ohio Valley and Texas and all that stuff. So you should be great in Oklahoma. I don't even think you have anything coming to Oklahoma for like the next week, because like Wednesday, let me pull up the day. Next Wednesday, we're supposed to get bad weather, and there's going to be bad weather tomorrow.
He is getting.
This is Wednesday. I guess there might be a little part of Oklahoma in it Wednesday, but this is supposed to be our next big severe event in the Ohio Valley on Wednesday. I mean, you can't really tell because it's so far up, but they're saying this is where it's going to be. And then actually tomorrow, this is what's going to be happening tomorrow. These you got a percent chance of tornadoes in Atlanta, or not Atlanta, Georgia, North and South Carolina. It could be really bad tomorrow. Hopefully it's not, but that's the storm threat for tomorrow. No problem, buddy. You're welcome. Stop by anytime. Let me get back on these tornado warnings that we have. See what's going on with them. See if any of them gotten worse. Which radar did I lose? It's actually thunderstorming right here right now. I'm getting some pretty loud thunder and lightning going on. KUA and KH. Sorry, I'm trying to pick a radar right now. Okay. Yeah, these are like the 2 most concerning storms right now. They're both tornado warned. This one's still labeled as a confirmed tornado by the radar.
It's not the first chaser to do that today. We had Storm Intermedia doing the same thing earlier.
By the National Weather Service, they're saying this is a confirmed radar, confirmed tornado, the one that's flashing right here. This one is just a warning down here. But they both, it looks bad in this area. Like, we get a lot of rotation. Can't really see the rotation here, but when I look at the 3D view, the storm looks pretty rough. And then this is all completely rain wrapped and it's late at night. All these tornado warnings now here are just west of Nashville, west and southwest of Nashville. All 3 of these storms have very well-defined rotation, you can see.
Tornado as this continues to move through eastern Ohio. Just not a very favorable environment at this point for severe weather to continue. A lot less instability this far to the east. So storms are going to kind of fizzle out. However, the storm line that's in southern Alabama and Kentucky, this one's still very intense, producing numerous damaging winds from about Georgetown, Ohio, back towards Lexington and Danville. Damaging
Yeah, it
winds around
seems like,
60
and they
miles per
even
hour, still
updated
working through
our
that storm
outlook
system.
for tonight.
And
They
back over to
basically
Bowling Green,
reduced it a
Glasgow,
lot.
just east of Bowling Green, we still have an intense line of thunderstorms.
We didn't get the update at 8
damaging winds around
o'clock, but I think
60.
we got it around
There is a tornado
9:30
possible label on that activity in case we do get a
for day
QLCS
1
tornado.
tornado.
And then just outside of Nashville, we still have an intense line of thunderstorms approaching
Like this area is going to be our worst
Portland,
right in
west
here
of
tonight.
Gallatin. 60-mile-per-hour winds.
And this
for
is
the
where we're
evening
seeing
with
all
that
the
storm
tornado
as
warnings,
well.
like right here in the middle of Tennessee. Let me see what they wrote, actually. We can
This
pull up
storm
and see what the
continues to
National
look
Weather
concerning
Service
west of
wrote.
Nashville. Now again, the rotation's been on the
I don't know if
stronger
they
side
said
of
how
things
late
for the
this is
last
going to
several
last.
days. Tornado risk is definitely
Numerous
possible
severe
as it moves
thunderstorms
to
are
the east.
expected through tonight
All right, we do have a
across a
report
broad
from
portion
John
of the
regarding
southeast and lower
tornado
mid-Mississippi
damage.
Valley
Go
into the
ahead,
Ohio
John.
Valley
All
and
right,
southern
so
Great
looking for
Lakes. Multiple
ourselves
swaths of
furthest north of
widespread
Tennessee
damaging winds
affecting
appear
Waverly.
likely.
Looks like
Large to
emergency
very large
manager is
hail and
reporting
several
that
tornadoes will
in
occur with
McEwen there was
supercells.
a report of a roof
A
gone
few
on
of these
house,
tornadoes could be strong.
and according to radar signature, it does line up with the debris signature that we saw.
Don't think we
just to
have
the
any kind of time on here when they say it's
northeast
supposed to
of
kind of
Waverly
die out, though.
when that cell was forced noticed.
Alrighty, thank you, John, for the report. So, tornado damage now confirmed over near Waverly. That was the tornado that we had about half an hour ago now.
I'm listening to
That
Max
was a
Velocity
clear
right
debris
now. I have
signature
his
on
link in the
radar.
description as well if you want to
So that is
hear from him. But I
brand
think
new
he said like
information.
for the next
Back
2
over to
hours it
McEwen.
should still be
McEwen.
kind of threatening, but it should die off around
Tornado
then
warning for
after about another
Lexington
2
was just
hours. I'm hoping that's
condensed
so.
and updated.
But I'm just gonna stick
Now,
it
the
out as long
strongest
as
area of
Max is on.
rotation
I'm
is
gonna
right
keep
over the
going
town of
because
Lexington,
this looks
Tennessee, approaching Warren's
pretty
Bluff,
threatening at the time.
Chesterfield, and Darden. It'll be approaching Parsons and Decaturville over the next 10 to 15 minutes.
He's an
The
actual
storm's a bit slower than the other
meteorologist,
ones.
so
It's moving east at about 35 miles per hour.
I'm just a storm
Apparently,
spotter.
our storm over here in Hickman and Humphrey counties, this one's moving east at about 45 miles per hour, so a little bit of a speed difference between all the storms that we have right now. Thank you, Nikki, for becoming a member. Welcome to the Velocities. Shout out also to Natalie with a very generous Venmo donation. I appreciate
It's
that.
looking a little tight there.
For the kind words as well.
Man, everything down here in Tennessee doesn't want to give up.
Back to the 3-cam view here.
All of this is rotating.
Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate the super chat.
Like every single storm in Tennessee.
Glad I can help out as well.
So this is the actual report right here. Okay, let's read this. Report of a roof gone on a house. Time estimated by tornado debris
In
signature
Minnesota,
on
we had
radar.
ping-pong ball-sized
Murphy's,
hail
Tennessee.
with
The source was from
snowflakes.
emergency manager, so I guess somebody called 911 about a roof being torn off here in Humphreys, Tennessee. And this is the one they confirmed by radar. So
a couple days back, I think it was 2 days ago, and we had
this one right here.
ping-pong ball-sized hail.
That was
when
the
it
report.
32 degrees outside.
That was from
That was
9:10.
legitimate hail. Like that's
My
kinda
mouse
crazy.
is blocking
The
it. I
temperatures being
can't
in
see the
low
exact
30s
time,
and
but it
having
was
severe weather is not something you
about
really
30
see
minutes
often,
ago.
so pretty crazy stuff. Thank you, Pipa, for the generous super chat. And thank you, Hobby, for becoming a member. Northeast Memphis.
I think the
Looks like
national
just
weather's
damaging
kind of in
winds
the
around
same boat
Memphis
as we
will be
are.
hail
We
as
just
well.
can't really
But
see
severe weather is tracking
that
further
well.
to the south. It's really kind of going around Memphis now. Our most
There's just so
significant
much going
storms
on in
are
this storm,
off
like
to your
you can't
south
really
and
see the rotation
east.
that well.
Mainly damaging winds, lightning, some hail as well.
Yeah,
Still
if you
think the
live
most
anywhere in
concerning
here,
storm
like
we have on radar is the
Nashville,
one
north
west
and
of
south of
Nashville.
it, the next
It's
couple hours, you
still in the
definitely
direction of
have
Nashville.
some
We'll
nasty
watch
storms
closely.
coming your way, and you want to. Obviously, you're going to be inside because
The
it's
outlook for east of
almost midnight.
Franklin in Tennessee.
But yeah, just be safe.
I think
Stay
by
away
the
from
time
windows.
storms get east of Franklin, it'll be mostly wind, but we could still again have a tornado or two embedded in the line of thunderstorms.
I'm pretty sure their national weather's
Tornado risk, keep
probably
in mind,
sending
I'll show you guys
emergency
the
alerts to
outlook,
people's
and this
phones
is-
on
I
this
honestly
storm right
agree with
here.
The risk outlook. They've been pretty
Just
spot on
because,
today.
you know,
But
we've had
notice how
these
the
reports.
strong tornado risk is mostly going to be over by the time the storms pass Nashville. And
It just
Murfreesboro.
keeps looking
So after
concerning
it gets
down here,
past
man. That's a
Nashville,
lot
the
of
strong tornado
rotation.
threat is lower, but there is still a chance for a few tornadoes, even into the overnight hours, back through the Dixie Alley and in the lower Mississippi River Valley as well.
Yes, Max knows I am using his voice.
Latest radar scan still showing a stronger area of rotation near Interstate 40, approaching Bon Aqua Junction.
I'm not using his voice. I'm listening to him in the background.
We do have some
Because
significant
Max is
damaging winds
my
near
favorite
Portland,
streamer.
Tennessee.
He has very valuable
Might even
information.
have not really much rotation, but yeah, wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado, a little spin up tornado north of Nashville as these storms continue to track east. Thank you, Andrew, for the super chat. I already said that. Thank you, Tootsie, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Kimberly with a very generous Venmo donation as well. Thank you for all the great weather updates. I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's
Thank you for the
pretty nasty
generosity.
in Lexington too. I'm gonna go down to that radar. We got a closer one down there.
Thank you, Kim, for becoming a member.
Memphis. You can see that one much better in Memphis.
All right, well, we still have 3 tornado warnings active, all of which, again, are in central western Tennessee. The northern tornado warning will be like to expire, so we'll be really down to the last 2 for now, and that's Lexington and Parsons, and then the one south of Dixon. There are main warnings right now. Also, I did miss this, but we do have a new mesoscale.
Are you really concerned that much, Samuel?
In western and central
Why are you so worried?
The greatest tornado risk right now is mainly in Tennessee and back over near Memphis. Large hail and damaging winds will also continue. The more significant hail risk is in and around the Memphis metro. What do you think of the potential for the most danger could be, or where do you think it will be? Honestly, it's at this point, it's mostly wind, but I still think central Tennessee through Memphis, this is really the main corridor for the most significant severe weather over the next few hours. There will still be severe weather elsewhere, though. I can't really highlight an exact area.
I want to take a look at Ohio.
I mean, it's kind of happening in multiple different places, so. And it's all pretty balanced right now. We don't have like any sort of crazy like huge tornado right now in progress that, you know, we could highlight a really dangerous area in the short term. Everything's pretty balanced right now. The wind threat is almost all 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. The hail is also relatively in the same area.
Storm chasers actually they said they seen a tornado on the ground in this storm here in Arkansas a while back. But it's working its way into Tennessee now. No, actually, it's going through Mississippi before it hits Tennessee.
Interstate 40 still got some strong rotation approaching Bon Aqua Junction.
Rotation's all over the place now, though.
I'm going to take out Brandon. Bottom left of your screen is Centerville, which is just to the south of this tornado warning. We'll keep a close eye on that camera as this continues to move to the east. Thank you, Kayla, for becoming a member. Andrew, I use Radar Omega right now. Thank Clinston for becoming a member. I still think we're going to be going live tomorrow. I'm not sure when. Live stream does appear likely tomorrow. Just kind of waiting to see what happens here over the next few scans here on this Nashville storm. Thank you, Noble, for the super chat. Murfreesboro. Murfreesboro will be mainly a wind risk, but again, this storm that's tornadic is basically beelining it in that direction. It's moving pretty much towards Franklin and Murfreesboro and Smyrna. So if it does stay tornadic, it'll be heading right into your neck of the woods here soon.
Wonder when this threat's gonna end, man. It just keeps going and going.
Max, you aren't using your radio voice? I think that's cap. I don't really have a radio voice. I literally just talk like this.
Report of a tree on home on Circle Drive. Robertson, Tennessee.
All right, latest radar scans coming in. And after this, I'm going to show you guys something that's kind of interesting. So the latest scan showing slightly broader rotation. If we actually look at the echo tops right now in Lobelville and Centerville, in this area, the tops have actually been coming down over the last several minutes.
I want to see
Which
this.
basically
You seeing
means
the
that
echo
our
tops
updrafts
drop
are not
down?
nearly as intense, and our you can see back like 10, 15 minutes ago, we had 50,000 foot tall clouds back over here near Waverly. Now, over the last several minutes, the cloud tops are barely around 45,000 feet on most of the storm. So we essentially have negative storm interactions happening that are limiting the tornado risk.
It's down. There we go.
Actively happening with this storm near Interstate 40. Doesn't mean the tornado risk is impossible to happen. It's just it's a generally lower risk approaching Bon Aqua. So a little interesting fun fact there. We don't usually use cloud tops for a whole lot, but in this case, it's actually useful. With all the different storm interactions we've had, we have a line of storms and a lot of storms merging from the west.
Two
so
tornado warnings.
It is weakening that threat for severe weather just a little bit in terms of our tornado
Seeing
risk.
the echo tops are dropping down on these storms. Yeah, they kind of are.
Wednesday, there is a concern for St. Louis Wednesday. Again, we'll have a video update either tomorrow or Tuesday talking all about that. I'm not sure what day we're going to have a video. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if we're having a video tomorrow.
There's still monstrous storms, though, going 40,000 feet in the
wake
sky.
Up tomorrow, and if it looks like we have to go live, we'll go live. If it doesn't, then I'll make a video and have it in the afternoon, probably.
It's still the same 3 tornado warning. Well, it's only 2 tornado warning storms now. They're west of Nashville.
Moderate risk on Wednesday? We'll at least have a moderate risk. I'd be surprised if we didn't have a moderate risk on Wednesday. Unless something really changes, which it does not look like things are changing.
And the rotation's definitely weakening on all of them and getting more broader.
Wednesday,
just
again,
like the other storm tonight, starts to look bad, and then it gets
on Wednesday. I'm just being honest. Like,
gets better.
I didn't really have a whole lot of thinking here that today would be a full-blown, like, major tornado outbreak, like what we had a few weeks ago in on
it's pretty bad thundering going here.
14th and 15th, like by no means did I think today would be anything like that, but
Ooh, look at this one down here.
The potential to top everything.
That's looking pretty tight.
It's possible.
A temporary threat.
But we'll have to wait and see.
Lexington, Dekerville, Parsons.
Details on Wednesday. I think by tomorrow afternoon and even into Tuesday.
Go back to the Memphis radar for that one as well too. Probably looks bad on this radar, but I go to Memphis and it doesn't look that bad.
But I do think we're going to get a moderate risk. I don't know if we'll get one tomorrow, but
yeah, it don't look that bad for Memphis.
A new tornado warning has
been issued. Much closer.
All right, they have gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. This is south of Lobelville near Linden.
They dropped the tornado indicated radar, or the one that tore off a roof.
Parsons over the next few minutes, just east of Lexington.
There's back to 2 tornado warnings that are
tornado warning, seek shelter,
just
away from windows,
chance of a tornado.
And get to an interior room of your home.
Nothing on the ground, at least.
Tennessee. Main area of rotations over Highway 412. And it's going to be moving into Linden over the next several minutes. Still got an intense line of thunderstorms moving across Kentucky from Maysville back to Somerset. Again, really not much of a tornado risk out of this line. It's become pretty outflow dominant, so it'll weaken gradually over time, but damaging winds are still expected across southern Ohio and eastern Kentucky. And then south of Bowling Green, we are continuing to watch, again, mainly a wind threat, but we do have
3 tornado warnings. Actually, no, this one's kind of moved down south more, huh?
Central parts of Tennessee.
It's interesting what they're doing here.
Might be limited a little bit because of the negative storm interactions that we are currently observing, but this is the storm here that would be the most concerning, just to the south of White Bluff and west of Nashville.
I don't know if they're putting this here because of this storm.
Also, shout out to Wayne.
I don't see any rotation in that area.
That. Should we go live tomorrow? What do you guys think? Should we go live? Should we go live or make a video?
Go live or make a video. What do you think Max is going to do tomorrow?
still leaning towards a live stream.
He's definitely going to stream tomorrow. I mean, that's a 10%. There's no way he's not going to stream tomorrow with this big threat.
Hey, Brent for the super chat.
I'm just wondering how bad it's
Both?
going to be
I
tomorrow,
can't
though.
really do both,
Today's been
because
so
if we did
mild, but
both, I would have to have a video. I mean, the only way that would work is if there's no severe weather after like 3 o'clock tomorrow, and I can just make a video. I can't upload a video in the morning because, I mean, literally we are going to have severe weather in the morning.
it's definitely rotating up right there. That's really tight
Pretty
rotation.
close to impossible to go have a video tomorrow.
If there's any new people in chat that's concerned about an area, just type your city and state in chat, and I'll pull it up for you. Take a look and see if any storms are coming in your direction.
It's going towards Centerville.
Right now, it looks like the worst of the weather's here in
Rotation
Tennessee,
right now.
central Tennessee, heading east towards Nashville and south of it.
That's our rotation that is currently unwarned, approaching Whitfield and Centerville.
We do have some severe thunderstorms in Kentucky and stuff, but all of our tornado warnings have been down here in Tennessee
Might have a
in the
tornado
last hour or so.
Another area of circulation. It's kind of in between our slew of tornado warnings here near I-40.
I mean, that's basically the line of our storms, and like we haven't had any tornado warnings up here in the north in the last hour or two, so they've been staying pretty just basic,
Actively,
supercell
no tornado warning on
thunderstorms.
that. There's actually, it might be a debris signature there. It's very, very small. Please get some rest if and when you can. Yeah, I don't know when that's happening. All right.
A new tornado warning has been
A
issued.
new tornado warning.
We now have a new tornado warning for Hickman, Dixon, Williamson, and Davidson counties in Tennessee. And that might be an extension of this warning, but the rotation on this storm is still there. It's struggling a little bit, but we still got rotation near Bon Aqua Junction. And that is what that is. So we now have a new tornado warning for Bellevue and Franklin. Going towards Fairview, Ferndale, Boston. And this rotation it's been struggling, but we still got a chance of a tornado with this as it continues to track east. So if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your building. This
Kids
is a
are funny,
view
man.
of Gator, which is back over on the western tornado warning. This structure looks pretty impressive on the radar mega cyclone port. Moments ago.
International YouTube chat police. Policing all the streamers. Gonna bust you all. That's so funny, dude. It's so funny that people care.
Hey, thank you, Maddie. Appreciate the Venmo donation. Stay safe there in Nashville. Hope you're doing well.
I'm so much trouble. Derek Wegener told me I'm going to be banned for the rest of my life.
I've eaten 3 times since Max went live. He ate 2. He ordered Culver's. Yeah, I had like 4 cheese curds, I think. I got like a burger and fries too, but it's already cold, so it doesn't really matter. I'll probably have it tomorrow or something. It's actually not a bad idea. If I do go live tomorrow, I can just heat that food up before.
Right. It's like, it makes me understand why like people are attacking Elon Musk and all the Tesla companies. When I look at the people in chat and see how they type and the way they think, it's just like, it just makes sense why America has so many problems. You just look at what people type in chat, you know?
But it's a little bit lower than what we're seeing in Tennessee. Hey, Russell, for becoming a member. Shout out to all the new members, by the way, today. Again, I haven't been able to say all of you guys, but I appreciate you guys becoming members if you have.
I feel so bad for Elon, he's just trying to save money for the government, but everybody wants to destroy his cars, so Tesla has to fix them and make more money. It makes a lot of sense,
But honestly, it still looks like quite the messy storm. But if you're in Franklin, definitely stay in your safe place. It's late at night. We could have a tornado out there, and we might not even see it on radar, so it's a good idea to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. The tornado warning for Parsons will expire in 4 minutes, and then we'll be down to 2 tornado warnings after that. Same thing with the one down south of Dixon.
Makes me wonder if they ever heard of this guy named Asmongold. He does videos for basically like politics and gaming, and his entire video base, and this guy has like 60,000 people watching him when he
Report of
streams.
Sirens going off near
And all
Bellevue
he
right
does is watch other people's videos.
You think Clarksville, Tennessee will be safe for tonight from
I mean, he
tornadoes?
literally
Yes.
watches other people's videos for a living. And it's so funny how people like cry about me just listening to Max in the background. It just cracks me up.
Cat has barely even looked at me.
Thinking I'm gonna get in trouble for it or something, or copyright strike for listening to Max.
Like, pretty much sleeping the entire time.
I'm just here for all the
Seen cheese curd all day.
weather
Just been sleeping.
anxiety individuals that are concerned about their area, and I'm here to help them
Come in a couple
look at
times,
their
but usually
area and
just
try
comes
to
in for 5
let
seconds
them know
and
what's
hears us
coming
talking
in
the
their
entire time. She's
direction,
like, "I'm
trying to
out."
help them out.
Right, girl? Mm-hmm.
And yeah, if anybody's here, any new people in chat, if you're concerned about your area, just type the city and state in chat, and I'll pull it
Now
up for
she's on
you.
my desk.
See if anything's coming
She's
in your
going behind
direction.
my second computer.
I'd gladly help you with that. I know what it's like to feel storm anxiety. I have it every time something bad's coming. After I seen the SPC outlook yesterday, all I could think about was the storm's coming today, and it was over in 30 seconds. Man, these rotations won't go away, man.
Thank you,
They
Corey,
keep
for the super
staying
chat.
broad,
Thank
but
you
they
for keeping
stay
us
here.
informed
They
in
constantly
Nashville. No
rotating.
problem at all. All right, we do have a report from John regarding hail. Go ahead, John.
All right, we actually have a variety of reports going on right now. So up in Ohio, we have a few reports, a lot of damaging wind. Looks like in Philly, in I can't even pronounce that. Cashotun County, Ohio. Fire Department and Rescue has reported trees and limbs, large tree limbs are down. And furthermore, in Obese, Franklin County, Ohio, we have reports of a tree down on
Franklin
a
County,
home and
Ohio.
power lines down in the area. So there's a lot of damaging winds to be expected from those lines or from those storms now. Not so much of a tornado threat, but it still have to be prevalent just in case something does spin up. And then in Kentucky, we have reports from broadcast media showing a lot of trees down again. So
It's like quite a few people
damaging
lost
winds
power in
expected those
Fayette
areas.
County
And then we have
in the storms.
reports of $50 size hail to
Warren
ping-pong
County is where
size
the
hail
trees were
in
reported down.
Wasilla, in Ozark County, Missouri.
There was a tornado in South Lebanon there for a while. That's the one that went like
being generated in those
4 or 5
areas as well.
miles south of me.
Alrighty, thank you, John.
That's
for
pretty
the
much what knocked out
updates.
all this power here.
Our Venmo is in the description.
Tornado that went through Lebanon.
Person that asked in chat.
Well, looks like it's knocking some
South
power
Bend
up
and
in
surrounding
northeast
towns have
Ohio
lots
too.
of damage. Meteorologist here in town thinks maybe something did spin up in South Bend. I have no power. Well, there might have been. I remember covering South Bend about
This
5,
didn't
6
look like
hours
this
ago.
at
We got
all
rotation in
earlier,
the
so the
area.
storms definitely did
Didn't
some
have a
damage
tornado
up in
warning, I don't remember,
northeast
in
of
South Bend,
Ohio.
but there were a lot of areas of
Wanna
rotation
take a look up
in
there?
the South Bend area. So, yeah. Honestly, I'm not surprised though. That line of storms is very intense. And maybe, just maybe, it ends up being named a derecho after what we saw today. At least the line of storms back up there in the the Midwest and the Great Lakes region. All right, well, we got strong storms right now rolling into Nashville. This is a live shot on the Nashville skyline on the Radar Mega Cyclone Port at the University
Yeah,
of
so none of the big
Tennessee.
streamers talked about this
I
at
did not
all, I
see much
think. So
lightning
we
over
had
the
some
last
severe
5 to 10
weather up
seconds
here
of
in
looking at
northeast
this camera,
Ohio, but
Strong
It's just
storms
kinda
rolling in, 60
off,
mile per hour winds likely in
way
Nashville,
far off in the
Tennessee.
area. You know,
I
we
know
didn't
many
have
of you
any
are
tornado
probably
warnings, but
watching
it
from the
looks like
Nashville
these
area right now.
thunderstorms and the winds did cause some damage up here in northeast Ohio in the last couple hours. I mean, they're not even severe warned anymore, but we did have some power outages up there. Let's see.
Hey, Ron, if you want, that's 100% fine if you're being serious. That's the best way to donate, is Venmo. Do I need to sleep in a bathtub?
I don't even know
with a
how you
big
say that.
helmet tonight,
Yoga
or is
County, 1,000 people
Tupelo,
lost power, 1,000 houses,
Mississippi?
3,000 in
Oh man, that's bad timing.
Ashtabula.
Dodging the drama. I think the threat really for that area will be damaging winds overnight tonight. And it's going to be, let's go ahead and go through the timing here. So this will be over the next few hours between now and 2 a.m. or so. Notice I'll have a line of storms moving towards Tupelo into central Mississippi. I don't know if I'm even pronouncing it right, but back over in central Mississippi, and then a line of storms will continue into the morning hours tomorrow across Alabama and Mississippi, with damaging winds possible. But generally speaking, I think northeast Mississippi is mostly wind. I don't expect a whole lot of a tornado risk. I'm honestly kind of debating now. I kind of feel like I should make a video early tomorrow morning. I don't know. I really don't know anymore.
I wonder how tornadoes are gonna. I actually wonder how the weather's gonna turn out tomorrow.
After the stream,
to be
I have to
honest,
look at all the model data and see if I actually need to be prepared to just go live in the morning or wait.
all this stuff's rotating in Kentucky, but nothing's
Difficult
been warned at
decisions.
all. Just mild rotations all over the place in Kentucky.
Max just wants to skip class. That has nothing to do with it.
Day
I'd
was a
rather not skip
positive
class.
bust, I would say. Sadly, though, a lot of people lost power, though, with all the wind damage.
Make the video now. I want to watch you make it. The other problem is I can't even really make a video because we're not going to have the day 3 outlook until tomorrow morning. So, yeah, I mean, there's really no point. I'll wake up tomorrow morning and just see what happens, really. Shout Rob with the $50 Venmo, and as well as Jason and Lee, all for the Venmo donations, literally at the same exact time. Have a warm dinner on me. I appreciate that, Rob. Thank you for the generosity. The dinner is not warm, I can tell you that. The Culver's DoorDash is
They'll have
stone
2
cold now.
tornado warnings down in
It's
Tennessee,
cooked.
man. When are they going to die out? These storms need to give up.
For anybody that's wondering about severe weather, though, on Wednesday, again, the next time I'll really talk about it in detail would be a live stream tomorrow or in a video. So if you have any questions about it, again, a lot of that will be answered tomorrow. Rotation is beginning to intensify a little bit more now, heading towards Franklin, Tennessee. Velocities are once again coming together on this cell. It's completely rain-wrapped rotation right now, tracking east towards Fernvale and Franklin and Brentwood. You need to be careful about this storm. It is intensifying again. We had a little bit of a lull in rotation on this storm there for about 15-20 minutes, but it's trying to get its act together again. Let's look at the echo tops on it. Just out of curiosity. And the echo tops, as of 13 minutes ago, were a little bit taller, back up near 50,000 feet. So the cell might be attempting again to produce a tornado. Going right towards Franklin, Tennessee. Much more populated area, Bellevue and Forest Hills in the track of it. Main core of rotation is tracking towards Franklin.
Talking about that bad boy right there. It's been rotating for the last
Hey,
couple
Randy, for
hours.
becoming a member. All right, we now have a new tornado watch that has been issued. Brand new tornado watch that has now been issued. This will be for northern Mississippi, northern Alabama, and southern Tennessee, with scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, 2-inch size
Very,
hail,
very
and a
broad
couple of strong
rotation. You
tornadoes
see it coming down
possible.
from here and here. Such broad rotation.
Two million people are in this watch. Mainly northern Alabama,
2
northern
million people in this
Mississippi.
watch.
Goes until 5 a.m. Latest radar scan near Interstate 840 in Fairview. The rotation again is intensifying.
See who all streaming right now. Ryan Hall's still alive.
Concern. I'm trying to get the radar site though.
Mississippi.
Yeah. What if Kyle's still streaming? Kyle
Severe
Freiberger.
thunderstorm warning. Let's fly up there to
Evan Freiberger. I don't know why I called him Kyle. I think he's offline. Yep, he stopped streaming. Just Max and Ryan Hall are still streaming. Two tornado warnings in Tennessee right now. 2 areas of rotation. I really want to call it a night, but man, this is heading towards a really big town, and I want to keep an eye on it. Just in case anybody pops in and is concerned.
This is a fully rain-wrapped area of rotation, by the way. So this is pretty concerning, though. Again, the velocities have been uptrending a lot over the last 15 to 20 minutes. So it's not quite time to go to bed yet. If you're in Franklin, even back over near Brentwood, Murfreesboro is going to be in the long-term track of this. Next radar scan is within the next minute or so. Hey, Shelby, for the Venmo donation. I appreciate it. You're good. I appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Lisa, as well, for the Venmo donation. How are we looking at Murfreesboro? I mean, as of right now, we got this supercell embedded in the line of storms that is on track for you, which is currently tornadic. In my opinion, it is honestly on the more concerning side. But it's still about an hour away from even hitting you, so it's too early to really know if it'll still be tornadic by then. All right, let's see what the velocities look like on this latest scan.
Such a big, nasty storm, though.
Yeah,
and that,
velocities
yeah.
are tightening up right now. They are
Look at that.
really getting
It's
strong.
definitely
So we might
pulling
have a
itself
strong
together.
tornado dropping near Craigfield and Fairview.
My goodness. We can really see it
And
well.
honestly, this could be a big-time tornado that's attempting to drop right now southwest of Nashville. This is turning into a very dangerous situation for those near Franklin. Let's hope this occludes somehow or does something funky, but like right now, this is not looking good right now for those near Franklin.
Max is preaching, guys. Oh no. Normalized rotation's looking really bad.
All right, we now have confirmation that according to Highway Patrol, there is a tornado on the ground. So we do have a tornado in progress in Tennessee.
That's not
according
good.
to
So
Highway
this is on the
Patrol.
ground now, according to Highway Patrol.
So this is now officially a tornado in progress, and this could again be a
Pretty much when you
strong
get a
or
red
even
in the
large
NROT,
tornado,
that's pretty much
near
means it's on the
Interstate
ground at that point. That's just not
840.
good.
Tracking
I mean,
to
you've seen the
east.
3D view too, and that's from 3 scans ago, that 3D view, so Let it have a couple more scans. We can
Once
probably
again,
see
a
it
very
even better.
dangerous storm going in the direction of Franklin, Tennessee. Waiting for the next radar scan in a moment, but this is definitely a very dangerous storm.
This is heading straight to
Very strong
Franklin,
velocities and
Tennessee.
everything.
And let me pull
look at
up
this from
Franklin
even the
because
northern radar site. The
it's
velocities are very
extremely
strong
populated.
as
And that's
well.
in near Fairview, but
We
I
should
don't
have
think it's
full
going to hit
confirmation on
Fairview.
our next radar scan of there
Let me
being
pull up
a tornado
Franklin.
here.
Franklin,
Oh,
Tennessee.
apparently we actually have a camera here.
The worst looking storm we've had tonight.
There's a camera in Fairview, Tennessee. What?
Franklin is huge.
Bottom right of your
That's a
screen
really
will be
big
Fairview,
town.
Tennessee. Whenever it loads. Unless it just went out.
Size this down. We can see the storm where it's heading.
Alright, I gotta wait a second. I'm gonna go to a different camera.
So it's directly west of Franklin right now, heading towards it.
Alright, is Fairview up? It's not loading on my end.
Really close to Fairview. I don't know if I can see Fairview on here. There's Fairview.
If you're just tuning in, we have a confirmed tornado.
So this
veer
tornado
via
is like
Highway
right
Patrol.
here. So Highway
This is
Patrol must have
Franklin,
spotted on
near
840.
Fairview. This is a confirmed
So
tornado.
let me move this over a little more so you can see it. So Highway
Just
Patrol
southwest of
spotted the
Nashville.
tornado right
Again,
around here,
very
and it's
dangerous
heading in this
storm here that's
direction.
moving to the east. See what the velocities and everything look like here.
Rotation
debris
dropped
signature, but it'll
down
be right
a
over
little
the
bit, but it's still
Doherty
very scary
Estates.
looking.
That tornado.
Oh wow!
Right over Doherty Estates.
Here, boom, boom. I mean, that's very rain wrapped too. I'm guessing Highway Patrol got really close to it and felt the winds too.
By the way, hey, in that link, for whatever reason...
We'll wait one more scan and I'm going to try to get another 3D view of it and see if we can...
This is what it looks like in Fairview right now on the HazCam. So frequent lightning right now in Fairview. Rain is coming down pretty heavily as well. Also, just west of Nashville, we actually got a surge of wind right now approaching Cockrell Bend. Thank you, going up for the super chat. Once again, there is a tornado in progress east of Interstate I-840 approaching the south side of Fairview. According to Highway Patrol, it is heading towards Franklin. We don't have anything on radar that confirms it quite yet. And we'll see what the next radar scan shows. If it continues to weaken, that probably means it was a quick tornado. If not, this could be on the ground for a little bit. So the next radar scan is pretty critical for this particular storm. Approaching Fernvale as well. Dowdy Estates, just south of Lakeview Estates as well. Kingfield.
I can actually look. I got two radars. We can actually check this one. We can look at the Nashville radar, and then we also got up at Fort Campbell. I want to see it from the Nashville radar.
If we don't have a tornado, very strong winds are likely here.
Might as well.
As this
It's our only
continues to
big
track
storm
east.
right now. Let's take a look at it from both. Scariest looking storm we've had tonight, for sure. And it's that rotation is still tight right there. Oh yeah, it looks bad on the en route in this one too.
Good to know. All right, latest radar scan. Still, I'm not seeing a debris signature, but I am definitely seeing a more pronounced inflow.
Probably get a
notch
pretty
in
good
Hook
3D
Echo.
view of this one now.
See what
Let
the
me go back to
velocities
Fort
look like
Campbell.
here.
Kind of see what it looks like.
Honestly, looks like it's still organizing here, but see what the rotation looks like.
Such a beautiful storm.
The winds
Even
going
though
away
it's
from
doing
the radar,
bad
not as
things,
strong.
it's
We
a
still have
beautiful
strong
looking
winds
storm.
going towards the radar. And also, just west of Nashville, we might have a tornado attempting to
Look at
form
that
on
thing.
the northwest side of Nashville. It's kind of a
Can't get any
sneaky
more
little
picture
thing here,
perfect
but
than
we
that,
got
can
a
I?
little bit of a Boeing segment
Very
that's dropped
prominent
forward, maybe a
rotation,
small
even though it's
inflow on the
very,
north
very
side,
broad. I
and
mean,
that could
that's
kick
like
up something because we do have a small pocket
picture
here of strong
perfect
winds
rotation.
near Cockrell
I mean,
Bend.
it's rotating
I'd say
all
it's
the
a
way
low
up
chance of happening, but it's something to
50,000
watch
feet.
for
It's
if we're
over
going in the direction of
50,000 feet in the
Hendersonville
air here. Look at that. It's almost up to 60,000
and
feet
really the north
on the
side of
Echo Top.
Nashville.
Just coming right down through here. That is absolutely
Mainly
beautiful.
wind, but there's a chance that it tries to do something funky in the next 20 minutes.
Very bad, but it is beautiful. Like, oh my goodness. It's about the best 3D view you can get on a storm. I'll thin it out. You can kind of see. There it is.
I do
mean,
think Fairfield or Fairview is a tornadic supercell that is cycling. I do think that we are starting to see the cycle a little bit. It might be broadening briefly, but it will probably cycle and produce a tornado here soon. Also, new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. The severe weather threat is expected to develop over the next few hours, with wind damage being likely and tornadoes also possible. That is in eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina. So a new severe thunderstorm watch probably
can't hop in Max's chat, man. That thing is going too fast for me.
Within the next couple of hours. We now have
I got to stay in my chat and
storm
focus on anybody that might be concerned about the area so I can help them out.
Memphis right now near Tunica. Baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and a tornado possible label is currently on this storm. That is quite the storm right now in Mississippi. Even at this late at night, we are still getting huge hail there.
And I'm really concerned about this storm right here. This is not looking good.
Hey, Lisa, for the super chat. I think the main concern in Chattanooga will be wind tonight. But still, be wary of maybe an isolated tornado in that vicinity. Latest radar scan. Still some rotation right now near Fernvale, south of Fairview. Again, there was a confirmed tornado via Highway Patrol. Again, I do think that occluded. We might be seeing a recycling stage with this storm as it tracks east. But it's getting a little bit more messy, so not entirely positive that we're going to get a tornado out of this near Franklin, but still want to be in your safe place if you're in Franklin in case this does drop a new tornado that's even more strong than the first one. And then northwest of Nashville, surge of wind is continuing. Not really seeing this bow out enough to the point where we're going to get an imminent tornado. Just something to watch for long-term, I think, near Hendersonville and then east of Hendersonville.
That's crazy. It looks like it's starting to die out now. Or it could be recycling. It's gotten really broad again. Spread out.
Tornado warning also continues. I'm not forgetting about you guys in Linden, but tornado warning does continue for Linden. Rotation's fairly broad.
And it looked really crazy, though, a while back.
What about Cleveland, Tennessee?
It's crazy how close that got to being a really big bad tornado, and it's like falling apart again. Hopefully it continues to fall apart, though.
Same thing with Chattanooga. I mean, that entire area down here, I think, will be mainly wind. But again, an isolated tornado or two can't be ruled out, especially with the orientation that we have of these storms. But with it coming more out of the west instead of like out of the south, our tornado risk is going to be, I think, a lot lower over there. Thank you, Ethan, also for the Venmo donation. Have I ever seen DVD-sized hail reported before? We covered a severe storm in Texas last summer, I think. I think it was the summer. It might have been the spring. That was producing 5-inch sized hail. So, yeah. We have 5-inch sized hail. I don't know if that ever actually got confirmed, but we had up to 5-inch sized hail, which is DVD-sized hail, literally. I think that was the highest severe thunderstorm warning that we've ever had for hail. So, we were live basically for a record-setting warning. We've never had a warning for 5-inch plus sized hail, and that one was. That was in West Texas. I think it was just outside of Lubbock, if I'm not mistaken.
This one's been tornado warned for a
This
while.
radar scan rotation is becoming broader, but it
They haven't
we're
even
going to
moved
see
this
a
one. Like the
mesocyclone
storm moved
move
into
up.
this
That's
one. They
probably
had
gonna
this
take another,
warning like an
you know,
hour ago.
10 to 15 minutes for that to happen.
Now
But
that
the
rotating
definitely
storm's
still
finally moving
organized
into
enough to
Linden.
produce something. I think it's currently cycling fully. Because we still have a hook on this storm. Still got a pretty strong inflow near Franklin. I think we're starting to see a handoff here of the velocities. Hey, girl. What's up? I'll say hi.
Getting closer to Franklin. I think this thing's gonna fall apart though. That's everything else is falling apart tonight. It looked really crazy there a while back in that one 3D view.
You think the storms will weaken through East Tennessee? I do. Yes, they will be weakening over time, especially with
It's just
the
crazy
visibility
how
being
close
poor,
this
but
thing
for the time
came to
being, they are
producing a
it's still
giant
more
tornado.
favorable
It
to
just
risk it
completely
around
fell
Nashville.
apart. Weather's
Even
just
in
so
Mississippi, we have
mysterious.
some pretty intense storms down there.
It's crazy. Absolutely picture perfect 3D view there a while back. It's just so pretty looking. Unreal.
Back to Mississippi. We actually
And
have
it's still
rotation right now
rotating really
developing
good.
near
It's just
Hernando,
broad.
Mississippi. A little bit of rotation approaching Hernando, Mississippi. This storm's currently producing baseball-sized hail, but there is a little bit of rotation there near Hernando, just south of Memphis. Another storm to watch for there. Back up in Kentucky, we still got a swath of damaging winds moving through the east half of the state. Ohio, really no warnings left other than if you're south in southern Ohio near Portsmouth, we still have damaging winds around 60 miles per hour happening there. What's my cat's name? My cat's name is Cheese Curd. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Shout out to Cameron with the Venmo saying,
Got the little kid patrol coming in again.
7 hours. Sheesh.
77 little kids from Max's stream hopped in just to say, hey, you're listening to Max. You're breaking the law.
7 hours is almost the entire stream, by the way.
If you guys are concerned about weather in any area, you can type in your city and state and I can look it up for you. See if you got any bad weather coming towards you. But right now, it looks like it's our biggest threat's just in Tennessee right now. But everything's been pretty much fizzling out tonight. Got some nasty rotating storms and they just fall apart. But yeah, this one here and heading towards Franklin, man, it looks crazy. Absolutely stunning views on the 3D view on this one. Can't believe how beautiful this storm is. I mean, I hope it keeps falling apart, but it's just absolutely beautiful looking at that rotation all the way up in the sky, going over 50,000 feet high. It's unreal. I mean, it's looked like that for a couple scans too. Look at this. It's unreal. And I believe, yeah, like law enforcement said it was on the ground for a minute. There by like State Route 840. So beautiful looking. But hopefully it'll fall down. It won't touch the ground because that's pretty much all these storms have been doing all night. If you're looking for Max's stream, look in the description. I have it linked. He's the #1 streamer listed in my description. I'm just streaming for the shorts right now. I'm basically helping anybody that has weather anxiety, if they're concerned about an area and, if they're on their phone and they're looking for a popular weather streamer, they can find it through my description.
All right, so
But yeah, Max, he's my favorite streamer. I'm a big fan.
Falling down from the severe winds have definitely been consistent throughout the night. So
I always listen to him.
So in Junction City, we have a report of tree limbs down. Furthermore, in Mason and Vienna, in Warren County and Clinton County, respectively, again, more trees down. It looks like in actually the Mason County report, there looks like to be some shingle damage to a home.
This
being
John?
reported there. More notably,
John's
there
talking.
is
Let
a
me turn it up for a
photo
minute.
circling around on Twitter of damage from a Baptist church in Georgetown in Kentucky. And I have it pulled up right here. I'm looking at right now. It looks like the side of a church has been defaced, and it looks to be
Oh, man.
primarily brick and mortar. So the winds have been indeed strong enough to tear apart brick, especially if they're not exactly structurally sound. And then last but not least, in Arkansas, in Mariana, we're seeing reports of ping pong sized hail, so that being 1.5 inches in diameter, being reported by spotters.
Alrighty, thank you for the updates and the reports. All right, we still have a tornado warning for Franklin. This
Thanks,
storm has become
John.
a
that
lot
was
more
amazing.
disorganized. Velocities are a lot broader.
I'm glad
than
Max
the last
hired you.
few
You're a
minutes.
great guy.
And we have a little surge of wind right now going through the north side of Nashville. Really not a whole lot of rotation there anymore, but still maybe a
Man,
little
this
chance
thing's
of a
just
breeze
fanning
moving
out. That was
more than anything,
crazy
looking
how
like a
close this was
microburst.
coming
And,
to.
tornado
Like,
warning does
it's about to
continue
become a
hold
really giant
really
tornado and
long
just fell
for another
apart. I
18
mean, that's good
minutes.
news, right? But
They may issue a new tornado warning
my
on that.
goodness, that was scary looking.
More than anything, though, the wind is really the biggest concern right now across the board. Maybe a couple of tornadoes as well being a possibility here as we go into the overnight hours.
I gotta check. I gotta look in a couple more scans. This 3D view is like 3 scans behind, so this is basically
Also, shout out
looking
to
at it
Robin
when it
with
was
the
really
$20
bad
Venmo
still.
donation. I appreciate that.
Oh, here we go. You see it's starting to fall apart. It's getting really broad, the rotation.
Appreciate
It's no
all the
longer tight.
generosity. Also, thank you,
Man, it
Roscoe,
did
for
look
super
really
chat.
pretty there for a bit.
We've now officially hit 10.
It's really good, man. There's a lot of
Right,
people in
10 hours
Franklin. We
on
didn't
today's
want
live
this to hit the
stream.
ground. But yeah, you go back, man. My
Yeah.
goodness.
And we've had plenty of long live streams recently. This
Absolute textbook, best looking storm you can get on a 3D view.
Tornado outbreak. And we had 15 hours of live coverage on that high risk.
It's unreal how close that came to becoming a devastating tornado, and it fizzled.
Might have a video tomorrow too. Might have everything. Might even have we might have everything. Might be live tomorrow. Might have a video. Might have a YouTube short. No, we won't have a YouTube short, but might have everything tomorrow when it comes to videos and stuff like that. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Max is a genius, man. He's like a superhuman. I don't know how he manages to do what he does. It's just unreal. He's like 15 people in one.
That March 14th and 15th outbreak. And I honestly considered going live on Sunday, but I couldn't get myself to go live. It was just such a crazy 2 days. I didn't want to really go live on Sunday after everything that happened the prior 2 days. And
I disagree. I think Max is the greatest.
I basically didn't even have an option to go live.
He's like 24 years old and he's already about to graduate being a meteorologist, and he has over 30,000 concurrent viewers, and he is so good at doing the weather. He's like, him and Ryan Hall are basically reworking how weather is being done. Like, they're like bigger than any weather station now. Like, they dish out the weather on such a huge scale, and so many people can get safe because of them and YouTube. It's just crazy. But it's what's crazy. You see Max basically doing it alone by himself. What Ron Hall does with, like, you know, a big group of people. Max is like a Superman of weather.
Stream when? I honestly think it's gonna happen someday. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I think we're gonna see. I think we're gonna have a 24.
This is my third time streaming ever. I've never streamed before, but I've been making, like, I've been clipping tornadoes for the last 5 years since I became disabled. I kind of got into weather, and I tried streaming my very first time on my video game channel, and I figured, okay, well, I'm gonna try to do it on weather because, like, I've been watching Ryan Hall and Max, you know, the last, 5 years. Well, Max not that long, last couple of years. He's gotten big though. And, there's 30, 40, 50, 80,000 people in their chat, and they're all like, man, well, what about this place in Oklahoma? And they can't help every single person, they can't watch the chat and answer questions for 80,000 people. So I figured I'd stream on a 9x6, like, phone section. It pops up people on phones because no one else is doing that. They're all doing, like, the 1080p regular YouTube videos. And I figured I could help people, like, if they're concerned about weather, I can try to help them because, I'm just a little guy. and I like the weather,
If and
so
when
I
we do
kind of
go
want to let
live,
anybody
again,
know
might
if
not go
anything's
live
coming in their
tomorrow, but we'll play the
direction.
video.
Help them as much as I can.
We'll have something no matter what tomorrow. Because, I mean, again, Wednesday just is not a day that we really can't talk about. Like, we have to talk about Wednesday. I think Wednesday is going to be a
That gamer guy, that 3D model, it doesn't show the clouds
There are
actually
many
touching the
areas on
ground.
Wednesday.
Let me pull it back up, see if I can still get
And,
it.
yeah, honestly, Wednesday is looking like it's going to be very, very, very robust.
Yep, I still have it.
And significant. Perhaps something like what we even saw recently on March 14th.
We can't see if the
Again,
clouds
not
are
the
actually
same setup
touching
by
the ground
any
on this
means. I actually
3D
think
model.
it's
It
more
goes from
fair
like
for
10,000
videos.
feet all the way up to
But I
60,000
think
feet.
that we're going to have a very busy Wednesday without
But I'm
a
not
doubt.
able to
Tomorrow
see if they
might
touch
be
the ground.
busy
But you could
depending on what
definitely see where the rotation was going all the way up through the storm, though, and it was crazy looking there for a while. And like I said, yeah, law enforcement said there was a tornado on the ground there for a while. But looks like it fizzled apart. You can see how the rotation got in broad. But let me go back a few scans right here forward. As you can see, like the rotation just like fell apart here. It's just getting broad and all over the place. But we go back a while back, like 5-10 minutes ago, you can see how pronounced the rotation was, and it looked crazy. Like this would have been a huge tornado if it would have pulled itself together. And luckily it didn't, because it's heading towards Franklin, and there's a lot of people there. But yeah, that looks scary. I mean, you're talking from, it was rotating from 10,000 feet all the way up to 50,000 feet, man. Huge, scary looking storm.
Maybe got issued early. I don't know. The storms are still a little ways out.
Yeah, if they touch the ground, that's when it becomes a tornado.
It's still going. We have a little bit of rotation.
And
again, it's
the only way you can really tell if it's a tornado by touching the ground on the radar is this right here. It's called the CC, the correlation coefficient. You'll be able to see like a debris ball on the ground, and that's a way you can tell it's touching the ground. Or you just get live confirmation from a storm chaser, or like police officers or a storm spotter. They can tell you if it's on the ground, but basically, without the correlation coefficient, that's the only way that we can tell it's on the ground through the radar.
Do it for tonight's live stream. I'm getting pretty tired, and I want to be able to get some sleep in case we do go live tomorrow. Again, no video tomorrow morning, I don't think, unless I do.
My goodness, we have so many severe storms, so I gotta take these off. It's cluttering up the screen.
Live stream would probably start late morning, early afternoon.
I'm glad that fizzled out, though, man. That would have been a really bad storm, especially happening at like 12:30 at night, man. That would have been devastating. So, luckily,
as a reminder,
it fell apart like everything else did today.
Really reminder that I'm be able to give most of you today and really.
Yeah, I love the 3D model on GR Analyst. It's amazing. I mean, you can see like sometimes like National Weather will tornado warn a storm, and you look at it, but there's no rotation there. If you go into 3D model, you can see the funnel that's rotating up in the sky and reaching down, and you can actually see why they're warning it. Kind of like this is the radar like all the National Weather uses and like the weather stations and stuff. It's called GR2 Analyst. It's a really neat program.
Posters, hats, a lot of other
kind of want to go over everything tonight too real quick. Like look at all the power outages.
Again, last chance to do so is by tomorrow night.
Like several hours ago, we had a really nasty like line of storms that went through North Indiana, and it hit Michigan. And I mean, looks like Southwest Michigan and Northwest Indiana got hit the worst today. Like, I mean, they lost a lot of power. These storms were all hitting about 70 to 90 miles per hour here. This was from yesterday. This was from ice storms. They had already lost power here. But I mean, I like to use the power outages for like the damage we're getting from these storms. But yeah, this was the worst part of the day. But this was early on today, from like 2 p.m. till about 5 p.m. all this happened. And then later on today, we had like a batch of storms that came through here, through Indiana. And these also came through Ohio near me. I actually had a tornado like 5 miles south of me today. And then it just came through Indiana through here. Basically took out power through here. This kind of went off like I didn't actually hear Ryan or Max talking about this at all. But we actually had some, I didn't even catch it. Like I seen it later when I looked at the power outages. The line of storms went up through Columbus here. Columbus had some outages, but it also got kind of bad up in here. And there was actually a reported brief tornado here in Henry County. But yeah, I really like looking at these power outages to see. The north of Kentucky got hit pretty bad by some storms here too. Let me look at Tennessee. I haven't looked at Tennessee in a while because all the severe weather's in Tennessee right now. Yep, see. All of our tornado warnings today have been in this area in Tennessee. So a lot of the bad weather's kind of been in here. But yeah, our last tornado warning, we only have one left. It's right here in Franklin. But yeah, all the bad storms have been coming through here in Tennessee in that area where all the power outages are. If I kind of go back some. I can't believe how close that thing was. That was a big, old, scary storm there for a minute. But yeah, it's been a pretty intense day. I had a lot of storm anxiety because let's go ahead and pull that up too, because they predicted this to be really bad, and that scared the living daylights out of me. I have a lot of storm anxiety. Let me pull it up here on my Google Maps one. That's for tomorrow, actually. Yeah, Max is talking about streaming tomorrow. It's supposed to be bad in Georgia, North, South Carolina. Hopefully it's not that bad. Yeah, that one in going near spring. I mean, it's not completely falling apart, but the rotation's so broad, like it doesn't look nearly as bad as it was. Let me pull up the 3D model now. See, it's just like a big sloppy mess now. It's not, the rotation isn't tight at all. It's just like all over the place. I mean, it's still rotating, don't get me wrong, but it's not like a thread it was 30 minutes ago. Oh, I have to cut out a bigger area because it's not going to show me. Look here. So that's it right now. This is also, for some reason on GR2, the 3D models shows 3 scans behind. I don't know why. I don't know how to change it. I can't figure out how, but it's always like 3 scans behind. So this is what it looked like a minute and a half ago. And you see it's like really sloppy here, but you keep going further back, you can see how it really tightened up, and it looked really scary there for a while right here. I was really concerned at that point. And this is when here's when they said the police officer said it was on the ground. But luckily it fell apart. We got lucky. So that would have been really bad. I mean, it's a possibility. I would be much happier with Max answering that question. He quit streaming for the day, but I mean, it's a possibility it can tighten up, but I mean, I'm not a meteorologist, but I can definitely keep an eye on it, see if it's going to tighten up again. But I can see a storm. I've been spotting them for like 5, 6, 7 years now, but I don't read the weather specifics like they do, like all the millibars and the wind shear and all that stuff. I know generally what they do. I know how you got the hot and cold and how they churns the storm sideways, and they send up weather balloons in like 92 spots every day, twice in America, and that's how they get the readings for all these weather predictions. But that's as far as I can go. So I can just basically let you know if we got a bad storm coming towards you. But I can't predict the weather like a meteorologist can. But a lot of times the meteorologists are wrong. Just like today, it looked like it was going to be a lot worse than it was. Yeah, Grand Rapids got smashed, man. It was really bad in Grand Rapids. I was just looking at it. Let me pull that back up. It was horrible in Grand Rapids earlier. Grand Rapids is right around here. Which county is Grand Rapids in? Is it Berry County or Kalamazoo? They still haven't got the power turned back on here, and that was like 5 hours ago. Michigan's in a bad place right now. Like, it was already bad from the ice storms last night. But Michigan, I don't have the radar data saved from like 5, 6 hours ago, but yeah, the straight line storms that came through here, just, man, it was bad. There was actually some tornadoes too that were down near Grand Rapids. I think it was near Sturgis was one of the areas, and one was like north of Grand Rapids. There was probably over 30 very fast, brief tornadoes that lasted for, like less than a minute in this area. Just at the very front of the storm. They're called QLCS tornadoes. they spin up and they happen, and by the time they get tornado warned, they're already gone. But they had a lot of those in Grand Rapids, and I also remember seeing that it was the winds were from anywhere from 60 miles per hour to the highest rating was like 94 miles per hour at some like mini airport. And I'm pretty sure that was probably a brief tornado that happened there, but they recorded 94 mile per hour winds at one little airport near Grand Rapids earlier today. I can look now though. I don't think there's anything going on up there. Let me see. Like we haven't had a tornado warning in Ohio in hours. But Michigan definitely got it the worst today for sure. North Indiana, right through here and here. This is where all the worst weather was today. And it was all between like 2 to 5 p.m. Eastern. That's when I started the stream right around there. There's nothing going on up here now. Look. Clear skies. Clear skies and so many people without power. And it's frozen up here. Got some little baby blippy rain showers over here, but yeah. It's looking good up in Grand Rapids now. And then Ohio. Ohio still has a ton of rain. Oh, that's a horrible radar. That's the Dayton airport. That radar is completely useless. I don't even think it's the airport radar. It's just, look at this. It barely reaches out, and you can't even see the velocities on the Dayton radar. It's just a horrible one. Pretty much useless. And this radar is messed up too. This is the one that covers my area. This radar's off by like 10 miles. They need to recalibrate it or something. But I've noticed like at least 3 or 4 times in the last 2 years where there'd be a storm directly over me. It's a clear blue sky from this Wilmington radar in the last 2 years. So I think it's off by like 10 miles to the east or the north. I'm not sure exactly, but this radar is off. It's off on its readings. I mean, it reads the storms right. It's just it doesn't place them right on the map for some reason. I mean, these are where all of our severe thunderstorm warnings are. Here are these line of storms. Looks like the very south tip of Ohio and Kentucky. We still have a tornado warning down here. I should probably go down there and look at that. I haven't looked at that one in a while. Near Nashville, that was the one that was really bad a while ago. Let me go back to that radar. That's the one that was near Franklin. I got to get rid of some of these severe thunderstorm warnings too. They cover up so much of the map you can't see. And if you're wondering, these red octagons are the severe thunderstorms. The purple ones are the tornado warnings. And this right here is our normalized rotation. We have a little bit here, but that was nothing compared to what it was a while back. I'm going way back. This is back when it was really bad, all the way back here by Fairview. As you can see, you can just literally watch it fall apart. This just basically makes it easier to spot rotations on a big map because there's so much junk on the screen. But yeah, you can just see it falling apart. Like, you know, there it's kind of dangerous. Then like the bright greens are going away. Now it's just kind of sloppy little rotations here. Just nothing to really worry about at that point. It's still tornado warning though. And they're probably still warning it because it looks bad on the 3D view, I'm assuming. But I mean, it's still rotating. It's just not nearly as strong as prominent as it was 30 minutes ago. Let's take another look at the 3D view though. See how bad it looks. Such a monstrous storm though. It's still so big. Like I'm only showing the severe part too. Like the yellows are going up to 40,000 feet. Like if I bring in the greens and the blues, it goes up much higher. It's like up to like 50,000 feet if I bring in the greens and the blues, but you can't see anything when you do that. I like to cut this part out so I can see the nastiness of this, or just make it much lighter, you know, where you can barely see it. I'm having a really hard time seeing anything here now. It's just kind of all over the place, but it's still tornado warned. I'm sure there's something here they're looking at that looks scary. I mean, you can definitely see where one side of the rotation's coming down through here, but we can't see the red anymore. It's not showing up. But the red was coming down through here. Go back even more, it might come in. Dispersion. You kind of see it rotating on the inside. So, I mean, you still got your rotation in here. It's just really broad. So these are just warnings too, basically. It's just a regular, up here you see TOR. That's just a regular tornado warning. Doesn't mean it's on the ground or anything. It just means that this storm can produce a tornado, which it did at one point, and it was almost really bad. So they're probably just keeping it warned now for the time being, just because of how scary it looked a while back. But like if it gets worse, they'll upgrade it to a TORR. That'll mean that it's confirmed on the ground through the radar. That means that the National Weather sees that it's on the ground through the radar. And then if it gets worse, it'll be like a TORP, which is like a dangerous situation where they know that it's a tornado on the ground. And then above that, there's a TORE, which is an emergency. And that's when they know it's like a tornado on the ground and it's doing lots of damage and everybody needs to like take cover. But right now, yeah, we just have a regular TOR. It's just warning that this is a big, nasty storm and it's been threatening in the past. I think the only... Oh, we got another warning down here. I haven't even looked at this one yet. Let's take a look at that. It's in Mississippi. We use different radar for it though. KMQA. But luckily, just about everything tonight's falling apart. So that's like good news for everybody, right? This looked really bad. Like, I mean, we had a lot of like anxiety coming into the day thinking it was going to be really bad. And it was bad in some areas, but it turned out pretty good, I think. I think a bust is a good thing, right? You don't want bad weather blowing up your houses and stuff. I was so relaxed that the storm hit me in Ohio that it was so weak. I knew if even it was a tornado, I would be fine in the house in the bathroom because I wouldn't even need a basement because the rotations were, you know, like if they come out and check the damages tomorrow in Ohio, it's going to be max like an EF0 or an EF1 because the rotations weren't that strong, but it was making a lot of little baby tornadoes, and they had one down in Lebanon. My Inrod's lagging behind a little bit. Let's look at the velocities. I mean, everything's rotating. Like this is big, broad rotation. We have some rotation here where we got the green and the reds moving against each other. I don't know how long ago they warned it. I'm sorry, I feel like such an amateur without Max here. He's like the Superman of weather. But he went offline for the day. But they definitely have it warned. I'd missed the part when they first warned this. I mean, you definitely got some rotation here. You know, you wouldn't mind an actual thing. See, I want the complete opposite, man. I want it to stop raining. It's been flooded here in Ohio for the last, I don't know. It's like my ground has been a soggy mess since like last July, I think. And it's flooded outside right now. Like I can't go through my yard without walking through just giant puddles everywhere. Like I got lakes in my yard right now, and it just doesn't go away. I know some people just want to, like, we can always have fires here in Ohio. They never have like no fire cancellations here. You can have a fire anytime you want because it's so wet all the time. But like out in California, man, you'll get arrested for lighting a cigarette probably. It's so dry. Hallie is back. I haven't looked at Manawak in a while, but I'll check here in a minute. Man, I'll never forget where Manawak, Wisconsin is for the rest of my life, thanks to you, Hallie. It's such a big sloppy mess. It's so hard to distinguish why there's warnings here. I mean, we have some stuff reaching like right here, but let me zoom it in a little further. I guess it could be coming from this here. Looks like that's starting to reach up somewhat. But yeah, it doesn't look like a very serious threat right here now. It just looks like the rest of the storms. Big, broad rotation and nothing serious at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on it. Let me go up to Manawak. I haven't checked Manawaks in like 8 hours for you, Haley. I'm pretty sure Manawak is perfectly fine though, but we're gonna go look. That's all. This is all the way up in Wisconsin. Oh man, you got tons of rain coming. Look at all that. You got lots of rain showers coming in Manawak. Nothing is rotating though. Look, it's all solid red. You're perfectly fine and safe. None of this is even severe. This is just pure, like, soothing rain showers to listen to while you're trying to sleep. If you want rain, this is what you want right here. Look at that. You don't have any yellow, no red, just solid green rain showers. No problem, Haley. I wonder how much longer this threat was going to go. Max was talking like another 2 hours, but there's Fort Campbell. There it is, Fort Campbell. I like Fort Campbell radar. This one feels like it works really good. Right here, Fort Campbell radar. Yeah, this is the one that passed through Franklin. It still looks really broad. They had 1-inch size hail reported though in Franklin, it looks like. Yep, 1-inch hail. I can't even see the hail in the storm. I don't see any purple either. That's crazy it hailed that big. That's where a rotation is here. Past Franklin, it's like south of Nolansville and north of College Grove. I wonder what it was like. I mean, we got a hail report in Franklin, but that's it. We don't even have any wind reports from Franklin. Or let me make sure I have all the settings turned on. Yeah, we didn't get any wind reports or anything. Let me actually switch to another radar and back and see if it'll show some. We have some wind reports there. Thanks for subbing, Haley. That's nice. Nice of you. I have like no subs. Last time I checked, I only have like 200. I've been making I've never really taken this seriously, but man, after I started streaming like 3 times ago, yeah, I'm kind of having fun doing it. It's enjoyable helping random people like you when you come by. That's all we got. We don't have anyone. The one reports are back here, and they're not even say how fast. We got multiple trees down on Highway 100 east near the Williamson County line. I think that's actually where the police actually reported it when it was on the ground a while back. Fire at a substation near Highway 100 Pinewood. 776 power outages in the area. Time estimated right there. Marshall, Wisconsin's just pure rain showers. I just checked a little bit ago. Let me go back up there. I might have the radar up there still. Let's see. I got 3 radar apps running right now. Pick which one. I don't know exactly where Marshall, Wisconsin is though. I'm learning my geography a lot better though. I tell you what, these last streams I did, man, I'm like starting to learn. Like I don't even know the all 50 states, man. Like I know all the states here in the East Coast, but like some of these, like I think that's Iowa. I know for sure this is Wisconsin now. About Dead Nuts Middle, okay. So yeah, like these are all the rain showers in Wisconsin, and there's the middle. Let me look at this radar over here too. Yeah, it's just nothing but rain showers in Wisconsin, buddy. It's looking great. And you're not in the severe weather at all in Wisconsin. Let me pull that back up too. That's for tomorrow, well, today, but like Wisconsin's completely out of the tornado threat. Like you're in the clear. All the bad weather is going to be happening down in here for what time we have left of it tonight. Looks like you're definitely getting a lot of rain there, though. Take a look at those. Where did I find the 3D radar you showed about? This is just it's a setting that I have on GR2 Analyst. I don't think I can show you because it's like I'm on a 9x16. But I have a setting where I can actually just like cut out and look at 3D view of the storms. If you go to gr2analyst.com, you can actually try it out. There's a free trial. It's a little tricky to use at first, but I think it's like you get like a 5 to 10 day free trial with it. And it's pretty old school too, but it's still like it's like the only radar app that goes in depth. Like Radar Omega has been getting really popular lately, but it's I don't think I paid for Radar Omega on the phone, but I've never put it on my PC. And I don't know how to look at I've just used this program ever since I started looking at weather, so I don't know Radar Omega that well. Just grown really comfortable with this one. I can see if I can scoot this one over here. Okay. So I actually have 4 panels showing here. I'm going to scoot this one over for a second. Let me look at my stream so I make sure it's showing. Okay, yeah. So I have 4 panels here, and then up top. So like I can take a slice of the storm and look at it like that. Oh, that's not even showing it because it's off the screen. So I can take a slice and kind of see up through the storm through it, and I can rotate it and change the position and swing it around. Like this is really useful for like the hail. Like if I want to kind of go over here and see how much hail we got, I can swing it around to where it's at. Like I can see the hail going all the way up to 10, 20,000 feet. So I have that option where I can do a slice of the storm. And then this one, basically, yeah, you just move your radar around however you want. And this is the one how I get the 3D views. I select this option and I just basically take a square of it, and I have tons of options here for the 3D view. For all the different, like base reflectivity, base velocity, the NROT. Yeah, that's how I do the 3D views with this option right here. It's called volumetric mode on GR2 Analyst. My cursor's so big it's blocking it. I'll try to move this back where it was though. Yeah, so like I'm a really investigative person too. So like if I see that they tornado warn a storm and I can't make sense of it, like I want to look inside the storm. I want to see what it's doing. So like yeah, I gotta know everything. Like a high functioning autist. So like it's just like by nature I gotta like dig deep into everything for some reason. I will go back to these tornado warnings, see if anything's happening with them. Yeah, this Enrot's my favorite one here. It just makes it all the mess, you know, like we look at our base velocity here and you just lots of stuff where here I can just kind of pinpoint rotations real easy, especially when you're like flying through a big area and you can kind of see, helps you pinpoint the rotations. But yeah, most times if I ever see like yellow, if there's like red on the Enrot, that's almost guaranteed it's on the ground. Like every time I see red, and like there's probably a tornado on the ground if you get a red on the Enrot. Like I don't think I've ever seen red on the Enrot without a tornado being on the ground. And if it gets up into the purple and white, it's bad. It's really bad. Like they usually end up being like EF3, 4 or higher. If it gets on the white, yellow, or pink and white. So this is just like a really great tool. This is the thing I like most about GR2 Analyst is the Enrot. But you know, interference can mess with a lot of stuff too. That's one thing I don't like about like Radar Omega is really great and really user friendly, but the interference is just like taken off on Radar Omega, so you don't know if you're reading something that's bad or not. So I'm not a big fan of that. Like I don't see any interference on the radar right now, but I can kind of show you. It's like a dark purple blocks. We don't have any right now. Um, I might stream tomorrow. I'm gonna try. I don't want to promise anything. I'm disabled and my health doesn't. It's I'll stream if I can, but it really just determines whether I'm able to or not. But I would like to stream tomorrow for sure. But no, I'm 43 years old and I have autonomic neuropathy. I have like if you look up autonomic neuropathy, it has a laundry list of crappy things I have to deal with. So it's Northeast Ohio. Not very late. Oh, that's Knobby Glad. I'm in Ohio too, man. Let's look at it right now. I don't think there's going to be any more tornado threats in Ohio, but there's still a possible. Like I said, I was talking earlier, like there's parts of tornado that got beat up by the storms, and all of us missed it. I missed it. Ryan Hall missed it. Max, we all missed it. Like, so I'll pull up the power outages again. So this is what everybody was focused on, the parts of storms that came through here, right? This is what everybody broadcasted, right? All the storms that came through here. You know, we have like 2,000 power outages here, lots of them, but there was a brief tornado up here in Henry County that we all missed. And then later on up here, I don't even know how to say this, Ashtabula. I mean, the storms hit pretty hard up here too, and everybody missed that. I didn't even see it, but they got hit pretty hard up there in Northeast Ohio. But let me take a look at, that was just recent too. Ashtabula just got hit like an hour or two ago by some pretty nasty thunderstorms. It wasn't a tornado or anything, I don't think, but it was nasty weather. Let me find out which radar I need to check Ohio with. This one right here. I'll take my Wisconsin one. Which part do you say? Northeast Ohio. That's. I was literally just talking about the spot that got hit. Yeah, northeast. Let's see where those storms are at now. Oh, that's a bad radar. Wish I could hide these little basic radars for the airports because they can't show you anything good. I'm going to pull up severes. So we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in Northeast Ohio, but there's definitely a ton of rain coming through. I think the worst part of it's gone is you don't have any rotation. This is pure red right here. It's just normal, regular rainstorms and thunderstorms coming through Northeast. The worst part already went up through here. I don't even know. They don't. I think everything that was bad already fizzled out in Ohio. There's really nothing left. But yeah, it did get hit pretty hard up here a couple hours ago in Ashtabula. That is a weird. Is that a city? I've never heard of that city ever, and I've lived in Ohio for 20 years. And you're in Arizona now. Palm trees down here hit 90 a few days ago. 90 mile per hour winds or 90-degree temperature. Yeah, it's looking good in Ohio. We definitely got a lot of rain in Ohio though, for sure, for the rest of the night. Probably tomorrow. I wish the rain would go away because, like I said, I'm in Ohio and I'm flooded. Like that bad radar again. I keep doing that on accident. Down here in southeast Ohio still has some severe thunderstorms though. It looks like they're starting to hit West Virginia. I don't know how bad these are, but we haven't had a tornado warning in Ohio in at least the last 4 hours. But yeah, these storms are still kind of nasty over here. We have any wind reports on it? I don't see any wind reports. They're not bad enough to do anything. And of course, I don't think we've lost any power down here in the southern part of Ohio. I'll check real quick. Pretty sure we haven't. Yeah, see, like, these aren't bad at all. There's like no power outages here. It's just regular thunderstorms. So you should ask her what happened last night. Because, like I said, you know, out of all the big streamers, nobody talked about this county up here, and it definitely got hit. I saw the big line of streams as they're coming up through Columbus, and they kept going north all the way up to here, and they got bad again up here. We just nobody noticed it. We have 3 tornado warnings still. My goodness. I'm gonna go down and look at those and see if they got any worse. It's definitely rotating there, Walnut. It's rotation here, rotation here, rotation here. It looks pretty broad, but it's tornado warning still. Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, I don't know. It's probably not awake now because it's 1 in the morning, but something happened in Ashtabula. I mean, it could have been some brief spin up tornadoes that didn't get warned. All I know is like a lot of power went out and there were severe storms up there. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. And it's not cold enough to be like an ice storm or anything like that. This one's been warned nonstop. I mean, it looks like it's trying to tighten up a little bit right in there. Just like every other storm, they seem to be tightening up and falling back apart. Yeah, you can see it, how this side of the storm's reaching down from here. Still really broad, but rotating. Where are the other 2 tornado warnings at? They're over here. Oh, they're like Nashville. Let's go look at that. It's kind of a big deal. That's really populated over there. Oh, it's south of Nashville. Let's go to this radar. It's really close. We have big hail, 2-inch hail, Williamson, Tennessee. Photo received a 2-inch size hail southwest of Nolensville. Don't see any wind reports, so these are just spinning storms, it looks like. Got a rotation here. National Weather's keeping an eye on that one. That's the one that was really bad like an hour ago. But it, it's still rotating broadly, but just doesn't want to give up. And that's starting to look really concerning again. Is this the one that... No, this is the different storm. I think this is the one that went through Fairview and Franklin right here. This is a different... Look at this. The NROT's really picking up on this storm. Need to go back to that. I'm going to keep a close eye on that storm because that's looking a little scary. You can see the National Weather has the strength right here for the how high these are. Like National Weather's watching the storm really closely right here. They're looking at it on different angles and they have it marked. That's heading towards Columbia. Heading towards south of the Columbia. Try a 3D image of this one now. Oh, pretty scary looking storm. Where our rotation is on that scan. Should be reaching down towards there. This is probably going to be a part of it. Like it's coming from up through here. This is like 2 or 3 scans behind though. It's basically showing me the rotation of it back here. But this is how it looks now. It's a little concerning. I don't know if anything's going to actually pull the trigger tonight. There's so much hail, like the radars here. And see that we got these lines of hail just basically ruining the data to see if it's on the ground causing any debris signature. Columbia. This is like at the very back of the storm too, where it would be touching down if it is. I'll watch this one closely. This seems to be our absolute biggest threat right now. My morning window is all big. I need to minimize it. Won't give me the option to minimize it. There we go. Looks like it's calming down a little bit more. That rotation's pretty tight though, near Columbia. I don't know if anybody's still streaming right now. I want to check. I don't have the big loud warnings to warn people. Got 45 people here. Let me see. I wonder if Ryan Hall's still on. I'm pretty sure Ryan Hall probably went to bed too. We got NW166. He's on. I can pull him up. Yep, Ryan Hall went to bed. Max went to bed. My buddy NW166 is still streaming. Want to hear what he's saying about this
Thank
storm?
you once again for the 2 man. I appreciate that. You're in Alabama.
This guy's been doing weather
okay.
for quite a few years.
So yeah, you're just ahead of those storms. Definitely need you to keep a close eye on those storms out there. They are approaching though. Let's see what the HRRR suggests here. Now this is a rough estimate of timing. Anywhere from 4 to 5 a.m. overall.
Not even talking about the storm right now,
So
but it looks very concerning.
Yeah, anywhere from 4 to 5 a.m. Eastern is kind of roughly when we're going to be seeing that line of storms. Take that with a grain of salt, though, because, models, they ain't perfect after all. But, yeah, so definitely need to keep an eye on it. Regarding your risk here currently, yeah, we still do have that 5% tornado risk out there.
Well, I can't even see, the debris signature, even if it's there, I'm not going to be able to see it because it's getting contaminated from all the way up here.
And we still got that 5% hail threat. So the hail
all these hailstorms up through here is
point.
ruining the correlation coefficient.
Yeah, main concern right now is damaging wind gusts and then maybe an isolated tornado or two nearby. So heads up to you. So, anyways.
I could look at it from a different radar. Hold on.
Thank you so much, Silent. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you all for your support. Y'all definitely don't have to do all that.
Look at it from KT.
Anyways, let's go. I'm going to scroll back up a bit, y'all. Pick up where I left off here. Let's see here. All right, so Steel, we're not going to look at Wednesday's threat right now because
doesn't look nearly as bad from this radar though.
So we're going to keep everything to today, okay? Let's see here.
But I mean, it's definitely showing the rotation there as well.
What state is Tullahoma in? Let's see, Tullahoma. I'm assuming Tennessee. Tullahoma, Tennessee.
And it's still just a normal tornado warning from the National Weather. If they upgraded, I'll make sure I'll let you guys know.
So it's still going to be a little bit before that line. You can see you're right here. That line of storms is to your northwest.
But just like all the rest of these storms, it's falling apart.
Definitely do need you.
Thankfully, everything looks really scary, then it falls apart.
Next couple of hours. Looking at the tornado probability, you have a 5% chance for tornadoes right now.
Yeah, look at that. That looks really tight from this radar. Fort Campbell.
Upwards of 60 to 70 miles an hour.
And it's pretty far away, but
the hail threat's relatively low. 5%.
I would actually be able to see a debris signature here if there was one, I think.
Let's see here. Renita coming in with a 10.
Not really.
Renita, I appreciate your support. Saying, okay, buddy, what am I looking at and about what time should I stay up? Okay, so I remember where you're at. So, yeah, tomorrow you do have that level 3 threat. They did actually upgrade your risk, Renita.
We'll go ahead and go back to the Nashville radar.
Now, that does give you a 10% chance for tornadoes. The good news, as of right now, we do have a large. Well, that's not the good news. We do have a large 10% region, but the good news.
That does look very concerning, I would say. That's a very tight rotation.
Right now, we're not expecting significant tornadoes tomorrow, really. However, the probability for tornadic activity in the area is decent, so keep an eye out there for that. That's a 10% chance for tornadoes. We have a 30% chance probability for damaging wind gusts.
NW116 is not even talking about the storm at all. Looks like he's forecasting for tomorrow.
We do have a 15% chance for hail, ranging between 1 to 2 inches in diameter. Now, timing.
So yeah, if anybody's like near Columbia, it's already passed through Columbia, but in front of Columbia, like it's going towards Chapel Hill. It's looking pretty rough.
But roughly, as we work
I'm gonna pull up Google Maps and see how populated this is.
Pretty much 2 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. So pretty much 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern.
That city name again, Columbia, Tennessee, I believe. Yep.
Kind of see there might be a little bit more shower activity and maybe some more, scattered showers and thunder showers and maybe some small thunderstorms before that main line rolls through, kind of in the late morning, early afternoon. But the main line is not really expected to roll through anywhere from until anywhere from like 2 to 5 p.m.
Tennessee.
Eastern, roughly.
Oh man, that's pretty
also
big.
One model that's
that just went through Columbia. I mean, we'll probably get some reports if it was down at all.
Here as of right now for you. So hopefully that helps. Okay.
And it's heading towards.
For the 10, I appreciate it. All right, let me scroll back up here. All right, Silent wants me to look at Putkin.
Towards Chapel Hill.
Got you. Let's go ahead and see what we got going on up here.
And all these areas are really populated throughout here. I hope that doesn't go down on the ground completely.
Let me hop to the current radar view real quickly.
It's still just a normal tornado warning, but it's a
you are
pretty
gonna have
tight
rotations here.
rotation.
So yeah, you're looking pretty clear right now. However, to the north, you can see we do have some activity up there.
I have 2 rotations now.
See here, timing wise, yeah, it looks like we could start
That
to see
one
that
still
stuff
looks the
fairly,
worst.
fairly late. You know, within the next 2 to 4 hours or so, is when that thunderstorm activity will probably start to increase out there. So, I would definitely make sure you are, still keeping an eye on the weather throughout the night. And if you have to go to sleep, just make sure you have
I like the
waders and
rotations here at the
warnings,
back end of the
to make
storm.
sure that your phone or something will awake you if there is a warning. Okay. But anyways, all right. Let's see here. Melody says, "Is there an ETA of when the main line approaches the zip code?" Yeah. Let's see here, Melody. Let's see what we got going on out here for you.
Here.
You're up in Alabama. Okay, so yeah, you can see. So you're up here by the Huntsville area. So you can see that line of storms to your northwest here. So it is still a little ways away, but it is coming towards you.
You can definitely see it from inside the storm. It's coming down through here.
Rough estimate of timing could be anywhere from 6 in the morning to anywhere from 6 to 8 a.m. in the morning. It's going to be fairly.
I need to pull chat back up. I haven't looked in a minute.
Threat, okay.
Accidentally covered up chat.
That also remember that is one model.
Oh, what's up, half stupid? You're back.
These models.
I don't know if it's confirmed, buddy, but nobody's online, and it's been warned for a while. But that's a real tight rotation we've had for the last 5-6 scans now.
Anyway, pretty much early morning, is when we can expect that. So still several hours away.
I was hoping I'd be able to shut down the stream by now, but the weather doesn't want to give up. I don't know if you're here, but we had a really nasty, massive tornado-looking storm over Franklin, and it fell apart. Like, it was
30% chance for damaging wind gusts here, in which some winds could be ranging between 60 to 70 miles an hour. And then lastly, we do have a 5% chance out there for
still a really tight rotation.
Basically between 1 to 2 inches in diameter overall.
And then I was looking at the correlation coefficient. It's just it's all contaminated from all this hail coming from the Fort Campbell, or that's Nashville radar. If going Fort Campbell, let me take a look from there again.
Also, do I check models for any change? Not up to this point, really. At this point in time, we're mostly just kind of focusing on what's going on now. But prior to the event, yeah, we've been just keeping.
It just looks like a big old mess from this radar. It's kind of far away, though.
At this point in time, we just kind of need to look at the current radar and stuff. How's Florence, Alabama? Let's see here. Looking and thank you for all you.
Yep, that radar ain't doing us nothing.
Ice cream.
Go back to
Let's see what we
Nashville.
got going on for you, man. See what's up out here. Okay, so that line's pretty close to you. That line is pretty close to you. So you can see, yeah, you're up here, and just to your northwest, we have that line of storms coming through. Timing wise, it'll be there within the next.
Still has the rotation.
2 hours or so.
That went south of Columbia.
Definitely keep an eye on that. We'll definitely need you to be weather aware for the next couple of hours. It looks like that line will be mostly kind of pulled through by like 5 or 6 a.m. Eastern. So that'd be 4 or 5 a.m. your time, Central Time, roughly. Once again, take that with a grain of salt, because once again, models ain't perfect after all. But in terms of tornadoes,
Okay, you talked to your neighbor in Ashtabula?
For tornadoes here.
Okay, spoke with a neighbor, a family near Ashtabula. He's saying that there was a Skywarn net said something about heat from the lake might have been a factor. He states that you hear train sounds before the sirens. What?
Let's see here. All right, silent. I think we already did your zip code. Let's see here. Yeah, we already did yours silent. So, like I mentioned, just watch out for the next couple of hours, okay? Let's see here. Friend says appreciate the updates. Yeah, you're very welcome. Glad to have you here.
So the heat from the lake maybe caused storm to get real bad there for a brief moment.
No problem at all.
I don't know, half stupid if you were here when I was looking at the power outages, but like nobody really caught it, but like Ashtabula, like very northeast tip of Ohio, got smashed pretty hard by some severe weather. And there wasn't any tornado warnings, but I've been keeping track of all these power outages and the whole line of storms as they went through, like down here through Cincinnati, Columbus, and they kind of hit it up north, and nothing really happened between here and here. Then it got like really bad again for a second.
So basically, at this point in time, the atmosphere has calmed down. There's no more instability. The atmosphere stabilized.
Yeah, Red Eagle has some family there. He was asking about what happened up there. Because nobody mentioned it.
Severe weather scheduled, not for tomorrow, but
But something definitely happened up there.
going into Wednesday here.
There was no tornado warnings up in Ohio after like the stuff that happened near Lebanon and the next few cities to the east. That was like the last of the tornado warnings in Ohio.
You can go to sleep now. Okay. What's the timing for Oxford, Mississippi? All right, we're going to get back in those tornado warnings here in a minute, guys, okay?
They let this tornado warning go. I'm going to go to bed. Turn off the stream, man. But, oh, they just keep coming back. I tell you what.
Too far out from you right now. Yeah, you can see those storms are just to your north here.
Yeah, it's getting all sloppy now again. That's good.
Triple R here. Just kind of see roughly what time we could start to see those storms roll through.
You guys go in my description to I have a bunch of streamers linked there. I got Ryan Hall, he's offline. Max Velocity's offline. But below that, there's a guy named NW116. He's online now too. If you wanna watch him, I can actually link him in chat, I think, so it's easier to click. This guy's streaming right now. He's pretty good. I don't know if you guys can click that link. But if you're worried about severe weather tonight, looks like he's going to be on for a while.
For this, we're going to take a look at those tornado warnings again, okay?
But I think I'm going to go ahead and end the stream here shortly.
Houston's pretty clear right now. Not really a lot going on in Houston area. Looking at the convective outlook, Houston's actually just outside the main risk. So, Jen, we're not too worried about Houston right now.
I've watched him for the last 3 or 4 years. He's pretty good. He's a young kid too, but he definitely knows what he's talking about. I'm pretty sure he knows a lot more than I do too. I think he's a meteorologist student as well.
First of all, let me go into those warnings real quickly, and I'll get to you. I'll get to Ken here in 1 second. So, good news. They canceled that tornado warning here for Walnut.
I'm glad I could help you guys out.
In northern Mississippi, that is no longer in effect, but we still
had a pretty good time tonight. Now, guys, thanks for watching. Sub if you can. I gotta get me up to 1,000 subs someday so I can get partnered with YouTube. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys stopping by. Thanks for watching.
Tornado warning for Murfreesboro and overall, which honestly, that